Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the Chu phone group, worth 20 billion. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a top-notch estate, worth 2 billion. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing 300 million Huaxia coins. Chapter 1. The God-Level Lottery System. This morning was different from usual. The sky was dark, seemingly about to pour. At the entrance of Modi University. Qian, you finally came out. I bought 2 movie tickets. Let's go watch a movie together at noon. Seeing Lu Qian arrive, Lin Fan greeted her with a smile. However, Lin Fan did not notice that Lu Qian's eyes were filled with indifference at that moment. Lin Fan, don't come looking for me anymore. A sense of foreboding arose in Lin Fan's heart, but he still asked with concern, Qian, are you feeling unwell? I'm perfectly fine. Lu Qian's voice was icy. Lin Fan, if you wanted to be clear, then fine, from now on, you are no longer my boyfriend. Lin Fan felt as if his heart had been stung by a scorpion. It hurt terribly. Qian, we've been together for 4 years. Why? Is it because I'm not good enough for you? Lin Fan, you're too naive. From the beginning to the end, I only regarded you as a backup. Lin Fan shook his head violently, unwilling to accept this reality. Impossible, this isn't true. Today isn't April Fool's Day. Qian, don't joke with me. Lu Qian curled her lips into a mocking smile. Wake up, Lin Fan, there are people lining up from the front gate to the back gate to pursue me. Do you really think I, Lu Qian, would fall in love with you? Chapter 2. Buying a car, sir. Welcome to the Haidong Ferrari Center. Upon seeing a customer arrive, the 2 female salespeople at the door greeted him with smiles. Ferrari is a luxury car brand, and only wealthy people come here, so the grand showroom was not very crowded at the moment. Oh, isn't that Lin Fan? One of the female salespeople recognized Lin Fan, and her expression immediately turned to mockery. She thought he was some rich second generation, but it turned out he was just a poor loser. Han Yuding was Lin Fan's high school classmate, and she was well aware of his background. Lin Fan also recognized Han Yuding, and a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. Han Yuding was a person who looked down on the poor and loved the rich, and she was just the same as she had been in high school. Lin Fan, you're in the wrong place, right? Please open your eyes and see what kind of store this is. Han Yuding crossed her arms and looked at Lin Fan with a mocking gaze. Yuding, do you know him? The other female salesperson asked. Han Yuding nodded. Just look at the cheap clothes he's wearing. You should know he has no money. Just ignore him to avoid wasting time. Han Yuding looked down on him. Lin Fan smiled and said, I really have no money, but is it okay for me to just come here to look at cars? Chapter 3 Limited Edition Sports Car. Gu Xiaolei entered the price and then cautiously typed in the password. However, the card machine displayed a failure. See, I told you Lin Fan is broke. You were fooled by him. Han Yuding sneered continuously. This result was also within her expectations. No, it seems I got the password wrong. Gu Xiaolei entered the password again, and this time it went smoothly. Card swipe successful. The card machine started printing the bill with a buzzing sound. No, this is impossible. Looking at the bill in front of her, Han Yuding was shocked to the core. When did Lin Fan become so rich? Did he win a lottery? Or did he hook up with some rich woman? Thinking of her previous actions, Han Yuding felt 1,000 regrets. Lin Fan was her classmate. If she had taken the initiative to treat him just now, this order would have definitely been hers. Unfortunately, there's no such thing as regret medicine in this world. The happiest was undoubtedly Gu Xiaolei. A successful card swipe meant she could earn a nice commission. Xiaolei, check how much money is in this bank card. After the shock, Han Yuding's gaze towards Lin Fan changed, and she quietly instructed Gu Xiaolei beside her. Chapter 4 School Bell. After Lin Fan completed the registration, the security guard did not make things difficult for him and let him in immediately. Oh my God, what am I seeing? That must be the limited edition Ferrari 812, right? This is so cool. When can I buy one too? Don't dream. That thing isn't something ordinary people can afford. Did you see that handsome guy in the car? That's my husband. Nonsense. That's clearly my husband. The female students on both sides of the road began to argue. Lin Fan ignored those envious gazes and drove straight to the school library. Suya, who was both the school belle and a top student, liked to spend time in the library. It was just uncertain if she was there tonight. Driving a sports car also has a downside. The chassis is too low, especially since there are speed bumps all over the school. Lin Fan didn't dare to drive too fast. It would be bad if he scraped the chassis. Soon, Lin Fan arrived at the library. Coincidentally, at the entrance of the library, a wealthy second generation was confessing to Suya. The rich boy knelt on one knee, holding a bouquet of roses and a diamond ring. The scene was decorated with many lights and balloons, making it warm and romantic. And standing in front of that wealthy second generation was the school bell of Magic City University. Sudya, Chapter 5 Wishing all lovers become siblings. Wu Haichao. You'd better shut up. If this weren't the school gate, Lin Fan really wanted to beat Wu Haichao up. Hey, I said a few words to you, and you still aren't happy? Renting a limited edition Ferrari 812 for a day must cost a lot, right? Lin Fan, don't you look at your poor appearance, thinking that renting a luxury car makes you a rich person? A toad wanted to eat swan meat. Suya was afraid Lin Fan and Wu Haichao would fight, so she pressed her red lips together and said, Lin Fan, let's go. Wait a bit. Lin Fan smiled and said, there are too many mad dogs these days. Just ignore him. Wu Haichao's face turned red with anger. At this moment, Lin Fan's phone rang again. Mr. Lin, I have arrived at the gate of Magic City University. Where are you? Do you see that gray convertible sports car? The person in the car is me. Zhao Yang looked around for a while, quickly locking onto Lin Fan's figure. I see him. Zhao Yang appeared somewhat nervous and quickly ran over. Mr. Lin, sorry to keep you waiting. I didn't expect you to be so young. You are really accomplished at a young age. Zhao Yang began with flattery. He didn't have much information about Lin Fan, but a person capable of acquiring the entire Chu Phone Group must be extraordinary. Chapter 6 Misunderstanding. I really didn't expect you to have your own company. Sitting in the car, Suya couldn't help but take a glance at Lin Fan. If it were just a small company, Suya wouldn't be this surprised. It's actually nothing. Lin Fan said, let's go to Mia Western Restaurant. I heard the Western food there is pretty good. That's fine. Half an hour later, Lin Fan drove to Mia Western Restaurant. The restaurant was decorated very grandly, with splendid crystal chandeliers casting a soft light, making the entire restaurant appear elegant and tranquil. When they entered the restaurant and Suya saw the prices on the menu, she immediately froze. This place is indeed a high-end Western restaurant. A steak costs over $1,000. How about we change to another one? Suya was not the type of woman who liked to take advantage of others. If she had known the prices here were so high, she would never have come. Since we are already here, let us eat and then leave. Seeing Suya's conflicted expression, Lin Fan smiled. In today's world, girls like Suya are really too rare. If it were someone like Lu Qian, who had a particularly strong sense of vanity, she would have already taken pictures to post on social media. Lin Fan took the menu, ordered 2 steaks, and 2 pasta dishes. Chapter 7 Top Estate Still Pretending. Your credit card must be maxed out. Su Jingyu said disdainfully, muttering under his breath. In Su Jingyu's view, Lin Fan was completely putting on a facade. Suya, are we going back? Do you still want to go shopping? One of the girls asked. No, I should go back too. Su Jingyu saw an opportunity and interjected. Suya, my car is parked downstairs. Let me give you a ride back. No, I'll go back with Lin Fan. Suyadi fused. Oh, Lin Fan has a car too? Su Jingyu pretended to be surprised. In his eyes, even if Lin Fan had a car, it certainly wouldn't be a good one. My car is a BMW X2. Not expensive, just over 300,000. I wonder what luxury car Lin Fan is driving. We could go take a look. Su Jingyu looked at Lin Fan with a provocative gaze. Just a junk car. Can't compare to your car. Lin Fan said casually. You're too modest. Su Jingyu sneered inwardly. Why don't we all go take a look? The 2 girls nodded and followed Lin Fan to the parking lot. The parking lot was filled with cars, and soon, Lin Fan stopped in front of a domestically produced vehicle. Chapter 8 Zheng Shaoqing. Mr. Lin, please come in. Zhao Yang gestured for him to enter. Lin Fan nodded, ignoring Wu Haichao and Wu Chong beside him. Mr. Lin, I already know about yesterday's incident. It was my son who was being unreasonable. I came here specifically to apologize to you. Wu Chong was sweating profusely, feeling immense pressure in front of Lin Fan. This person was not old, yet he was the mastermind behind the Chu Phone Group. He guessed that Lin Fan's background must be terrifying. It's all my son's fault. Otherwise, how could they have offended Lin Fan? Apologize? What for? We're not even familiar with each other. Lin Fan directly bypassed the 2 and entered the gate of Chu Phone Group. Mr. Lin, Wu Haichao and Wu Chong wanted to chase after him, but were stopped by Zhao Yang. Mr. Lin has no intention of forgiving you. Just go. Don't embarrass yourselves here. No, President Zhao, please help us. Let us see Mr. Lin one more time. Zhao Yang shook his head and said, if I had known it would come to this, why did you bother in the first place? Blame your son for offending Mr. Lin. President Zhao, we've known each other for so many years. Please give us a chance. Don't cancel the cooperation. Wu Chong pleaded. Chapter 9. Smash the car. Li Feipeng. How many times have I told you that this is a private place? You can't come in. Get out. Zheng Shaoqing was furious. In front of her stood a young man in a suit named Li Fan, who was her high school classmate and suitor. He often came here to harass her. Li Fan held a bouquet of roses and smiled. Xiaoqing, today is your birthday. I booked a private room at Yalongshuan. Let's go have a meal together. Xiaoqing gritted her teeth. Li Fan, how many times have I told you? Don't come looking for me anymore. Li Fan, thick-skinned, had no intention of leaving. Xiaoqing, give me a chance. I'm not that bad. As long as you accept me, I can give you everything you want. Xiaoqing, what's wrong? Lin Fan walked out of the hall. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I'm disturbing you. This is a private matter. Xiaoqing tried to calm her anger. Li Fan, if you don't leave, I might have to call the police. Li Fan still didn't leave, and his gaze towards Lin Fan was filled with hostility. Xiaoqing, who is he? Li Fan asked coldly. Chapter 10. Koenigsegg, Mr. Lin. It's all a misunderstanding. Li Zhihui wished he could slap his son to death. Why did you provoke someone like Lin Fan? How about this, Mr. Lin? I'll compensate you with a new car. Compensate me with a new car, huh? Good. Lin Fan said. That car was just bought yesterday. A limited edition Ferrari 812. Worth 16 million. What? 16 million? Li Zhihui was stunned. If it were a couple of million, he could manage it. But over 10 million? That would cost him his life. How did I raise such a useless son? Li Zui shoutangridi. Li Fan also realized he had offended the wrong person and turned pale. Even his father feared Lin Fan's identity. God, who exactly is Lin Fan? Could he really be the owner of the estate? Thinking of this possibility, Li Fan regretted it immensely. So that sport car is real? Mr. Lin, I don't have that much money on me. How about this? You send the car for repairs, whatever the cost, I'll cover it. Li Zhihui didn't expect things to escalate like this. I'll have my lawyer discuss the compensation with you. The police are almost here. If you want to see your son, go to the police station yourself. Chapter 11. Cousin Lin Fan parked the two cars in the garage, and at that moment, his phone rang again. Seeing it was his mom calling, he pressed the answer button. Mom, what's up? Lin Fan, didn't you just break up with your girlfriend? I just remembered, a friend's daughter is also working in Modu. How about you two meet? Lin Mom hoped her son would settle down soon. Lin Fan realized that his mom was arranging a blind date for him. He smiled bitterly. Mom, I'm very busy right now. Let us put the relationship thing on hold. Lin Fan, you're not young anymore. While I'm still young, I can help you with the kids. It's settled then. I'll have that girl add you on WeChat later. Make sure to seize this opportunity. Lin Mom didn't give Lin Fan a chance to refuse and quickly hung up. Lin Fan put his phone down, looking helpless. All right, I can't escape this blind date this time. But since it's my mom's introduction, it's fine to meet her. In July, the weather was quite hot, even in the morning. With nothing else to do, Lin Fan went for a swim in the pool. Not long after, Xiaoqing approached Lin Fan again. Ever since he drank the gene potion, Lin Fan's physique could be described as perfect. Chapter 12. A bottle worth hundreds of thousands. Lin Shuiyan introduced Lin Fan to the others. All four of them had been hired by the same company and would start working tomorrow. I'm so hungry, Shuiyan. Why don't we go eat first? Chen Meilin beside Lin Shuiyan suggested. Ding Lei said, I happen to have a friend who owns a restaurant. Let us eat there, it's not far from here. After sitting on a high-speed train for several hours, they were indeed starving. Lin Fan smiled. No need. I've already reserved a table, just follow me. Also, sis, I'll arrange a place for you to stay later. Ding Lei questioned, I heard your sister say you haven't found a job yet. You're not planning to treat us to fast food, are you? I can't stand that. From Ding Lei's tone, it was clear he didn't think much of Lin Fan. Chen Meilin shot Lin Fan a disdainful glance and chimed in, I don't want fast food either. Lin Shuiyan showed a helpless expression. Her two friends came from good families and were indeed picky about dining. Since I've already reserved a table, let us just make do with it. Lin Shuiyan persuaded. Except for Lin Shuiyan, the other three were reluctant. Lin Fan didn't offer much explanation. Chapter 13. Presidential Suite. Lin Shuiyan said, I don't have a good tolerance for alcohol, but I can taste it. This wine must be expensive, right? Lin Shuiyan didn't know much about wine. 18,000 a bottle. Is that expensive? Ding Lei shook his head and said, it's more expensive than that 82-year-old law fight. 18,000? Hearing this price, not only Lin Shuiyan, but also Chen Meilin and the other person were shocked. They had just started working, and their monthly salary was only a few thousand. This meant that after working hard for a year, they still couldn't afford a bottle of such wine. God, the world of the rich is too crazy. Lin Fan, I'm really sorry about what happened just now. Ding Lei took the initiative to apologize, no longer daring to show any disrespect. At this point, even a fool should have guessed that Lin Fan's identity was not simple. Fortunately, Lin Fan didn't hold a grudge. Lin Shuyan found it hard to understand her younger brother and quietly asked, Lin Fan, that person at the door just now should be the manager here, right? That's right. Then why did he give you such an expensive bottle of wine? What's your relationship? Lin Fan replied, Sis, if I said this Yalongshuan is mine, would you believe it? Chapter 14. Blind date. When Lin Fan arrived at the Mio Western restaurant, he was already late. After parking the car, he sent a message to Zhang Lily to confirm the location. Entering the restaurant, Lin Fan spotted Zhang Lily at a table by the window. Zhang Lily was about 1.7 meters tall and had a relatively slim figure. She was heavily made up, looking somewhat alluring. You must be Zhang Lily, right? Sorry for being late. Zhang Lily glanced at Lin Fan and impatiently said, Why did you take so long? I've been waiting for you. Although Lin Fan was quite handsome, Zhang Lily thought that looks couldn't fill one's stomach, especially since it was their first meeting and he was already late. She felt he didn't take it seriously. Such a person deserved to be single. My fault. Lin Fan smiled and sat down, asking, Do you want to eat something first? Let's wait a bit. Zhang Lily replied proudly, Since we are here for a blind date, I have some questions to ask. Go ahead. Lin Fan poured himself a glass of water. Zhang Lily said, I heard from your mom that you made some money in business. Is that right? I did make a little, but not much. Lin Fan was just trying to go with the flow, so he didn't tell the whole truth. Chapter 15. Unlucky Zhang Lily. Lin Fan only agreed verbally. He didn't want to have too much interaction with a woman like Zhang Lily. Before long, the dishes Zhang Lily ordered were served. She took out her phone to take pictures. Such a joyous occasion was worth sharing on social media. Lin Fan ignored her, took a few sips of orange juice, and then stood up. I'll go to the restroom and be back soon. Lin Fan planned to sneak away. Whether Zhang Lily had the money to pay was her own issue. Go ahead. Zhang Lily waved her hand, not realizing Lin Fan was leaving. Lin Fan turned around. He didn't go to the restroom, but went to settle the bill. Of course, he only paid for the orange juice. As for the other dishes, they were Zhang Lily's orders, and it had nothing to do with him. Lin Fan wasn't foolish enough to let Zhang Lily dictate him. Just like that, Lin Fan exited the Mio Western restaurant and drove away on his Ducati. Naturally, Zhang Lily had no idea about Lin Fan's departure. At that moment, she was eating and posting on social media. Lily, why didn't you invite us to eat such delicious food? How inconsiderate. Lily, which big boss are you on a date with? The Australian lobster and caviar are making my mouth water. Chapter 16. Yang Lin. After this incident, it seemed unlikely she would have friends left. Lin Fan said, Mom, please don't arrange any more blind dates for me. Love is something that sometimes really depends on fate. Okay, then I won't arrange anything. After hanging up, Lin Fan changed into another set of clothes and then stepped out of his room. Mr. Lin, good morning. The young maid at the door greeted Lin Fan. He turned around and looked at her. How come I haven't seen you before? The maid looked to be about Lin Fan's age, with a ponytail and delicate features. She was a stunning beauty. Mr. Lin, my name is Yang Lin. I just happened to take leave a couple of days ago. How long have you been at the estate? Yang Lin replied, It's been 3 months, but Mr. Lin, you weren't here before. Yang Lin's voice was also pleasant to hear, like a breath of fresh spring air. Lin Fan took another look at Yang Lin and didn't ask more. To be honest, Zhang Xiaoqing had good taste to find such a beautiful maid. Lin Fan went downstairs for breakfast. Now that there was a chef at the estate, Zhang Xiaoqing no longer needed to make breakfast for Lin Fan. Moreover, she had also brought back 2 security guards, ensuring the safety of the estate. Chapter 17. Shock brother, I was wrong. I don't have that much money. The female live streamer looked at Lin Fan with red eyes, appearing pitiful. If she had known that the motorcycle was so expensive, she definitely wouldn't have said those things earlier. Stop with the useless talk. Just tell me how much you can compensate. The live streamer said, I have 30,000 in my bank account. I'll pay you back in full. The repair costs for the motorcycle can be covered by my insurance. As for compensating for a new bike, she no longer dared to mention it. 150,000? Even if she sold everything, it wouldn't be enough. Lin Fan stopped talking and immediately contacted Ducati's after-sales service. Although the damage to the bike wasn't severe, it couldn't be driven. It needed to be towed back for repairs. As for the repair costs, that would be an insurance matter. After receiving the female streamer's 30,000, Lin Fan left. He walked to a nearby bus stop, intending to take the bus to retrieve his property certificate. While waiting for the bus, a white Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of him. The window rolled down, revealing a familiar face. Isn't this Lin Fan? The man in the driver's seat greeted Lin Fan. Zhang Yong, long time no see. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned, but quickly recognized the other person. Chapter 18. Star Song Shuer, let me introduce you. This is Guyan, the major shareholder of Jinha Real Estate. This is Lin Fan, the chairman of Chu Feng Group. The middle-aged man behind Zhao Yang stepped forward and shook hands with Lin Fan. He flattered, Mr. Lin is so young and already the chairman of Chu Feng Group. Your future is limitless. Whenever you have time, I'll treat you to a meal. Lin Fan merely nodded, saying nothing. With his current status, many people wanted to treat him to a meal. If he agreed to every one of them, he would be exhausted. At this moment, Zhang Yong behind Lin Fan was even more shocked. He never expected Lin Fan to be the chairman of Chu Feng Group. Chu Feng Group was a real estate company valued at 20 billion. This was no joke. Zhang Yong knew Zhao Yang's identity. After all, Zhao Yang often appeared in the news as the general manager of Chu Feng Group. Remembering the words he had just said, Zhang Yong felt very embarrassed. Compared to a major enterprise like Chu Feng Group, his real estate agency was insignificant. Ironically, he had just doubted Lin Fan and even offered to introduce him to a job. Thinking of this, Zhang Yong instantly felt inferior. Chapter 19. Rivals and narrow paths, but it sounded like there was nothing wrong with her voice. Lin Fan couldn't quite believe it. Could it be that singing too much has damaged her throat? It seems there are risks to singing as well. Zheng Xiaoqing said. Of course, there's no problem with normal speaking, but she can't sing high notes. This is why Shuer gradually faded from the music scene, affected by her voice. Song Shuer lost her previous confidence and even gave up her acting career. Lin Fan said if you can't sing, you can always lip-sync. In today's music industry, isn't lip-syncing a common occurrence? Hey, what do you take my Song Shuer for? Song Shuer got angry. With his fame, if he continued to hold concerts, he could definitely make a lot of money. But Song Shuer didn't want to lip-sync. She's a principled person. Sorry, I was just saying that casually. Lin Fan scratched his nose. The system detected a mysterious energy. At that moment, Lin Fan heard the system's voice in his mind. Mysterious energy? System. What the hell are you doing? Lin Fan looked puzzled. Mysterious energy locked. The system's voice continued. At that moment, Lin Fan saw a sudden blue light shining on Song Shuer's neck. Chapter 20. To check the injury, no compensation? The man called Chang'e sneered. If there's no compensation, then you'll have to crawl out of here today. The man called Chang'e had a fierce look in his eyes. It was evident that he was not someone to mess with. You could try, Lin Fan said fearlessly. Zhang Lili scoffed. I thought you were some rich person. But it turns out you're just all talk. A poor loser who can't even pay for a meal. She thought that since Lin Fan was riding a motorcycle worth over $1 million, he should be wealthy. Unfortunately, Zhang Lili miscalculated. Those dishes weren't ordered by me. So what does it have to do with me? Lin Fan said dismissively. How can you have a nerve to make a girl pay? Are you even a man? Zhang Lili was about to explode with anger. Lin Fan just smiled it off. In that situation, only a fool would let Zhang Lili toy with him. Kid, I'm giving you one last chance. If you don't kneel down and apologize, then I'll have to take action. Hyang Yi Vonet. Go ahead and make your move. Let's see who laughs last. Very good. It seems you aren't afraid of death. Chang'e said, you should find out who on this street doesn't know my name. Get him, beat this kid up for me. Chapter 21. Good voice pill. Those people had never seen such a luxurious car and were lining up to take pictures. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly and squeezed into the crowd. Please make way. Hey, do you understand the concept of first come, first served? If you want to take pictures, you have to line up. Two internet celebrity beauties expressed their dissatisfaction as Lin Fan pushed his way in. Even if you're handsome, you still need to wait in line. Lin Fan ignored them and finally managed to squeeze in after much effort. What are you pushing for? I'm taking pictures. A woman was live streaming when she suddenly got bumped and was very displeased. It's you. The female streamer turned around and immediately recognized Lin Fan. This face, she would remember for a lifetime. It's you. Lin Fan also recognized that female streamer. It was indeed the one called Do Jia. Hearing yesterday that Lin Fan's Ducati was worth $1.5 million, she had cried on the spot. We really have fate, Lin Fan said. The female streamer called Do Jia glared at Lin Fan, becoming angrier as she remembered yesterday's incident. Because of the car accident, she was still being ridiculed by her viewers in the live stream. Everyone wants to take pictures. You should go to the back of the line. Chapter 22. Exchange. The good voice pill can make a person's voice reach the most perfect state. The system explained. Lin Fan thought of another possibility and asked, can it also repair voices? Song Shuer's voice had problems, and if it could heal her, Perhaps he could get that sapphire necklace. Then he could also upgrade the system. Of course. Great. Lin Fan wanted to contact Song Schwerer, but he didn't have her contact information. After thinking for a moment, Lin Fan immediately called Zheng Xiaoqing. Lin Fan, you call so early? I haven't woken up yet. Because of the investment company, Zheng Xiaoqing had gone to bed late last night. She didn't expect to be woken up by Lin Fan so early in the morning. Can't people get a good night's sleep? Zheng Xiaoqing, give me your good friend Song Schwerer's phone number. Why? You woke me up this early just for this? Zheng Xiaoqing said, Lin Fan, you don't want to pursue my friend, do you? I'm telling you, Schwerer is a big star. There are a lot of people chasing her, and you have no chance. So I advise you to save your breath. Zheng Xiaoqing thought Lin Fan had fallen for Song Schwerer. Chapter 23. Something happened to Song Schwerer. I hope you're not lying. Song Schwerer thought for a moment and said, how about this if you really can heal my voice? Then I'll give you the necklace. But you also have to agree to one additional condition. Lin Fan was a bit speechless. Were we just clear about this? You're raising the stakes. Song Schwerer said, actually, my condition is very simple. You just have to go home with me and pretend to be my boyfriend for a while. Like most people, Song Schwerer was also facing pressure from her elders to get married. However, because Song Schwerer came from a good background, her elders had certain requirements for her partner. Hearing Zheng Xiaoqing say that Lin Fan was the chairman of Chu Phone Group, that identity and status were quite impressive. Plus, Lin Fan was relatively handsome. If she took him home, it would definitely pass off well. So how about it? This request isn't too much, right? Lin Fan thought for a while and said, all right, it's a deal. Lin Fan took out the good voice pill he drew from the system and handed it to Song Schwerer. This is the medicine. You'll get better after taking it. Song Schwerer looked at the inconspicuous little pill in Lin Fan's hand and frowned. Is it that simple? Chapter 24. Song Yuanshan, okay, I'm on my way. Lin Fan confirmed the location and hurried downstairs. Lin Fan, are you going out? Lin Xuan noticed Lin Fan seemed anxious and asked, yeah, I might not be back soon. So you should rest early. After saying that, Lin Fan grabbed the car keys and drove off in Koenigsegg. The traffic was quite congested on the road, and after 40 minutes, Lin Fan finally arrived at the city center hospital. Zheng Xiaoqing stood anxiously at the door of the hospital room, pacing back and forth. Beside her stood a tall, thin, middle-aged man, whose face was also filled with concern. Xiaoqing, how is Song Schwerer? Lin Fan asked with concern. Zheng Xiaoqing furrowed her brows and replied, the doctor is still examining Schwerer. There are no results yet. What on earth happened? Wasn't Schwerer fine this morning? Lin Fan couldn't understand. Zheng Xiaoqing said with frustration, I don't know either. I played with Schwerer for most of the day. She was in great spirits. Just when we were about to head back, she suddenly fainted. Could it be that the good voice pill has side effects? But that can't be. I don't know what's going on either. At this point, all they could do was wait for the examination results. Chapter 25. Pretending to be a boyfriend old Jiang. You finally came. Please come in. Song Yuanshan said politely. My daughter's voice is better now. Thank you so much. Don't mention it. As a doctor, it's my duty to treat and save people. Jiang Linxiang stroked his white beard, looking quite the part of a physician. Old Jiang, although my daughter's voice has improved, we don't know what will happen in the future. So, I would like to ask you to take another look. No problem. Jiang Linxiang said, call your daughter out. Schwerer, come out. Song Yuanshan shouted. Song Schwerer locked herself in her room, pretending not to hear. She had made it very clear that it was Lin Fan who had cured her voice. Why didn't her father believe her? Song Schwerer felt like she couldn't communicate with her father anymore. After several calls, Song Yuanshan finally said helplessly, Old Jiang, why don't you come back tomorrow? Actually, there's no need for that. I have a prescription here. Just have your daughter take it on time. Jiang Linxiang took out a prescription. Then thank you, Old Jiang. Song Yuanshan was very happy to receive the prescription. Chapter 26. Comparing status. Song Schwerer linked her arm with Lin Fan as they entered the hall. In the hall, Song Yuanshan was drinking tea. Sitting opposite him was a young man in a suit. The young man looked decent and wore a Rolex watch. The two were chatting and laughing. When Song Schwerer returned, their attention shifted to her. Schwerer, Zhou Haifeng, said happily. But when he saw Song Schwerer and Lin Fan closely together, his smile instantly froze. Who is he? Zhou Haifeng frowned. He had known Song Schwerer for so long, but had never had a chance to be alone with her. Now, Song Schwerer was so close to Lin Fan. Zhou Haifeng felt a surge of jealousy, viewing Lin Fan as a rival. You? What are you doing here? As expected, Song Yuanshan did not welcome Lin Fan. This kid had caused his daughter to be hospitalized yesterday. It was a miracle if he could show Lin Fan a good face. Let me introduce him. This is Lin Fan, my boyfriend. What? Not only Zhou Haifeng, but even Song Yuanshan's expression changed. Zhou Haifeng had long regarded Song Shuer as his own woman, but now she had brought a boyfriend home. Chapter 27. Fake painting. Zhou Haifeng's words were clear. His father's company had more development opportunities. In this regard, Lin Fan couldn't compare. Uncle, I specially brought 2 bottles of red wine. I brought this back from France last month. Give it a try. Zhou Haifeng went to get a bottle of wine. How thoughtful. Song Yuanshan smiled and asked, this wine must be expensive, right? Not too expensive, just over 10,000. Zhou Haifeng shot a provocative glance at Lin Fan again. Shuer, didn't I also bring 2 bottles of wine? Let me give it to your dad to try. Lin Fan responded. Song Shuer nodded and picked up a bottle of Macallan M Crystal. When they saw that bottle, both Song Yuanshan and Zhou Haifeng's expressions changed again. Clearly, they both knew the price of that wine. A bottle worth 1,800,000. Lin Fan was indeed generous. Shuer, next time don't buy wine, it's a waste of money. Shun Juanru shook her head and said, it's fine, Lin Fan bought it. By the way, Lin Fan, how much was this wine? Song Shuer asked. About 100,000. What? Song Shuer took a sip of soup and, upon hearing that price, directly spat it out. Song Shuer's eyes held a resentful look as she murmured. Chapter 28. Super medical skills. Though he said so, Song Yuanshan still felt very troubled. Zhou Haifeng was the son of the chairman of Honghu Pharmaceutical, had status in the city and connections. Lin Fan was not bad either. He owned 2 companies with assets over 100 billion. Most importantly, his daughter liked Lin Fan. This was a dilemma. Song Yuanshan couldn't offend either side. Before, he could have tried to match Song Shuer with Zhou Haifeng, but now it was impossible. Shuer, come look at this. Zhou Haifeng called out with a smile. I don't really understand paintings. Song Shueroi pulled Lin Fan over. Zhou Haifeng said, actually, I don't understand much either. I spent over 2 million to buy this painting. Zhou Haifeng deliberately glanced at Lin Fan. Another provocation. Over 2 million? I look at it from left to right, and it doesn't seem worth even 200. Lin Fan found it amusing. He had a Su-Wei painting of flowers and birds at home. Although the scenes were different, the charm of the two was far apart. In other words, this was most likely a fake. Lin Fan, you can eat anything, but you can't talk nonsense. Do you really think this painting is fake? Zhou Haifeng was very angry. I was just saying it casually. Why are you getting so worked up? Lin Fan was speechless. Chapter 29. Tang's film industry. It wasn't until noon that Lin Fan finally woke up groggily. He looked at his phone and saw it was already past 12. Moreover, he had several missed calls. System, what happened? Why did I faint? Lin Fan asked. Because the medical information was too massive for the host to absorb all at once. Fortunately, the host had taken the primary gene potion. If it were an ordinary person, they would have turned into an idiot by now. Indeed, at this moment, Lin Fan's mind had gained a lot of knowledge. However, because he had just received the information, his head still hurt a bit. From now on, Lin Fan was also a doctor. Lin Fan got up to brush his teeth and wash his face. Mr. Lin. When Lin Fan came out, Yang Lin stepped forward to greet him. Why didn't you wake me up in the morning? Yang Lin said. I went into the room to call you, but Mr. Lin, you were sleeping too soundly. Maybe you didn't notice. All right, Lin Fan said helplessly. At this time, lunch was ready, and Lin Fan went to eat. While he was eating, the doorbell rang. Lin, someone is here. Go check it out. Yang Lin was tidying up the room, and upon hearing Lin Fan's call, she immediately walked toward the front door. Chapter 30. Goodbye Lu Qian. Before reaching the elevator, Lin Fan encountered a plump middle-aged woman. Moreover, Lin Fan recognized her. Oh, Lin Fan. The middle-aged woman also recognized Lin Fan, and a look of disdain immediately appeared on her face. You've already been dumped by my daughter Qian. What? You still want to entangle with her? She was Lu Qian's mother, namely Hailon. Previously, when this woman was sick and hospitalized, Lin Fan had visited her with Lu Qian. However, Li Hailon was extremely snobbish and had never acknowledged Lin Fan. When she heard that Lu Qian had a new boyfriend, Li Hailon was actually very pleased. After all, in Li Hailon's view, Lin Fan was not worthy of her daughter. Lin Fan frowned and didn't speak. He felt a bit puzzled. After all, Li Hailon was not wealthy, so how could she come here to eat? Lin Fan, do you know each other? Zhang Xiaoqing asked nearby. I don't know her, let's go. Lin Fan didn't want to pay attention to Li Hailon. However, Li Hailon immediately blocked Lin Fan's way. Lin Fan, Let me tell you, my daughter Qian has found a very rich boyfriend now. What does that have to do with me? Lin Fan realized. No wonder Li Hailan could come here to spend money. It turned out Lu Qian had changed boyfriends again. Chapter 31. Troublesome Schwerer felt a bit disgusted but still extended her hand to shake Zhang Zijia's. She couldn't understand why Sister Mei would bring this person over. If it was really about cooperation, Song Schwerer would definitely not be willing. Moreover, Song Schwerer didn't want to develop in the film and television direction in the future. She wanted to focus more on music creation. Song Schwerer introduced everyone one by one, and soon the dishes were served. Lin Fan, are you interested in becoming a star? Sister Mei stared at Lin Fan without blinking. It must be said that Lin Fan was really handsome, and his figure was good too. If Lin Fan debuted, he could definitely attract countless fans. I have no such plans. Lin Fan directly refused. Everyone knows that making money in the entertainment industry is relatively quick. However, Lin Fan was not someone who lacked money. Think about it. Entering the entertainment industry will definitely be beneficial for you. Sister Mei patiently persuaded. Lin Fan still shook his head. Zhang Zijia looked at Lin Fan with disdain and said, Sister Mei, you overestimate him too much. Not everyone can become a star. And it's not just about looking good. Nowadays, it's popular to have strength like me. You have to be able to sing, dance, and rap. Chapter 32. Taking action. Zhang Zijia wasn't very strong, but he woke Su Jiangwen up. Su Jiangwen felt a burning sensation on his face, and his drunkenness disappeared. You dare to hit me? Su Jiangwen climbed up and looked coldly at Zhang Zijia, his face dark. Su Xiao, are you all right? The other two came to Su Jiangwen's side, wanting to take action against Zhang Zijia. From their attire, they seemed to have some background. They should be rich second-generation types. You want to fight? Do you know who I am? Zhang Zijia's temper flared up. After all, he was a star. Didn't he care about his image? I don't care who you are. You hit Su Xiao, and you won't get out of Ilongxian easily today. One of them threatened. At this moment, two men in suits entered from outside. They were Su Jiangwen's bodyguards. You dare to hit me? Guard the door. No one in the box is allowed to leave. Su Hiamanangradishchautif. Jis, Su Sao. Seeing the other side was numerous, Zhang Zijia felt a bit scared. I am a star. I have many fans. You better not touch me. A star, huh? Su Jiangwen stepped forward and directly slapped him. Slap. Damn it. A grown man actually puts on makeup to disgust people. Chapter 33. Su Kaidong arrives. Lin Fan was quick to react, grabbing Su Jiangwen's hand and pulling hard. Su Jiangwen fell to the ground, looking very embarrassed. Just as he got up, he was kicked by Lin Fan again. You dare to hit me, you're finished. Su Jiangwen's eyes turned red, like a mad beast. Su Jiangwen's two bodyguards wanted to help, but were directly held down by the security of Ilongxian. Slap, slap, slap. Lin Fan gave Su Jiangwen 3 heavy slaps, directly leaving him dazed. Sister Mei and Zhang Zijia held their breath, extremely tense. Oh my god, this Lin Fan actually dared to hit Su Jiangwen. He is looking for death. Lin Fan, stop it. Do you know you're in big trouble? Sister Mei was afraid of being implicated. Lin Fan, why don't we leave? Song Sue talked at Lin Fan's close. She was already very touched that Lin Fan stood up for her. If it caused trouble, that would be bad. Yes, Lin Fan. Let's go. Zheng Xiaoqing also urged. This Su Jiangwen had too much background. They couldn't afford to provoke him. Leave? Do you think you can leave? Su Jiangwen's face twisted. This was the first time in his life he had been beaten so badly. Wait for me. I'm calling someone right away, and you'll regret it. Chapter 34. The lie pill. Even if that Lin Fan is a shareholder of Tang's film and television, his status is still not comparable to ours. I can't understand why you still want me to apologize. Su Jiangwen was unconvinced. He had always bullied others, and now it had turned around. He vowed to make Lin Fan pay the price. Su Kaidong shook his head and said, Jiangwen, with your current temperament, how can I trust you to manage the family's assets? Su Kaidong only had Su Jiangwen as a son. Unfortunately, Su Jiangwen only knew how to play and often caused trouble. I've told you countless times, you have to endure everything. How you deal with Lin Fan in the future is up to you, but not now. Su Hiamsadanidialis, that. Are you saying that Lin Fan still has value to use now? That's right, Lin Fan currently has shares in Tang's film and television. I must get his support. Once I truly control Tang's film and television, you can deal with him however you want. A hint of malice flashed in Su Jiangwen's eyes. Dad, I understand. Since the shame is temporary, Su Jiangwen has no need to get entangled in it. When the opportunity arises, he will repay it 1,000-fold. Tomorrow, Come with me to meet Lin Fan, and be a bit more polite, understand? Suki dong remindet. Chapter 35. The recipe for cancer treatment. Su Kaidong and Su Jiangwen exchange glances, both feeling quite unhappy. It's so late already, and Lin Fan still hasn't gotten up? Who is he trying to fool? If he doesn't want to meet, then he doesn't want to meet. Using such a boring excuse is ridiculous. Please tell Mr. Lin that we sincerely come to apologize. Su Kaidong didn't show his displeasure. If Mr. Lin gets up, I will tell him. You can leave now. Su Kaidong sighed. It's fine, we'll wait here. Yang Lin ignored the two and turned to enter the hall. Dad, I think that Lin Fan is doing it on purpose. Su Jiangwen said angrily. Shut up. If it weren't for you, would it have turned out this way? The most important thing now is to gain Lin Fan's forgiveness. Lin Fan was still playing a game and smiled when he heard that Su Kaidong and Su Jiangwen hadn't left. Let them wait there. Lin Fan definitely wouldn't meet them. The moment he saw Su Kaidong, Lin Fan knew the other party was a very scheming person. Lin Fan didn't want to deal with someone like that. The sun was shining brightly outside, and Su Kaidong and Su Jiangwen were hiding under the shade of a tree, sweating profusely. More than an hour passed like this, and Lin Fan still hadn't appeared. Chapter 36. The cocktail party, but there's no rush. You should know that it takes many tests for a drug to go from development to market. It's too troublesome. It can't be done in just a few days. Let's talk about it later. Lin Fan said. By the way, Lin Fan, the investment company is running low on funds. You need to think of a way. Zheng Xiaoqing had selected several projects, and Lin Fan had approved them. Now everything is ready. They just lack funding. It's not a big deal. I'll just transfer the money directly later. Lin Fan said. Also, I'm going back to my hometown tomorrow. You can decide on the company's matters while I'm away. No need to consult me. Zheng Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at Lin Fan. You're the company boss. Of course. I need to follow the process. Are you not afraid I'll run away with the money? Zheng Xiaoqing joked. You would give it a try? Lin Fan said. He didn't want to manage the operational matters. Besides, don't suspect those you use, and trust those you suspect. Lin Fan still trusted Zheng Xiaoqing's abilities. In the evening, Song Schwerer called Lin Fan. Lin Fan, have you set off? Lin Fan had agreed to attend the cocktail party with Song Schwerer. I'm just getting ready. I'll come pick you up now. Song Schwerer said. No need. I just found out my dad is going to. I'll just go with him. Chapter 37. The trap Song Schwerer was very close to Lin Fan, pretending to be very intimate. Lin Fan, can you pretend to be my boyfriend one more time, okay? Song Schwerer said softly. I already helped you once last time. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. If this continues, it might become real. Song Schwerer said in a pleading tone. I didn't expect my dad to come. Lin Fan, please, this is really the last time. If you help someone, help them to the end. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, in your case, I need extra money. Extra money? Song Schwerer was speechless. She still owed Lin Fan $4 million. Last time you said I was a fan. I think you're a hater. Seeing Song Schwerer looking troubled, Lin Fan found it amusing. Okay, I'm scared of you. But this really is the last time. Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Many people attended the cocktail party, both men and women. However, they all had one thing in common. They were dressed beautifully. As soon as Song Schwerer arrived, she immediately became the focus of the event. Tonight, she wore a white evening gown and had light makeup on her face, looking like a fairy. Isn't that Song Schwerer? Chapter 38. The slander help. Help! Someone is harassing me. Ding Xiao deliberately messed up her hair, pretending to be scared, and stumbled back into the cocktail party. Damn it! Is this the legendary trap? Lin Fan wanted to chase after that despicable woman, but at that moment, two young men appeared. What's going on? The two young men shielded Ding Xiao behind them. He wants to have ulterior motives towards me. Ding Xiao pretended to look pitiful, even shedding tears, pointing at Lin Fan. What a beast! How dare he bully someone in a place like this? The two young men cursed loudly. What's happening? People at the cocktail party noticed the situation and gathered around. This person just touched me and threatened me not to tell anyone. I don't want to live anymore. Ding Xiao, being an actress, displayed the reaction of being bullied to the fullest. Who is this person? Dressed so decently. Turns out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Miss, don't be afraid. We will stand up for you. Voices of cursing emerged from the crowd. Lin Fan also realized he had been set up and instead became calm. Chapter 39. The truth. Su Jiangwen frowned as well. He didn't expect Tang Yixing to speak up for Lin Fan at this time. This made things a bit difficult. However, the arrow is on the bowstring, and they had no choice but to let it go. They could only continue the act. Immediately, Su Jiangwen glanced at Ding Xiaoqiao, signaling her not to show any flaws. What's your name? Dan Yi sang ap go check Ding Kia Guia. Ding Xiaoqiao felt immense pressure. Ding Xiaoqiao. Have I seen you before? Mr. Tang, I'm a signed actress of Tang's film industry. I'm giving you a chance. Tell me the truth. Tang Yixing's voice was cold. He was very clear that this woman was lying. Su Jiangwen sneered. Mr. Tang, there's no point in saying that. Someone here saw Lin Fan have ulterior motives towards Miss Ding. Who saw it? The two young men initially stepped forward, looking a bit scared. Mr. Tang, we saw it. Tang Yixing wanted to say something else, but at this moment, Lin Fan stepped forward, patted Tang Yixing's shoulder, signaling him to step back. This matter, I'll handle it personally. Tang Yixing glanced at Lin Fan, unsure of what he had planned, nodded, and stepped aside. Chapter 40. Irreconcilable, it was actually Su Kaidong. He came too. No one expected that this matter would escalate to such a degree. Su Kaidong is an extremely protective person. Now that Lin Fan has hit his son, he will definitely not let it go easily. Indeed, all that is left in Su Kaidong's eyes is anger. If last night Lin Fan had only hit Su Jiangwen, Su Kaidong might have been able to endure it. But today, Su Kaidong can no longer hold back. After all, what happened last night was limited to a private room at Yulangshuan and had minimal impact. However, now Lin Fan has actually hit Su Jiangwen in front of so many people. If Su Kaidong does not show his stance, it is likely that no one will take him seriously in the future. Another reason is that Lin Fan has clearly refused to cooperate with Su Kaidong. In this case, Su Kaidong no longer has to give Lin Fan any face. Lin Fan did not look at Su Kaidong and threw a punch at Su Jiangwen's stomach. Su Jiangwen's face turned pale, and the intense pain left him unable to speak. Lin Fan, you are looking for death. Su Kaidong's gaze was dark. Lin Fan hitting his son in public was undoubtedly a provocation. Su Kaidong, if you can't manage your son, then I will help you manage him. Lin Fan knocked Su Jiangwen unconscious with one punch and stopped there. Chapter 41. The Great Transformation. It's okay. I'll put the wine away first. We can drink it when your foot is better. Lin Haidong shook his head. It should be too late to get better. Lin Haidong had been to many hospitals, but unfortunately, none could treat it. Son, the few bottles of wine you bought must be expensive, right? Lin Haidong saw that the years marked on the 4 bottles of red wine were quite old and guessed. Not expensive. Lin Fan did not reveal the price, fearing that his father would not want to drink it after knowing. Lin Fan also took out some tea. Lin Fan found an excuse to check on Lin Haidong's injured left foot, then went back to his room to write a prescription. Dad, I have a classmate who is a doctor, and I had him write a prescription. You should be able to recover quickly by soaking your foot with the medicines on this list. I'll give it a try. Lin Haidong actually did not have high hopes. I'll go out and buy the medicine. Lin Fan also wanted his father's foot to heal quickly and return to normal life. Fortunately, he now had super medical skills, so it was not a problem. After spending half an hour, Lin Fan bought the medicine. After preparing the medicine, Lin Fan took it to help Lin Haidong soak his foot. When Lin Fan returned to his room, He also came in. Chapter 42. Buying a house, the three of them hailed a taxi by the roadside and headed to Hahu Community. Their residence was not far from Hahu Community, and they arrived in about 10 minutes. The sales office of Hahu Community was somewhat deserted. After all, this was a high-end community with high prices, and ordinary people generally would not choose to buy a house here. Sir, welcome to the Hahu Community Sales Hall. As soon as Lin Fan and his parents entered the sales office, a woman came over to greet them. Lin Fan found a place to sit down, intended to learn more first. Iwi, what a coincidence. At this moment, a middle-aged woman with dyed red hair walked over. Sister Ling, are you here to buy a house? Iwi recognized the middle-aged woman. They used to sell vegetables in the market together. No, the houses here are so expensive. How could I afford one? My son just opened a decoration company and happened to take on a project at Hahu Community, so I came to take a look. The woman named Sister Ling said with a smile. Is this Lin Fan? I almost didn't recognize you after so many years. The woman named Sister Ling sized up Lin Fan. By the way, Lin Fan, you graduated from university, right? Where are you working? Oh, I'm not working now. I'm doing a small business. Lin Fan explained. Chapter 43. The Unreasonable Third, and I'm living in Hahu Community. Lin Fan reported a location. What a coincidence. I'm also in Hahu Community. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. I'll go find you. After 2 or 3 minutes, a woman in a black professional outfit hurried over. Lin Fan, is it really you? Xiaozhu immediately recognized Lin Fan. Her face showed excitement and shock. When she saw the name Lin Fan, she thought it might be her elementary school classmate. But then she thought it was unlikely since Lin Fan was in school with her. No matter how hard Lin Fan worked, he couldn't suddenly become a major shareholder of Hahu Group. But the fact was right in front of her. No wonder I found the name Xiao Zhu so familiar. It turns out to be you. Lin Fan also recognized Xiao Zhu and smiled. You are now the assistant to the general manager. Not bad. Xiao Zhu said helplessly. I can't compare to you. Lin, the major shareholder. Now Lin Fan held 80 of the shares of Hahu Group, which counted as a successful person. Xiao girl, is Lin Fan your boss? The woman named Sister Ling asked in surprise. Aunt Ling, turns out you're also here. Xiao Zhu explained, it's not exactly my boss. But Lin Fan is now a major shareholder of Hahu Group, with assets worth several billion. Chapter 44. The Unreasonable Woman, the third aunt's family, not only bought a house, but also bought a car. They were living a good life. When the inheritance was divided back then, the third aunt's family had already taken a lot of advantages. Now hearing that Lin Fan's side was going to be demolished, they even shamelessly demanded demolition compensation. With thick skin, hearing Lin Fan say this, Chen Mingfen became unhappy. Lin Fan, you are a junior. How can you speak to me like this? That shop originally belonged to us. What's the problem? Of course there's a problem, and it's a big one. The reason Chen Mingfen was able to get the shop back then was because she was too domineering. Lin Haidong, and we didn't want to argue with her. Who would have thought this woman would be so greedy? That's going too far. Lin Fan knew there was no reasoning with someone like Chen Mingfen and said, Third aunt, if you want demolition compensation, you can, but shouldn't you share a bit of the money earned by the shop over the years with us? Chen Mingfen reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, excitedly saying, the money earned by the shop has nothing to do with you. If you want to share, dream on. Lin Fan sneered, then I'll send you a message too. You want our demolition compensation? That's impossible. Chapter 45. The shameless woman Chen Mingfen made a scene outside for a few minutes, and feeling bored, she left. However, she would not easily give up on that demolition compensation. Xuyan, when will you go back to work? Iwi asked. I only took a 3-day leave. I'll go back the day after tomorrow. Why not play a few more days? I just graduated. Work is important. Lin Xuyan smiled. Lin Fan, you really should have arranged an easier job for Xuyan. Lin Fan helplessly replied, Mom, you can't blame me for this. The job was chosen by my sister herself. It's okay, what I really need to improve right now is experience. After Chen Mingfen left, the meal was quite enjoyable. After eating, Lin Xuyan sat in Lin Fan's house for a while before heading back. In the evening, after discussion, Lin Fan decided to take half of the demolition compensation and give it to Lin Xuyan. The next morning, system draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing a villa in Hahu community. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing 40 million Huaxia coins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for mastering the piano. The items drawn today did not surprise Lin Fan much. He had already bought a house in Hahu community, so the villa he drew was of no use to him. Chapter 46. The power of transformation. The money lent out is like meat buns thrown to dogs. Gone without a trace. Lin Fan wouldn't be that foolish. Lin Haishi's expression wasn't good, and he said, Lin Fan, what do you mean by that? With your current status, how would you be out of money? You wouldn't have grown wings and stopped recognizing your relatives, would you? Lin Haishi's words were harsh, comparable to Chen Mingfen's. No wonder. They are not from the same family, and they don't share the same door. Lin Fan sneered. How can the difference be so great between siblings born of the same mother? His father is honest and straightforward, and his uncle is also decent. Yet this third Uncle Lin Haisher is the type who doesn't take advantage when he has the chance. When Lin Fan's father had the car accident, Lin Haisher didn't even lend a glance, let alone lend any money. Now, the house is about to be demolished, and Lin Fan has become successful. They suddenly remember this relative, wanting to take advantage of him. Can they be any more shameless? Chen Mingfen said, why waste words with them? We came here to get the demolition compensation. Lin Haisher echoed. Right, you may not lend us money, but the demolition compensation must be divided. Lin Fan, you have money now. You don't need to fight with us over the demolition compensation. Lin Fan frowned. Chapter 47. Evil requires evil to grind who? Who is so bold as to bully my brother Biao's woman? Lei Biao approached the short-haired beauty, full of aggression. Biao Guo's him. The short-haired beauty pointed at Lin Fan angrily. Kid, don't say we're bullying you because we're more in number. If you kneel down and apologize, and if my girlfriend forgives you, we'll let this matter go. Lei Biao threatened. What if I don't apologize? Lin Fan showed no fear. Kid, I admire your courage. You should find out who in this county doesn't know my brother Biao's name. I really don't know you. Lin Fan shook his head, not taking those people seriously. Very good, you brought this on yourself. With your physique, I'll let you use one hand. Lei Biao was angry and rushed over to attack directly. Unfortunately, he underestimated Lin Fan. Lin Fan swept his leg and knocked him down. Before he could even say 3 words, Lei Biao was tripped to the ground. He fell heavily onto the concrete floor, and stars appeared in his vision. Damn it, young people don't follow the rules of martial arts. Lei Biao didn't expect Lin Fan to be so skilled. He was careless. Don't waste time, I want to fight 10. Lin Fan sneered. Chapter 48. Class reunion until the evening. Lin Shuyan arrived at Lin Fan's house. Lin Fan, the class monitor, asked us to go out for a gathering tonight. Did you know? Lin Shuyan asked. Oh, I knew. I just met with the class monitor at noon, when they were in high school. Lin Shuyan and Lin Fan were in the same class. That's good. By the way, Lin Fan, did the third aunt come to bother you? Lin Fan replied. She came at noon, but they couldn't get the demolition compensation, so they left. Lin Shuyan said helplessly, dealing with such people is really troublesome. It's okay. They definitely won't dare to come back. Lin Fan spent a little money, believing that Lei Biao wouldn't let him down. Let's hope so. Not long after, class monitor Xue Xiaomin added Lin Fan and Lin Shuyan to a group chat. There were more than a dozen people in the group, chatting away. Their high school homeroom teacher, Zhang Xia, was also in the group. Were we having dinner? Hurry up and finalize it. Class monitor Xue Xiaomin said. Isn't this to gather your opinions? Why not let the teacher decide? The teacher is indifferent. Homeroom teacher, Zhang Xia replied. Everyone chimed in, but the location was not unified. Finally, class monitor Xue Xiaomin added another person. Chapter 49. Fake alcohol incident. Quick, let Lin Fan say a few words. Everyone's attention turned to Lin Fan. They also knew that Tang Jiawei and Lin Fan had some conflicts, so they wanted to see Lin Fan make a fool of himself. Lin Fan thought for a moment and calmly said, I wish you happiness. Lin Fan had indeed liked Lu Mengjie before, but that was in the past. Those who wanted to see Lin Fan make a fool of himself could only say they picked the wrong target. No, Lin Fan, you're being too perfunctory. Someone shook their head and said. Lu Mengjie only glanced at Lin Fan before shifting her gaze away. To be honest, during high school, Lu Mengjie thought Lin Fan was a decent person. However, the reality proved that good grades don't mean much. Just like Lin Fan, he is not doing very well now. He can't compare with Tang Jiawei at all. You can't deny how important it is to come from a good family. Some people are born winning at the starting line. Effort is indeed useful, but it's very limited. Suddenly, someone noticed the Patek Philippe watch on Lin Fan's wrist. Wow. Lin Fan, your watch is a Patek Philippe. What model is it? It looks very expensive. Hearing what that classmate said, everyone focused on Lin Fan's mechanical watch. Chapter 50. Lin Fan's identity. Lei Biao was originally very angry. However, the moment he saw Lin Fan, his attitude immediately changed. He approached Lin Fan respectfully. The others stared in confusion at this scene, their faces full of doubt. This Lei Biao, who was even afraid of Tang Jiawei, actually showed fear towards Lin Fan. What is going on? Tonight, even if the King of Heaven comes, I will say this is fake alcohol. Lin Fan looked at Lei Biao. If my brother says this is fake alcohol, then it's fake alcohol. Lei Biao didn't dare to refute. He was intimidated by Lin Fan today. Another reason was that Lin Fan was too rich. A person who can casually take out 100,000 yuan must be a big shot. Did you sell this fake alcohol? Lin Fan asked coldly. Lei Biao felt an invisible pressure. In front of Lin Fan, he seemed like a little brother. No, big brother. This fake wine has nothing to do with me. I just know the owner of this restaurant. That's all. Lei Biao hurriedly explained. Biaoge? Who is this? The restaurant manager walked over, looking confused. Damn it, this is my big brother. How dare you bring out fake wine to fool around? Are you looking for death? Lei Biao kicked towards the restaurant manager. Chapter 51. Master Calligraphy. What? Lin Fan. Everyone's gaze turned to Lin Fan again, filled with shock. Lin Fan is the chairman of Chu Feng Group. Who could have thought of this? How is this possible? Everyone felt that Lin Fan's identity was not simple. But to say that Lin Fan is the chairman of Chu Feng Group, this really made people unable to believe. Could it just be a coincidence of the same name? People showed confusion and looked at Lin Shuyan again, wanted to ask her for answers. Lin Shuyan took a sip of red wine and said, no need to guess. The chairman of Chu Phone Group is your classmate Lin Fan. Upon hearing Lin Shuyan's words, everyone was left speechless. Deep inside, they were already in turmoil. Who would have thought that Lin Fan had reached a level they could only look up to now? Lu Mingjie was also very shocked, covering her red lips and staring blankly at Lin Fan. How could she have imagined that Lin Fan, who was driving a rental car, would be the chairman of Chu Phone Group? If she had known Lin Fan's identity earlier, she would have done anything to curry favor with him. Now, is there still a chance? Tang Zhou's expression was also quite interesting. Finally, he let go of all his prejudices against Lin Fan. Chapter 52. Fake wine. Lin Fan was speechless. I'm standing here just fine. How did I offend you? Looking at that disdainful expression, one would think Lin Fan had done something to her. But then again, some people just like to belittle others to highlight their own nobility. Xie Xiangmei indeed had her reasons to be proud. Years ago, she made a lot of money in wholesale business, which made her a nouveau riche. Plus, her daughter was an overseas student. Such a family was much better than an ordinary one. The flaws in the country's quality education were vividly reflected in Xie Xiangmei. Lin Fan pretended not to hear and directly ignored Xie Xiangmei. Make way. At this moment, someone brought over a few large sheets of paper and a brush. It turned out someone was showcasing calligraphy. The person showcasing calligraphy was Xie Xiangmei's husband. Xie Xiangmei's husband had sparse hair and was balding. However, he was said to write well and was the president of the city's calligraphy association. He picked up the brush and wrote down 2 sentences. In the mountain of books, diligence is the path. In the sea of learning, hard work is the boat. Juncheng, these 2 sentences are for you. Although you've been accepted to a good university, don't be proud. Xie Xiangmei's husband smiled and said to Lin Fan's cousin. Chapter 53. County Tycoon Lu Changdong. If it's fake wine, we can find someone who understands wine to take a look. Lin Fan didn't want to waste too much time talking with Xie Xiangmei. However, Xie Xiangmei was still relentless. Lin Fan, are you bullying us because we haven't drunk such expensive wine? Ordinary people drinking a few hundred yuan worth of wine is already a lot. This wine worth over 100,000 yuan, they hadn't even seen before, let alone how to identify it. Since you don't understand, then shut your mouth. Xie Xiangmei was infuriated by Lin Fan's words. The county tycoon is here. Someone shouted at the entrance. Immediately, there was a commotion in the restaurant. Is Lu Changdong here? I didn't expect him to come. Qing Lian, quickly take someone to welcome him. Someone reminded Lin Fan's aunt's family. Lin Fan's aunt's family appeared a bit nervous. After all, they hadn't expected someone like the county tycoon to come. Lu Changdong was a businessman worth over 10 billion. Mr. Lu, welcome, welcome. No need to be polite. I just came to have a drink and also to present a scholarship. A middle-aged man cupped his hands. The man was somewhat thin and wore a suit. Chapter 54. The versatile mechanical dog. This is impossible. Mr. Lu, you must have mistaken me for someone else. After a brief shock, Xie Xiangmei reacted. 500 billion. What kind of concept is that? Lin Fan had no background and no connections. How could he possibly reach such a level? Lu Changdong was a bit unhappy. What? Are you doubting that I have a problem with my eyesight? Lu Changdong's voice was cold. It was one thing for this woman to doubt him, but how dare she question Lin Fan? Mr. Lu, I don't dare. Xie Xiangmei was frightened. If Lin Fan really had such capabilities, wouldn't that mean that those 2 bottles of wine were real? Xie Xiangmei panicked. Normally, offending an ordinary person wouldn't be a big deal. But now, she had offended someone as important as Lin Fan. Who was it that said those 2 bottles of wine were real? Come out here. Lin Fan looked at the panicking Xie Xiangmei and reminded her. Xie Xiangmei looked at Lin Fan, wanting to say something. Suddenly, her vision went dark, and she fainted directly. Everyone had long been displeased with Xie Xiangmei, and immediately, someone went over to pinch her on the acupoint. Hey, don't think pretending to faint will end it. Xie Xiangmei's husband also went over to pat her face. Chapter 55. Beating up influencers. That day, many people also came to the door. In this regard, Lin Haidong and He Hui were quite helpless. By noon, Lin Shuyan also arrived. After having lunch, Lin Shuyan set off back to Modu. Lin Shuyan had to go back to work, unlike Lin Fan, who could play as long as he wanted. After staying at home for a day, in the evening, Lin Fan took his parents out for a walk. There wasn't much to do in the county, and Lin Fan planned to return to Modu the next day. Unfortunately, not long after they went out, they ran into Chun Mingfen. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Chun Mingfen looked as if she had seen a ghost, her face pale. She turned around and was so scared that she took a detour. Is it your third aunt? We asked Lin Fan beside her, not quite sure. Has Chunming been possessed? Now that we meet, she doesn't even ask about the relocation funds anymore. Lin Fan nodded. He certainly knew what was going on. Chunming had been warned by Lei Biao. How could she not be honest? She won't bother you anymore, Lin Fan said. Hearing this, Lin Haidong and He Hui smiled and didn't ask why. That's fine, the world is finally quiet. The evening breeze by the river was quite cool, and many people were out for a walk. Chapter 56 Dodge Viper Lin Fan. The person you fought seems to have quite a background. He Hui expressed her concern. Mom, what are you saying? Does my son not have a background? He Hui smiled bitterly. True, Lin Fan is now a billionaire with a fortune over 10 billion. That person probably can't do anything to my son. Don't worry, since I dare to take action, I definitely am not afraid of him. Let's go home. Lin Fan took his parents back home. Just half an hour later, a video of Lin Fan beating Sun Han was posted online. As soon as the video was released, it immediately attracted the attention of many netizens. Who is that young man who fought? So impressive, taking on 10 and winning so easily. That internet celebrity who got beaten is Sun Han, right? He was exposed for selling counterfeit goods last time. How is he still around? That young man who beat Sun Han. I respect you as a real man. However, Lin Fan was unaware of the events online. The night passed quickly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing a Dodge Viper. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing 10 million Huaxia coins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing a gold brick. The Dodge Viper, although a motorcycle, is equipped with a Dodge Viper's 500 horsepower V10 engine, with a top speed of over 600 kilometers per hour. Chapter 57 All platforms ban a person from small county. What kind of background could he have? Sun Han scoffed. He might be able to fight a little, but if my bodyguards weren't so useless, he would have been in trouble last night. The assistant said, by the way, there are now many negative reports about you online. It's all because of this Lin Fan. Sun Han angrily said, hire a public relations company and make sure to minimize the negative impact. Being beaten is one thing, but now those netizens have dug up dirt on him. Those netizens really are something. They love to watch the drama unfold. Sun Han was very angry, and all of this was caused by Lin Fan. That Lin Fan refuses to compensate. It looks like we'll have to go to court. The lawyer said, you are the professional, just handle it. Sun Han said. The lawyer nodded. Since that's the case, mister. Sun will have to bear with it for a while and stay in the hospital. Sun Han's injuries were not serious. They just wanted to get more compensation to make Lin Fan go bankrupt. Only then would Sun Han be satisfied. The losses caused commercially must be recovered from Lin Fan. You all go ahead and get busy. I need to sleep. Sun Han hadn't slept all night. Chapter 58 Song Yuanshan's trouble. Song Yuanshan stood outside an emergency room in the Central City Hospital, looking troubled. He had gotten himself into big trouble. Just yesterday, Song Yuanshan brought Jiang Linxiang to find a jewelry tycoon in Magic City. The tycoon's son had a congenital heart disease and relied on medication to survive. If Jiang Linxiang could cure him, then Song Yuanshan would definitely benefit. The problem was that Jiang Linxiang was a fraud. So, not only did he fail to cure the illness, but he also sent the tycoon's son to the emergency room. The tycoon was very angry. Doctor, you must save my son. Outside the emergency room, a middle-aged man looked anxious. His name was Zhou Baiwang, a jewelry businessman with significant influence in Magic City. Zhou Baiwang only had one son, and due to health issues, he could no longer have more children. If his son couldn't be saved, it meant he would have no descendants. Mr. Zhou, you shouldn't have believed in any folk remedies. After all, your son has congenital heart disease. Sigh. Our hospital will do its best, but you must also prepare yourself mentally. The doctor sighed and closed the emergency room door. Hearing what the doctor said, Zhou Baiwang looked heartbroken. Chapter 59 A master at trapping daughters nearby. Song Yuanshan's face was also pale. If Zhou Baiwang's son couldn't be saved, wouldn't that mean? Doctor, think of another way. The doctor shook his head. Clearly, there was nothing more they could do. Secretary, issue a statement. Whoever can cure my son. I am willing to offer 10 billion as a reward. No, 15 billion. The secretary nodded and left. Song Yuanshan, didn't you say you know a doctor? I'm giving you a chance for your life. Bring that doctor here. If my son can't be saved, just wait to die. Zhou Baiwang had no choice but to give Song Yuanshan another chance. I'm going now. Song Yuanshan quickly walked out of the hospital, and he stumbled at the entrance. Zhou Baiwang feared that Song Yuanshan would run away, so he sent 2 bodyguards to follow him. Thus, Song Yuanshan drove to Lin Fan's estate. Lin Fan, help! The security at the estate stopped Song Yuanshan, saying, Be quiet. Mr. Lin is already asleep. Let me in. I need to see Lin Fan. Come back tomorrow. Song Yuanshan was sweating profusely, nearly panicking. By tomorrow, he feared he wouldn't even be able to retrieve his body. Chapter 60. 25 billion. Lin Fan and Zheng Xiaoqing arrive at the hospital. Shortly after, Song Yuanshan also arrived. Lin Fan, come with me. Song Yuanshan took Lin Fan to the room where Zhou Baiwang's son was. Hearing that curing Zhou Baiwang's son could earn him 15 billion. Many experts from Magic City had come. But after examining Zhou Baiwang's son, each expert looked troubled. His organs were failing, which was a sign of impending death. Unless a miracle occurred, otherwise. Mr. Zhou, we are powerless. Although everyone wanted that 15 billion, unfortunately, they didn't have the capability to achieve it. As time ticked away, Zhou Baiwang let out a sigh. Mr. Zhou, I brought the doctor. At that moment, Song Yuanshan brought Lin Fan in front of Zhou Baiwang. Lin Fan said nothing, just glanced at Zhou Baiwang. He knew this person was Zhou Baiwang, a tycoon in the Chinese jewelry industry. This is the doctor you mentioned? Zhou Baiwang frowned. He felt he was being played. Just this young guy. How could he possibly cure his son? In a fit of rage, Zhou Baiwang immediately called over his bodyguards. Throw this Song Yuanshan into the sea to feed the sharks. Chapter 61. Medical Miracle. Lin Fan did not go to see Wu Qingsong, as if he were transparent. He handed the 2 pieces of paper to Zhou Baiwang and said, get the medicine on it, the sooner the better. There's only half an hour left. If we delay any longer, even a deity can't save your son. Okay. Zhou Baiwang was very anxious and immediately sent someone to buy the medicine and the pot for decocting it. Brother Lin, what should we do now? Find a quiet place. For now on, just leave it to me. The hospital room was too small, and it wasn't suitable for decocting medicine. I have a villa nearby. Let's go there. A few minutes later, Zhou Baiwang brought Lin Fan to the villa. Zheng Xiaoqing and Song Yuanshan naturally followed. Meanwhile, Wu Qingsong had also brought a few doctors to the hospital. Soon, the medicine was brought back. Lin Fan took the medicine and the pot to the kitchen. Brother Lin, what can we do? At this time, Zhou Baiwang had no leisure to sit down. You guys do what you need to do. Don't disturb me. You can go out now. Also, if I don't call, no one can come in. After those people went out, Lin Fan began to work. Chapter 62. Driving Skills. On Mount Akinamine, Lin Fan refused. You old man, do you really want my phone number? What are you thinking? We should discuss the money matter. Lin Fan looked at Zhou Baiwang. Having not slept all night, he needed to go back for a nap. Zhou Baiwang smiled and said, Brother Lin, this amount of money is quite large. How about this? I'll transfer you 1 billion through the bank. As for the remaining 5 billion, I'll give you shares in Baiwang Jewelry. How does that sound? No problem. Lin Fan agreed. After all, the shares in Baiwang Jewelry still had some appreciation potential, which was better than taking cash. If there's nothing else, I'll head back. By the way, Brother Lin, does my son still need to take medicine? Zhou Baiwang asked. No need. If you're worried, you can call a doctor back. Just make sure he doesn't take the wrong medicine. Okay. Zhou Baiwang nodded. Lin Fan left with Zheng Xiaoqing. Song Yuanshan was a bit afraid of Zhou Baiwang and followed Lin Fan out of the villa's hall. Lin Fan, thank you. Song Yuanshan felt as if he had been given a new lease on life. You should thank Zhou Baiwang for that too. 5 billion. If he hadn't been willing to take out so much money, I wouldn't have acted. Xiaoqing, let's go back. Chapter 63. Shares in hand. Song Schwerer did not expect Song Yuanshan to say these words and was slightly stunned. Could it be that her father had really changed his ways? Schwerer, do you like Lin Fan? Song Yuanshan asked softly. Song Schwerer nodded and then shook her head. Her face flushed, and she denied, that's not true. Dad can see it. Song Yuanshan said, with a man as sought after as Lin Fan. You need to step up your game. I see that Zheng Xiaoqing also seems to be interested in him. Don't let her get ahead of you. Strive to make it happen. Song Schwerer rolled her eyes. Dad, you just said you wouldn't interfere in my love life. Am I not helping you? No need. This is my own business. You can go back. Song Yuanshan didn't say more. He felt there was no point in staying, so he left. At this time, Yang Lin also finished work. She changed into a new outfit and prepared to go home. Mr. Lin, I'm heading back. Lin, don't let your mom take that prescription anymore. Lin Fan calculated the time and felt it was about time. Mr. Lin, are you saying my mom's illness is cured? She doesn't need to take medicine anymore? Lin Fan shook his head. Not yet. Chapter 60. For the energetic young man, you know my grandfather? Wu Yutong asked in confusion. Of course, if you can't make a decision, call your grandfather over. Lin Fan was losing patience. Okay, wait a moment. This was something Wu Yutong really couldn't handle. She took out her phone and called her grandfather, Wu Qing-song. Vice President Wu Qing-song was in a meeting. After hearing the situation, he brought several doctors from a hospital. "Dad, why are you here?" When he saw Lin Fan, Wu Qing-song exclaimed Dad without thinking. Wu Qing-song, with a head full of white hair. Calling young man Dad was quite a comical scene. Wu Qing-song's attitude was respectful as he approached Lin Fan. "Good son, help me with the discharge procedures," Lin Fan said. "Grandpa, you." Wu Yutong pointed at Lin Fan and then looked at Wu Qing-song again. "Grandpa, are you confused?" "I'm not confused. This is the divine doctor I mentioned to you this afternoon," Wu Qing-song said seriously. "He is the one who cured Zhou Baiwang's son?" Wu Yutong looked somewhat surprised. If this hadn't happened in their hospital, she really wouldn't have believed it. "It's him," Wu Qing-song said. Lin Fan turned his head to look at the several doctors behind him. Chapter 65, The 12 Billion Land. Feel free to find whoever you want. By the way, I live not far ahead. Whenever you have enough people, you can come over anytime. Lin Fan was not afraid of them. Such reckless, energetic young men should be taught a lesson. The two energetic young men exchanged glances. "Let's race. If you can beat us, we'll submit to you." "Yeah. If you win, we'll call you Big Brother." The two seemed a bit thick-headed. "Why should I race with you?" "Xiaoqing, let us go back." Lin Fan didn't want to waste time on those two. "Are you afraid? Let's make a bet. If you win, those two cars are yours." The fat guy pointed at the Porsche and Jaguar. Lin Fan suddenly stopped. Although those two cars were only worth around 2 million combined. Since they were being offered to him for free, how could he refuse? Moreover, Lin Fan wanted to take this opportunity to have some fun at the racetrack. "Okay, I agree," the fat guy said, "but I haven't finished speaking yet. If you lose, you have to let us drive your Koenigsegg for a year. Also, you have to call us Big Brother from now on." Chapter 66, Show Off Driving Skills. I have someone to meet. Lin Fan said, "You're here to race too, right? You could teach us. We don't really understand." The two young ladies were not willing to let Lin Fan go easily. There were too many sports cars in the parking lot, but none could compare to Lin Fan's Koenigsegg. Those who can afford this level of luxury car definitely have a significant identity. At this moment, Qin Shoxing and Fan Tong came over with their entourage. "I thought you wouldn't dare to come," Qin Shoxing sneered. Lin Fan got out of the car and didn't waste any words. "How do we compare? Do you see the racetrack here? Starting from the starting point, whoever completes 5 laps first wins. The racetrack here is built against the mountains and is very steep. It seems this is your first time here, so we won't bully you. You could just drive your own Koenigsegg. The Koenigsegg accelerates quickly, and their Porsches and Jaguars can't compete. However, the track is full of curves, so even if it can take off, it won't help." This is exactly where Qin Shoxing and Fan Tong's confidence lies. After all, they're already used to this track. No need for the sake of fairness. "I'll switch to another car." Qin Shoxing glanced at the few people behind him. "My friends here all have sports cars. You can choose one." Chapter 67. The Killer. When I give you 3 seconds. If you don't tell the truth, I'll break your legs first. Although Lin Fan had him under control, the scar-faced man still had a fierce look in his eyes. "Good." Lin Fan held a gold brick and smashed it down on the scar-faced man's knee. The scar-faced man let out a heart-wrenching scream, nearly fainting from the pain. The intense pain made his face turn pale. "Still not going to talk? Then the next thing I'm going to smash is your fingers." The scar-faced man didn't expect Lin Fan to be so ruthless. If he had known this, he wouldn't have taken a job. "I admire you," Lin Fan sneered, swinging the gold brick down again. "Don't smash it, I'll talk." The scar-faced man finally got scared. However, the gold brick still came crashing down on his thumb. The scar-faced man screamed again. Lin Fan said apologetically, "Sorry, can't take it back." The scar-faced man was trembling all over. This guy was clearly doing it on purpose. "Now you can talk." Lin Fan put the gold brick back into the system space and casually picked up the dagger on the ground. The scar-faced man gritted his teeth and said, "If I tell you, will you let me go?" Chapter 69. Celebrating with wine. No need to handle it. Just kill him and we can leave, escape abroad, and the police won't be able to find us. The killer said proudly. "What if it's the kind that leaves no traces?" Lin Fan continued to ask, "Brother, are you afraid the police will trace it back to you? Just get some gasoline, burn down this old factory, and there won't be any evidence left. Good. Drive Su Jiangwen's car in." Lin Fan nodded and gave the order. Lin Fan was afraid the killer would escape, so he stayed close. Thus, the killer drove Su Jiangwen's sports car into the old factory, found a tube, and siphoned gas from the tank. The old factory was filled with the pungent smell of gasoline. "All right, now we just need to ignite the gasoline to destroy the scene." The killer took out a lighter from his pocket and said with a proud smile. Didn't he notice Lin Fan quietly pulling out the gold brick? Smack! Lin Fan knocked out the two killers and tossed them into the old factory. Sorry, you know too much. Come along with Su Jiangwen. That way you won't be lonely on the road to the underworld. Lin Fan ignited the gasoline. Boom! Chapter 70. Commercial Street. The secretary named Xiao Xiao smiled without saying a word. Didn't my dad say I'm always idle? Today I'll let him see. The office door opened, and Lin Fan and Zhao Yang walked in. This is Mr. Lin Fan, the chairman of our Chu Phone Group. Zhao Yang's face didn't look good, but he still patiently introduced him. After all, Zhang Guojun's identity was quite significant. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Zhang Guojun. My dad is the chairman of Longjiang Group, Zhang Guojun said, with a cigarette in his mouth, extending his hand. He still wanted to shake hands with Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't even look at Zhang Guojun and sat down in the office chair. Zhang Guojun's hand was just hanging there, feeling awkward and extremely annoyed. This Lin Fan actually gave him no face. Are you looking to cooperate with our company? Lin Fan was even more arrogant than Zhang Guojun, leaning back in the office chair and starting to file his nails. Zhang Guojun frowned and said coldly, Isn't that land in Dongqing district going to be developed? Our Longjiang Group will invest 3 billion, and when the project is completed, I want half of the profits. Lin Fan laughed as if mocking Zhang Guojun. Do you know how much my land is worth? Of course I know. Isn't it just over 10 billion? Chapter 71. A bunch of sycophants seeing his son's bad mood. Zhang Baojing asked, Dad, that person is the chairman of Chu Phone Group, Lin Fan. Zhang Guojun pointed at Lin Fan, gritting his teeth. Hearing his son's words, Zhang Baojing frowned as well. He had already heard that when his son went to Chu Phone Group to discuss cooperation today, he was directly kicked out by Lin Fan. This Lin Fan really doesn't know how to appreciate a toast, and only knows how to drink a punishment drink. Lin Fan, who is that person? Zheng Xiaoqing asked from the side. I don't know. Lin Fan just smiled. At this moment, Zhang Baojing and Zhang Guojun had already arrived in front of Lin Fan. I am Zhang Baojing, chairman of Longjiang Group. Director Zhang, let's have a good chat. Zhang Baojing said with a faint smile. Chairman of Longjiang Group? Upon hearing the other party's identity, Zheng Xiaoqing was a bit surprised and felt a hint of pressure. This Zhang Baojing didn't come with good intentions. What do you want with Lin Fan? However, Lin Fan's expression remained very calm. I don't know you. Lin Fan certainly understood Zhang Baojing's purpose. The other party was merely eyeing the land in his hands. But Lin Fan was not someone to be easily bullied. If they wanted to cooperate, they could dream on. Zhang Baojing sneered. Young people are too confident. Sometimes that is not a good thing. Chapter 72. Using medicine, it's Zhou Baiwang. How could he speak for Lin Fan? You all don't know. I've heard that Zhou Baiwang's son was cured by Lin Fan. The crowd began to discuss among themselves. As for that group of sycophants, once they recognized Zhou Baiwang's identity, they were all too scared to speak. With Zhou Baiwang stepping forward, Zhang Baojing and Zhang Guojun were also stunned. They did not expect Zhou Baiwang to have such a good relationship with Lin Fan. This made it much harder to deal with Lin Fan. You say I don't understand painting? Very well. Lin Fan took a piece of rice paper and spread it out on the table. Then he picked up a brush. Lin Fan's movements were quick, flowing like clouds and water. As the outline of the landscape painting gradually took shape, the onlookers were also shocked. Lin Fan's movements were skillful. After 3 to 4 minutes, a captivating landscape painting was completed. The scene depicted rolling mountains and swirling white mist, providing a strong visual impact. This is what a painting should be. Lin Fan put down a brush. Looking at the lively landscape painting on the table, everyone was dumbfounded. The painting's interplay of light and shadow made one feel as though they were in the scene. Even the president of the Painters Association felt inferior. Chapter 73. An 80 million painting, the starting price is 10 million, and each bid must not be less than 100,000. Now please bid. As the host's words fell, the president of the Painters Association stood up. I bid 50 million. The old man had already set his sights on Lin Fan's painting. How could he let such a good opportunity slip away? 50 million? There was a stir in the venue. The crowd began to discuss among themselves. This old man was actually willing to put out 50 million. Some people had also set their sights on this painting, but with the price jumping to 50 million, how can anyone else bid? Many shook their heads and chose to give up. I bid 55 million. Zhou Baiwang also placed a bid. He had a hobby of collecting ancient paintings, and to be honest, this landscape painting created by Lin Fan could definitely be considered top-notch. I bid 60 million. Tang Yixing spoke up. The painting was too beautiful, and moreover, it was created by Lin Fan. Tang Yixing was determined to win it. 60,010,000. The president of the Painters Association gritted his teeth and called out again. This price was already his limit. If Tang Yixing and Zhou Baiwang raised their bids again, he would be a loss. 70 million. 75 million. Chapter 74. The buyer Zheng Ming grimaced. Wen, I just graduated and don't have that much money. I don't care. Han Wen picked up a cup from the table and took a small sip of water. Isn't your sister rich? You can ask her for it. Han Wen knew that Zheng Xiaoqing's salary was quite high. Zheng Xiaoqing explained, I studied abroad before and borrowed a lot of money. I just finished paying it back. Wen, discuss with your family to see if the betrothal price can be lower. As for buying a house, you need to give my brother some time. Han Wen had a blank expression. Sorry, I can't wait. Suddenly, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Zheng Xiaoqing continued. Actually, you could rent a house first. Renting a house? That's not possible. Now that Zheng Ming and I are getting married, shouldn't you, as the older sister, help out? Zheng Xiaoqing was at a loss for words. She wanted to help, but where could she find so much money? Do you think houses in the Magic City are cheap? At this moment, Lin Fan also arrived. Sorry, I'm late. Xiaoqing, this must be your brother, right? Lin Fan looked at Zheng Ming. Zheng Ming gave Lin Fan the impression that this person was a bit simple-minded. Chapter 75. The Robot Baby, it's not an acquisition. I hold 80 of the shares in Hengtian Pharmaceuticals. Lin Fan said. Zheng Xiaoqing was very surprised. No way. How many companies do you have? Now Zheng Xiaoqing was overwhelmed. You'll know in the future. This question, Lin Fan couldn't answer, so he could only keep it a mystery. Are you trying to kill me with work? Then you give me Lin. Zheng Xiaoqing said unhappily. What do you want Lin for? Xiaoqing, do you have some special preference? Lin Fan looked at Zheng Xiaoqing with a strange expression. What are you thinking? Zheng Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at Lin Fan. What I mean is, let Lin follow me in the future. She's smart and works hard. It's a waste for her to be a maid in the manor. All right, Lin Fan agreed. The next morning. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the robot baby. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing one. 45 billion Huaxia coins. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing 1 billion Do coins. Robot baby? Lin Fan recalled the mechanical dog he drew last time. But this robot is called Baby. Could it be a whiny creature? 1. 45 billion in cash. Chapter 76. Princess Taiping beautiful as it is, but Qinlan's figure is just so. It's not that my driving skills are great. It's that your brother is too weak. Lin Fan said with a smile. Beside him, the robot baby was giving Lin Fan a massage. Did you bring the money? Qinlan took out a bank card. There's a million in here. But I want to bet with you. If you can beat me, I'll give you my Porsche sports car. But if you lose, you have to return this million. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Why should I compete with you? Since going to the racetrack once, Lin Fan felt that it was no longer novel. Lin Fan also didn't want to bully women. Qinlan said, because I don't accept it. I'm not going to race cars with you. I'll play chess with you. How about that? Lin Fan felt that this woman was too annoying. Since you want to donate money so badly, I'll indulge you. Xiaoing, do you know how to play chess? Xiaoing glanced at Qinlan and said, Master, I don't want to bully her. Xiaoing was a robot and had stored a lot of information in its brain. Chess was a piece of cake for Xiaoing. Even a 128-core computer might not be able to beat Xiaoing in a match. Chapter 77. Causing a stir. Vice President Wu. I heard your hospital cured a patient with late-stage lung cancer. Is that true? Several reporters came to Wu Qingsong's office. It is true, but that patient was not cured by our hospital's doctors. We just published the test results. A reporter questioned, with current medical technology, we can only extend the survival period of late-stage lung cancer patients. Vice President Wu, do you know what this result implies? Wu Qingsong replied, that's a fact. We have published the test results online. If you don't believe it, you can go check. Liu asked further, you said the patient was not cured by your hospital. So may I ask, who has such amazing medical skills? I have no comment on that. However, you will know soon. Wu Qingsong was annoyed because after the results were published, reporters from major media outlets came to him, including some from abroad, all with a skeptical attitude. After all, with current medical conditions, cancer cannot be completely cured. But the Central Hospital of Magic City suddenly announced this news, making it hard not to cause a stir. Chapter 78. Song Shuet starts a live stream. As for dealing with Lin Fan, that could wait. Zhou Haifeng left the hospital. Dr. Lin, fortunately you arrived in time. The vice president sighed in relief. It's fine now. Everyone disperse. Wu Qing-song told the hospital security to leave. Lin, are you okay? Lin Fan looked at Yang Linlin. Yang Linlin shook her head. How could Zhou Haifeng trouble you? Lin Fan felt that this matter was not that simple. Yang Linlin asked in confusion, I don't know. Those people came in and said I owed them money and wanted to take me away. Hearing Yang Linlin say this, Lin Fan suddenly understood. I get it. Zhou Haifeng must have come for the prescription. Lin Fan's prescription could cure lung cancer, and Zhou Haifeng's father ran a pharmaceutical company. They certainly wanted to obtain the prescription. After all, the temptation of that prescription was too great. If I had known this earlier, I should have given Zhou Haifeng a good beating just now. A couple of slaps would have been too good for him. Lin, you're not very safe right now. You should move to the manor to live. No need, mister. Lin, it's okay. Lin Fan was concerned about Yang Linlin, and, at the same time, he didn't want his prescription to leak out. Chapter 79. I'll give you a word. Scram Su Xiao from Yinjing sent a carnival gift worth 10 in Song Schwerner's livestream. Su Xiao from Yinjing had already started sending gifts. He was trying to attract Song Schwerner's attention, but Lin Fan's appearance disrupted his plan. This absolutely could not be tolerated. Is it a competition of wealth? Come on. Lin Fan also ignored the messages from Song Schwerer and started sending gifts. The most expensive gift on Douyin seemed to be the carnival. Otherwise, Lin Fan really wanted to send out 1 million at once. The popularity of Song Schwerner's live stream began to soar. What's going on? The audience who just entered the live stream was puzzled. They only saw 2 people crazily sending gifts. Dude, is your money blown in by the wind? When Su Xiao from Yinjing sent out 60 more carnivals, his gift-sending speed began to slow down because he didn't have much money left. Looking at Lin Fan, he was still sending gifts like crazy. Soon, Lin Fan sent out 500,000 in cash. Lin Fan stopped, realizing that Su Xiao from Yinjing had gone silent. Did this guy run away? That's no fun. Why run away if you can't compete? Thanks to Su Xiao from Yinjing. Thank you for still owing me 400,000. Chapter 80 suggests cutting it off. These two actually had the nerve to come and talk about cooperation. They really had thick skin. They even promised to give Lin Fan a 1% profit, which was outrageous. Zhou Yuzhong was displeased, but did not show it. So, it seems Dr. Lin is still angry with you. Hurry up and apologize to him. Zhou Yuzhong gave Zhou Haifeng a meaningful look. If an apology could win Lin Fan's cooperation, that would be great. Elena Fan, Im Suri. Zhou Haifeng bent down in front of Lin Fan. Zhou Haifeng knew how to distinguish between priorities. As long as Lin Fan agreed to cooperate, they would have endless money. Lin Fan looked at Zhou Haifeng and suddenly smiled. Since you're here to apologize, is this all the sincerity you have? Lin Fan was well aware of the ulterior motives in their hearts. Dr. Lin, then you can propose a condition. Zhou Yuzhong said. Sure, have your son kneel down and apologize to me. Lin Fan casually ate an apple. Lin Fan, don't go too far. Sure enough, Zhou Haifeng was provoked, and his expression instantly darkened. That prescription has already been obtained by us. You want to get a single cent. Lin Fan sneered. 1% profit? You might as well give it to a beggar. Chapter 81. Exchange with the Qingnong book. Zhang Guojun's face turned red. Lin Fan, you came here to cause trouble. Cut it off? How can that thing be cut off just like that? It's ridiculous that Lin Fan would say such a thing. Cause trouble? Lin Fan smiled and said, Vice President Wu, tell him, if I'm a doctor. Wu Qingsong nodded and said to Zhang Guojun, Mr. Lin is a miracle doctor. Since Dr. Lin has said so, there must be a reason. Zhang Guojun angrily said, I think you are deliberately targeting me. Discharge me, I want to be treated. Zhang Guojun felt that he had lost all his dignity. The illness he couldn't speak was unexpectedly known to his rival, Lin Fan. He was furious. Zhang Guojun was very confused because his body was fine just a couple of days ago. Suddenly, there was a problem, and yet no one could find any issues. Zhang Guojun, let me put it this way, the illness you can only be resolved by cutting it out. There's no other way. Lin Fan tried hard to suppress his laughter. This guy Zhang Guojun, isn't he trying to compete with me? Let us see who can laugh last. Lin Fan, stop scaring people here. Our matter is not over yet. We'll see. Zhang Guojun did not believe Lin Fan's words. He got out of bed, put on his shoes, and stormed out of the ward in a fit of rage. Chapter 82. Longjiang Group is finished the next morning. Lin Fan got up and stretched lazily. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing 60 of Wanzhong Bank's shares. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing 1 billion Huaxia coins. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring hacker proficiency. Wanzhong Bank. Lin Fan never expected that he would actually draw a bank. In Huaxia, the vast majority of banks are state-owned enterprises, and private banks are extremely rare. The Wanzhong Bank that Lin Fan drew is a private bank. Although it has not yet gone public, its valuation has already reached 80 billion. With 60 of the shares in hand, that amounts to 48 billion. My goodness. Since activating the system, this is the first time Lin Fan has drawn something so valuable. Love it. After upgrading to version 30, the amount of Huaxia coins drawn has also increased. Moreover, the fluctuations are not as dramatic as before. Hacker proficiency? Use it for me. No matter if it's useful or not, let us use it first. As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, a flood of information regarding hacking techniques surged into his mind. Lin Fan was in a good mood today. After all, he drew something good early in the morning. Chapter 83. Seeking peace. How is this possible? Is our server really out of our control? The manager looked incredulous and extremely angry. The current situation is indeed like this. The technical department was at a loss. Why don't we just shut down the server? Someone suggested. Are you crazy? Do you know how much we would lose in a day if we shut down the server? The manager shook his head in disagreement. By the way, manager, it seems that other platforms are encountering this situation too. Oh, the manager checked the homepage of other news platforms. Indeed, everyone is the same. Their homepages have all been hijacked by that article. It's already quite obvious that someone is targeting Longjiang Group from behind. Longjiang Group is indeed unfortunate. I wonder which big shot they offended. Let us report it, and everyone think of a way. If it really doesn't work, we might have to turn a blind eye. I hope the person who hacked our server doesn't go too far. The same situation also occurred on several other news platforms in the country. Everyone was at a complete loss. The uproar caused by that article was escalating. Chapter 84. Going to Yanjing, to the victor go the spoils. Zhang Baojing was now filled with nothing but regret. If he could choose again, he would definitely not offend Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Baojing and his son with interest and sneered. Weren't you two very arrogant before? Now you regret it? These two had previously resorted to any means to obtain Lin Fan's land worth 12 billion, but in the end, they ended up with nothing and brought trouble upon themselves. No, Director Lin, please have mercy and let us go. Unfilial son, hurry up and apologize to Director Lin. Zhang Baojing glared fiercely at his son Zhang Guojun. Even at this point, can't you put aside your pride? Indeed, at this moment, Zhang Guojun's face was flushed, and his fists were tightly clenched. He was unwilling to be defeated like this, especially to Lin Fan. Hurry and apologize. Zhang Baojing kicked his son's backside. Director Lin. Soda. Finally, Zhang Guojun lowered his head. The bankruptcy of Longjiang Group was imminent, and the trouble was just beginning. If Lin Fan did not let them go, they would definitely be finished. Director Lin, how about we just let this matter pass? Also, our Longjiang Group need a loan of about 10 billion. Could you consider it? Chapter 85. Senior sister Wang Yana Lin Fan checked online and found that Tianyu Software Company was in Yanjing. Moreover, it was a listed company with a market value of over 90 billion. Mixed Element Xingyi Tai Chi System. Why do I feel like I've heard this name somewhere? However, the system did not respond. Forget it. Use the skill for me. Soon, the skill for Mixed Element Xingyi Tai Chi was activated by Lin Fan. This Tai Chi is similar to the last one he drew, also capable of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Lin Fan got up and stretched his muscles. Master, breakfast is ready. A sweet voice came from outside the door. Okay, I'll be down soon. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Lin Fan went to eat breakfast. Lin Fan, the airport replied, saying the flight can take off at 10 o'clock. Zheng Xiaoqing said, while eating breakfast. Okay, I might not be back that soon, so please take care of things here for me. Lin Fan had never been to Yanjing, and of course, he wanted to have a good time for a few days. Zheng Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at Lin Fan, as if you've ever taken care of the company's matters. Also, nowadays, all the companies under Lin Fan's name are managed by Zheng Xiaoqing. Lin Fan is just a hands-off manager. Chapter 86. Drawn to the courtyard, then why are you still following me? Wang Yana was somewhat displeased. These two colleagues, who had just looked down on her, now wanted to take a private plane. The speed of their change in attitude was quite fast. We haven't taken a private plane yet, right? We just want to experience it with you. Wang Yana's two colleagues, with thick skin, looked at Lin Fan with changed expressions. They all knew that someone who could afford a private plane must be wealthy. Taking a plane is one thing. Knowing Lin Fan is another. Yana, I didn't notice earlier, but your junior looks quite handsome. Lin Fan, what do you do? Xiao Wei and Cindy changed their previously cold attitude. The admiration in their eyes when looking at Lin Fan was evident. A handsome and wealthy man. Isn't this the ideal partner? Truly, heaven has eyes to arrange such a fate. However, Lin Fan's next sentence instantly froze the smiles on their faces. Sorry, there are no extra seats on my flight. Lin Fan did not have a good impression of these two women. Besides, he liked peace and did not want to be disturbed by their chatter. Xiao Wei and Xin, he looked a bit awkward. Chapter 87. The meal was not in vain. Are you two leaving or not? If not, then move aside. From the BMW behind, Su Dekhang leaned out to urge. Soon, he noticed Lin Fan. It was this guy. Su Dekhang recognized Lin Fan immediately as he had met him yesterday. His face showed hostility because Lin Fan was too close to Wang Yana, and they had even had dinner together last night. Su Dekhang regarded Lin Fan as a rival in love and immediately got out of the car. Deputy Minister Su. This person says he wants to see our general manager. The security guard said. Su Dekhang did not believe Lin Fan knew their general manager. He walked up to Lin Fan and sneered, Kid, you're here to see Yana, right? What does that have to do with you? Lin Fan did not expect to run into such a person right away, which really affected his mood. It has a lot to do with me. Su Dekhang said coldly. I warn you, stay away from Yana in the future, understood? Su Dechang's tone carried a threat. Are you sick? What if I am here to see Yana? What business is it of yours? Master, should I let Xiaoying take action? Xiaoying in the passenger seat was already ready to act. No need. Lin Fan shook his head. Such a small character didn't even have the qualification to make them take action. Chapter 88. Li Xiling after leaving Tianyu Software Company. Lin Fan took Xiaoying for a stroll. However, without the sports car, Lin Fan felt a bit out of place. All right. Lin Fan almost forgot that he had drawn a Lamborghini Veneno from the system, but he had not retrieved it yet. Immediately, Lin Fan returned to the Baihao Hotel and went to the underground parking lot. Taking advantage of no one being around, Lin Fan said, System, extract the Lamborghini Veneno for me. System, considering the traffic restrictions in Yanjing, the system grants the host a local license plate. The license plate information is being generated. Generation successful. A flash of white light passed. Soon, the Lamborghini Veneno appeared in the adjacent parking space. The white body of the Lamborghini Veneno was extremely dazzling. When Lin Fan saw the license plate hanging on the front, he couldn't help but exclaim, Awesome. The license plate read, Jingji 88888. Now, that was impressive. Lin Fan couldn't help but praise the system a few times. Checking the time, it was almost time. Lin Fan drove the Lamborghini Veneno to the Medical Research Institute. Of course, he had to bring Xiaoying along. With the local license plate, Lin Fan had a smooth journey. Half an hour later, Lin Fan arrived at the Huaxia Medical Research Institute. Chapter 89. Go down and ask. As soon as Lin Fan made his move, he created 2 medical miracles. This was Lin Fan's strength. Li Xiling asked with interest that Zhou Baiwang's son seems to have congenital heart disease. In fact, Li Xiling had already seen the information. But she asked this to test Lin Fan. That's right. Lin Fan said Zhou Baiwang brought in a swindler, and it backfired, nearly costing his son his life. If I hadn't stepped in, his son would have been dead already. It sounded like Lin Fan was a bit arrogant, but it was the truth. Li Xiling smiled and said, I heard you took 2.5 billion from Zhou Baiwang. Lin Fan did not deny it, taking money to help others. I returned Zhou Baiwang a healthy son. I feel like 2.5 billion is still too little. There was no helping it. Who told us we had that kind of strength? If it were someone else, they wouldn't even be able to make a profit. You're quite honest. Li Xiling smiled and shook her head. 2 days ago, Honghu Pharmaceutical announced that they have also developed a drug to cure lung cancer. I want to know if you have any cooperation with them? No. Lin Fan explained, they just took a useless prescription for me. Chapter 90. You may not be very clear about Lin Fan's identity. He owns several companies, with assets exceeding 100 billion. So, I believe Lin Fan is very confident. Otherwise, he wouldn't take this risk. Indeed, Lin Fan was not lacking money at the moment. The few old men were silent for a while, weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, another old man spoke up. I have also seen those 2 medical reports. To be honest, I don't really believe it. One is in the late stage of lung cancer, and the other has congenital heart disease and is about to run out of breath. This is equivalent to being sentenced to death. However, Lin Fan created two miracles, and in the shortest time, he made both patients healthy. Who would believe that? But the test results are right there. Li Xiling took out two documents from the drawer and said, "If you don't believe it, you can take another look. This is the test report from the Central Hospital of Magic City. It can't be fake. Moreover, there should be friends of yours in the Central Hospital of Magic City. You can inquire and find out." The old men fell silent again. This was such an important matter. They had to be extra cautious. Chapter 91. Big Star Lin Fan. I originally wanted to invite you for some law fight, but unfortunately, there isn't any here. Chang Junkai said regretfully. Suya leaned closer to Lin Fan and whispered, "My cousin hit his head in the door when he was little. You don't need to mind him. Sometimes he just likes to show off. Let me tell you, he actually lives off women." Lin Fan smiled. He could tell that this Chang Junkai was a bit foolish. "By the way, Lin Fan, why didn't T, the friend you brought, come in? That is my cousin. She is on a diet, so she is not eating. Although Xiaoing was also there. She was just standing outside the door. We came all the way here. It's not right not to eat something. So yes, if it's fine. Don't worry about her. The dishes and tea come out yet, but the 2 bottles of beer that Chang Junkai ordered were served first. Lin Fan, let's have a drink." Lin Fan did not refuse. "So yeah, what do you do now?" Lin Fan was curious. "So yes, if I work at my uncle's pharmaceutical company, and I'm currently the deputy manager of marketing." "Not bad." "Lin Fan, when are you going back to Magic City?" "Not determined yet. I'll play for a few days first." Lin Fan was not in a hurry to go back. After all, the matter of the drug being launched was still pending. Chapter 92. Abandon What Happened, Xiao Lu. A woman in her 30s approached Han Xiao Lu with a frown. She was Han Xiao Lu's agent. "Feng Ye. These people are too arrogant. They even dare to hit me. Look, my face is all swollen now. How am I supposed to shoot later?" Han Xiao Lu pointed at his face, furious. "You dare to hit Xiao Lu? Don't you know who he is?" The agent named Feng Jie was also angry. If the shoot couldn't proceed tonight, they would lose a lot of money. It was clearly you who started it, with Lin Fan backing him. Chang Junkai felt more confident. "I'll hit you, you deserve it. I swear I'll break your legs." Han Xiu Lu pointed at Chang Junkai, his eyes red with rage. Then he looked at Lin Fan and added, "And you won't get away either. Go ahead, beat them up first." Han Xiao Lu ordered the people behind him. "Before you act, you better check my identity." Han Xiao Lu mocked. "Humph. What identity could you possibly have? Are you more powerful than me?" The agent Feng Jie thought of a Lamborghini Veneno parked in the parking lot, and her expression changed immediately. Chapter 93. Violent Baby without the protection of a company. Han Xiao Lu was nothing. This time, Han Xiao Lu realized he was completely finished. "Mr. Lin, I know I was wrong. Please let me go." Han Xiao Lu knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. He had already been banned and would have to pay a large amount of penalty fees. The reason was that he had been too arrogant. If he had been a bit more low-key, this wouldn't have happened. "So unlucky, Lin Fan. Let's eat somewhere else." "So Lin Fan." Lin Fan nodded and looked at Chang Junkai. "Where to you just hit? Make this guy pay for your medical expenses. You name a price. I'll pay whatever it is." Han Xiao Lu didn't dare to say no. Right now, he just wanted to get Lin Fan out of there as soon as possible. Chang Junkai's eyes lit up. Wasn't Han Xiao Lu a big star? He had to make a hefty profit today. 30 million. Chang Junkai said coldly. "One slap for 30 million, that is not a loss at all. On the contrary, I'm making a big profit." This was such a good deal that Chang Junkai wanted to stick by Lin Fan's side in the future. 30 million? I don't have that much money. How about I give you 10 million? Han Xiao Lu said in a negotiating tone. Chapter 94. Accident. Lin Fan originally wanted to get some useful information out, but now, someone was dead. "Good master, from now on, Xiaoing will be more gentle." Xiaoing said, "By the way, master, there is still one survivor outside. From their looks, they seem to be after your good friend Suya. I noticed. As soon as those people acted, they went straight for Suya. And one more thing, they wanted to capture Suya alive. Because just now, when the gun was fired, that man only targeted Xiao Ying and Lin Fan. As for why they were doing this, Lin Fan had no idea. Let's go take a look." Lin Fan took Xiao Ying out of the mall. "Lin Fan, are you okay?" At this moment, a few patrolling police officers had arrived on the scene, and Suya was also being protected. Seeing Lin Fan come out safe and sound, Suya finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Suya, do you have some kind of secret?" Lin Fan, Suya didn't know how to explain to Lin Fan. She was also aware that those people were coming for her. If you don't want to say, then forget it. Suya thought for a moment and said, "I'll tell you in a few days." "Thank you, Lin Fan." Chapter 95. Golf course. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. It's like this back in my hometown. We like to refer to younger girls as younger sisters. There is nothing wrong with that. Xueqingzhu nodded, not wanting to dwell on this matter. Your younger sister killed several thugs with her bare hands, and she even punched through a car door with one hand. How do you explain that? Lin Fan thought for a moment and explained. Xiao Ying is my bodyguard who I brought from my hometown. She used to practice iron sandpalm. No, officer, we were just defending ourselves. If you want to ask about last night, I'm happy to cooperate, but if it involves personal matters, I have the right not to answer. Lin Fan felt that Xueqingzhu was not easy to fool. It was no wonder Xiao Ying's performance last night was so impressive that it caught the police's attention. I was just asking casually. After all, Mr. Lin is a billionaire. It's normal to have some secrets. Xueqingzhu didn't believe that Xiao Ying practiced iron sandpalm. Looking at Xiao Ying's delicate appearance, how could that be possible? Lin Fan was also speechless. Listening to this woman's tone, it felt strange. She had a serious face. If someone didn't know better, they might think Lin Fan owed her money. Chapter 96. Invincible fighter Jiang Yuntao, next to him, was also very angry. How dare someone cause trouble here? They must be tired of living. Lin Fan led Xiao Ying out of the office first, and Jiang Yuntao quickly followed. Outside the hall, a young man with a pale face was holding his right hand, screaming in pain. From the looks of the young man, he was also wealthy. Qian Xiao, what happened? Who hurt you? A few of the young man's friends rushed in, looking aggressive. It was her. Qian Haowei pointed at Xiao Ying, his face filled with anger. Just now, when he came here, he saw that Xiao Ying was beautiful and alone, so he had ill intentions. He didn't expect that just after saying a few lewd comments, he would have his hand broken by Xiao Ying. Qian Haowei could never have imagined that this girl, who looked like a cute little girl, was so powerful. Qian Xiao, you should go to the hospital, one of Qian Haowei's friends suggested. Go later, first capture her. I want to slowly deal with her. A cold glint flashed in Qian Haowei's eyes. Qian Haowei, you are being unreasonable. Do you know where this is? Jiang Yuntao stepped forward with authority. He clearly recognized the young man. Manager Jiang, this is my private matter. You better not interfere. Chapter 97. Compensation. Guo Kuanfeng did not take Lin Fan seriously, acting arrogantly. In his eyes, someone like Lin Fan was someone he could take on 10 of. Guo Kuanfeng stood still, letting the insults fly. You talk too much. Lin Fan stepped forward and threw a punch. Guo Kuanfeng did not avoid the punch. He anticipated that Lin Fan did not have much strength. For a professional boxer like him, taking hits was usually just a tickle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to say that Lin Fan could strike him 10 times. However, when Lin Fan threw a punch, the wind howled. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan's fist struck Guo Kuanfeng's chest. The people in the hall heard a dull thud, seemingly accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Indeed, Guo Kuanfeng's rib was broken. The intense pain made Guo Kuanfeng's face turn ashen, and he staggered back several steps. In the end, he lost his balance and fell straight to the ground. Guo Kuanfeng felt a tightness in his chest and difficulty breathing. Even the slightest movement caused him great pain. He regretted it. How could he have guessed that this Lin Fan was actually a master? Qian Haowei and his friends were dumbfounded. This was a boxing champion. And yet with just one punch, Guo Kuanfeng was down and out. Could this boxing champion be a fake? Chapter 98. Regret. Qian Wanxiang managed to get through to Zhou Baiwang's number. Hearing about Qian Wanxiang's trouble, Zhou Baiwang was somewhat reluctant to get involved. They only had a bit of cooperation and barely considered each other friends. Plus, Qian Wanxiang was not a pleasant person, so Zhou Baiwang typically didn't want to deal with him. Brother Baiwang, that guy has quite a background. Only you can help me. By the way, he said his name is Lin Fan, and he's very arrogant. Lin Fan? Zhou Baiwang suddenly became interested upon hearing the name. Did you confirm if it's the Lin Fan from Chu Feng Group? Qian Wanxiang replied. He said he's the chairman of Wanzhong Bank. It can't be wrong. Zhou Baiwang could confirm that the person who beat up Qian Wanxiang's son was the Lin Fan he knew. This Qian Wanxiang really doesn't know how to keep his eyes open. He actually offended Lin Fan. I'm coming over right away. Thank you, Brother Baiwang. Qian Wanxiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. What he didn't know was that Zhou Baiwang was not coming to help him. Qian Wanxiang put away his phone, turned to Lin Fan, and said proudly, Brother Baiwang has already agreed to come. Just wait. Dad, soon I'm going to make this Lin Fan kneel down and beg me. Chapter 99. Drug launch. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry about what happened last night. Gu Hongxin slightly lowered his head in front of Lin Fan. Although Han Xiaolu offended Lin Fan, This matter didn't have much to do with Jincheng Film and Television, but Gu Hongxin still wanted to improve his relationship with Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan was a shining new star in the Chinese business circle. At such a young age, his assets had already exceeded 100 billion, and his future was limitless. I heard that Zhou Baiwang has a good relationship with Lin Fan, so I took the initiative to come over. Jincheng Film and Television has already terminated the contract with Han Xiaolu. Additionally, as compensation, I have a villa in Yinjing worth over 300 million to give you. Gu Hongxin took out an agreement. Once signed, the villa would belong to Lin Fan. Lin Fan was not polite and said, Xiaoying, take it. Although Lin Fan already had a Sihiyuan in Yinjing, how could he refuse something offered to him? Over 300 million, though a bit less, was still acceptable. Xiaoying nodded and took the transfer agreement. Gu Hongxin suggested, Mr. Lin, I've already booked a table at the Four Seasons restaurant. Why don't we go have a meal together? I have an appointment and am not free. Chapter 100. Drug incident okay? Li Xiling didn't dare to directly ask for the Qing Nong book. After all, that was a national treasure. What if it got damaged? Lin Fan, you're here. Suya walked out of the kitchen carrying 2 plates of dishes. She was still wearing an apron, giving her a bit of a housewife charm. Just arrived. Lin Fan smiled. Wait a bit longer. We'll be able to eat soon. Suya put down the 2 plates and happily walked back into the kitchen. By the way, Dr. Li, may I ask you a question? What question? Lin Fan asked. Those people wanted to take Suya away last night. It must be because of you, right? I'm curious why they targeted you. Li Xiling hesitated for a while before saying, You're very clever. Those people indeed came for me. This might be related to several projects I'm researching, but what there involves confidentiality, so I can't conveniently tell you. Lin Fan did not press further. Since Li Xiling was from the Chinese Medical Research Institute, she must have some secrets. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Li Xiling went to open it and found that it was Chang Junkai. Chapter 101. The misfortune of the Zhou father and son. What's the smear campaign about? The company is in trouble now. Zhou Yuzhong was furious, throwing the materials he held at Zhou Haifeng. Seeing the hospitalized patients who had taken the medicine, Zhou Haifeng looked incredulous. This is impossible. Lin Fan clearly used this prescription to cure the late-stage lung cancer patient. It couldn't be that. Zhou Haifeng didn't believe the prescription would have issues. Did you get the wrong prescription? Zhou Yuzhong questioned. They had seen the hospital's examination data. Yang Linlin's mother was indeed completely healed. But when it came to them, it had turned out like this. Zhou Yuzhong was puzzled. The only explanation was that they had gotten the wrong prescription. Zhou Haifeng said, Dad, that's impossible. I checked the surveillance of that pharmacy. Yang Linlin bought the medicine on the prescription. Could it be that this is just a normal reaction? Zhou Yuzhong angrily said. Normal my ass. If only 1 or 2 patients had this situation, it could be explained. The problem is, all the patients who took the medicine have worsened. Zhou Haifeng also panicked. Dad, what do we do now? They are testing drugs illegally. If they get caught, prison is certain. Chapter 102. Threat. Zhou Yuzhong couldn't wait. He was eager to use Lin Fan's second prescription to save people. Lin Fan looked at the Zhou father and son with a mocking gaze and said, My medicine will be on the market soon. Do you think I need to sell it to you? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhou Yuzhong shook his head violently. With Zhou Yuzhong's connections, it was still not possible for Lin Fan to get the medicine on the market in such a short time. So Zhou Yuzhong did not believe it. You must be joking with us. All right, then you can treat it as if I'm joking. Lin Fan was too lazy to waste words with these 2 people and pressed the accelerator of the Lamborghini Veneno. Dr. Lin, don't go, we have something to say. You better get out of the way quickly. If I accidentally press the accelerator instead of the brake, you'll all be going to hell. Zhou Yuzhong and Zhou Haifeng had no choice but to beg for mercy. Dr. Lin, I'm sorry. It was our fault before. We shouldn't have secretly taken your prescription. Zhou Yuzhong and Zhou Haifeng regretted it. They didn't make any money and ended up in this situation. It was truly a case of losing the chicken and the rice. Don't you think it's too late to apologize now? Lin Fan clearly remembered how arrogant these 2 were on the first day they got the prescription. Chapter 103. Who's afraid of who, this brother? My name is Chang Junkai. May I ask how to address you? Chang Yunkai est Qin Shusing. I am Qin Shousheng. And this is my sister, Qin Lan. Upon hearing Qin Shousheng's name, Chang Junkai almost spat out the red wine he had just sipped. What a unique name. How do you know my elder brother? Chang Junkai tried to suppress his laughter and change the topic. The racetrack. As soon as racing was mentioned, Qin Shousheng became animated. Let me tell you, our elder brother is really cool when it comes to racing. Shang Yunkai looked at Lin Fan. Brother, We also have a racetrack in Yanjing. How about we go play tomorrow? Not going. Ever since he went to the racetrack once, Lin Fan felt there was no novelty in it anymore. Staying at home was more comfortable. Qin Shouxing laughed. No problem. I can take you. Actually, my driving skills are quite good. But tomorrow morning won't work. My sister has a chess competition, and I need to go cheer for her. Wait, your sister is called Qinlan? Chang Junkai looked at Qinlan again and finally recognized her. No wonder I found her so familiar. She is the #1 beauty in the chess world, Qinlan. Chapter 104. Scared to death, are you bringing up the law with me now? Just because you brought so many people to deal with me doesn't mean you're not breaking the law. Lin Fan scanned the people present and said coldly, drop your weapons and step aside. Otherwise, don't blame my bullets for being blind. The dozen or so people quickly put down their steel pipes and slowly stepped aside. They didn't dare to breathe loudly, looking at the Desert Eagle in Lin Fan's hand. Lin Fan walked over and coldly stared at the bald man. Are you the leader of these people? The bald man trembled in fear. Big brother, don't be impulsive. Let's talk. This Lin Fan actually had a gun. It was too crazy. If I had known this, I wouldn't have come with Zhou Haifeng tonight. How much did Zhou Haifeng pay you? 50 million. The bald man answered truthfully. Big brother, there are debts with their owners. Can you move the gun a little? Don't accidentally fire. The bald man said cautiously. Lin Fan turned to Zhou Haifeng. Zhou Haifeng, you can't play fair. So you resort to dirty tricks, huh? Speak up. How do you want to die? Zhou Haifeng was terrified and directly knelt on the ground. Lin Fan, I don't want to die. Let me go. Chapter 105. Arrogant Kikuzin Kenjin. Zhou Haifeng was scared, but he had seen clearly just now. Although the shapes of the two guns were similar, the muzzle of this toy gun was obviously not as big as the previous one. Lin Fan smiled. Officer, this guy is scared silly. If you don't believe it, I can take off my clothes for you to check. Carrying a toy gun is not illegal, right? The Desert Eagle handgun was stored in the system space. No one could find it. After saying that, Lin Fan was about to take off his clothes. All right, first come back with us to make a statement. Shui Qingzhu shot Lin Fan a glare. Whether you have a real gun or not, we will know after checking when we get back. Thus, Lin Fan and Xiao Ying were taken back to the police station. Lin Fan explained the situation clearly, and after an hour, the police let them go. As for Zhou Haifeng, hiring someone to commit a crime meant he would definitely go to jail. There was no more talking that night. System draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing 100 shares of the Four Seasons restaurant. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing 10 billion Huaxia coins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for mastering singing, dancing, and rapping. Lin Fan had eaten at the Four Seasons restaurant last night. I must say, the environment there was indeed quite nice. Chapter 106. Kikuzun Kenjin's identity. Seeing that islander, Qin Shouxing was very angry. And seeing what was happening in the private room, Lin Fan also frowned. An islander comes to Huaxia and acts so arrogantly. Mr. Kikuzun, I'm sorry. The restaurant manager was apologizing to Kikuzun Kenjin. What's the use of an apology? Clean up the wine on the floor. Hurry up. Kikuzun Kenjin and another islander had mocking expressions. Kikuzun Kenjin was also wearing glasses, giving him a somewhat scholarly but debauched appearance. In the private room, there was also a slightly plump middle-aged man who was acting as a translator. Get him. Beat him up. Lin Fan pointed at Kikuzun Kenjin and said to Chang Junkai and Qin Shouxing. Although Chang Junkai and Qin Shouxing were also very angry. Hitting someone was a bit difficult. Big brother, that guy is an islander. What if it causes a dispute? Lin Fan said coldly. He dares to cause trouble in my territory. If we don't beat him, should we just let him have kids? Do it. I'll take the blame if something happens. So the restaurant is your brother's? Why didn't you say so earlier? Chang Junkai and Qin Shouxing rolled up their sleeves and rushed into the private room. Beat him. The two knocked Kikuzun Kenjin to the ground and gave him a beating. Chapter 107. Condemnation. Lin Fan smiled, playing with the magical glasses in his hand. Not bad. It's actually high-tech. Qin Shouxing couldn't hold back his anger and rushed over, wanting to hit Kikuzun Kenjin again. This guy was cheating. I can't let him go. I need to beat him again. That's enough. The guy's already unconscious. Chang Junkai pulled Qin Shouxing and advised. However, Qin Shouxing was still spouting off. Big brother, give me those glasses. I want to expose him. Winning a few matches has gone to his head, and he mocks us Huaxia people. Turns out he won by cheating. I spit. Qin Shouxing spat at Kikuzun Kenjin. However, Lin Fan did not give the glasses to Qin Shouxing because he had his own plans. Meanwhile, Kikuzun Kenjin's friend looked anxious, calling for an ambulance. Lin Fan ignored him and called over the manager of the Four Seasons restaurant. Mr. Lin, thank you so much for earlier. If it weren't for Lin Fan stepping in, she might have really been bullied by Kikomura Kenji. Lin Fan waved his hand. It's nothing. After all, this is Lin Fan's restaurant, and he wouldn't let the Japanese act recklessly here. There should be surveillance cameras in the private room, right? Copy a video for me. Chapter 108. Back to Magic City. Kikomura, already knew about this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally called. I really don't know what to say to you. Can't you be a little low-key when you're in Huaxia? Kikomura Yanao's tone also carried a hint of anger. He knew that if this matter wasn't resolved well, his company would also be implicated. A few years ago, the 4-star mobile phones from South Korea were boycotted by the entire Huaxia, and as a result, they have now exited the Huaxia market. A large portion of Fongbin Automobile's business is in Huaxia, and once affected, it would suffer a huge blow. Kikomura Yanao didn't want to see such an ending. Uncle, I'm sorry, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. It's all that Huaxiao person, really too despicable. Kikomura Kenji said with a bitter face. Mentioning Lin Fan made him furious. Kikomura Yanao said, I've arranged for you to return to Japan tomorrow morning, so get ready. As for the follow-up matters, you don't need to worry about them. Kikomura Kenji exclaimed excitedly, Uncle, how can this be? Am I just going to take this beating for nothing? I'm not going back. No matter what, I want that Huaxiao person to pay the price. Kikomura Yanao angrily said, You're not satisfied with the trouble you've already caused, are you? Chapter 109. Drug Release Conference. After all, this matter had already spread online. In fact, at first, people online didn't know that Kikomura Kenji was beaten by Lin Fan. However, later, some bystanders of the scene posted additional videos, which led to Lin Fan's identity being recognized. Some curious netizens even found out that Lin Fan's assets exceeded 100 billion, causing quite a stir. Zheng Xiaoqing said, You felt good hitting someone, but now, trouble has come. The general manager of Xingxin Group just contacted me, saying that Fongbin Automobile has canceled its cooperation with Xingxin Group. Zheng Xiaoqing took a document and placed it in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at the document and immediately frowned. Xingxin Group, this was the automobile manufacturer Lin Fan had drawn from the system last time. This company had a partnership with Fongbin Automobile, and many patents were authorized by Fongbin Automobile. Now that Fongbin Automobile canceled their cooperation, it also meant that Xingxin Automobile could no longer obtain authorization. The only result would be production halting. After reading the document, Lin Fan was also surprised that Xingxin Group relied so heavily on Fongbin Automobile. No wonder Fongbin Automobile had been an industry giant for decades, accumulating a large number of patents. Chapter 110. Responding to doubts, the reporter sneered. Honghu Pharmaceuticals is a large pharmaceutical company. What about your Hengtian Pharmaceuticals? Its market value is only 7 billion. In terms of research and development capabilities, I think you are far behind Honghu Pharmaceuticals. And now, you actually say that Honghu Pharmaceuticals took your formula. Who can prove it? Facing the reporter's sharp questions, fortunately, Yang Linlin was prepared. Yang Linlin opened her computer and projected some data on the scene. This is some data on a lung cancer cure medication, and also, we have completed the procedures for the drug to be marketed. Although this is just a small-scale launch, it is enough to prove that the drug we developed is much earlier than Honghu Pharmaceuticals. Whether or not Honghu Pharmaceuticals took our formula, I believe you will judge for yourselves. Unsurprisingly, there was a stir in the audience. Hengtian Pharmaceuticals had completed the procedures for the market launch, which meant that the drug really had the miraculous effect of curing lung cancer. How could this be? It turned out to be true. Hengtian Pharmaceuticals really developed a drug that cures lung cancer. When Yang Linlin revealed the drug's market launch procedures, everyone was shocked. Those reporters who wanted to see Hengtian Pharmaceuticals make a fool of themselves were also stunned. Chapter 111. Mastering Assassination. Hearing Lin Fan say this, several bodyguards looked at the female reporter with a sinister smile. You. The female reporter's chest rose and fell violently with anger. She didn't expect Lin Fan to not play by the rules. Lin Fan sneered, What's wrong? Can you not even meet this small request? If you can't do it, then don't use that false sense of righteousness to constrain others. Watching the female reporter make a fool of herself, the domestic reporters couldn't help but laugh. It must be said that the pricing of this drug is really a big benefit for the Huaxia people. Of course, those foreign reporters were very frustrated. The female reporter gritted her teeth. Making a fool of herself in public made her very unhappy. Chairman Lin, I really didn't expect you, the chairman of Hung-Tien Pharmaceuticals, to say such things. After the press conference, I will make your words public. Lin Fan was unconcerned. Then let's see if you can still go back. What do you mean? Are you threatening me? Lin Fan called Yang Lin over to inquire about the female reporter's information. Although the female reporter was Huaxia, she was constantly targeting Hung-Tien Pharmaceuticals, which clearly indicated something was wrong. He wanted to investigate. Soon, Lin Fan learned the name of the female reporter. Chapter 112, Asking Lin Fan for Help. Durex. This is a company that manufactures balloons. What a coincidence. System, did you see something last night? Come clean. Lin Fan pressed. The system didn't know anything. Lin Fan asked several more questions, but the system did not respond. In the end, Lin Fan could only shake his head helplessly. Mastering assassination? System, do you want me to become an assassin? Use. A stream of information about assassination flooded into Lin Fan's mind. This information wasn't extensive, and Lin Fan quickly absorbed it. As Lin Fan reviewed the information, he found that most of it was about assassination techniques. Of course, there are also some combat skills. It could be said that Lin Fan was now also a qualified assassin. No, one should say he was an outstanding assassin. Lin Fan brushed his teeth, washed his face, and got up for breakfast. The manor was very quiet. At this time, everyone had gone out. Lin Fan went to the hall and found Zheng Xiaoqing playing with her phone on the sofa. You're finally up. Zheng Xiaoqing looked up and glanced at Lin Fan. Feeling Lin Fan's gaze was off, Zheng Xiaoqing frowned. Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Chapter 113, you can prepare for the aftermath if this matter can be settled. The shares of Honghu Pharmaceuticals would still be worth something. Lin Fan remained silent, waiting for Huang Yiwei to speak. Sure enough, Huang Yiwei became increasingly anxious. Mr. Lin, how about this? We'll give you 10 of Honghu Pharmaceuticals shares. Based on Honghu Pharmaceuticals' previous market value of 50 billion, 10 of the shares are worth about 5 billion. Of course, due to this incident, the market value is definitely not that high anymore. But in any case, Honghu Pharmaceutical still has some capital. After all, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Lin Fan extended 2 fingers and said lightly, I want 20. This made Huang Yiwei feel very troubled, because the board members didn't have many shares left either. But to save the company, they had no choice but to seek Lin Fan's help. All right, we will give it. Huang Yiwei looked pained, his expression as if he had eaten mouse droppings. Mr. Lin, I will have my assistant prepare the transfer agreement immediately. Please come with me to the hospital now. Why go to the hospital? Lin Fan asked while playing with his phone. Of course, to save someone. Lin Fan smiled and said, you go to Hung-Tien Pharmaceutical now, and I will have someone prepare the medicine to cure lung cancer. Chapter 114. Almost died of anger. Kong Xingjie initially thought his father still had a chance. But upon hearing the second half of Lin Fan's words, he immediately showed a sad expression. Is there really no hope? Mr. Lin, think of a way. Huang Yiwei beside him frowned. He didn't want to be implicated in this matter. Lin Fan remained silent. Of course he can be saved. However, you need to provide me with satisfactory compensation. Wu Qingsong glanced at Lin Fan and cooperated. Last time Zhou Baiwang's son was on the brink of death, he was still cured by Lin Shun. To cure your father, it may take a lot of Lin Shun's time and energy. By the way, last time Zhou Baiwang gave Lin Shun 5 billion. Wu Qingsong deliberately reminded Kong Xingjie. Lin Shun, please help and definitely cure my father. I beg you. Kong Xingjie grasped Lin Fan's hand, pleading desperately. Lin Fan was speechless. Why are you saying so much useless stuff? Can't you get to the point? Are all rich people this stingy? Just then, Kong Jingping, who was lying on a hospital bed, suddenly moved his fingers. Slowly, Kong Jingping opened his murky eyes. He had heard everything Lin Fan said. The strong desire to survive made Kong Jingping want to give it a try. He didn't want to die. Chapter 115. Assassination. Lin Fan's English was mediocre, and he asked these questions in Huaxia language. The secretary beside him was translating for Smith. Smith, with a cigarette in his mouth, took a contract from the secretary. That's right. I am Smith, the general manager of CK Pharmaceutical. This is the agency contract. The profits will be split 70-30. Smith smiled at Lin Fan. In his eyes, Lin Fan was just a lamb ready to be slaughtered. Lin Fan took the contract without looking at it. Although his English was not good, he could still understand the meaning of Smith's words. You take 70, I take 30? Lin Fan confirmed with a faint smile. Of course, we at CK Pharmaceutical will take 70 of the profits. You should know that your Hung-Tien Pharmaceutical is just a small company. Without our help, your medicine could never be pushed to the whole world. Smith was very proud. Get lost. Lin Fan's face darkened. This Smith was delusional, thinking he could take 70 of the profits. In your dreams. Lin Fan directly threw the contract into the trash can. Smith frowned and slammed the table. You dare tell me to get lost? Smith looked furious. Chapter 116. Automotive technology. Smith was quite tall, and his punch was powerful. However, the person he faced was Lin Fan. Even without killer skills, Lin Fan was still a man who had reached a high level in transformation. Dealing with Smith was more than enough. Lin Fan sidestepped to avoid Smith's strike. Smith missed and nearly fell to the ground. He wanted to continue attacking, but Lin Fan didn't give him another chance. Lin Fan didn't want to waste time. He quickly grabbed Smith by the collar and dragged him into the hotel stairwell. Smith struggled desperately, but was no match for Lin Fan. Eventually, Smith showed a fearful expression. What do you want to do? Guess? The stairwell was dimly lit. Smith looked at Lin Fan's vaguely visible face, trembling all over. At that moment, Smith saw a murderous intent in Lin Fan's eyes. How could he have imagined that this seemingly kind Huaxiao man could be so powerful? Are you a mercenary? Let me go, I can give you a lot of money. Smith was scared. He didn't want to die. Not even close. Lin Fan maintained a faint smile on his face. Chapter 117. Driverless system. The matter is settled, and what you wanted has been prepared. It's just that the engineers sent by Xingchen Automobile haven't arrived yet. At the factory gate, Zhang Xiaoqing reported the situation to Lin Fan. Great, you can go back now. I want to know what your plans are. Zhang Xiaoqing's eyes were filled with curiosity. This guy had her find a factory early in the morning. For this, Zhang Xiaoqing had only eaten a little breakfast and rushed over. You don't have to worry about this anymore. Lin Fan directly sent Zhang Xiaoqing away. If others saw Lin Fan conjuring up a production line out of thin air, they might suspect he was from another planet. The factory was divided into several independent areas. It had also been used for car production before, and the space was large enough. Lin Fan walked around and confirmed there was no one before speaking to the system. System, extract the intelligent automotive production line. Extraction successful. In just a blink of an eye, a fully automated production line appeared before Lin Fan. The production line was filled with robotic arms, exuding a sense of technology. System, how do I use this production line? The host needs to go to the control panel to start the production line. Chapter 118. Uninvited guest. An old man named Nakamura Ichiro, dressed in a suit, appeared to have some status. His Huaxiao language was not very standard. In front of Lin Fan, Nakamura Ichiro was very respectful. Meanwhile, Jitsu Yeno's expression looked a bit strange. He also stood up at this moment. Mr. Lin, hello. Compared to Ichiro Nakamura, Yumeo Kikamura was not so polite. This time, Ichiro Nakamura primarily wanted to collaborate with Lin Fan because Lin Fan had a drug that could cure lung cancer. In the island nation, Ichiro Nakamura held a significant position. He had heard that Yumeo Kikamura had conflicts with Lin Fan, so he brought Kikamura along. Ichiro Nakamura thought that if he could mediate between the two parties, he might win Lin Fan's favor. You must be Yumeo Kikamura, Lin Fan asked in the island's language. Ichiro Nakamura and Yumeo Kikamura were taken aback, not expecting Lin Fan to speak their language. This young man was quite remarkable. So Mr. Lin also speaks our island's language. Lin Fan sat in the office chair, picked up a nail clipper, and began to groom his nails. Of course, I actually quite like your island's culture. Ichiro Nakamura smiled, feeling that this collaboration should go smoothly. Chapter 119. Zhang Xiaoqing's little secret. Lin Fan was about to return to the manor when he suddenly received a call from Zhang Xiaoqing. Lin Fan, something's wrong. Schwer is in the hospital. What happened? Hearing the news about Song Schwerer being hospitalized, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel concerned. She said she accidentally fell. But I feel like she is hiding something from me. Why don't you come to the hospital? It's at the Central City Hospital. Lin Fan nodded. Okay, I'll go right away. After hanging up, Lin Fan drove his Kunpeng sports car to the hospital. On the way, he didn't know which enthusiastic citizen reported him for illegally modifying his vehicle, so he was stopped by the police. Fortunately, all the paperwork for the Kunpeng sport car was legal, so the police just checked the vehicle's documents and let Lin Fan go. Upon arriving at the Central City Hospital and parking, Lin Fan saw Song Schwerer in the hospital room. Song Schwerer was sitting on the bed with a pale face. Zhang Xiaoqing was also in the room, chatting with Song Schwerer. Lin Fan, what brings you here? Song Schwerer was a bit surprised to see Lin Fan. Then she turned her head, casting a resentful glance at Zhang Xiaoqing. Chapter 120. Regret. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that you're going to have bad luck today. Lin Fan coldly stared at Wang Million. Wang Million covered his red face, his mouth twitching. In Magic City, you're the first person to say, I'll have bad luck. I think you must be tired of living, Lin Fan said coldly. The one who's tired of living is you. Did you bully Song Shuer last night and threaten to blacklist her? Wang Million's face twisted. So you want to stand up for Song Shuer, huh? Good. Someone break his hands. Wang Million shouted towards the restaurant entrance. Immediately, 2 men in black suits rushed in. Beat him, Wang Million ordered angrily. Just as the 2 men were about to act, Lin Fan clapped his hands. 6 bodyguards simultaneously stood behind Lin Fan. Let's see who has more people. Lin Fan wore a mocking expression. Who exactly are you? Wang Million frowned, realizing that this young man had quite a background. Did you just say you want to break my hands? Lin Fan smiled and made a gesture. Understanding, Lin Fan's bodyguards rushed forward and punched and kicked Wang Million. Chapter 121. Preheating before the sport car launched, Kong Xingjie looked helpless. Dr. Lin, do you think my dad has a problem with his brain? When you have time, come to my house and check him out. Lin Fan replied, no need, since your dad can hit you. It proves he's already recovered. Lin Fan was quite confident in his medical skills. Dr. Lin, you're amazing. You cured my dad in just half a day. Lin Fan said nothing more and turned to leave the restaurant. Kong Xingjie didn't go back. He escorted Lin Fan to the parking lot. When he saw Lin Fan get into the Kunping sports car, he was immediately stunned by the luxury of the car. Dr. Lin, what kind of sports car is this? How come I've never seen it before? Kong Xingjie looked at the car emblem at the front and indeed didn't recognize it. The sport car in front of him was luxurious and atmospheric, clearly very valuable. The domestic Kunping sports car, you should check it out. It accelerates from 0 to 119 seconds and can withstand cannon fire. Lin Fan introduced. Wow, has the domestic sports car become this amazing? I must be out of the loop. Kong Xingjie liked it more and more. Dr. Lin, how much did you buy this car for? I want to get one too. Lin Fan explained. The car is produced by my own company and hasn't been launched yet. Chapter 122. If you don't dare to drug someone, what can you say about liking? That's true. I estimate that the sports car also starts at tens of millions. Definitely not something ordinary people can afford. Fortunately, the Xingchen Group has also developed a sedan, and that sedan is pretty good too. The data looks so impressive. When it launches, I must go experience it. Not only did it cause a stir online, but even some car manufacturers were shocked by the 2 cars announced by the Xingchen Group. Could it be that the Xingchen Group has mastered alien technology? Otherwise, how could they have such impressive technology? Just the engine equipped in the Kunping car is advanced enough to leave other car manufacturers in the dust. Isn't that overwhelming? Many car manufacturers felt a strong sense of crisis. Luckily, the Xingchen Group quickly released a statement saying they were interested in collaborating with other car manufacturers. However, some car manufacturers were skeptical. For example, Fombin Motors. They couldn't believe the Xingchen Group was that impressive. In terms of R&D technology, that was their strong suit. Yumeo Kikamura sat in his office, watching the crash tests of the Kunping sports car with a look of disdain. Chapter 123. The unlucky Wu Haichao. These 2 skirts are clean. You can change into them. Then wait for me a moment. Suya went back to her room to change into the skirt and freshen up before going out with Lin Fan. After getting dressed, Suya looked even more elegant and extraordinary. Lin Fan drove the Kunping sports car, taking Suya to Yilangshuan. After dinner, Lin Fan originally wanted to take Suya for a drive in the suburbs, but Suya suggested going to buy shoes instead. The 2 walked to a nearby shopping mall. By coincidence, Lin Fan ran into 2 acquaintances. One was Lu Qian, and the other was Wu Haichao. Lu Qian was dressed elegantly, holding an Hermes bag in her hand. Behind her stood 2 bodyguards wearing sunglasses. Since getting involved with a wealthy sugar daddy, Lu Qian's life had changed. Recently, she traveled abroad, and the first thing she did upon returning was to confront Wu Haichao. After all, Wu Haichao was also a man who had abandoned her. Speaking of Wu Haichao, he had fallen on hard times. Ever since offending Lin Fan, his family went bankrupt, and he owed a considerable amount of debt. This series of misfortunes had made his family situation even worse. Reluctantly, Wu Haichao had to go out to work. Chapter 124. Ma Shangfeng, Ms. Lu, what's going on? The manager of the mall, along with several security guards, approached Lu Qian. Manager Zhang, you're just in time. Arrest this person. He dared to hit me. Lu Qian said, her voice trembling as she pointed at Lin Fan. How dare you cause trouble in my territory? The mall manager looked at Lin Fan with an unfriendly gaze. He knew very well that Lu Qian was the boss's mistress, and if this matter wasn't handled properly, his position as manager might be at risk. First, arrest him. the manager ordered. Lin Fan took a tissue and wiped his hands. He felt dirty after hitting Lu Qian. Before you make a move, I advise you to check my identity. If you anger me, I don't mind shutting your mall down, Lin Fan said with a faint smile. Who exactly are you? The manager, sensing Lin Fan's imposing demeanor, immediately gestured for the security guards to hold off. This young man spoke arrogantly. If he truly had a significant identity, it could lead to serious trouble. Beside them, Lu Qian was furious. Manager Zhang, didn't you see me get hit? Have your men take action. Lu Qian couldn't stand it any longer. Ms. Lu, what is this person's identity? Chapter 125. The power of the Kunping sport car. On the other hand, Suya felt a bit embarrassed to accept it. She had been working for a while and had some savings, so buying a couple of pairs of shoes was fine. But now that Lin Fan was giving her so many things, what should she do? Accepting felt wrong, but refusing also felt wrong. Lin Fan, how about I resign from my job at Yinjing and come work at your company? If she worked at Lin Fan's company, the stage would be bigger. Lin Fan smiled and said, great, you could be my secretary. I don't want to. Besides, don't you already have a secretary? Sudyapotev, are you talking about Lin? She's just my assistant. If you come, you can be my private secretary. Suya still shook her head. Private secretary? Is it the proper kind? I'll think about it. Any position is fine, but it can't be your private secretary. Spending every day with Lin Fan, how could she resist his charm? Most importantly, Suya wanted to accumulate some work experience since she had just graduated. Lin Fan smiled and said, all right, let me know when you've made up your mind. You can contact me anytime. Also, it's very safe on my side. I won't let anything happen to you. Lin Fan also knew that Suya had been targeted by foreign forces. Chapter 126. Encounter with the Ghost Killer Organization. Don't hit me, I'll talk. If he could die directly, that would be a good choice. Unfortunately, in front of Lin Fan, he didn't even have the chance to die. Especially just now, the assassin had witnessed incredible scenes, making him even more terrified. At this moment, in front of Lin Fan, he dared not hide anything. My name is Baker, from a killer organization called Black Shark in the United States. Our mission is to bring you back. The assassin looked at Lin Fan, appearing very frightened. Sure enough, these assassins were targeting him. Lin Fan frowned. Who hired you? Lin Fan asked a crucial question. If he found out who it was, the other party would be doomed. The assassin shook his head. I don't know. The client's information is top secret. Only the higher-ups of the assassin organization would know. How many of you came in total? 10, and all participated in the operation tonight. They had information about Lin Fan and knew he was skilled, which is why they sent so many people. You really think highly of me? Lin Fan sneered. So where is the headquarters of your Black Shark? Lin Fan continued to ask. Chapter 127. Huang Weicheng, very good. He got 10 mechanical bodyguards all at once. Lin Fan's safety was now more assured. The Ghost Killer Organization? System explained this to me. The system explained. Ghost is one of the most mysterious assassin organizations in the world. Although not many in number, they are incredibly powerful in the assassin world. The Ghost Killer Organization ranks within the top 5. Moreover, their intelligence network spans the globe. Of course, excluding China, the system added. It is well known that China has invested a lot in security. It is not easy for those foreign assassin organizations to infiltrate. Wow, system. Even the assassin organization is involved. I wonder when I can draw a country. Soon, a stream of information appeared in Lin Fan's mind. He gained a deeper understanding of the Ghost Killer Organization. The headquarters of the Ghost Killer Organization was not fixed, and the tasks they accepted were of extremely high difficulty. Of course, hiring them would also be costly. Following the information from the system, Lin Fan entered an encrypted website. Chapter 128. New car launch. Mr. Lin. You really speak your mind, Huang Weicheng said with a smile. Then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation. Lin Fan said, I'll make arrangements tomorrow morning. Come to the company to collect the materials. No problem. Huang Weicheng stepped forward and shook hands with Lin Fan again. Just as Huang Weicheng and Xueqing Zhu were about to leave, 2 police officers from Magic City approached them. What is going on? Xueqing Zhu asked the 2 officers. Well, last night, there was a murder case in Magic City, which may be related to Mr. Lin. We came to understand the situation. Oh. Huang Weicheng and Xueqing Zhu exchanged glances, both feeling a bit puzzled. What murder case could possibly be related to Lin Fan? The police officer took out several photos taken at the crime scene. The deceased in the photos was killed with a fruit knife and had not closed her eyes in death. The victim, Lu Qian, female, 23 years old, had a conflict with Mr. Lin at a shopping mall last night. The officer explained. Lu Qian is dead? Lin Fan walked over and picked up the photo to take a look. Indeed, the deceased was Lu Qian. Lin Fan did not show much emotional reaction to Lu Qian's death. After all, he had long since drawn a line with Lu Qian. Chapter 129. The villain from Zhe's village bows down Zheng. Xiaoqing secretly gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. If it were her, it would probably take a long time. Lin Fan is direct. If it can be resolved by action, there's no need to waste time talking. After dealing with the reporters, Lin Fan went out to eat with Zheng Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, how long do you think the villain from Zhe's village will take to apologize to me? Zheng Xiaoqing thought for a moment, about a week. No, I think he will definitely come to find me in less than 3 days. Lin Fan laughed. How about we make a bet? What do you want to bet on? Zheng Xiaoqing looked at Lin Fan. In Zheng Xiaoqing's view, Fengbin Motors still had some capital and would not easily admit defeat. Let's bet your 6 months' salary. No way. The headquarters of Fengbin Motors. The villain from Zhe's village sat in his office, looking at the data on Kunpeng Motors in his hands, frowning. At first, he thought the data released by Xingchen Group was fake, so he didn't take it seriously. But now, Kunpeng Motors has been launched. It has been proven that the data of Kunpeng Motors is completely accurate. They indeed possess world-leading technology. Now, all car manufacturers around the world want to cooperate with Xingchen Group, but unfortunately, they have offended Lin Fan. Chapter 130. The Fall of the Black Shark. The two looked gloomy, completely out of place with the celebratory atmosphere in the hall. Get to the point. Don't disturb our drinking celebration. Lin Fan tasted the red wine in his goblet without looking at the two. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for my nephew's offense to you. We came here specifically to apologize. The villain from Zhe's village gestured to Zhe's village Jianren. Zhe's village Jianren bowed his head to apologize. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. I was wrong. The villain from Zhe's village said, Mr. Lin, we have publicly apologized as you requested. What do you think? Lin Fan smiled and said, I asked you to publicly apologize the day before yesterday, and you actually had the nerve to drag it out until today? They were merely interested in the technology in Lin Fan's hands. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have come to apologize. These islanders are quite shrewd. Mr. Lin, we really know we were wrong. The villain from Zhe's village said with a pained expression. We came here sincerely wanting to cooperate with you. As long as Mr. Lin agrees to authorize the technology in your hands, we are willing to pay double the price. Lin Fan continued to drink. Sorry, forgiving you is God's work. Chapter 131. Provocation. These two are really looking for trouble. Lin Fan's mind was already filled with murderous intent. Boss, should we continue to investigate? Hong Meigui asked. No need to investigate. I already know who it is. Take people to the island nation and eliminate the chairman of Fengbin Motors, the villain from Zhe's village, and his nephew, Zhe's village Jianren. Any problems? Hong Meigui smiled. Simple, leave it to me. Don't be fooled by the fact that Hong Meigui is a woman. She is also a very formidable assassin. When it comes to assassination, she is the best. Solve this matter. Come to my city, Magic City. Lin Fan wanted to meet Hong Meigui. This woman manages the Phantom Assassin organization, so she must be extraordinary. All right, see you in Magic City. Lin Fan hung up the phone and continued to have breakfast. That day, Lin Fan had nothing to do and took Suyu out to play. For safety's sake, Lin Fan also brought several bodyguards and Xiaoying. After playing for a whole morning, Lin Fan and Suyu went to eat. Coincidentally, the martial arts school he drew was not far from the restaurant, so he decided to go take a look. The martial arts school was located on the 5th floor of a bustling shopping mall. The mall was lively, but the martial arts school on the 5th floor was very quiet. Chapter 132. Extortion. You lost. Xiaoying looked at Zhou Jiyu with a blank expression. Zhou Jiyu's face turned pale. Losing to a little girl was really unacceptable. The worst part was that he even had his hand broken. If this got out, how would he ever show his face again? Let's go. Zhou Jiyu felt he could not stay any longer and stood up with the help of others. Don't forget what you just said. If your Qingfeng martial arts school doesn't close, I don't mind sending someone to smash it. Lin Fan reminded him. Zhou Jiyu just gritted his teeth and said nothing. The Qingfeng martial arts school belonged to his grandfather. How could it possibly close? Moreover, what he said earlier was just a joke. Closing down was not an option. Zhou Jiyu snorted coldly and left with a few people. He wanted to see how Lin Fan would smash the Qingfeng martial arts school. Mr. Lin, what kind of practice does your friend do? She's so powerful. Xiao Lingshan looked at Xiao Ying in admiration. She wished she could be that strong. She practices everything. Lin Fan did not elaborate. After all, Xiaoying is a robot. Her physical strength is not something humans can compare to. Whoever fights her will suffer. Lin Fan sat in the martial arts school for a while, just as he was about to leave. Chapter 133. Scared? How much do you want to compensate? Lin Fan walked over, looking coldly at the old man. 3 million. Not a penny less. The old man quoted a price. And my grandson's medical expenses are also on your account. Lin Fan just smiled. How about this? I'll give you 10 million. How about that? 10 million? The old man thought he had heard wrong. What do you mean? The old man frowned. 10 million. Buy your life. As soon as Lin Fan's words came out, the old man's face turned pale. Don't mess around. Killing is against the law. Lin Fan laughed. Fei. Tell him who I am. Thinking of Lin Fan's identity, the bodyguard captain A. Fei immediately gained confidence. Mr. Lin is the chairman of Wangzhong Bank. His assets exceed 100 billion. Xia Lingshan covered her mouth, the most shocked of all. She didn't expect that the new boss would be so wealthy. With assets exceeding 100 billion, he was a true tycoon. The old man and the people he brought with him exchanged glances. If Lin Fan was really that rich, they couldn't afford to offend him. Impossible. I don't believe you have that much money. The old man shook his head, not convinced. Chapter 134. The mansion in Hong Kong. Kikomura Yaman lifted his head, instantly captivated by the woman in front of him. She had long hair, cascading down her shoulders and delicate features, especially her eyes, which seemed to carry a hint of blue, making her exceptionally enchanting. Kikomura Yaman swallowed hard, nearly drooling. Seeing that Kikomura Yaman was silent, the woman simply smiled, picked up her glass, and continued drinking. What is your name, beautiful miss? Looking at her rose petal-like red lips, Kikomura Yaman felt as if his soul was about to be drawn away. My name is Kamisha Naoko. Are you from the island nation? Kikomura Yaman asked with a hint of confusion in his tone. Yes, my father is also from the island nation, but my mother is from the United States. The woman explained. Kikomura Yaman nodded. No wonder she looked so much like a mixed-race person. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Kikomura Yaman couldn't help but lick his dry lips. I guess your mother must be very beautiful too. Kikomura Yaman complimented. Suddenly, Kikomura Yaman thought of something and became alert. You don't know who I am? Kikomura Yaman asked with a frown. He was previously the chairman of Fongbin Automobile, a celebrity even on an international level. Chapter 135. Yuan Qingqing Lin had already called the police, but they hadn't found the other party yet. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, then let Lin take a good rest for a couple of days. Recently, Lin had been exhausted from the busy work of launching the drug. Zheng Xiaoqing nodded. After finishing breakfast, Lin Fan found information about Lin's father. Then, he took his computer and soon pinpointed Lin's father's location. That guy had injured someone and was now wanted by the police of Magic City, hiding at a friend's house. Speaking of Lin's father, he had quite a criminal record. In short, that guy was scum. Even after divorcing Lin's mother, he still frequently showed up asking for money. Now he owed over 200,000 yuan and had no way to repay it. If that guy went to jail, it would be too lenient for him. Lin Fan pondered for a while and called over the bodyguard captain, Ah Fei. Mr. Lin, what can I do for you? Lin Fan handed Ah Fei an address and a photo. Take some people over and teach this guy a lesson. Warn him that if he bothers Lin again, break his legs. Now that Lin was working for Lin Fan, he didn't want her to be distracted. Ah Fei took the photo. Leave it to me, Mr. Lin. Chapter 136. The problem with the drink, yes. Yuan Qingqing echoed, but I can't compare to Schwerer. She was already famous when she was in college. In the past 2 years, everyone has been quite busy, so we haven't had many chances to meet. Once, Yuan Qingqing and Song Schwerer got along very well. However, after entering the entertainment industry, Yuan Qingqing changed. She became increasingly vain. Later, the two gradually lost contact. Just now, Yuan Qingqing took the initiative to call, so Song Schwerer simply invited her to the restaurant as well. Yuan Qingqing came to catch up with Song Schwerer, unexpectedly finding out that Song Schwerer had a wealthy friend, Lin Fan. This excited Yuan Qingqing. Although she knew many big bosses, none could compare to Lin Fan. If she could hook up with him, she could enter the wealthy circle. Of course, Yuan Qingqing also noticed that Song Schwerer had an interest in Lin Fan. But that didn't matter. Having been in the industry for so long, her skin was as thick as a city wall. Was it a loose face? This also led to the earlier scene where Yuan Qingqing secretly made a move on Lin Fan. Naturally, Song Schwerer was unaware of Yuan Qingqing's inner thoughts. Xuya, I heard you're about to hold a concert soon. Chapter 137. Jealousy distorts one's appearance. Song Schwerer looked flustered. Please sit down. Lin Fan was unsure what drug had been put in the drink, but it probably wasn't tea poison, since Song Schwerer seemed fine for now. Song Schwerer nodded, sat down, her expression anxious. Lin Fan reached out to check Song Schwerer's pulse. What puzzled him was that there were no abnormalities in her body. He didn't dare be careless and continued checking. After more than a minute, Lin Fan still found nothing. This was quite strange. Lin Fan, how is it? Don't scare me. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't speak, Song Schwerer was instead frightened. The most feared moment is when the air suddenly goes silent. Don't panic. Take a moment to calm down and see if you feel any discomfort. Song Schwerer tried to steady herself, but she still couldn't calm down. Suddenly, Lin Fan thought of a possibility and said, Schwerer, sing a few lines. Song Schwerer shot Lin Fan a glare. At a time like this, how can I feel like singing? Lin Fan expressed his concern. I suspect this drug might affect your voice. Really? Thinking of this possibility, Song Schwerer's face turned even paler. Chapter 138. The malicious Yuan Qingqing. Unwilling to accept defeat, Yuan Qingqing chose to put drugs in the drink. If all went well, Song Schwerer would suffer vocal cord damage and lose her confidence. From then on, she would fade out of the music scene and give up her acting career. Yuan Qingqing was naturally very pleased with this. However, Song Schwerer's downfall did not bring any career benefits to Yuan Qingqing. At first, Yuan Qingqing struggled in the entertainment industry. Eventually, she climbed up to become a second-tier star by selling her body. Now hearing that Song Schwerer's voice had recovered and that she was planning to make a comeback, this was something Yuan Qingqing could not tolerate. Therefore, she chose to drug her again. Unfortunately, this time she wasn't so lucky. She ran into Lin Fan. Schwerer, please let me go. I truly know I was wrong. How about this? I'll compensate you. Name your price. Yuan Qingqing knelt on the ground, pleading. If the police really got involved in this matter, she would be finished. Song Schwerer angrily replied, Qingqing, you really went too far? I can't believe I trusted you so much. If it weren't for Lin Fan noticing something was wrong with the drink, the consequences would be unimaginable. Schwerer, considering we are good friends for many years, please let me off this time. I swear I will never harm you again. Chapter 139. Gene Medicine. Lin Fan looked at Wu Haichao and smiled. You are really bold, being wanted by the police and still daring to come out. Wu Haichao, you killed Lu Qian, right? Wu Haichao coldly said, Lu Qian deserved to die. That night in the mall, Lu Qian publicly humiliated Wu Haichao. Therefore, Wu Haichao had murderous intent. Lin Fan, you caused my family to go bankrupt. You should die too. The more Wu Haichao thought about it, the angrier he became. If it weren't for Lin Fan, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation today. Only by killing Lin Fan could he vent his hatred. Want to kill me? Go ahead and try. Lin Fan looked at Wu Haichao as if he were an idiot. Lin Fan, do you really think I can't do anything to you? Wu Haichao sneered and walked toward the car by the roadside. He punched the car's window, shattering it. Yet his hand was completely fine. Connecting this with Wu Haichao's earlier odd behavior, Lin Fan's frown deepened. Could it be that Wu Haichao is on drugs? Or has he also obtained a system? Has he drawn the gene potion? At that moment, Wu Haichao laughed proudly. Lin Fan, are you surprised? Chapter 140. The Red Rose arrives. Shui Qingzhu's first reaction was that Lin Fan must have gotten into trouble again. You should know that back in Yinjing, Lin Fan was always the one who caused headaches. Dr. Li Xiling has returned to Yinjing, and as the protector of Dr. Li, Shui Qingzhu was supposed to go back too. However, she received a temporary task, so she stayed in Modu. Someone is researching gene medicine in Modu, and I can provide you with some clues. After hearing Lin Fan's words, Shui Qingzhu felt a surge of joy. The reason she stayed in Modu was to assist the local police in investigating gene medicine. Recently, there have been over a dozen cases of missing persons in Huaxia. They have gathered some clues indicating that someone is indeed researching gene medicine, and the source is likely in Modu. To clarify this matter, Shui Qingzhu felt overwhelmed. Now that Lin Fan could provide clues, how could she not be excited? Where are you? I'll bring people over right away. Shui Qingzhu had already finished work, but in order to investigate this matter as soon as possible, she chose to work overtime. Of course, she had other options, such as letting someone else take over. However, Shui Qingzhu didn't want to do that. If they were late, that group might escape Modu. Chapter 141. The Four Great Young Masters of Modu. Mr. Lin, what about your car? The Red Rose got into Lin Fan's Kumping sports car and found it unrecognizable. She had seen many luxury cars, but she had never seen one like this. If it's a modified car, it doesn't seem like it either. The Kuoping sports car is produced by my own company, Lin Fan explained. So Mr. Lin is also involved in the automotive industry. The Red Rose exclaimed. Lin Fan smiled and said nothing. He was involved in too many industries. Soon, they arrived at Yalongshuan. In the restaurant's private room, the Red Rose reported to Lin Fan about the Ghost Killer organization. If nothing else, you can play in Huaxia for a few days. I couldn't ask for more. This is the Red Rose's first time in Huaxia. It would be nice to explore Modu while she had the time. Most importantly, the Red Rose wanted to get to know Lin Fan better. She was very curious about what kind of man Lin Fan really was. After dinner, Lin Fan and the Red Rose left Yalongshuan. However, trouble arose shortly after they left Yalongshuan. 4 luxury sports cars caught up to Lin Fan's Kuoping sports car, forcing it to stop. The Kuoping sports car could have easily rammed them off the road, but Lin Fan did not give the order. Blocking the front was a Porsche 911. Chapter 142, Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly and ignored the Red Rose. He drove away in the Kuoping sports car. That guy is too despicable. I must settle the score with him. Teaching him a lesson can wait. First, I need to take Liang Gu to the hospital. The 3 of them were furious and silently noted down Lin Fan's license plate number. With their connections, finding out Lin Fan's information would not be difficult. They immediately took Zhang Liang to the hospital. After Lin Fan dropped the Red Rose off at her hotel, he made a phone call. Lin Shini, is there something you need? Upon receiving Lin Fan's call, Kang Xingjie was somewhat surprised. Lin Fan got straight to the point and asked, have you heard of the 4 great young masters of Modu? What kind of people are they? Kang Xingjie was taken aback. Lin Shini, did you offend those 4 guys? Lin Fan replied, it's not that I offended them. They offended me. That guy named Zhang Liang had his arm broken by me. Kang Xingjie fell silent for a moment, feeling worried for Lin Fan. Those 4 guys have some status, especially Zhang Liang. His family runs a chain of hotels. They also have a lot of assets abroad. His father is the president of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce in Modu and has significant connections. Chapter 143, The Red Roses, surprised the 4 of them were captured by Lin Fan's bodyguards and thrown out of the estate. You guys, Zhang Yuqing fell to the ground in a mess, furious. The other 3 were also in a sorry state. Being thrown out like that was a first for them. This Lin Fan is really too arrogant. You should leave quickly. Don't embarrass yourselves here. A face stood at the gate with his bodyguards, his expression cold. Lin Fan, you have guts. Zhang Yuqing pointed at the estate and cursed. President, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Let's go back first. As long as Lin Fan is still in Modu, he won't be able to escape. Zhang Yuqing was furious. After a cold snort, he got in his car and drove away. This matter cannot be left as is. The first thing Zhang Yuqing did when he got home was to summon the members of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. In the chamber, there were CEOs from various industries. When they heard about the plan to jointly deal with Lin Fan from Hongtian Pharmaceuticals, they were naturally very willing to participate, especially since it was led by their president, Zhang Yuqing. Actually, everyone has long been drooling over Hongtian Pharmaceutical. It can be said that Hongtian Pharmaceutical is now a hot commodity that everyone wants a piece of. Chapter 144. The end of Su Kaidong. Lin Fan's expression was grim. Have you found out? The Red Rose beside him looked curious. I found out. Lin Fan sneered. Previously, Su Kaidong-son, Su Hyunbin, had wanted to hire a hitman to assassinate Lin Fan. In the end, he went straight to hell. After sending off his son, everyone thought Su Kaidong would take it easy for a while. Unexpectedly, Su Kaidong walked the same path his son did. Since that's the case, Lin Fan also planned to eradicate the root cause. The Red Rose worriedly said, you hacked into that platform. If the platform finds out, it won't be good. To be able to build a platform in the dark web, that power must be formidable. This was also what the Red Rose was concerned about. Don't worry. I've erased the traces of the intrusion. No one will find out. Lin Fan said confidently. The Red Rose shook her head helplessly. At this point, what other options did she have besides trusting Lin Fan? If they really offended that platform, they could just hide in Huaxiao in the future. Mr. Lin, are you really that confident in me? Aren't you afraid that I might suddenly stab you in the back for that $100 million? The Red Rose smiled meaningfully. You can give it a try. Chapter 145. Sont kidnapped Zhang Xiaoqing spoke anxiously. Don't panic. Take your time. Just now, members of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce simultaneously pressured Lin Fan's companies. This happened too suddenly, and even Zheng Xiaoqing was at a loss. The Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce had people from all walks of life. Their alliance was terrifying. Take Hengtian Pharmaceutical as an example. Their herbal medicine orders had already been canceled. This meant that Hengtian Pharmaceutical would soon cease production. The same went for Xingqiang Group. Once the raw materials were cut off, no matter how advanced the technology, they couldn't produce cars. If they couldn't think of a solution, they would suffer heavy losses. After hearing Zheng Xiaoqing, Lin Fan's gaze darkened even more. The Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce actually dared to play this trick on him. Lin Fan, think of a way. I got it. Leave this to me. It's getting late. You should rest early. Lin Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. Since the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce wanted to oppose him, let them come. Zheng Xiaoqing wanted to say something, but Lin Fan had already hung up the phone. With such a big incident happening, how could Zheng Xiaoqing still sleep? Chapter 146. Warning. Zhang Yuqing's expression was very ugly. I will definitely pay the money. I hope you don't harm my son. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuqing sighed deeply. At that moment, he seemed to age significantly. He didn't have much cash to spare, and taking out 50 billion all at once would definitely affect the stock price. However, he had to save his eldest son. Zhang Yuqing had a premonition that he was being targeted. The other party seemed to be after more than just money. Moreover, this incident happened too coincidentally. Just as he began to deal with Lin Fan, his eldest son got into trouble. Gather money, quickly gather money. Zhang Yuqing made calls to start raising funds. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was still sitting in his Kunping sports car. However, his position was now close to the villa where Zhang Yuqing was. Lin Fan's phone rang. He looked at it and saw that it was Zhou Baiwang calling. Brother Lin, did you provoke Zhang Yuqing? Do you need me to step in? Zhou Baiwang was a tycoon from Modu, and he already knew that Zhang Yuqing was dealing with Lin Fan. Thanks, but no need. Lin Fan had his own plans and didn't need Zhou Baiwang's help. Chapter 147. Unable to find evidence, Zhang Yuqing was unwilling to be defeated so easily. He took bodyguards and drove to the police station. Upon arriving, he immediately found the duty officer. I want to report that Lin Fan had my son kidnapped. He also wants to kill me. You guys hurry up and arrest him. Zhang Yuqing handed a bullet to the police, looking panicked. Also, I need your protection. Zhang Yuqing was scared. Staying in the police station was the safest option. The officers first verified Zhang Yuqing's identity. When they found out he was a wealthy tycoon from Modu, they were somewhat surprised. Mr. Zhang, do you have any evidence? Zhang Yuqing angrily replied. That guy came to threaten me. What more evidence do I need? Mr. Zhang, please don't get agitated. We're very safe here. The officer was unsure and could only report it. They also sent people to collect evidence from Zhang Yuqing's villa. As expected, they found nothing. What are you doing? Half an hour has passed, and you still haven't arrested Lin Fan? Zhang Yuqing roared. The police dared not directly arrest Lin Fan, especially since Zhang Yuqing had not provided any valid evidence. Chapter 148. Dissolve the Chamber of Commerce officer. Hurry up and arrest him. Zhang Yuqing said to Xue Qingzhu. Xue Qingzhu replied, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. There is currently no evidence to indicate that your son's kidnapping is related to Lin Fan. Seeing the smile at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth, Zhang Yuqing was almost furious to the point of exploding. Others might not know, but Zhang Yuqing was very clear. All of this was orchestrated by Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and said, President Zhang, I heard your son was kidnapped in the U.S. I sympathize with you. Zhang Yuqing angrily said, Lin Fan, stop pretending. You better release my son, otherwise I won't let this go. Lin Fan shook his head and smiled. President Zhang, I don't have that kind of ability. I'm here mainly to ask you to spare some mercy. If this continues with your Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce's sanctions, I'm afraid Hengtian Pharmaceutical and Xingqiang Group will go bankrupt. Lin Fan was speaking ironically. This guy wanted to fight against him. So let us see who would be the first to back down. You. Zhang Yuqing was so angry that he couldn't speak. Lin Fan continued to smile and said, Also, President Zhang, I hope you can reunite with your son soon. Chapter 149. Pleading for mercy. My eldest son has been kidnapped in the U.S. Zhang Yuqing sighed. Is this really happening? President, don't worry. I have friends in the U.S. I'll help you investigate right away. However, Zhang Yuqing waved his hand. No need. I've decided to withdraw from the business world. Zhang Yuqing had offended Lin Fan. He knew very well that Lin Fan would not easily let him go. Lin Fan was able to kidnap his son in such a short time. Such capability was not something he could provoke. Zhang Yuqing was truly scared. No matter how many assets he had, what good would it do? If he lost his life, everything was meaningless. Everyone present looked puzzled, not understanding why Zhang Yuqing would say such things. Zhang Yuqing continued, I underestimated him. This young man Lin Fan is not as simple as he appears. I advise you all to back off. Zhang Yuqing dared not continue playing this game. He regretted it immensely. This is not right. The crowd shook their heads in disagreement. They had already started dealing with Lin Fan and hadn't gained anything from it. How could they easily back down? Chapter 150. Ceding assets. Zhang Yuqing felt an immense pressure. His legs went weak, nearly causing him to kneel. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. Zhang Yuqing regretted it deeply. If he had known, he would have targeted Hongtian Pharmaceuticals. Now he had provoked Lin Fan. His eldest son's life was unknown. If he couldn't satisfy Lin Fan, their family would be in danger. Soda. Mr. Lin, you are magnanimous. Please spare us. Others from the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce also began to plead with Lin Fan. Spare you? Lin Fan sneered. He remembered how Zhang Yuqing came to the manor yesterday, demanding shares of Hongtian Pharmaceuticals with such arrogance. If it weren't for Lin Fan's strength, it would have been him suffering now. Zhang Yuqing, do you think a mere apology will make me let you go? Zhang Yuqing lowered his head and took out an agreement. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. If you spare me, I'm willing to give up 90 of the Zhang family's assets in exchange. Here is the agreement. Please take a look, Mr. Lin. Zhang Yuqing handed over the agreement with trembling hands. He was truly scared. To save his life, he was willing to give up 90 of his assets. Chapter 151. Daughter repays father's debt. Lin, what's wrong? Lin Fan drove over and pressed the car window. Mr. Lin, it's nothing. Yang Lin didn't want Lin Fan to intervene, so she didn't say anything. However, several men in black vests looked at Lin Fan with ill intent. Kid, you must be this woman's boyfriend, right? She owes us 200,000. Hurry up and help her pay, or don't blame us for being rude. The leading man said threateningly. You're talking nonsense. I don't owe you money at all. Yang Lin's face turned red. The men approached, surrounding Yang Lin. Stinky woman, don't deny it. Lin Fan got out of the car and shielded Yang Lin behind him. Lin, do you really owe them money? Yang Lin shook her head. Mr. Lin, there's absolutely no such thing. Lin Fan coldly looked at the men. Show me the IOU. If Lin really owes you money, then I'll help her pay it. Since Yang Lin said she didn't owe any money, it must be true. The leading man took out an IOU from his pocket and placed it in front of Lin Fan. Take a good look. Lin Fan glanced at it and saw that the IOU stated a loan of 100,000, with the loan date being last month. Chapter 152. Humiliating oneself. You don't need to keep this company running anymore. Lin Fan left the sentence and turned to leave. A company like this, engaging in unscrupulous lending, really doesn't need to exist. Mr. Lin, give us a chance. The middle-aged man didn't expect it to turn out this way. His head lowered. However, Lin Fan had already walked away. Mr. Lin said your lending company has to shut down. You handle it. Fei reminded the middle-aged man and also left. These people really are something, daring to cause trouble at Hongtian Pharmaceuticals. They really must be tired of living. Once Lin Fan was far away, the middle-aged man finally sat back in his office chair, shaken. Boss, are we really going to shut down? What else can we do? The middle-aged man was very angry. Having offended Lin Fan, could they still survive in the magical city? Originally, they were in a gray industry. Now, having provoked Lin Fan, they definitely couldn't continue. Lin Fan returned to the company and checked the current status of Hongtian Pharmaceuticals. Due to sanctions, the production department had very few medicinal materials left. However, fortunately, after raising the prices of the medicinal materials, a few agents chose to cooperate with Hongtian Pharmaceuticals. After all, no one would turn down money. Just as Lin Fan was preparing for the next step, people from the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce came knocking. Chapter 153. Lin Fan's counterattack. At first, Chen Shiming only wanted shares of Hongtian Pharmaceuticals. But now, he wanted Lin Fan dead even more. This Lin Fan really is asking for it. In my opinion, we need to raise the stakes and make this Lin Fan suffer a bit. Others were also very displeased. They felt ignored by this young man Lin Fan. This absolutely cannot be tolerated. Lin Fan must pay a price. Chen Shiming pondered for a moment and gritted his teeth. Isn't Lin Fan trying to start a price war? Then let us fight him on that front. After all, he can't last long. In terms of financial resources, no one can match our Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Also, anyone who dares to cooperate with Hongtian Pharmaceuticals will be permanently blacklisted by our Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Now, we must do everything we can to bring Lin Fan down. Everyone nodded in agreement. I guess this Lin Fan won't last long. By then, he will definitely come begging us for mercy. Really, today's youth are so unaware of their own limitations. Chun Shiming got into the car. Let's go back and plan. This time, we must let that guy know the power of our Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Chun Shiming returned to the company, and the others naturally followed. Chapter 154. Dissolution of the Chamber of Commerce. Dad, did you offend someone? Chun Shiming's son felt that something was amiss. Chun Shiming was deep in thought and did not respond. After a long while, Chun Shiming finally said, "Think away immediately. We must delete those negative messages online. Strive to minimize the impact." Chun Shiming's son shook his head and said, "Dad, it's useless. I've tried that already. I contacted the managers of those news platforms, and they said they were hacked. Even they can't delete the articles." Chun Shiming slammed his hand on the table heavily. How is that possible? Those news platforms have strong technology and a solid background in the country. How could they just be hacked? Suddenly, Chun Shiming thought of a possibility. That is, those news platforms were sold out. Thinking of this, Chun Shiming felt increasingly alarmed. If the other party had the ability to buy out those news platforms, wouldn't it be easy for them to target him? Chun Shiming suspected it could be Lin Fan, but he couldn't be sure. And that was the most terrifying part. His company was being messed with, and he didn't even know who the other party was. At that moment, Chun Shiming's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Chapter 155. Is this also a yacht? Good riddance. This way, we have one less opponent. Lin Fan laughed. With Chun Shiming out of the picture, Hengtian Pharmaceuticals could be considered back on track. Additionally, although the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce was disbanded, Lin Fan would not easily let those people go. At the very least, they should receive a painful lesson. At this moment, Zheng Xiaoqing was still in shock. She realized that her boss was becoming more and more mysterious. In a confrontation with the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce, the people from the chamber hadn't gained any advantage at all. On the contrary, the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce was brought down by Lin Fan. First, Zhang Yuqing had to cede assets and apologize. And now, even Chun Shiming was dead. The Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce was a very powerful business association in the Magic City. If they couldn't compete with Lin Fan, one could imagine just how capable Lin Fan truly was. Zheng Xiaoqing didn't dare to think any further. "Everyone, don't work overtime tonight. I'm taking you to Happy Valley. I heard there's a fireworks show tonight. Let the people from the estate go too. It's a good opportunity to relax." Zheng Xiaoqing said, "Today is Saturday. The night tickets should be sold out by now. Don't worry, I have a way." Lin Fan was now the owner of Happy Valley in the Magic City. Getting in to see the fireworks show was not a big deal at all. Chapter 156. The Paradise Yacht. It's no wonder Lin Fan would say that, because that yacht was only about 10 meters long, and while it looked luxurious, it was just okay. Qin Shouxing and Fan Tong felt embarrassed. "Big brother, renting this yacht for a day costs several tens of thousands. Ever since they lost $1 million to Lin Fan last time, they had no pocket money left. Being able to rent a yacht was already quite good. Forget it, I'll go find one." Lin Fan took out his phone and found the number for the dock manager. "No, big brother, we agreed that we would treat you. How can we let you spend money?" However, Lin Fan ignored them and made a phone call. Just 3 minutes later, 4 BMW cars appeared in front of everyone. The car stopped, and a stout man in a suit got out. "Mr. Lin, hello. I am a manager here." The suited man greeted Lin Fan respectfully and shook his hand. "Your Paradise Yacht is docked and ready to set sail at any time. The Paradise Yacht is equipped with professional crew members, and after docking, it is maintained and serviced by the dock personnel." The dock manager, fully aware of the luxury of Lin Fan's yacht, naturally did not dare to be negligent. Chapter 157. Wanting a yacht. The yacht was equipped with plenty of entertainment facilities. After finishing their meal, Qin Shouxing and the others tactfully moved away. They did not disturb Lin Fan and Suya's world. By around 4 in the afternoon, the yacht returned to the dock. Upon hearing that Lin Fan had returned, the dock manager came out to greet him. As the yacht had not yet stabilized, many people gathered on the shore to watch. "Whose yacht is this?" "I don't know. Maybe it's from some wealthy tycoon," the onlookers whispered among themselves. As the yacht stabilized, and just when Lin Fan and the others were about to disembark, 2 young men in black suits rushed onto the yacht first. "Gentlemen, you can't come up." A crew member tried to stop them, but the 2 young men ignored him and went straight to Lin Fan. Following them, 3 bodyguards wearing sunglasses also boarded the yacht. "Who is the owner of this yacht?" Kong Jijia stepped forward and asked coldly. "Who are you? How dare you come on my brother's yacht without permission?" Qin Shouxing and the others questioned, seeing how arrogant the other party was. I am. Kong Jijia was about to introduce himself when Lin Fan spoke up. You have 3 seconds to get lost. Chapter 158. It must be fun in the sea. Lin Fan spoke again. It didn't matter if this person was Kong Shengjia's cousin. Even if Kong Shengjia himself came, Lin Fan would still fight back. He couldn't stand people colluding with the Han people and thinking they were impressive. Qin Shoxing and Fan Tong exchanged glances, both shocked. They hadn't expected Lin Fan to say such things. Knowing the other party had significant backing, he was still willing to take action. To fight or not to fight. Qin Shoxing and Fan Tong were very conflicted. Big brother, I'll follow your lead. Chang Junkai regained his confidence and charged forward, kicking Kong Jijia down. You dare. Kong Jijia was furious. Having already revealed his identity, the other party still dared to make a move. How arrogant. Too arrogant. To be honest, Kong Jijia had never been beaten up so badly in his life. He wanted to resist, but he was in so much pain that he couldn't fight back against Chang Junkai. I'm going all out. Seeing how brave Chang Junkai was, Qin Shoxing and Fan Tong exchanged glances and followed suit, rushing in to kick and punch Kong Jijia. You're finished. My cousin will not let you go. Mr. Zheng will not let you go either. Kong Jijia was beaten badly, but he still shouted threats. Chapter 159. The unlucky Kong Jijia. The water at the dock was relatively deep. After Kong Jijia fell in, he swallowed a few mouthfuls of seawater. He was already beaten badly. Swimming back to shore had drained all his energy. Now, to make matters worse, he was kicked back by his cousin. Brother. Gulping down a few more mouthfuls of seawater, Kong Jijia had no strength left to swim and was about to sink. Brother. I can't hold on. My leg is cramping. Pull me up. Exhausted, Kong Jijia's face turned as pale as a sheet. However, Kong Shengjia remained cold and indifferent. Half a minute passed, and finally, Kong Jijia couldn't hold on any longer. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. His body slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. Seeing this, Kong Shengjia finally made a gesture. The 2 bodyguards beside him understood and jumped into the water to rescue Kong Jijia. Kong Jijia had swallowed a lot of seawater, and his belly was still swollen. The 2 bodyguards immediately performed CPR on him. If they delayed a few more minutes, Kong Jijia might die. Dr. Lin, what did this guy do to provoke you? Kong Shengjia ignored his cousin and walked up to Lin Fan. Chapter 160. Termination of cooperation. The dock manager took Lin Fan and the others to the parking lot. Big brother, where are you going tonight? Fan Tong asked. To have fun. Lin Fan didn't explain much. Fan Tong felt a bit disappointed. Originally, they wanted to treat Lin Fan to dinner. Now it seemed their wish would be unfulfilled. Lin Fan got in the car with Suya and drove away. Suya, do you still want to go see the fireworks show? Lin Fan asked as he turned his head. Suya was also exhausted from swimming lessons. Let's go. She was indeed tired, but thinking about returning to Yanjing tomorrow, she felt she could still accompany Lin Fan for a bit longer. Lin Fan smiled. He took out his phone and dialed Zheng Xiaoqing's number. Xiaoqing, are you off work yet? Not yet. Lin Fan said, I'm going to eat now. You guys can head out. See you at the entrance of Happy Valley in a bit. Zheng Xiaoqing said, Isn't the fireworks show starting at 8? I'm being considerate of my employees. If you want to work overtime, just pretend I didn't say anything. All right, I'll arrange it. Lin Fan remembered something and asked, Does Xiao Pharmaceutical from Han Country have any cooperation with us? Xiao Pharmaceutical? Their chairman came over today. We are discussing cooperation matters. Chapter 161. Zheng Zixiong's calculation, he thought of himself as a noble person from Han Country. There was no reason to yield to Lin Fan. Slap. Zheng Zixiong angrily slapped Zheng Weixiao again. If you don't apologize to Mr. Lin, I will treat you as if you don't exist. Zheng Weixiao was unwilling, but he could see that his father was genuinely angry. Gritting his teeth, Zheng Weixiao said, Dad, do you know how that Lin Fan bullied me? Look at the injuries on my body. Zheng Weixiao lifted his shirt to reveal bruises all over. So tragic. Zheng Zixiong wanted to hit him again, but seeing his son's injuries, he suddenly stopped. It must be said that Lin Fan was indeed too excessive, completely disregarding Xiao Pharmaceutical. But what could he do? Zheng Zixiong had to ask for help. Son, haven't I always told you? You must endure in everything. Because of the drug pricing issue abroad, Lin Fan has offended quite a few people. Just wait, he will have his bad days. When the opportunity arises, I will help you take revenge. But for now, it can't be done. I am here to negotiate cooperation on behalf of Xiao Pharmaceutical. Chapter 162. Apology at the door now. The night tickets are all sold out. You should go back. He Jiaming shook his head and said. Zheng Xiaoqing said nothing and looked at Lin Fan. She was also curious about how Lin Fan would get them in. It's fine, I know friends inside. They could take us in. Lin Fan took out his phone and found the manager's number for Happy Valley. Even if you know friends inside, it won't help. A large amusement park like Happy Valley is very strict about ticket checks. He Jiaming said disdainfully. Lin Fan ignored him and dialed the number. I'm at the entrance of Happy Valley. Lin Fan only said a few words. Mr. Lin? The manager, who was about to leave work, perked up immediately upon hearing Lin Fan's name. Mr. Lin, please wait. I will come out right away. The manager immediately called the heads of various departments and rushed to the entrance as quickly as possible. After all, Lin Fan was the owner of Happy Valley. He didn't want to leave a bad impression on him. A few minutes later, the manager and his team arrived in front of Lin Fan. You must be Mr. Lin, right? Hello, I'm a manager of Happy Valley. Chapter 163. Nuhan Bank. Zheng Zixiong smiled. Now that Lin Fan had returned, he still wanted to test Lin Fan's attitude. If Lin Fan could forgive his son, that would be even better. Who are you? Lin Fan rolled down the car window and pretended not to recognize Zheng Zixiong. Just now, Lin Fan clearly saw a hint of gloom flash in Zheng Zixiong's eyes. The other party could change his expression in such a short time. It must be said that this person was indeed very calculating. Mr. Lin, I am the chairman of Chia Pharmaceutical. My name is Zheng Zixiong. I sincerely apologize for my son's offense to you today. Unfilial son, come over here. Zheng Zixiong looked at his son coldly. Zheng Weixiao lowered his head, trying to hide the dissatisfaction in his eyes. Hurry and apologize to Mr. Lin. Zheng Zixiong shouted angrily. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. I didn't know your identity today and offended you. Please forgive me. Zheng Weixiao bowed at a 90-degree angle. He spoke in Han language, or it was translated by Zheng Zixiong. It seemed that Zheng Weixiao was indeed sincere. However, Lin Fan did not think so. Zheng Weixiao was apologizing verbally, but his expression had already betrayed him. Lin Fan dialed the number for Han In-wei, the general manager of Nuhan Bank. Who? Please speak. Han In-wei was speaking in a cold language. Lin Fan had no idea what the other party was saying. In desperation, Lin Fan could only pull Zheng Xiaoqing over. What's wrong? Zheng Xiaoqing asked curiously. Do you know cold language? Help me translate. Zheng Xiaoqing hesitated. I haven't learned it, but I've watched enough cold dramas to know a few phrases. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, you can ask the other party to get a translator who understands Huaxiao language. I really can't say that. Zheng Xiaoqing shook her head with a gushao. Mr. Lin, let me try. Yang Linlin proactively took the phone. Communicate with the other party. Yang Linlin had learned the cold language, so there was no difficulty in communication. Mr. Lin, the other party is asking about your identity. Just say my name is Lin Fan, and I'm a major shareholder of Nuhan Bank. Lin Fan felt it was time to find a translator. Otherwise, managing foreign assets would indeed be a lot of effort. Yang Linlin translated accordingly. Hearing Yang Linlin's words, Han In-hui's attitude became respectful. So it's Mr. Lin. You aseo. Chapter 165. Resolution, it's all your fault. Zheng Zixiong's face was ashen. If his son hadn't offended Lin Fan, none of this would have happened. Dad, what happened? Zheng Weixiao covered his face, feeling very aggrieved. Now I've lost my position as chairman. It's all your fault. Zheng Zixiong shouted angrily. Dad, how is that possible? Zheng Weixiao shook his head, also unable to believe things had turned out this way. Dad, even if you're not the chairman of the company anymore, it doesn't matter. We still hold 38 of Chia Pharmaceutical shares. We can still fight Lin Fan. Slap. Zheng Zixiong slapped his son again. Do you know who Lin Fan is? He is still the chairman of Nuhan Bank. We're finished. What? Hearing his father's words, despair also showed in Zheng Weixiao's eyes. Nuhan Bank is a behemoth. Even if Zheng Zixiong could still control Chia Pharmaceutical, they couldn't possibly be a match for Nuhan Bank. Not to mention, now Zheng Zixiong had even lost his position as chairman. If Lin Fan wanted to deal with them, it would be as easy as pie. Zheng Weixiao's expression was frantic. Chapter 166. Meeting Xiao Zhu. Xiao Zhu is quite a nice person, so Lin Fan decided to go see her. Moreover, the drugs for curing other cancers should be ready to be launched soon. Lin Fan chatted with He Hui for a few minutes before hanging up the phone. He then found Xiao Zhu's WeChat and sent her a message. Xiao Zhu, are you in Mo? Xiao Zhu was still having lunch outside. However, Because of her father's illness, there wasn't much spirit on her face. Xiaozhu naturally knew Lin Fan was an mo do. However, she didn't want to trouble Lin Fan. I'm in Montauk do. Xiaozhu replied. I heard your dad is in the hospital? Which hospital? I'll come see. Lin Fan asked. Xiaozhu hesitated for a moment before sending Lin Fan a location. Lin Fan drove his Kunping sports car away from the manor. Half an hour later, he met Xiaozhu, general manager Xiao. Xiaozhu was a bit shocked to see Lin Fan driving a luxury sports car. But soon, the expression on her face disappeared. At this moment, she had no mood to appreciate the sports car. Just call me Lin Fan, Xiaozhu said. That won't do. You're now the biggest shareholder of our company. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. If Xiaozhu knew about his other identities, she would probably be shocked. Chapter 167. Lin Jun's shock cousin, General Manager Lin, can't be lying to us. Xiaozhu was very clear. With Lin Fan's identity, he wouldn't waste time on them. Why not? Are you very familiar with him? In this day and age, some people just like to brag. Lin Yun snorted coldly. If I can't do it, how could he possibly do it? Lin Fan shook his head and said, what you can't do doesn't mean others can't. Xiaozhu, if you listen to me, go over now. Lin Fan's expression was serious. Okay. Xiaozhu no longer wasted time and went to handle the procedures. Although Lin Jun opposed it, Xiaozhu insisted on going to the city center hospital with Lin Fan. He had no choice. Fine, I'll go with you to take a look. If we can't get in later, let's see how you get out of this. Lin Jun's face was not good. Lin Fan ignored him, and just like that, they set off for the city center hospital with Xiaozhu's father. Arriving at the hospital parking lot, Lin Fan got into the Kunping sports car. Seeing this scene, Lin Jun immediately showed a shocked expression. He initially thought Lin Fan was just a small, wealthy man. He didn't expect this guy to have such a beautiful sports car. Chapter 168. Dinner. Lin Fan returned to the manor. In the afternoon, he received a call from Kong Xingjie. Dr. Lin, the location has been set. You must come over tonight. Okay. Lin Fan just responded. Then, Kong Xingjie sent Lin Fan a location. Lin Fan was playing with his phone when the maid from the manor found him. Mr. Lin, a few people are outside. They are from Ducati. They said your car has been repaired. Lin Fan put down his phone. If the Ducati staff hadn't come to find him, he would have almost forgotten about the Ducati Superleggera V4 that was sent for repairs. I'll go take a look. The car had been sent for repair for a month. Because the parts had to be shipped from abroad, it took a long time. Lin Fan arrived at the manor gate. Mr. Lin, please check. The staff handed Lin Fan a receipt. Lin Fan nodded and first checked the car's exterior. Then, he got in a car to test it. Indeed, the Ducati had been repaired. Lin Fan parked the car in the garage. Now, there were several luxury cars in the manor's garage, making it look a bit crowded. Lin Fan felt quite helpless about this. In the evening, Lin Fan drove the Ducati to the restaurant. Chapter 169. Necklace reappears. Your health is very good. Just don't take medicine randomly. You can definitely live to be 100. Lin Fan replied. Hearing this, Kong Jingping also smiled. Dr. Lin, I have to thank you. Although I paid quite a bit for the medical fees, it's definitely worth it. After all, I got to know you, which money can't buy. After finishing the meal, Lin Fan took his leave. However, since he had a bit to drink, he didn't dare to drive. Dr. Lin, let's go have some drinks. I just opened a bar. It's quite lively. Kong Xingjie caught up with Lin Fan. Since his father was present earlier, Kong Xingjie didn't enjoy his drink at all. Lin Fan looked at the time and agreed since it was still early. Don't call me Dr. Lin anymore. Kong Xingjie said. Then I'll call you Mr. Lin. By the way, that Ducati is yours, right, Mr. Lin? Lin Fan nodded. You've had some drinks now, so you can't drive? I'll have someone take you back to the manor. Lin Fan didn't say anything and took out the keys to the Ducati. Kong Xingjie called over a bodyguard. Be careful. Don't damage Mr. Lin's car. Kong Xingjie specifically instructed. Chapter 170. Heading to Chuanjiang. Lin Fan. Which publisher published this book? Zheng Xiaoqing asked curiously. Why? Lin Fan looked up and glanced at Zheng Xiaoqing. It's like this. I have a friend who wants me to help ask if there are similar books. Like a national directory of rich and handsome guys. No. Lin Fan shook his head. Is the information on it real? Zheng Xiaoqing was a bit skeptical. If the information on it is real, wouldn't that be a leak? It's fake. Lin Fan was too lazy to explain. There aren't many female tycoons in Chuanjiang City. Lin Fan quickly identified a woman named Wu Qiuyan. He dialed the phone number listed. Hello, are you Ms. Wu Qiuyan? Wu Qiuyan is in the real estate industry and is a strong woman with a certain influence in Chuanjiang City. Who? Wu Qiuyan frowned upon seeing an unfamiliar number. This was her private number, and someone had found it. Just as Lin Fan was about to speak, the other party spoke again. My package hasn't been lost. I haven't committed any financial crimes, and I won't help you with any fake orders. Wu Qiuyan shouted a few sentences and hung up the phone. Chapter 171. The unlucky red-hair guy Lin Fan's bodyguard also lowered his head, looking ashamed. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. I was just about to go over and stop it. I didn't expect to accidentally break his hand. The bodyguard looked at the red-haired young man on the ground. Shaluo, how are you? The other two young men helped the red-haired young man up. The bodyguard could tell that this red-haired young man seemed to have some background. Since he had hurt someone, it was likely to bring trouble to Lin Fan. Useless. Lin Fan scolded. You're right, Mr. Lin. The bodyguard didn't dare to refute. After all, he did cause the trouble. He also didn't expect the red-haired young man's hand to be so fragile. You should have broken both of his hands earlier. Forget it, since you've broken one hand. Your bonus for this month will be 500,000. What? The bodyguard was stunned. He thought Lin Fan would scold him. Instead, not only was he not punished, but he was rewarded. Breaking one hand earns 500,000. If he had known, he should have broken both hands and feet of that red-haired young man. No, he should have just knocked him out with a stick. This deal is too profitable. Mr. Lin, I'm going to break his other hand now. Chapter 172. Beating up Jiang Chenglong specifically instructed Jiang Jianming to take Lin Fan out for some fun as a courtesy. I know a lot of fun places, Jiang Jianming said with a smile. Do you have a racetrack here? Lin Fan asked. He wanted to try something more thrilling. Yes. So you also race, Mr. Lin? Just in time. I have a few friends who like it too. I'll arrange it. We'll go to the racetrack soon. Jiang Jianming went out to make a call. After a few minutes, Jiang Jianming returned. Mr. Lin, it's arranged. Let's go. By the way, Mr. Lin, since you're coming from the Magic City, you probably don't have a car. I happen to have several in my garage. You can choose one. Jiang Jianming took Lin Fan to a villa. The two entered the garage. There were several sport cars parked in the garage, but they weren't very expensive. The most expensive was a Ferrari F8. The Ferrari F8 looked quite new. It should have just been bought recently. Mr. Lin, feel free to choose any. I'll take this one. Lin Fan walked to the side of the Ferrari F8. Jiang Jianming's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Lin Fan to be so casual, picking the one with the best performance. That car was newly bought, and he hadn't driven it much yet. Chapter 173. Wu Qiuyan, what kind of person is Lin Fan? He is the largest shareholder of Weilong Spicy Strips, holding 60 of his shares. And this Luo Jianhao actually offended Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, are you okay? Jiang Jianming came to Lin Fan's front and asked respectfully. Lin Fan just shook his head. What could happen to him? Those who provoke him will only bring misfortune upon themselves. Jiang Xiao, who is he? Luo Jianhao asked tremblingly. Mr. Lin is the largest shareholder of Weilong Spicy Strips. Who do you think he is? Go to hell. First, beat this Luo Jianhao up. Jiang Jianming said to a few friends around him. In an instant, Jiang Jianming's friends rushed over, punching and kicking Luo Jianhao. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry, Jiang Jianming said apologetically. His father asked him to take good care of Lin Fan, but something like this happened. Lin Fan didn't say anything. Mr. Lin, let's go to the restaurant first. My friends will teach him a good lesson. Don't worry. Lin Fan nodded and got into the car that the bodyguard drove over. He couldn't be bothered to intervene in such matters. Jiang Jianming's friends were quite ruthless. In less than half a minute, Luo Jianhao passed out. Chapter 174. Film City. She didn't expect that Lin Fan, being so young, was actually the largest shareholder of Weilong Spicy Strips. She lost her composure. Forget what I just said. Wu Qiuyan became serious. Why do you want that necklace so much? Wu Qiuyan asked. Lin Fan shrugged. It has some special significance. Wu Qiuyan thought for a moment and said, all right, I want 3% of Weilong Spicy Strip shares. The necklace is yours. Wu Qiuyan wasn't foolish. Since Lin Fan wanted the necklace so badly, it meant it must be valuable. 3%? Director Wu, you really have a big appetite. As far as Lin Fan knew, Wu Qiuyan had only spent 30 million at the auction for the necklace. Now she wanted to sell it for 3% of Weilong Spicy Strip shares. With Weilong Spicy Strips valued at 8 billion, 3% would be over 2 billion. It's surprising that this woman could say such a thing. It could be a little less. Wu Qiuyan smiled like a cunning merchant. Forget it. I want to take the necklace. Goodbye. Lin Fan didn't intend to continue the discussion. It was truly a waste of his time. He turned around and left the private room. Wu Qiuyan was left stunned. Chapter 175. Zheng Ruilong, that man from Han Country, was Zheng Ruilong, a celebrity. He wasn't well known in Han Country, but after coming to Huaxia, he attracted a wave of fans with his looks. Shuer, come drink with me. Zheng Ruilong was clearly drunk. He staggered over to Song Shuer. His pronunciation was not very standard, but it was still understandable. Sorry, I don't drink. Song Shuer refused. Zheng Ruilong had no intention of leaving. It was obvious he was interested in Song Shuer. What's there to be afraid of? Come with me. Zheng Ruilong was about to grab Song Shuer. However, a bottle flew over. The bottle hit Zheng Ruilong's forehead and shattered. Zheng Ruilong let out a scream and fell to the ground. Zheng Ruilong felt a sharp pain, and his drunkenness faded away. He touched his forehead and found blood. You. Zheng Ruilong was furious, getting up and pointing at Lin Fan. You dare to hit me with a bottle? Lin Fan's expression was emotionless, and his voice was cold. You have 3 seconds to get lost. Lin Fan stood up. If Zheng Ruilong didn't leave, he wouldn't mind giving him a beating. How dare he touch Lin Fan's woman? He must be tired of living. Chapter 176. Compensation. Zhao Jian respectfully replied. Jinsheng Film Industry. Director Yang said with a bitter face, Mr. Lin, I really know I was wrong. I'm very familiar with the chairman of Jinsheng Film Industry, Gu Hongxin. Please, can you let me off the hook? Director Yang had no other choice but to mention the identity of the chairman of Jinsheng Film Industry. He thought Lin Fan would give Gu Hongxin some face because of this. Jinsheng Film Industry? Lin Fan hesitated for a moment and took out his phone. He sent a message. Mr. Lin, how about this? I invite you to dinner. Director Yang was still pleading. Half a minute passed. Director Yang's phone rang. He saw it was a call from the company and panicked. This call came at such a perfect time. Could it be that the company found out about this? Director Yang's hands trembled as he pressed the answer button. Did you offend Mr. Lin? As soon as the call connected, a roaring voice came from the phone. Director Yang's face turned pale. He recognized that it was Chairman Gu Hongxin's voice. Oh my God, even the chairman was involved. Gu Gudong, I know I was wrong. Can you help me plead for mercy? Gu Hongxin was extremely angry. Chapter 177. Bodyguard Company. Song Shuer also showed a helpless expression. Lin Fan, after what you said, I feel like I've suddenly become a beggar. Lin Fan smiled. Do you think 30 million is enough? Song Shuer said that Zheng Ruilong is apologizing to you. You decide. Lin Fan shook his head. No, that money is compensation for your mental distress. Let's do it this way. Have that guy transfer the money to Shuer's account. All right, Mr. Lin. Zhao Jian went to arrange it. Song Shuer pouted, but I didn't really suffer any losses. Lin Fan laughed. Since they are compensating, just take it. Suddenly, Song Shuer's eyes lit up, as if she had discovered a new world. She worked hard for a concert, but earned nothing. Now, just because of a Han Country star's trouble, she was getting 30 million in compensation. This money came too quickly. In an instant, Song Shuer felt that having concerts wasn't appealing anymore. Let's go shopping, and then we can eat later. Song Shuer linked her arm with Lin Fan's. Okay, wait. I need to use the restroom. After Song Shuer finished speaking, she ran off. Lin Fan waited at the door. After a while, a woman in a red short skirt walked over. Chapter 178. Arrogant Wang, Shaoqing Lin Fan, sat on the sofa, playing a couple of games. By 7 o'clock, Song Shuer also got up. Song Shuer rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan, why did you wake up so early? Huh? Why do you have 2 dark circles under your eyes? Song Shuer noticed something was off with Lin Fan. Lin Fan was speechless. How could you even ask? I couldn't sleep all night. If I had known, I wouldn't have let Song Shuer stay over. It was truly torturous. Get ready. We're going to have breakfast. Lin Fan originally planned to return to Moda today. However, after going shopping with Song Shuer last night, he forgot to arrange a private jet. So, he could only stay in Chujing City for another day. Song Shuer nodded and brushed her teeth and washed her face. Then, the two of them went to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. Shuer, you didn't book a flight, did you? While they were having breakfast, Lin Fan suddenly asked. The company has made arrangements, but I still want to wait until tomorrow to go back with you. That's fine. Lin Fan took out his phone and contacted the airport. At this time, there were still several people dining in the hotel restaurant. Suddenly, a waitress's scream came from not far away. Young Master Wang, don't do this. Chapter 179. Revenge. The waitress was silent for a while before saying, let me think about it. Originally, she wanted to quit her job, but if Lin Fan could transfer her to another place, it seemed like it would be okay. The main thing was that she just didn't want to be harassed by young Master Wang. I'll give you a week off. Once you've made up your mind, Just talk to the hotel manager. Transferring anywhere is not a problem, Lin Fan said. The waitress nodded and expressed her gratitude again. Thank you, Director Lin. After the waitress returned, Lin Fan and Song Schwerer also left the hotel. They first went to the headquarters of Wei Long Spicy Strips. Jiang Jiaming also had a position in the company and was currently there as well. Hearing that Lin Fan was coming, Jiang Chenglong and Jiang Jiaming went to the company entrance to welcome him. From a distance, Song Schwerer saw the big words Wei Long Spicy Strips on the company gate. Lin Fan, why did you bring me here? Song Schwerer asked in surprise. Could it be that this company is also yours? She felt there was a possibility. After all, Lin Fan's assets were truly vast, from hotels to real estate, then to cars and banks. Song Schwerer really couldn't count Lin Fan's assets. Lin Fan smiled. I only have a little bit of shares. Chapter 180. Unlucky they scanned around, but did not find Lin Fan's figure. He might be in the private room. Young Master Wang. There are people in that private room. Go in. Wang Xiaoqing's expression darkened as he walked ahead. He walked quickly, and when the bodyguards from the Sea Lion Security Center wanted to ask about their identities, Wang Xiaoqing had already entered the private room. Sure enough, he was here. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Wang Xiaoqing pointed at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with rage. Wang Xiaoqing didn't notice at all that the bodyguard from the Sea Lion Security Center had all stood up at this moment. Lin Fan, it's that annoying guy again. Seeing Wang Xiaoqing arrive, Song Schwerer frowned. However, Lin Fan's expression didn't change much. Who are you? How dare you disturb Director Lin's meal? General Manager Yi Xingwen also stood up. Wang Xiaoqing did not respond and simply made a gesture. Break his hands first. Wang Xiaoqing ordered. Young Master Wang, the situation is not right. Wang Xiaoqing turned around and saw that those around him had pale faces. Looking outside, the bodyguard from a Sea Lion Security Center had already surrounded them. If a fight broke out, they would definitely be the ones getting beaten. Chapter 181. Wang Dongshi takes action. Cries of pain continued to come. Is there someone named Wu Jiarong in the company? Lin Fan asked Yi Xingwen beside him. If that Wang Xiaoqing's cousin was indeed in the company, then Lin Fan would definitely not let him off. Yi Xingwen nodded and said, Director Lin, there is indeed such a person, and Wu Jiarong is indeed the head of the business department. He is on leave today. As soon as Yi Xingwen's voice fell, a woman walked in from outside. The woman wore glasses, was in her 30s, and worked in the Human Resources Department of the Sea Lion Security Center. General Manager. Minister Wu called. He asked me to check what happened in the restaurant. Wu Jiarong knew that his cousin had been beaten and that it was done by the bodyguards of his own company. If Wu Jiarong found out who it was, he would definitely not let them go. Give me the phone. Yi Xingwen took the woman's phone. I am Yi Xingwen. Upon hearing Yi Xingwen's voice, Wu Jiarong was quite surprised. He didn't expect the general manager to also be in the restaurant. Wu Jiarong was still on leave, and hearing that his cousin had been bullied made him very angry. Director Yi, so you're also in the restaurant. Chapter 182. Sanctions begin, don't panic. Lin Fan has seen many big scenes. With these little tricks made by Wang Dongshi, he poses no threat to Lin Fan. But right now, the situation is quite unfavorable for us, Yi Xingwen said with concern. After all, Wang Dongshi was a wealthy man. If it came to a fight, the Sea Lion Security Center would definitely not be a match for Wang Dongshi. I will handle this. What you need to do now is to compile a list. Anyone who cancels cooperation with the Sea Lion Security Center, blacklist them all. With Lin Fan's current means, he could completely sanction them. Although Yi Xingwen had doubts, he still nodded. Afterwards, Lin Fan took Song Schwerer and left. Yi Xingwen watched Lin Fan leave, curious about how he would retaliate. In the car, Lin Fan glanced at Song Schwerer. Where are we going to play this afternoon? Lin Fan asked. Aren't you in trouble now? How can you still think about playing? Seeing Lin Fan's confident expression, Song Schwerer felt helpless. What trouble is this? I just need to make a phone call to solve it. Song Schwerer shook her head and smiled. I don't believe it. Chapter 183. Spitting blood. Wang Dongshi clenched his fist tightly, his face gloomy. He wanted to say something, but at that moment, his phone rang first. Chairman, something big has happened. The female assistant's voice was frantic. What happened? Wang Dongshi frowned and asked. Fantai Automobile just notified us. They are suspending all cooperation, and they said they will no longer provide us with new cars. Wang Dongshi didn't take it seriously. After all, Fantai Automobile had little influence in the country. Their Jiangli group had cooperation with many car manufacturers and did not lack Fantai Automobile. It's just one Fantai Automobile. No big deal. The female assistant hesitated and said, no, it's not like that. Those domestic car manufacturers have almost all called. They said they want to end cooperation. Even foreign brands like BMW and Audi will no longer provide us with new cars. What? Wang Dongsher panicked. If all car manufacturers cancel cooperation, then Zhongli Group would really be finished. If they couldn't provide cars, how could they sell anything? Chapter 184. Antique Street, the Kunpeng sports car that was very popular online before was manufactured by Xingchen Group. Do you think they are impressive? Wang Dongsher gritted his teeth. He was thinking about how to resolve this matter. Continuing to fight like this, he definitely wouldn't be able to compete with Lin Fan. Kunpeng sports car? I know about that. Wang Xiaoqing was somewhat familiar with sports cars. When the Kunpeng sport car was being hyped online, he wanted to get one as well. Because the performance of the Kunpeng sports car was indeed outstanding, and it also had the most advanced driverless system in the world. Wang Xiaoqing's expression changed. He never expected that Lin Fan had this identity as well. This was quite troublesome. Dad, what should we do now? Wang Xiaoqing panicked. He didn't want to see the company go bankrupt. Usually, he drove luxury cars when going out, but he didn't want to end up taking the bus one day. Besides, he didn't have much ability, and if the company went bankrupt, it would even be a problem to make a living. Come with me to apologize to Lin Fan right now. Wang Dongsher couldn't think of any other way. Moreover, the longer they dragged it out, the greater their company's losses would be. Only by obtaining Lin Fan's forgiveness could the company possibly continue to operate. Chapter 185. The blue and white porcelain vase in hand. Song Schwerer shook her head helplessly and advised, Lin Fan, it's better not to buy it. It's so expensive. If you want to buy a vase, I can go with you to find one later. Lin Fan smiled and said, I just like this one. The boss said, Little brother, I see it's your first time here. This is already a friendship price. Lin Fan didn't say anything. At this moment, Song Schwerer took the blue and white porcelain vase and looked at it a few times. If you think the price is not suitable, you can haggle. Business is about mutual agreement. The boss squinted and smiled. Lin Fan was about to speak when Song Schwerer spoke first. 50. Song Schwerer offered a price. Lin Fan was stunned. Not only Lin Fan, but the boss also twitched his mouth. This price cut is too harsh, right? Young lady, there's no one who haggles like this. The boss said with a bitter face. Goodness, you're cutting it down to the bone. Song Schwerer said, This vase is so old, it's not worth much. Young lady, you're a bit off on this. Antiques. Of course, the older they are, the more valuable. The rarer, the more precious. The boss explained. So 1 million. The boss quoted again. 100. Song Schwerer held up a finger. Chapter 186. The black shop. Song Schwerer was an outsider. The other three were also half-baked. Whether it was real, blue and white porcelain, Lin Fan could tell at a glance. Let's continue discussing this spring river playing with water painting. The antique shop owner said with a smile to Jiang Chaoping. Boss, the price is too high. Although Jiang Chaoping really liked the antique painting on the table, he wasn't satisfied with the price. Then let's do it this way. 950,000. The antique shop owner quoted again. Jiang Chaoping hesitated. Bro, this is my lowest price. You should know the value of this spring river playing with water painting. Jiang Chaoping was indeed interested in this painting. Just as he was about to agree, Lin Fan spoke up. Don't buy it. This painting has a problem. Lin Fan saw through the trick. Song Yuanshan and Jiang Chaoping exchanged glances, both slightly surprised. They had looked for a long time without noticing anything unusual. But as soon as Lin Fan arrived, he said this painting had a problem. With Lin Fan's words, the antique shop owner frowned as well. Young man, you can eat indiscriminately, but you can't talk indiscriminately. If you say this painting has a problem, please provide evidence. Chapter 187. Auction. The two were just about to make a move. However, Lin Fan was faster. As expected, the two were taken down. It turned out to be a master. We have a numbers. Let's go together. The remaining people raised their vigilance and rushed up. However, they were still no match for Lin Fan. Soon, those few people were defeated by Lin Fan. They lay on the ground, continuously wailing. Don't come any closer. Seeing Lin Fan walk towards him, the antique shop owner's face turned pale. Lin Fan's skills exceeded his expectations. Their antique shop was not doing a legitimate business anyway. Sometimes, they would cheat if they could. When disputes arose, they relied on their numbers. Even if they went to court, they wouldn't be afraid. After all, the antique shop owner still had some connections. But today, they encountered Lin Fan. Lin Fan, should we call the police? Song Schwerer suggested. Sure. Lin Fan did not oppose Song Schwerer's suggestion. Such a black shop should have been shut down a long time ago. Meanwhile, Lin Fan also opened the antique shop owner's laptop. There was a lot of evidence of the boss selling fake antiques. Chapter 188. The last pride, I definitely won't make a losing deal. After wasting so much time with him, I must make him pay a painful price. Lin Fan sneered. Either don't make a move. Since he has made a move, he must completely bring down the Wang family father and son. Zheng Xiaoqing helplessly said. Those two have provoked you. They are really unlucky. Lin Fan thought of something and asked, by the way, does Wang Dongsher know that we acquired shares of Jiangli Group? Zheng Xiaoqing shook her head. I didn't tell him. He should not know. After chatting for a while, Lin Fan hung up the phone. What's wrong? Why are you smiling so happily? Song Shuer looked at Lin Fan. It's nothing. Song Yuanshan suddenly said, Daughter, you're going back tomorrow. Have you booked the tickets? Song Shuer shook her head and said, Book tickets. Why do we need to book tickets? Lin Fan has a private jet. Song Yuanshan slapped his forehead. Look, I'm confused. With Lin Fan's identity, how could he still need to book tickets? Indeed, Lin Fan's assets had already surpassed 100 billion. If he didn't have a private jet, that would be a problem. Since that's the case, should we go back together? Chapter 189. Blackmail. Wang Dongsher did not chase after him any further. His face looked very grim. It was hard to believe that Lin Fan had taken 55 of Jiangli Group's shares. However, looking at Lin Fan's expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. Wang Dongsher was half convinced and took out his phone to make a call. Old Liang, tell me honestly, did you sell the shares of Jiangli Group you held? Wang Dongsher asked directly without wasting time. Yes. The other party replied without hiding anything. Why? Wang Dongsher's face was filled with anger. Why didn't you tell me about such a significant matter? The other party was also angry. Why should I tell you? The trouble you and your son caused. Why should we clean up after you? Do you know how much we lost because of this? The stock of Jiangli Group has dropped to the limit. When buying Jiangli Group shares, Zheng Xiaoqing even pressed the price extremely low. But apart from selling the stocks at a loss, what else could we do? You should know, the Wang father and son have offended Lin Fan. With Lin Fan's strength, they could never win against him. Chapter 190. 1 billion underworld coins what? 50 million? Are you blackmailing me? Song Shuer looked very pale. The current online public opinion was already enough of a headache. If the other party posted the photos online, her reputation would be completely ruined. Who are you anyway? Did you create those rumors online on purpose? Song Shuer was furious, her chest heaving violently. You don't need to care who I am. In any case, you just need to transfer the money. At first, the person didn't expect that releasing the photos would cause such a big uproar. But it was good. He could get more money. As for whether Song Shuer could still make a living in the music industry after this, it was none of his concern. His only goal was money. I don't have that much money. Song Shuer bit her lip. If the person posted the photos online, it would undoubtedly add fuel to the fire. Can't come up with 50 million? Song Shuer, are you kidding me? I know your boyfriend is the chairman of Xingshan Automobile. He has plenty of money. 50 million is actually a low demand. If you anger me, I'll just post the photos. Chapter 191. The money has arrived. Wang Dongsher still had Jiangli Group's shares anyway. He didn't believe Lin Fan could keep dragging this out. Lin Fan sneered. If I say I want all your assets, then that's all your assets. Wang Dongsher, you don't have the qualification to bargain with me. Wang Dongsher snorted coldly. All right, then let's drag this out. I forgot to tell you, I'm going abroad. Lin Fan, you can't do anything to me. As long as I still have shares in Jiangli Group, I won't lose. Wang Dongsher was sure Lin Fan wouldn't let Jiangli Group go bankrupt. So this was his confidence. Wang Dongsher hung up the phone, looking at the dark night sky with a gloomy expression. Dad, the plane is about to take off. Wang Xiaocheng reminded him from the side. Let's go. Wang Xiaocheng gritted his teeth and boarded the plane. Meanwhile, Lin Fan in the hotel let out a cold laugh. Wang Dongsher, oh Wang Dongsher, not bad. You're actually thinking of hiding abroad. Originally, Lin Fan planned to take Wang Dongsher's assets and let it go. But now, those two are still harboring illusions. Since that's the case, Lin Fan also didn't plan to keep them around. Lin Fan, who are you calling? Song Shuer asked curiously. Who else? Chapter 192. Haicheng Resort. When Wang Dongsher woke up, he found himself in a small wooden house. The light inside was dim, and he saw his son lying on the floor not far away. There were also several men in black in the room. Wang Dongsher trembled all over. He didn't know why these people had brought them here. Were you people? Wang Dongsher mustered his courage to ask. The men couldn't understand what he was saying and went to find Red Rose. After a while, Red Rose arrived as well. Mr. Wang, you finally woke up, Red Rose said in broken Huaxiao language. Wang Dongsher frowned, staring blankly at the red-haired woman in front of him. This foreign woman was very beautiful, really like a stunning rose. But Wang Dongshi sensed a murderous aura from her. This woman was not simple. What is your purpose? Wang Dongshi asked with a pale face. Nothing, just seeking wealth. Red Rose smiled and said, Name your price. Wang Dongshi felt he was too unlucky. His company had just been punished by Lin Fan, and now he had encountered kidnappers in a foreign country. Could it get any worse? Chapter 193. Ripping off customers. Lin Fan also returned to the manor by car. Hello, Mr. Lin. The maids in the manor hadn't seen Lin Fan for several days. Seeing him return, they all greeted him. Lin Fan walked into the hall of the manor and found it very quiet. Today was the weekend, and Zheng Xiaoqing and Yang Linlin didn't need to work. However, Lin Fan did not see their figures. Where did Xiaoqing and Linlin go? Lin Fan asked one of the maids in the hall. They went out to have fun in the morning. They shouldn't be back so soon. During this period, Zheng Xiaoqing and Yang Linlin had been exhausted from work, and they went out to relax. So that's it. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. He sat in the hall for a while and soon received a message from Yang Linlin. Mr. Lin, are you back? Lin Fan replied. Just returned to the manor. Sorry. I wanted to pick you up, but I was dragged out by Sister Xiaoqing in the morning. Lin Fan just smiled and asked, Where are you? We're at Haiqing Resort. Mr. Lin, do you want to come over? Lin Fan felt there was nothing to do in the manor, so he went to the garage. He drove off in the Pagani Huayra. After all, Haiqing Resort was also Lin Fan's property, so he could go take a look. Chapter 194. The resort is mine. Lin Fan also didn't expect that such an incident would happen in his own resort. Lin Fan, let's call the police. Zheng Xiaoqing said this and was about to take out her phone. The restaurant owner frowned and stepped forward to stop her. You won't pay, and calling the police won't help. As soon as he finished speaking, several men rushed in from outside. Judging by their attire, they should be the security guards of the resort. If you don't pay, you won't leave here easily today. The restaurant owner threatened. I warn you, let go. Do you know who we are? Zheng Xiaoqing said with anger on her face. It was hard to get a vacation, to come out and relax, and then to encounter such bad luck. I don't care who you are. You ordered so much food. You have to pay. Zheng Xiaoqing looked at Lin Fan and said, He is the chairman of Chu Feng Group. Believe it or not, I will expose you after we go out. Zheng Xiaoqing's face was icy. Just him? The chairman of Chu Feng Group? Who are you trying to fool? The restaurant owner glanced at Lin Fan, clearly not believing it. If he is the chairman of Chu Feng Group, then I am the president of the United States. Yang Linlin also wanted to call, but at this moment, the resort security had already stepped forward. Chapter 195. Rectification. Li Zhong's face turned extremely ugly. He never expected that the young man in front of him would be the owner of Haiqing Resort. Seeing Lin Fan's expressionless face, Li Zhong broke out in a cold sweat. Offending the owner of the resort would truly be disastrous this time. Not to mention losing their jobs, they had also offended Lin Fan. With Lin Fan's identity, it would be too easy for him to ruin them. Bro, this must be fake. I think making him pay $300,000 is already too little. Why not make it $500,000? The restaurant owner didn't notice Li Zhong's ugly expression. At this moment, all he could think about was money. Slap. Li Zhong slapped the restaurant owner across the face. Bro, why did you hit me? The restaurant owner was stunned. Shut up, Li Zhong said angrily. Mr. Lin, I didn't mean to offend you. Li Zhong regretted it deeply. It truly was a case of water flooding the Dragon King Temple, where one family doesn't recognize another. If he had known Lin Fan was the owner of Haiqing Resort, he wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. What? Bro, are you saying he is really the owner of Haiqing Resort? Chapter 196. Pocket Money. Fan Tong was unhappy. Dad, I won't allow you to say that about my brother. What brother? Fan Gang glanced at Lin Fan with disdain. In his eyes, his son was useless, and he probably didn't have good friends either. Bring me my Westlake Longjing. Fan Gang was very angry. Dad, my brother is the chairman of Xingchen Motors. Lin Fan. Fan Tong directly revealed Lin Fan's identity. Nonsense. Wait, Xingchen Motors? You are Lin Fan from Xingchen Motors? Fan Gang was stunned, staring blankly at Lin Fan. So, you're not joking with me, are you? Fan Gang had naturally heard of Lin Fan's great name. After all, Lin Fan was a prominent figure in Magic City now. Although Fan Gang also had some connections in Magic City, he couldn't compare to Lin Fan at all. He was skeptical that his son knew the chairman of Xingchen Motors. Dad, why would I joke with you? My brother is that impressive, Fan Tong said proudly. Fan Gang looked at Lin Fan again, seeing more resemblance. He had seen the press conference of Xingchen Motors before, so he had some impression of Lin Fan. Chapter 197. The misfortune of Shangguan Ming. Lin Shuyan was stunned and reminded Lin Fan, don't be impulsive. The person who hurt me is the son of the chairman of Minghui Real Estate. Minghui Real Estate is one of the top 5 real estate companies in China, with strong strength. Lin Shuyan didn't want to involve Lin Fan because of her own issues. She was already very grateful that Lin Fan arranged for her to enter Chu phone group. I don't care who he is. I will take care of this, Lin Fan said coldly. Sister, you really should stay in the HR department. Why go to the business department? Lin Fan said helplessly. Lin Shuyan lowered her head and said, Don't blame General Zhao. I applied to transfer there myself. After all, doing business is my specialty. Lin Fan shook his head again and asked, How's your injury now? What did the doctor say? Lin Shuyan said, At that time, I was hit on the head with a wine bottle, but the doctor said it's not a big problem. Just rest for a while, and it will be fine. Lin Fan nodded. Then take good care of yourself in the hospital. The rest is up to me. I will make the person who hit you come over to apologize. Lin Shuyan hesitated, fearing Lin Fan would offend someone. Chapter 198. Sent to the hospital, Shang Wanming was close to the door and almost got hit. The door was very heavy, and if it had hit him, he would probably need to be hospitalized. Who is it? Shang Wanming was still in a state of shock, and it took him a while to react. Looking at Lin Fan at the door, Shang Wanming was furious. His friends were also looking at Lin Fan with anger. Lin Fan remained silent and entered the VIP box with his bodyguards. Who called Shang Wanming? Lin Fan scanned the young people in the box. Judging by their attire, they were all rich second-generation kids. However, Lin Fan didn't pay much attention to them. What he wanted to do now was to settle the score with Shang Wanming. Shang Wanming's face didn't look good. It was obvious he had noticed that Lin Fan wanted to cause trouble for him. That's me. Shang Wanming stepped forward. Although Lin Fan had many people with him, Shang Wanming was not afraid. After all, his status was there. Without saying a word, Lin Fan stepped forward and slapped him. The force of the slap was great. Shang Wanming's body lifted off the ground, spinning in the air a few times. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground with a heart-stopping thud. Shang Wanming was dazed from the hit and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 199. Another one-born Shang Wanjin answered the phone. He heard some very bad news. This news was undoubtedly like a bolt from the blue for him. Hello. Can you hear me? I'm a doctor at the Central Hospital of Magic City. Your son has been kicked in a vital area and may not be able to have children in the future. Shang Wanjin stood unsteadily, almost falling to the ground. How could this happen? Shang Wanjin only had one son, Shang Wanming. If they lost their son, wouldn't the Shang Wan family be extinct? Shang Wanjin's voice trembled as he pleaded. Doctor, please, you must save my son. No matter the cost, you must save him. The voice on the phone was filled with regret. I'm sorry. We've done our best. Your son hasn't woken up yet. Considering the patient's possible emotional state, it's best for you to come to the hospital. After saying this, the doctor hung up. Shang Wanjin felt a wave of weakness and leaned against the nearby desk. Who did this? Who on earth? After a brief moment of distraction, Shang Wanjin became extremely angry. In a magic city, how dare someone hurt his son so badly? Chapter 200. Shang Wanjin's anger. The old man practiced calligraphy while saying, Shang Wanjin, just listen to me. You should get a thorough checkup. By the way, that hospital is run by my grandson. When you get there, just mention my name, and you'll get a discount. Shang Wanjin was so angry he wanted to curse. This old man was talking nonsense. He wanted the Southern Sky Chamber of Commerce to take action against Lin Fan. Yet, here he was acting confused. Was I talking about infertility? Although Shang Wanjin was furious, he couldn't say anything due to the old man's status. President, among all the members of the Southern Sky Chamber of Commerce, I can say I'm one of the earliest members. Over the years, I've contributed a lot to the development of the chamber. Shang Wanjin wanted to say more, but the old man interrupted him. Shang Wanjin, regarding dealing with Lin Fan, I don't think anyone in the chamber will agree. I advise you to check Lin Fan's information thoroughly before making any plans. The old man was well aware of Lin Fan's power. Not only did Lin Fan possess outstanding medical skills, but he also had many companies under his name. If the Southern Sky Chamber of Commerce chose to side with Shang Wanjin, they would gain nothing. Chapter 201. Eat what you need. Wu Qingsong looked at Shang Wanming's injuries and finally shook his head. This child has been beaten badly. I don't know who could be so cruel. Doctor, can my son recover? Shang Wanjin asked Wu Qingsong beside him. Wu Qingsong only shook his head. With the current medical conditions, it's not possible. Shang Wanjin was still unwilling to give up. Doctor, no matter how much it costs, we can accept it. It's not about money. Wu Qingsong waved his hand. Suddenly, Wu Qingsong thought of something. Perhaps there is someone who can treat your son. but that person charges a lot. The consultation fee is in the millions. Wu Qing-song thought of Lin Fan. Lin Fan had performed many medical miracles. If Lin Fan were willing to help, he might really be able to help Shangwan Ming recover. Who is it? Doctor, please tell me. If my son can recover, I will surely reward you. Shangwan Jin seemed to have grasped the last straw of hope. Even if the chance was slim, he had to try. He is a miracle doctor from our magic city. Previously, Kong Jingping was on the verge of death, and it was also that miracle doctor who saved him. Chapter 202. Give him a warning. Since taking the medicine sent by Hengtian Pharmaceuticals, the patient has gradually recovered. Now, the patient can get out of bed and move around. There are no abnormalities. Wu Qing-song replied. In Wu Qing-song's eyes, Lin Fan had become a godlike figure. Let's go see him. Okay, Miracle Dr. Lin, please follow me. Wu Qing-song led the way. After a short while, they arrived at the hospital room where Xiao Zhu's father was. In the room, there were only Xiao Zhu and her father. At this time, Xiao Zhu's father was reading a magazine. His complexion looked normal, no longer the sickly appearance he had before. Mr. Lin, what brings you here? Seeing Lin Fan enter the room, Xiao Zhu quickly stood up. Just came to check on you. Lin Fan smiled. Uncle Xiao. Lin Fan greeted Xiao Zhu's father. Xiao Zhu's father looked up at Lin Fan, a smile appearing on his face. Lin Fan, thank you for everything. He had heard everything after waking up. If it weren't for Lin Fan, he might have already gone to the other side. It's no trouble. For Lin Fan, it really wasn't much. After all, his medicine was about to be put on the market. Chapter 203. Mr. Lin is our boss with Lin Fan's identity. He surely had many bodyguards around him. One can imagine how difficult it would be to assassinate Lin Fan. However, Chen Aosong was not short on money. As long as he could eliminate Lin Fan, he was willing to pay any price. Finally, a bounty issued by Chen Aosong was accepted by a killer. The information showed that the organization taking the job was a mysterious assassin group called Grim Reaper. This killer organization was quite mysterious, and the success rate of their assassinations was naturally very high. A smile appeared on Chen Aosong's lips as he immediately paid the deposit. Within 3 days, I want Lin Fan's head. Can you do it? Chen Aosong sent a message to the other party. Sir, isn't 3 days a bit rushed? You should know that entering Huaxia isn't that easy. We need to be fully prepared before setting out. The other party explained the situation. After all, Huaxia was known as a forbidden land for mercenaries. It was quite difficult for their assassin organization to blend in, let alone eliminate Lin Fan there. How long do you need then? Chen Aosong was a bit unhappy. After all, he couldn't afford to wait. If Lin Fan reacted in time, it would be troublesome. Chapter 204. Chen Aosong regrets you're not joking with me, are you? Chen Aosong couldn't believe that Lin Fan was the boss of the Phantom Killer organization. Then just take it as if we were joking. By the way, Mr. Lin also asked us to convey a message. If you don't want to die, it's best not to get involved in the Shangwan family's affairs. Otherwise, when we come next time, it won't be as simple as just needing money. Hearing the killer's words, Chen Aosong's eyes revealed despair. At this moment, he was very clear that he was no match for Lin Fan. On the contrary, with Lin Fan's identity, it would be extremely easy to play him to death. What to do next, I don't need to say, right? Chen Aosong reacted, trembling as he spoke. I will immediately cancel the bounty. Also, please help me convey to Lin Fan, no, Mr. Lin. I absolutely will no longer meddle in the affairs of the Shangwan family. Chen Aosong knelt on the ground, trembling. Then cancel it now. If Mr. Lin encounters any trouble later, be careful for your life. Chen Aosong's face turned green and white. He immediately logged into his dark web account to cancel the posted bounty task. Of course, the deposit could not be refunded. Chapter 205. Going to Hong Kong Island to save a person Zhou Baiwang's friend was on the verge of death. He hurriedly returned to Modu from Hong Kong Island. As soon as he got off the plane, he immediately came to Lin Fan's manor. In Zhou Baiwang's view, only Lin Fan could save his friend. My friend is very wealthy. If Brother Lin can cure him, he said he is willing to offer 3 billion as a reward. There's no way. The richer a person is, the more afraid they are of death. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and said, sure, I will set off tomorrow. Lin Fan was already planning to visit Hong Kong Island. Since the other party was a friend of Zhou Baiwang, Lin Fan felt it would be rude to refuse. Brother Lin, then I will trouble you. I have already arranged a flight for 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. This matter cannot be delayed for even a moment. What is the current situation on the other side? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Baiwang called over his secretary and took out a hospital diagnosis report. Brother Lin, You are a divine doctor. Take a look. Lin Fan took the diagnosis report and glanced at it. It turned out to be a gunshot wound. Lin Fan frowned. What is more troublesome is that the person was shot 3 times, each shot hitting a vital area. If not for timely medical attention, he might have already lost his life. Zhou Baiwang bitterly smiled. Yes, it is indeed a gunshot wound. Chapter 206. Du Jianrong. After finishing breakfast, Lin Fan checked the time. It was almost time. Mr. Lin, are you leaving? Asked young Lin, who was beside him. Lin Fan nodded. I'll leave this in your and Xiaoqing's hands until I return. All right, Mr. Lin. I heard the sun is quite strong over in Hong Kong Island. Let me give you the sunscreen I bought last time. Lin Fan smiled. To be honest, young Lin is quite considerate. No need. I'm not a young fresh meat. Getting a bit tan is fine. Young Lin covered her mouth and laughed as she saw Lin Fan off to the door. Just like that, Lin Fan got into the car. When Lin Fan boarded the plane, Zhou Baiwang was still not too assured and called Lin Fan again. Brother Lin, have you boarded the plane yet? News from Hong Kong Island says that his old friend's condition is getting worse. So, Zhou Baiwang was also anxious. I'm at the airport, and I can board soon. All right, Brother Lin, then I trouble you. Once you get there, someone will be there to assist you. If you're not in a hurry to come back, you can play there for a few more days. Zhou Baiwang had some family issues, so he did not go to Hong Kong Island with Lin Fan. Chapter 207. Treatment. They had invited quite a few experts, but the results were all pretty much the same. That is, Du Jianrong doesn't have much time left. At this moment, Du Meiqi had no other choice but to trust Lin Fan. Du Meiqi walked to the door and communicated with the doctor. This isn't good, is it? The doctor assessed Lin Fan, not daring to let him in. No matter how you looked at it, Lin Fan didn't seem like a doctor. However, due to Du Meiqi's identity, the doctor could only agree. The doctor is still conducting tests on Mr. Du. You can go in, but don't cause any trouble. The doctor reminded. Lin Fan merely nodded and walked in with Du Meiqi. Inside the ward, several doctors were surrounding Du Jianrong, conducting various tests. As for Du Jianrong on the hospital bed, he was currently in a comatose state. Du Jianrong's face was pale, and his breathing was weak. Lin Fan took a look and found the problem a bit tricky. Du Jianrong had been shot 3 times, with 2 bullets already removed. But one was lodged directly in the heart, and those doctors didn't have absolute confidence, so they didn't dare to operate. Moreover, even if they could remove the bullet, Du Jianrong wouldn't live much longer. Because Du Jianrong's injuries were too severe, he was already half in the coffin. Chapter 208. Mysterious phone call. The way the doctors looked at Lin Fan became respectful. They were already completely in awe. A patient who clearly had no hope of being cured was now miraculously treated by a young man. Your father shouldn't have any major issues, Lin Fan said to Du Meiqi. Seeing her father's heart rate stabilize, Du Meiqi was also very happy. Thank you, Divine Dr. Lin. What else do we need to pay attention to next? Lin Fan said. Next, he needs to take some medication, but I will arrange that. All right, Du Meiqi said. I have already arranged accommodation. Divine Dr. Lin can go rest first. No need for accommodation. I have a place to stay. Lin Fan has a luxury apartment in Hong Kong Island. Then Divine Dr. Lin should go have a meal. I'll have someone take you. After leaving the hospital, Lin Fan was arranged by Du Meiqi to the Du family's villa. The Du family's villa is over 10,000 square feet in a land-scarce Hong Kong Island that is already considered very large. Du Meiqi had prepared lunch. Mr. Lin, please have your meal. The Du family's servant led Lin Fan to the dining room. After working for so long, Lin Fan was also hungry. At this time, the Du family members were still at the hospital, leaving Lin Fan to dine alone. Chapter 209. Dongming Racing Circuit. Mr. Lin. Then I will head back first. After dropping Lin Fan off at his destination, Du Meiqi took her people and left. Mr. Lin, please come in. The butler made a gesture to invite him in. The first thing Lin Fan did upon entering the villa was to check the helicopter he had drawn from the system. The helicopter was still new. Since it was delivered here, no one had flown it except for maintenance. To be honest, Lin Fan wanted to experience what it felt like to ride in a helicopter. Mr. Lin, is this your first time in Hong Kong Island? The old butler didn't know much about Lin Fan. He only knew that Lin Fan was from the Magic City. That's right, it's my first time. The old butler smiled and said, the weather should be nice tomorrow. Mr. Lin can take the helicopter out to have some fun. Lin Fan nodded. Please arrange it for me. When he drew the helicopter, the system also assigned a pilot to Lin Fan. However, the pilot is not here today. All right, Mr. Lin. Lin Fan walked back to the main villa with the old butler. And when passing by the garage, Lin Fan discovered there was actually a black Porsche 911 inside. Whose sports car is that? The old butler was taken aback. Mr. Lin, this car is yours. Chapter 210. Revenge wanted. I don't want your Porsche. You kneeled down and bowed me a few times. From now on, just call me Big Brother when you see me. Lin Fan didn't take Feng Juanlong's words seriously. Losing was impossible. Lin Fan couldn't possibly lose to such a newbie. Let's get started then. I have other things to do. Lin Fan said. Young Master Feng. It seems this kid is eager to call you Big Brother. The few people laughed heartily. Great. Let's race on this track and see who finishes 5 laps first. No problem? No problem. Feng Juanlong got into his Aston Martin and drove to the starting point. The race began. Both cars launched forward. The rear wheels screeched against the ground, sending up a smell of burnt rubber. Go, young Master Feng. Young Master Feng will definitely win. The young men cheered for Feng Juanlong. At first, the two cars were neck and neck, and it was hard to tell who would win. Feng Juanlong was an experienced racer and didn't take Lin Fan seriously at all. However, when they reached the curve, Lin Fan's advantage immediately became apparent. The Porsche executed a perfect drift, successfully navigating the turn. What? Chapter 211. Du Meiqi's curiosity, seeing the two cars approaching from behind. Lin Fan directly parked the car on the side of the road. Lin Fan unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. At that moment, Feng Juanlong, along with 10 big men, also got out of the car. The 10 big men were holding sticks, looking aggressive. Kid, you're done for. Let me tell you, my Aston Martin is not that easy to take. On the racetrack, Feng Juanlong couldn't do anything to Lin Fan. But outside with help, Feng Juanlong wasn't afraid of Lin Fan anymore. Want to fight, huh? Lin Fan smiled. Kid, you need to understand. Now it's us who are going to beat you up. No matter how strong you are, do you think you could take on so many people? They all have weapons. That's where Feng Juanlong's confidence comes from. Who hits who is still uncertain. Lin Fan just smiled. Seeking death. Break his 2 arms first. Feng Juanlong couldn't stand it anymore. Hearing Feng Juanlong's command, the 10 big men charged forward. Just as a stick was about to hit Lin Fan's head, Lin Fan moved faster, sidestepping. Lin Fan grabbed the brawny man's hand and twisted hard. With a scream, the brawny man's hand went limp, and the stick was snatched away by Lin Fan. Chapter 212. Danger approaches. Lin Fan just smiled. After all, the Du family was struggling to protect themselves. Lin Fan didn't think the Du family had the ability to protect him. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Du Jianrong asked Dr. Lin, aren't you going back to the Magic City so soon? I plan to stay in Hong Kong for a few days. Lin Fan had already arranged for his parents to come over. As for those so-called assassins, it was best not to provoke him. Du Jianrong nodded. Dr. Lin should still be careful. Although I will send someone to protect you, those assassins are hiding in the dark. They're not easy to deal with. Remembering the assassination incident from yesterday, Du Jianrong felt a lingering fear. I will. After saying that, Lin Fan walked out of the ward. Big Brother, this flower is for you. Du Meiqi pulled her daughter over, and in Xuanyuan's hand, she held a red rose. Thank you. Lin Fan smiled, crouched down, and took the rose from the little girl's hand. The rose had a fragrant aroma. No need to thank me. Mommy said you cured Grandpa. We should thank you. Xuanyuan said in a childish voice. Lin Fan smiled and patted the little girl's head. Your daughter is very well behaved. Chapter 213. Lin Fan's strength. Lin Fan directly knocked the man unconscious with his pistol. Now the Desert Eagle in his hand was out of bullets. Fortunately, Lin Fan was skilled. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take out these 3 people. Are you all right? Lin Fan tore off the tape on Du Meiqi's mouth. He glanced into the car, but didn't see Du Meiqi's daughter. Dr. Lin, please save my daughter. Du Meiqi was Heartbroken. At this moment, even if the police arrived, it would be too late. The only person Du Meiqi could rely on was Lin Fan. Lin Fan untied Du Meiqi's ropes and frowned. Where did Xiaoxin go? We need to chase them now. Du Meiqi urged. It's at the intersection where we just had the incident. Follow me. Lin Fan picked up a handgun from the ground, pulled Du Meiqi into the Lincoln car, and started the engine again. Buckle your seatbelt, Lin Fan reminded. He drove skillfully, launching the car forward. Du Meiqi's face was anxious, tears streaming down her cheeks. They want to take you away. Trust me, Xiaoxian will be fine. Lin Fan comforted her. Chapter 214. Blood Demon Assassin Organization. Wait a moment. I'll get you some herbs. Lin Fan first helped Du Meiqi stop the bleeding. Dr. Lin, no need. I'll go to the hospital later. Lin Fan said. The wound is a bit big. If you let it drag on, it will definitely leave scars. Women care about their appearance, and hearing Lin Fan say this, Du Meiqi fell silent. Lin Fan found some herbs nearby, crushed them, and applied them to Du Meiqi's calf. Then, Lin Fan tore his own clothes and bound Du Meiqi's wound. Du Meiqi stared at Lin Fan in a daze, not saying a word. The once frozen heart began to thaw at this moment. All done. Lin Fan stood up. Thank you. Du Meiqi's face turned a little red. Lin Fan suddenly thought of a question and asked, why didn't I see Xuan's dad in the hospital? From start to finish, Lin Fan hadn't seen him. Du Meiqi hesitated for a moment and said, he has passed away. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought it up. Seeing Du Meiqi looking down, Lin Fan felt ashamed. Next, Lin Fan went to check the bodies of the 3 assassins. However, he didn't find anything. If only he had left one alive. Chapter 215. The Matters of the Du Family. I'm fine. Thanks to Dr. Lin for saving me. Du Meiqi looked at Lin Fan with a bit more tenderness in her eyes. This scene clearly caught Du Xiu's attention. Du Xiu frowned slightly, and a hint of sternness flashed in his eyes. However, that hint of sternness was very subtle, so Du Meiqi didn't notice it. Meiqi, let me take you to the hospital. No need, Dr. Lin has already treated me. Besides, who can compare to Dr. Lin when it comes to medical skills? Du Meiqi said with a smile. True, Dr. Lin, we are really grateful to have you here yesterday. Otherwise, Meiqi and Xian would have been taken away by those people. You are a great benefactor to our Du family. Du Xiu expressed his gratitude. Although Du Xiu was saying grateful words, Lin Fan felt it was a bit strange. Actually, it's nothing, Lin Fan said. Du Xiu shifted his gaze to Du Meiqi and asked, Meiqi, are you going to the hospital later? Du Meiqi replied, you go ahead. I'll go later. Although Du Jianrong's health had improved a lot, he still needed someone to take care of him. It's fine, I'll wait for you. Du Xiu sat down on the sofa in the lobby and looked at his phone. Chapter 216. Parents arrive, let's go. Don't disturb me while I'm eating. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Feng Junlong expressed his gratitude once again. Now that Lin Fan had forgiven them, they both looked at Du Meiqi, waiting for her to speak. Let's go. Du Meiqi waved her hand. Thank you, Miss Du. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief, and when they reached Du Xiu's side, they thanked him again before leaving the Du family villa. Du Meiqi smiled at Lin Fan. Dr. Lin, if you encounter trouble in Hong Kong in the future, you can find me. Lin Fan just nodded. Watching the two eat and chat happily, Du Xiu outside the hall gradually darkened his expression. After finishing breakfast, Du Meiqi followed Du Xiu to the hospital. Lin Fan first returned to his own villa. He instructed the villa's chef to prepare a big meal in advance. At 11 o'clock, Lin Fan went to the airport to pick someone up. This time, Lin Fan set off in a Night 15. He had drawn a total of 3 cars from his system, and all 3 had been registered. In this regard, the system was indeed very considerate. Lin Fan's private plane landed at Hong Kong Island Airport. Dad, Mom. Chapter 217. Compensation of 10 million name? In a jewelry store in the mall, the police were investigating the information of Lin Haidong and He Hui. Lin Haidong and He Hui answered truthfully. When they heard that the 6 people next to them were bodyguards, the questioning officer was taken aback. 2 people from a small county actually had 6 bodyguards? Who would believe that? But the fact was as such. Although those 6 bodyguards were robots, the powerful system had already provided them with identities. So, they weren't afraid of the police investigation. Beside them, the injured jewelry store manager was furious. I thought you were some big shots. Turns out you came from a small county. It seems these 6 bodyguards were probably just hired to make a scene. You broke my hand, just wait for compensation. The jewelry store manager was about 6 meters tall, with a round face and a beer belly. At that time, he looked down on Lin Haidong and He Hui, so he directly kicked them out. But unfortunately for him, he was injured by Lin Haidong's bodyguards. Initially, when he saw the 6 bodyguards, the jewelry store manager was directly stunned. Who were these people to go out with 6 bodyguards? Now, upon learning about Lin Haidong and He Hui's identities, he thought he had been overly concerned. Chapter 218. Frightened looking at the transaction message, Lin Liqiang was overjoyed. With his 10 million, he wouldn't have to work here anymore. Supporting a young model would be no problem. Son, did you really give him 10 million? Lin Haidong and He Hui were both unwilling. Losing 10 million was just too cheap for that bastard. Kid, you're quite clever. Apologize now, and you can leave, Lin Liqiang said with a smug smile. The previous beating was not in vain. This 10 million was enough for Lin Liqiang to forget all his pain. Go. Why should I go? Lin Fan saved the recording from earlier and sneered. Kid, what do you mean? Lin Liqiang squinted his eyes. Just now, he thought Lin Fan had softened. But now it didn't seem that way. Now you should apologize to my parents. Lin Fan said. Lin Liqiang was even more confused. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Kid, you dare to set me up. This plan was well thought out. You want to send me to jail for extortion, right? You're too naive. Lin Liqiang was not a fool. Since he dared to do this, he must have his confidence. Chapter 219. Encountering assassins, I don't plan to take this money for now. After saying that, Lin Fan called the police and also found a lawyer. If it was just about getting the money back, that would be too cheap for Lin Liqiang. Lin Fan wanted him to go to jail. Mr. Lin, please spare me. Lin Liqiang was filled with regret and his body was trembling slightly. Go tell the police. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he looked at Lin Haidong and He Hui. Dad, Mom, let's go. Son, you're actually the chairman of Zhou Fu Jewelry? Lin Haidong and He Hui exchanged glances, both looking very surprised. During this time, Lin Fan had given them too many surprises. Lin Fan smiled without saying a word. After staying in the mall for a while, Lin Fan took his parents and left. Sitting in the car, Lin Fan said to Lin Haidong, Dad, from now on, no matter where you go, you must take bodyguard with you. Don't worry about offending anyone. Lin Haidong smiled and replied, Son, got it. Before they returned to the villa, 6 robotic bodyguards noticed something unusual. Mr. Lin, there's a situation. Since Lin Haidong and He Hui were also in the car, the robotic bodyguards couldn't explain it openly. Lin Fan understood and said, Dad, Mom. Chapter 222 Forces Unite. Where is your headquarters? Lin Fan's expression grew darker. This assassin organization actually dared to provoke him. Lin Fan had no reason to tolerate it. Our headquarters is not fixed. Sometimes we move frequently. Lin Fan coldly asked, Who ordered you to kidnap Du Meiqi and her daughter? That's classified. We don't know. Lin Fan guessed the answer from the 2 assassins. After all, involving certain secrets could only be known by the high-ranking officials of the assassin organization. If you don't know anything, then you can go die. From the beginning, Lin Fan had no intention of letting them go. What? Didn't you say you would let one of us go? How could you go back on your word? The 2 assassins were furious, glaring at Lin Fan. It was only now that they realized they had been played. This despicable Lin Fan was indeed untrustworthy. The 2 assassins trembled with rage. If they could retaliate, they really wanted to duel Lin Fan. If they're essaying next life, remember, never provoke me. Lin Fan said with a smile. The 2 assassins clenched their fists tightly. Chapter 221 Joining Forces. Last time in the U.S., you cut my arm. If it weren't for timely treatment, my assassin career would have ended. Blood Demon spoke candidly. Blood Demon, it really is you. Hearing Blood Demon say this, Red Rose confirmed it. However, Red Rose still frowned because she didn't know why Blood Demon was looking for her. Red Rose didn't have much of a relationship with Blood Demon. All there was enmity. Red Rose certainly didn't think Blood Demon was looking for her to have tea. What do you want? Red Rose asked coldly. I want to cooperate with you. Cooperate? Red Rose sneered. Is there anything in this world that you, Blood Demon, are afraid to do? Of course there is. For example, dealing with the Underworld King Assassin Organization. Hearing Blood Demon say this, Red Rose suddenly thought of what Lin Fan had just said. Lin Fan mentioned finding a helper for him. Could it be this Blood Demon? Red Rose was very clear that this Blood Demon was the head of the Blood Demon Assassin Organization, which was not at all inferior to the Phantom Assassin Organization. If the 2 assassin organizations teamed up, eliminating the Underworld King organization would be a piece of cake. Chapter 222 The Nanny has a problem. Lin Fan, you order. Du Meiqi smiled as she handed the menu to Lin Fan. Lin Fan was not polite and ordered a lot of dishes. After all, Du Meiqi wasn't short on money. A few minutes later, Lin Fan received a message. The message was from Red Rose. The general meaning was that the Phantom and Blood Demon had teamed up and successfully eliminated that group of assassins on Hong Kong Island. As for dealing with the Underworld King, they were already preparing for it. It wouldn't be long before they launched a full-scale attack. Lin Fan wasn't too surprised by this. After all, the strengths of Phantom and Blood Demon were obvious. The downfall of the Underworld King was merely a matter of time. What are you looking at? Du Meiqi esqued curiosity. Nothing. Lin Fan smiled and put away his phone. By the way, why didn't you bring your daughter out? Du Meiqi smiled and explained, Xian is still at home. Usually when I'm at work, it's the nanny who takes care of her. Lin Fan nodded. Lin Fan, my dad should be able to get discharged tomorrow. Du Meiqi said gratefully. Without Lin Fan, her father would have long been dead. How could he recover so quickly? Lin Fan smiled and said nothing. After dinner, Du Meiqi even suggested taking Lin Fan out to have fun, but Lin Fan declined. Chapter 223 The Truth of the Matter. Nanny Zhang's eyes flickered, and she stuttered while speaking. She didn't know how to explain. As a nanny, receiving so much money was already suspicious. Zhangma, just tell me, what's going on? Du Meiqi's gaze was icy. She truly couldn't figure out why the usually kind-hearted nanny Zhangma would do such a thing. Miss, this money was borrowed from a friend. Nanny Zhang thought for a moment and came up with this excuse. What friend? Lin Fan continued to question. Nanny Zhang knelt in front of Du Meiqi, raised her head, and looked at her pitifully. Miss, I've been with the Du family for so long. I have no contributions, but I have worked hard. Do you not believe me now? Nanny Zhang started to cry. Zhangma, don't waste my time. Du Meiqi was gradually losing her patience, because every minute of delay meant more danger for her daughter. Miss, I really didn't do anything. You have to believe me. Du Meiqi kritzit hitzil. Since you refuse to say anything, I can only take you to the police station. Chapter 224, Du Shuyo's demands. I can't make decisions on Dad's side. Du Shuyu's not dead kodli. If he didn't give it, then he could wait to collect his granddaughter's corpse. Du Meiqi's shares were not many, and Du Shuyo didn't care for them. Du Meiqi's face darkened as she tried to persuade Du Shuyo to reconsider. Brother, the Du family's assets will eventually be yours. Why do you have to be like this? Isn't it better for our family to be happy together? Upon hearing this, Du Shuyo's inner volcano erupted. What did you ever consider me part of the Du family? In your eyes, I'm nothing but an adopted son. Meiqi, don't think I can't see through it. That old man is now training you as a successor. Du Meiqi gritted her teeth and said, Brother, you're overthinking. I've always considered you family. Du Shuyu smirked, self du proketangli. Family? Meiqi, can't you really see how I feel about you? Stop saying useless things. I only give you half an hour. If I don't see you after half an hour, don't blame me for being ruthless. And bring that Lin Fan with you. Chapter 225. The inside story. If it were for her, how could Du Shuyo have secretly arranged so many things and even kidnapped her most beloved daughter? Du Shuyo, stop saying useless things. I brought what you wanted. I hope you can keep your promise. Du Meiqi gritted her teeth. Now, seeing Du Shuyo made her feel disgusted. This person was clearly very bad, yet still pretended to be righteous. Meiqi, don't you understand yet? Du Shuyo said, somewhat disappointed. I don't understand anything. I only know you kidnapped my daughter. And you even want all of the Du family's assets. Du Meiqi sighed deeply. She really couldn't understand why Du Shuyo had become this way. Fine, I'll satisfy you now. Du Meiqi placed the contract on the table. Du Shuyo looked very disappointed and slowly walked to Du Meiqi's side. Meiqi, to be honest, I'm not interested in the Du family's assets at all. Judging by Du Shuyo's expression, he didn't seem to be joking. However, in Du Meiqi's eyes, his words were very ridiculous. Du Shuyo explained. The reason I called you out. Chapter 226. You were no match for me. How could anything else have happened? It can be said that Lin Fan's appearance disrupted all of Du Shuyo's plans. When Du Jinrong was attacked by the assassin, as long as Du Jinrong died, Du Shuyo could easily obtain the Du family's assets. After all, Du Meiqi was not a match for Du Shuyo at all. Those assassins, although not sent by Du Shuyo, indirectly helped him a lot. But with Lin Fan's arrival, the plan was disrupted. At that time, not even Du Shuyo could have imagined that Lin Fan would actually be able to save Du Jinrong. But a miracle happened. For this matter, Du Shuyo even sent someone to call Lin Fan and warned him. However, Lin Fan did not leave Hong Kong Island. However, what truly made Du Shuyo want to kill was Du Meiqi. Because Du Shuyo could see that Du Meiqi had already developed feelings for Lin Fan. This was something Du Shuyo could not tolerate. That Lin Fan, he deserves to die. Du Shuyo also looked at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Du Shuyo, you can't do this. Du Meiqi said anxiously. At this moment, Lin Fan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. So, the 3 assassins who followed me today were sent by you? Chapter 227. The lone wolf appears at that time. He was still puzzled about who had suddenly killed those dozens of assassins. After all, those assassins were trained and powerful. What shocked Du Shuyo the most was that Lin Fan could even name the assassin organization. Lin Fan, why? Why do you know everything? Du Shuyo couldn't believe it. He had actually provoked such a powerful opponent. Lin Fan coldly said, as long as it's something I want to know, there's nothing I can't find out. This Du Shuyo still wanted to fight him. He was a bit too naive. Finally, fear appeared on Du Shuyo's face. He didn't want to die. Lin Fan, spare me. I can give you a lot of money. Du Shuyo just wanted to survive. If he had known Lin Fan was this powerful, He would have dared to lay a hand on him. This was simply playing with fire. Lin Fan, let us call the police. Du Meichi suggested from the side. She didn't want to see Lin Fan impulsively kill Du Xiuyou. Although this Du Xiuyou deserved to die, judgment should still be left to the law. Meichi, don't call the police. Give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. Chapter 228. A dog without a home, she tightly held onto the little girl in her arms. Lin Fan said, "Don't be afraid, they are my people." Lin Fan had already contacted his robotic bodyguards. From a sound, they should have arrived. Mr. Lin, for robotic bodyguards, entered the villa's hall and stood before Lin Fan. You protect Miss Du. With no more gunfire outside, Lin Fan felt that the assassin called the Lone Wolf should have left. Lin Fan did not intend to let the other side go. Okay, Mr. Lin. The 4 robotic bodyguards approached Du Meichi. With the arrival of the 4 robotic bodyguards, Lin Fan no longer had to worry. First, send Miss Du back. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he rushed out of the villa. Lin Fan, where are you going? Du Meichi was worried that Lin Fan would get into trouble. After all, the assassins on a mountain opposite had sniper rifles. However, Lin Fan did not respond as he had already run far away. Miss Du, Mr. Lin will be fine. Come with us. One of the robotic bodyguards said. Du Meichi nodded. At this point, she could only leave first. Even if she followed, she wouldn't be able to help. Instead, she would only hold Lin Fan back. Du Meichi got into the car with the 4 bodyguards and left the villa. Chapter 229. The death of Du Xiuyou when I rise again. I will make you die a terrible death. Although most of Du Xiuyou's assets were in Hong Kong Island, fortunately, he had transferred some assets in advance. This could be considered being prepared. Can we contact the Lone Wolf? Du Xiuyou asked a bodyguard beside him. The bodyguard shook his head. We can't reach him. I suspect he may have. Du Xiuyou shook his head and said, impossible. I have seen the Lone Wolf's strength. Even if the police come, they might not be able to catch him. So he should be hiding. Keep trying to contact him. Now the assassins that Du Xiuyou had hired were almost all dead. He didn't quite believe that something would happen to the Lone Wolf. Okay, monsieur. Du Xiuyou thought of something and asked. By the way, contact the Underworld Killer Organization again. See if they can still send a killer. Du Xiuyou was unwilling to accept this. Lin Fan had taken everything from him. So this matter could not just end like this. I've already contacted them. But so far, the Underworld Killer Organization hasn't replied. Damn it. Du Xiuyou slammed his hand on the bed several times to vent his resentment. Chapter 230. The Zhang family after Lin Fan left. Du Meichi drank half a bottle of red wine in the hall. The night was deep. The full moon hung high, and the stars twinkled. Du Meichi tossed and turned. Unable to sleep at all, she stared at the ceiling, her mind filled with Lin Fan's figure. She knew very well that that man had deeply etched himself in her heart. Du Meichi got up and drank a little more wine. She needed to muster her courage. Finally, Du Meichi gathered her courage and walked to the door of Lin Fan's room. She wanted to open the door, but to her dismay, the door was locked from the inside. This guy, is he afraid of thieves coming in? Du Meichi stomped her foot in anger and turned to leave. After taking 2 steps, she stopped again. In the end, Du Meichi still knocked on the door. Why aren't you asleep yet? Lin Fan opened the door and saw Du Meichi. At that moment, Du Meichi had a faint scent of wine on her. Lin Fan also smelled a subtle fragrance from her. I can't sleep. Du Meichi stepped closer to Lin Fan, their faces almost touching. Du Meichi's cheeks were flushed, adding a touch of allure. You've had too much to drink. Lin Fan took a step back. I haven't drunk too much. Lin Fan, I like you. Du Meichi stepped forward and hugged Lin Fan. Chapter 231. Offending the Zhang family. Meichi, are you okay? Lin Fan asked. Du Meichi shook her head. I'm fine. Eek. Du Meichi lowered her head, her expression somewhat ugly, and continued to comfort her daughter. She had finally calmed Xin Yuan down. At that moment, a middle-aged woman suddenly walked over. The middle-aged woman approached Du Meichi, looked at her, and sneered. Du Meichi, you see me and don't even greet me? The middle-aged woman crossed her arms, looking a bit aggressive. Du Meichi remained expressionless, brushing back a few messy strands of hair from her forehead. I'm no longer a member of the Zhang family. Don't disturb me. The middle-aged woman snorted coldly and shifted her gaze to Lin Fan. Who is this person? Why are you sitting so close to him? He would be your kept boy, would he? The middle-aged woman looked disdainful. Du Meichi was a bit angry. Li Shumin, shut up. The middle-aged woman sneered. What? You don't allow people to talk now? The middle-aged woman advised Lin Fan. Young man, listen to your aunt. Stay away from this woman, because she brings bad luck to men. Lin Fan was not interested in the middle-aged woman in front of him and replied coldly. Chapter 232. Zhang, Xiaoqiang's son. That's the one. Seeing Lin Fan come out, Li Shumin was furious. She pointed at Lin Fan, angrily saying. Zhang Yuxiang's expression darkened, squinting his eyes as he waited for Lin Fan to approach. What happened? I don't know. It seems someone offended the Zhang family. And now there's a good show to watch. Wherever there's excitement, there are onlookers. At this time, quite a few people gathered around, discussing animatedly. Kid, you dare to hit my mom. Speak. How do you want to die? Zhang Yuxiang looked coldly at Lin Fan as he walked over. Lin Fan smiled and said, Your mom interrupted my meal. She deserved it. Zhang Yuxiang's expression suddenly turned cold. Kid, you're very arrogant. You don't take our Zhang family seriously. Lin Fan remained expressionless and said, I'll give you 3 seconds. Leave now. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. Zhang Yuxiang clenched his fists tightly. You dare to talk to me like that? Good. It seems you're not afraid of death. Zhang Yuxiang's gaze turned sinister. Well, I want to bully you. Step up. Let us settle it one-on-one. Zhang Yuxiang looked at Lin Fan with interest. Chapter 233. Let you be arrogant for a while longer. Now, Zhang Xiaoqiang's son is hospitalized. Several of his ribs were broken by Lin Fan, which is quite miserable. If they don't settle this score with Lin Fan, how will others view them in the future? So Zhang Xiaoqiang was very angry, having mixed in Hong Kong for so long. Lin Fan was the first to dare to provoke them. Du Jianrong's expression remained unchanged as he calmly said, Zhang Xiaoqiang, the incident was caused by your Zhang family members. It has little to do with Dr. Lin. Zhang Xiaoqiang's expression darkened. Du Jianrong, are you teaching me how to do things? Du Jianrong replied, I wouldn't dare. But now Dr. Lin is our esteemed guest. If you want to deal with Dr. Lin, it means you're dealing with our Du family. As he spoke, Du Jianrong's tone became increasingly resolute. Zhang Xiaoqiang squinted his eyes. He didn't expect Du Jianrong to dare to speak to him like this. It should be known that the current strength of the Du family cannot be compared to their Zhang family. Du Jianrong, have you been in the hospital for a few days and lost your mind? For a young man from the Magic City, you dare to turn against our Zhang family. Zhang Xiaoqiang gritted his teeth, his gaze icy. Du Jianrong's noted coldly. If you still want to trouble Dr. Lin. Chapter 234. The End of the Underworld, Why Not? You should come back next time. Lin Fan said. The situation in Hong Kong is a bit complicated right now. In addition to the Zhang family wanting to deal with Lin Fan, the Du family also has a powerful opponent, although that opponent is far overseas. No one can guarantee whether they will send killers again. What is going on? Are you hiding other women in Hong Kong? Song Shuier questioned. If that's the case, I need to rush over immediately. Lin Fan smiled bitterly. He didn't know how to explain it. If Song Shuier really came over and ran into Du Meiqi, it would be hard to explain. You can come if you want. By the way, ask Suya if she wants to come. She said before that she really wanted to visit Hong Kong Island. Since Suya returned to Yanjing, Lin Fan hasn't seen her for a while. When Suya went back, Lin Fan had Xiao Ying accompany her. Song Shuier pondered for a moment and said, I'll ask Suya later. Let's see if she has time. After chatting with Song Shuier for a while, Lin Fan hung up the phone. Just as Lin Fan put down his phone, he noticed Ti Hui looking at him with a strange expression. Mom, what's wrong? Chapter 235. The Last Stubbornness, damn it. Retreat first. The enemy situation is unclear, and no one dares to fight. The most important thing is that they don't even know how many people the other side has. How can we fight? Boss, we still have a lot of materials that haven't been packed. This is the headquarters of the Underworld Assassin Organization. If some important materials leak out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Blow it up. In an urgent situation, they couldn't care less. After saying that, the higher-ups of the Underworld Assassin Organization led everyone to evacuate. They entered the secret passage. As gunfire erupted, the small town became chaotic. Many members of the Underworld Assassin Organization hadn't reacted yet before meeting their end. Plus, with the Red Rose and Blood Demon bringing many people over, they had an absolute advantage. The explosion sounded. Thick smoke billowed. They wanted to escape. Looking at the explosion ahead, Red Rose and Blood Demon exchanged a glance, both frowning. I'll take people to chase. You take care of this place. Red Rose, covered in blood, said to Blood Demon. Blood Demon, holding a Desert Eagle pistol, nodded, be careful. Don't worry. Today, no one from the Underworld Assassin Organization will escape. Chapter 236. Riding a tiger, Red Rose nodded and said, that's right. The higher-ups of the Underworld Assassin Organization showed bitter smiles. It turned out that Lin Fan had 2 assassin organizations. This young man is truly terrifying. You shouldn't have offended Mr. Lin. Now, I give you a chance for self-determination, Red Rose said coldly. Under the encirclement of so many people, those higher-ups also knew they couldn't escape. In the end, they bit down on the poison pouch hidden in their mouths. After all, death is death. It's better to die quickly. Soon, they fell down straight away. Black blood oozed from the corners of their mouths, and they died just like that. Red Rose took a photo, and, after dealing with the corpses, she left with her people. At the same time, Red Rose also replied to Lin Fan's message. Boss, it's done. The underworld assassin organization has disappeared from the world. This was the first time Red Rose teamed up with Blood Demon. Fortunately, she did not disappoint Lin Fan. Well done. Lin Fan, who received the news, smiled. Although it took some time, the result was very satisfying. Du Shio was dead. Now, even the underworld assassin organization was destroyed. Chapter 237. Starting to regret, I'm not cursing you. The secretary explained. Quickly tell me what's going on. Zhang Xiaoqiang lost his patience. A series of bad news had put him in a bad mood. Just now, Zhou Jewelry issued a notice. They put everyone from the Zhang family on the blacklist. From now on, we are not allowed to consume at any Zhou Jewelry store. Zhang Xiaoqiang's mouth twitched. Damn it, how do we offend Zhou Jewelry again? And this is just a consumption restriction. What is this? Zhang Xiaoqiang had no business dealings with Zhou Jewelry. To be honest, this kind of sanction is not very harmful, but it's extremely insulting. Zhang Xiaoqiang had been in Hong Kong Island for so long, and it was the first time he heard of someone being restricted from consuming at Zhou Jewelry. What scared Zhang Xiaoqiang even more was that Zhou Jewelry is the largest jewelry company in Hong Kong Island. How did he, Zhang Xiaoqiang, offend Zhou Jewelry? Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't understand how things had turned out this way. Since he started dealing with Lin Fan, many incredible things had happened. The business in the mainland was sanctioned, which was understandable. Why is Zhou Jewelry also joining in? Could it be that Zhou Jewelry has a connection with Lin Fan? Chapter 238. Song Shuer has arrived as expected. The Huaxia coins drawn plummeted sharply. This left Lin Fan feeling quite helpless. He muttered a few words, somewhat dissatisfied. When he heard Sunflower Manual, Lin Fan's face immediately stiffened. Goodness, even the Sunflower Manual is out. This is a secret manual in the martial arts world. Lin Fan's mouth twitched as he extracted the Sunflower Manual. Not bad, just as expected. To practice divine skills, one must first castrate oneself. Lin Fan was speechless. System, what are you trying to do? I still have a great life ahead. How could I practice your broken martial arts? Lin Fan directly threw the Sunflower Manual aside. When he arrived at the first floor hall, he found that breakfast was already prepared. Mr. Lin, the maid of the villa, greeted Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded. He noticed that his parents were also up and taking a walk in the backyard. Lin Fan wasn't in a hurry to eat and called his parents back. So, didn't you say your girlfriend would come today? When will she arrive? Hui was already eager to meet her future daughter-in-law. Not so soon. Probably around noon. Lin Fan replied. Chapter 239. Mom's concern, my name is Song Shuer. Song Shuer was introducing herself to Lin Fan's parents. You're called Shuer, right? Have a seat. Hui didn't expect Song Shuer to be so beautiful. Moreover, she looked somewhat familiar. Hui smiled and poured a cup of tea for Song Shuer. Auntie, I can do it myself. Song Shuer said. It's fine. Hui smiled and asked, Shuer, what do you do? I feel like I've seen you somewhere. Hui thought seriously but couldn't recall. Auntie, I'm a singer. I've also acted in films and TV dramas before. Song Shuer replied. I remember now. Hui slapped her forehead, shaking her head with a wry smile. So Shuer is a big star. No wonder I felt like I had seen you before at first glance. Song Shuer smiled. Auntie, I'm not a big star. Seeing Hui asking questions incessantly, Lin Haidong couldn't get a word in. Shuer, how long have you been dating Lin Fan? Hui continued to ask. Song Shuer didn't know how to respond and looked at Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan only smiled and said to Song Shuer, I'll put your luggage away first. Chapter 240 Wu Yicheng, but what I'm afraid of is that the Zhang family might go all out and do something unexpected. Moreover, the situation with the Du family is not looking good, so Lin Fan is a bit worried. I understand. Du Meiqi nodded lightly. After chatting with Lin Fan for a bit, Du Meiqi took Xian and left. Song Shuer didn't ask much. After Lin Fan arranged for 2 robotic bodyguards for her, she also drove away from the villa. Lin Fan took his parents out for a fun time. An afternoon passed without any major incidents. Lin Haidong and Hui bought quite a few things. Additionally, Kiwi bought Song Schwerer a jade necklace. After sending his parents back to the villa, Lin Fan also went out. Lin Fan arrived at the company where Song Schwerer was filming an advertisement. At this time, Song Schwerer had not yet come out. Lin Fan found a parking lot, parked the car, and sent a message to Song Schwerer. Schwerer, are you still busy? Soon, Lin Fan received a reply from Song Schwerer. I'm done. Almost there. Lin Fan waited at the entrance for more than 2 minutes. Song Schwerer came out. She wasn't alone. Several young men and women followed her. Lin Fan sometimes paid attention to the music scene and knew that those people were also singers like Song Schwerer. Chapter 241 Negotiation Zhang Xiaoqiang. Lin Fan was taken aback. That guy couldn't hold out for long? Given Zhang Xiaoqiang's temperament, he shouldn't have come to apologize so quickly. With this doubt, Lin Fan asked, "Is he coming over?" The old housekeeper replied, "He brought a few bodyguards with him." Hearing this, Lin Fan nodded. It seemed that Zhang Xiaoqiang hadn't softened. It appeared that he was here to negotiate. If it was an apology, Zhang Xiaoqiang should have brought his son and wife along since they had also offended Lin Fan. "Let him in." Lin Fan smiled. He wanted to see what Zhang Xiaoqiang was up to. "I'll go back to my room." Song Schwerer thought Lin Fan was going to discuss business, stood up, and went upstairs. After a while, Zhang Xiaoqiang walked into the hall alone. He had a blank expression as he approached Lin Fan. "Mr. Lin, let's have a good talk." Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at Lin Fan, his face not looking good. His way of addressing Lin Fan had also changed. To be honest, in just one short day, Lin Fan had given him too many surprises. He had thought he could deal with Lin Fan without any bloodshed. Chapter 242 Rakshasa, I'm a little white rabbit. You're the big bad wolf. Song Schwerer pouted. Lin Fan shook his head with a kushao. After thinking for a moment, Song Schwerer said, "Lin Fan, how about I stay next door?" Lin Fan replied, "That won't do." "What did you say in Chujiang?" Remembering what she had said in Chujiang, Song Schwerer turned redder. "All right." She nodded gently. Next, Song Schwerer took out the things from her suitcase. There were 3 sets of clothes and some cosmetics. Lin Fan chatted with Song Schwerer for a long time. "I need to go out for a bit. If you're tired, you can sleep first." Lin Fan told Song Schwerer. Song Schwerer asked with curiosity, "Where are you going so late?" Lin Fan said, "To meet 2 friends. The Red Rose and Blood Demon had arrived, and Lin Fan needed to meet them. Then come back early. I'll wait for you." Song Schwerer was a bit worried and, after hesitating for a moment, gently kissed Lin Fan on the cheek. "You don't have to wait." Lin Fan didn't say anything else and left the room. He drove off in a night 15. The Red Rose and Blood Demon hadn't arrived yet, so Lin Fan first went to the restaurant and reserved a private room. Chapter 243 The action begins. Hello, boss. Blood Demon followed the Red Rose and also greeted Lin Fan. It was his first time seeing Lin Fan, and he couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. Although he had already learned from the Red Rose that Lin Fan was a young man, seeing him in person still left Blood Demon in awe. After all, Lin Fan was very young. Such a young man was actually the boss of the Ghost and Blood Demon Assassin organizations, which was truly unexpected. Seeing Lin Fan looking at him, Blood Demon introduced himself. "Boss, I'm Blood Demon, the head of the Blood Demon Assassin organization." Lin Fan nodded and said, "You successfully dealt with the Underworld King Assassin organization. Well done. Please have a seat." The Red Rose and Blood Demon immediately sat down. Lin Fan had already ordered some food since he didn't know the preferences of the Red Rose and Blood Demon. Lin Fan brought the menu over and handed it to the Red Rose. "Order whatever you want." The Red Rose smiled and said, "Okay." Previously, the Red Rose had already met Lin Fan in Modu, while Blood Demon was meeting Lin Fan for the first time. "Boss, did you bring us to Hong Kong Island for a mission?" Blood Demon asked. Lin Fan nodded. "That's right." Chapter 244 Genetic Monster. The noise also alerted the bodyguards in the villa. Those bodyguards became vigilant and rushed towards the villa. At the same time, a shadow rushed out from the hall. "Boss, you should retreat. I'll deal with Zhang Xiaoqiang." Blood Demon drew a sharp dagger and said to Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan didn't say anything. He confronted the man in a suit rushing out from the hall. The man's gaze was sharp and his movements were quick. However, Lin Fan's movements were faster. He threw a punch at the man's chest. When the punch landed, Lin Fan felt as if he had hit a large rock. Fortunately, Lin Fan's physical strength was extraordinary. That punch sent the man flying. However, the man was not injured and quickly got back up, seemingly unaffected by pain. "Boss, the Blood Demon has taken care of 2 of Zhang Xiaoqiang's bodyguards and has come to Lin Fan's side." At this moment, they were surrounded by more than a dozen bodyguards from the Zhang family. Seeing that the man was charging at them again, Lin Fan said, "Take care of yourself." Lin Fan no longer engaged the man in a head-on confrontation. Besides, they didn't have much time left. If they alerted Zhang Xiaoqiang, he would definitely escape. Lin Fan extracted a handgun from the system. Chapter 245. Research the blood demon left with the nearly dead person while Lin Fan continued the pursuit. At the back door of the villa, the Red Rose was engaged in a fierce battle with the Zhang family's bodyguards. Without guns, the Red Rose and her team found themselves at a disadvantage. They were skilled in assassination, but in a direct confrontation like this, they had no significant advantage. If they had guns, it would have been different, but unfortunately they did not. Initially, the bodyguards were quite flustered, but when they saw that the Red Rose and her team were unarmed, their confidence grew. Stop them. This month's bonus is 1 million each. Zhang Xiaoqiang was hurriedly getting into a car, fear written all over his face. Upon hearing him say this, the bodyguards were even more energized. Damn it. The Red Rose charged directly at Zhang Xiaoqiang, but was quickly blocked by several bodyguards. She was somewhat annoyed. Just then, bang, gunshots rang out again. Lin Fan appeared with a handgun. Fortunately, after killing those assassins last time, Lin Fan had collected quite a few bullets. Today, they finally came in handy. In fact, he hadn't expected to encounter someone using genetic drugs today. Otherwise, he would have dealt with Zhang Xiaoqiang long ago. Hurry and escape. Chapter 246. Ignorant provocation immediately. Lin Fan returned a call to Song Shuer. Just as Lin Fan was about to speak, he heard Song Shuer's concerned voice. Lin Fan, where have you been? Why can't I reach you by phone? At this moment, Song Shuer was still standing in her room, wide awake. Oh, I was just handling some matters. I'm not coming back. Lin Fan had just killed someone and still had blood on him. He didn't want to affect Song Shuer. What kind of matter takes so long? Song Shuer was still very worried. Lin Fan smiled. I'm fine. You should rest. Don't think about me. With no choice, Song Shuer hung up the phone after hearing Lin Fan's words. After handling the body, Lin Fan went to a nearby hotel. He took a hot shower before going to bed. It's a pity. He could have spent a wonderful night with Song Shuer, but those two genetic freaks had delayed him. Lying in bed, he quickly fell asleep. A night passed quickly. System draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing all shares of Mighty Restaurant. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing 10 billion in cash. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing a Wuling Shunshe. Chapter 247. Friends are meant to be sold. Wu Yicheng fell to the ground, half of his face quickly swelling up. He was stunned by Lin Fan's punch. I hate being threatened by others. Lin Fan's voice was icy. Originally, he didn't want to stoop to Wu Yicheng's level, but this person had overstepped. He even came forward to provoke him. Such a person was truly despicable. You dare to hit me? Wu Yicheng's face was extremely ugly. He covered his swollen face and awkwardly stood up, glaring at Lin Fan as if he wanted to devour him whole. Let me tell you, I'm a star. Do you know how many fans I have? Wu Yicheng pointed at Lin Fan, still shouting. He felt extremely unwilling. Although Lin Fan was the boss here, he felt that he couldn't compare in status. Of course, this was just Wu Yicheng's own assumption. I really don't know. Lin Fan sneered. Although he liked music, he never paid attention to singers who had no representative works and relied on hype to become famous. Besides, even if Wu Yicheng had a great background, Lin Fan wouldn't be afraid of him. Wu Yicheng's mouth twitched. Let me tell you, I have many fans. Chapter 248. Reminder beat him up hard. How dare he offend Mr. Lin? Let me tell you, Feng Junlong, don't have friends like you. Keep hitting. Feng Junlong directed from the side, looking very nervous. If he angered Lin Fan, it would be a big problem. After all, he had experienced Lin Fan's might. Lin Fan stood aside and remained silent, quietly watching Wu Yicheng being beaten. Seeing this scene, Feng Junlong finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he did not dare to be careless. Keep hitting. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. After 2 or 3 minutes, Wu Yicheng was already beaten to a pulp, his face bruised and swollen, with several large bumps on his forehead. This is terrible. Feng Xiao, enough. Don't hit him anymore. I apologize to Mr. Lin. Wu Yicheng kept begging for mercy. Previously, he had no idea Lin Fan had such a powerful background. Stop. Feng Junlong saw that it was about done, and he finally called off the attackers. Wu Yicheng, terrified, tremblingly walked up to Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, it was my fault for not recognizing your greatness. Wu Yicheng was scared after being beaten. If he had known, he wouldn't have provoked Lin Fan. Now, he had even been beaten by Feng Junlong. Chapter 249. Outing this can't be true? Xue Qingzhu frowned. She had previously had people study that kind of genetic drug. It could be said that the genetic drug was still a semi-finished product. Taking it can enhance physical strength, but it will leave after effects. Previously, a certain force secretly conducted human trials with gene drugs in Huaxia. Those who were tested either went insane or died. It can be said that such drugs are still in the experimental stage. Using humans for trials is undeniably cruel. Lin Fan said seriously, nothing is impossible. Moreover, the genetic freak I encountered is already quite powerful. I can't be sure if there are even stronger people behind this. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Xue Qingzhu's expression also became serious. If this is true, then the problem is quite serious. It's possible that something major could happen. I understand. I will have someone investigate immediately. Xue Qingzhu dared not be careless anymore. Lin Fan continued, try to contact the police in Hong Kong. There will definitely be unexpected gains. After saying this, Lin Fan finally hung up the phone. He then sent some information to Xue Qingzhu's email. Chapter 250. Free meal, Mr. Lin? Is he at the entrance of Ocean Park? The manager of Ocean Park asked anxiously. The staff explained, no. Mr. Lin has already gone in. It seems he came here to have fun. The manager of Ocean Park thought for a moment and said, okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, he left the office. No matter whether Lin Fan was here for fun or not, he had to meet him. Lin Fan had already entered Ocean Park with Song Xue'er and his parents. Lin Fan, why do the people here know you? Song Xue'er asked in confusion. They didn't buy tickets and just came in directly. This puzzled Song Xue'er, and she didn't understand why the staff here treated Lin Fan with such respect. Because I am the owner of Ocean Park. Lin Fan explained with a smile. Huh? Song Xue'er was stunned. She knew that Ocean Park was the largest theme park in Hong Kong. Oh my God, Lin Fan's assets in the country were already considerable. She never expected that he would have assets in Hong Kong as well. Song Xue'er pouted and curiously asked, Lin Fan, do you have other companies in Hong Kong? Lin Fan replied, Zhou Fu Jewelry, Chong Tian Shipping. Chapter 251. The banquet at this moment, Xiaoying was also in shock. She had a dazed expression on her face and shook her head. Previously, when she was working with He Hui was just an ordinary employee. Moreover, she knew that Lin Fan had just graduated. It was truly unexpected that someone so young had become the owner of Ocean Park. I'll ask her properly when Sister Hui comes out, Xiaoying said. After a while, He Hui and Lin Haidong returned. He Hui noticed the strange looks from Li Xiyong's family directed at them. Xiaoying, what is wrong? He Hui asked. Xiaoying shook her head with a wry smile and said, Sister Hui, it turns out your son is so impressive. He is actually the owner of Ocean Park. He Hui and Lin Haidong exchanged glances and smiled helplessly. How did you find out? They originally planned to tell Xiaoying later, but they didn't expect it to be discovered so soon. Xiaoying said, the waiter in the restaurant just told me. She walked to He Hui's side and said softly, Sister, your son is really capable. Although Xiaoying's son, Li Xiyong, was also quite good, he couldn't be compared to Lin Fan at all. Chapter 252. The Rakshasa Retreat with Lin Fan's arrival. Du Jinrong was also all smiles. He walked over to Lin Fan and said, hello, Mr. Lin. The few people behind Du Jinrong also bowed to Lin Fan. They had learned about Lin Fan's identity from Du Jinrong. This young man was not simple. He was the chairman of Zhou Fu Jewelry. Moreover, Chong Tian Shipping was also his company. Some even received insider information that the downfall of the Zhang family was also related to Lin Fan. In short, this young man from the Magic City had great capabilities. Dr. Lin, please. Du Jinrong made a gesture of invitation. Mr. Du, there's no need to be so polite. Lin Fan said, it's only right. Dr. Lin, you are our Du family's benefactor. Please come in. Du Jinrong smiled. If it weren't for Lin Fan, his life would have already been lost. Lin Fan said no more and entered the hotel. Seeing Du Jinrong call a young man doctor, some people began to speculate. Could it be that the young man had also treated Du Jinrong's serious injuries? But this young man didn't look like a doctor at all. Some people, filled with doubts, also entered the hotel. Many people arrived at the banquet venue. Chapter 253. Uninvited guests from U.S. A night quickly passed. The next morning, Lin Fan woke up early. Song Xue'er was still asleep, hugging Lin Fan's arm. Lin Fan gently pulled his arm back and did not wake her. He remembered that she had a hard time last night. Lin Fan couldn't quite recall how many rounds they had fought last night. His body was not like Song Xue'er's. He could sleep for 2 hours and still wake up full of energy the next day. But Song Xue'er couldn't. So even though Lin Fan got up, Song Xue'er didn't notice. Lin Fan got up dressed, and felt something strange about his neck. He immediately went to the bathroom mirror to take a look. Goodness! Lin Fan discovered 2 hickeys on his neck. Although it was Song Shuer's first time, it was a bit too wild. Lin Fan wore a white shirt and intentionally buttoned the top button. Fortunately, it could cover the hickeys. Lin Fan brushed his teeth and washed his face. To avoid waking Song Shuer, he went to the backyard to take a walk. Good morning, Mr. Lin. The old butler greeted Lin Fan. Good morning, Lin Fan responded. Arriving at the back garden, Lin Fan then remembered the lottery. Chapter 254. Throw them out. No, Mr. Lin. This matter is quite significant, which is why Smith came directly to find you, Qin Zhongyu said with a smile. Lin Fan was playing with his phone and did not respond. He was curious about what these 2 guys wanted from him. As Qin Zhongyu continued speaking, Lin Fan started to guess what was going on. Since both of them were from a pharmaceutical company, they must be here for something related to Hengtian Pharmaceuticals. However, the company's affairs were currently being managed by Zheng Xiaoqing and Yang Linlin. Unless something major happened, Lin Fan wouldn't interfere. Seeing that Lin Fan was still engrossed in his phone, Qin Zhongyu exchanged glances with Smith, both of their expressions darkening. This young man from the Magic City seemed to be disregarding them. Smith looked at Qin Zhongyu and immediately signaled him. Qin Zhongyu nodded and turned to Lin Fan again. Mr. Lin, the thing is, Smith has a very high opinion of Hengtian Pharmaceuticals. Therefore, we want to acquire some shares of your company. Lin Fan sneered. Ever since the lung cancer treatment drug was launched, Hengtian Pharmaceutical stock had been rising steadily. It could be said that the company's potential had yet to be fully realized. Chapter 255. Mixed blood beauty. Qin Zhongyu and Smith frowned, their faces turning grim. Lin Fan actually dared to act this way. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 robotic bodyguards approached. Each grabbed one of them and dragged Qin Zhongyu and Smith out of the villa's hall. The 2 men attempted to resist, but their strength was no match for the robotic bodyguards. Lin Fan, you are going too far. You will regret offending us today. Just wait. Qin Zhongyu and Smith shouted angrily. Lin Fan ignored them and continued playing his game. Thus, Qin Zhongyu and Smith were thrown out of the villa. The robotic bodyguards indeed tossed them out. When they hit the ground, both Qin Zhongyu and Smith let out a cry of pain. Do you want to die, you bodyguard? Lin Fan told you to throw us out, and you really did it. I remember you. In the end, Lin Fan won't be able to protect you. Qin Zhongyu was furious. He struggled to get up and yelled at the robotic bodyguard who had thrown him. The robotic bodyguard simply stood at the door, showing no intention of responding to Qin Zhongyu. Chapter 256. Assassin from the Russia organization, the Mixed Blood Beauty continued to ask Lin Fan some questions, and there were hints in her words. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Fan brought the Mixed Blood Beauty to the entrance of a hotel. At this point, Lin Fan was also feeling drowsy. The Mixed Blood Beauty glanced at Lin Fan and felt a surge of joy. She thought Lin Fan was immune to that kind of drug, but it seemed not to be the case. Clearly, Lin Fan had already fallen for it. Sir, the Mixed Blood Beauty called softly. What's wrong? Lin Fan's eyes were vacant, looking as if he was about to fall asleep. Sir, are you tired? How about we go to my room to rest for a bit? The Mixed Blood Beauty suggested as she leaned closer to Lin Fan. Sounds good, Lin Fan replied. The Mixed Blood Beauty knew her task was about to be completed. She switched places with Lin Fan, taking the driver's seat. Soon, the Night 15 drove into the hotel's parking lot. The Mixed Blood Beauty supported the almost unconscious Lin Fan as they entered the hotel elevator. Before long, they arrived at a room. Lin Fan had lost consciousness. The Mixed Blood Beauty placed Lin Fan on the bed. Sir, she called out a few more times. Chapter 257. Shui Qingzhu arrives. Lin Fan wanted to return to the villa, so he didn't waste any time. What? You captured an assassin from the Russia organization? Shui Qingzhu's tone was filled with shock. Their police force had spent so much time without being able to trace the Russia organization's whereabouts. Yet this Lin Fan had already caught one of their assassins. Sometimes, Shui Qingzhu couldn't understand why Lin Fan was faster than the police. However, thinking of Lin Fan's identity, Shui Qingzhu felt relieved. After all, Lin Fan was truly mysterious. This young man was wealthy and influential. Most importantly, he held cutting-edge automotive manufacturing technology. Last time in the Magic City, Lin Fan had already handed that technology over to Shui Qingzhu's superior. As long as they could grasp that technology, it could be applied to various fields, mainly in weaponry. Additionally, Lin Fan seemed to attract trouble. Ever since Shui Qingzhu met Lin Fan, this guy had been a source of constant problems. Back in Yinjing, Lin Fan had captured an overseas assassin alive. They tried to set me up, but they were no match for me, Lin Fan said. Shui Qingzhu was very curious and asked Lin Fan. Chapter 258. The Unspoken Rules. Lin Fan wrapped his arms around Song Shui's slim waist. How can you still say that? Last night, Song Shui had a hint of reproach on her face. Thinking back to what happened last night, her cheeks flushed slightly. What happened last night? Lin Fan teased, looking at Song Shui's flawless face. You still have a nerve to ask. Tonight, you're sleeping on the sofa. Song Shui nodded coldly. That's too much. Making your husband sleep on the sofa. Lin Fan pulled Song Shui into his embrace. She did not struggle. Instead, she quite enjoyed the feeling. If you didn't rest well, just sleep a little longer, Lin Fan suggested with a smile. Sleep? Do you really think I'm a pig? Song Shui rolled her eyes at Lin Fan. I'm just worried you didn't get enough sleep. Lin Fan chuckled. Lin Fan suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, have you eaten? I already ate. Song Shui replied. I just got a call from the advertising company. They said the video from that day didn't turn out well. We need to reshoot it. Lin Fan helplessly shook his head and said, what a hassle. Can't you just cancel it? I can afford to support you. Song Shui pouted and said, that won't do. Chapter 259. Getting beaten. One person had already blocked Song Shui's path. They had no intention of letting her leave. What do you want? Song Shui bit her lip. The fat director sneered. I think I've made myself clear enough. Song Shui, you're a smart person. Surely, I don't need to repeat myself. Song Shui was so angry that she couldn't speak. She had a professional team back on the mainland. Unfortunately, she didn't bring anyone with her this time to Hong Kong Island. Now she was alone, making her very passive. Suddenly, Song Shui thought of Lin Fan. She took out her phone to notify Lin Fan. If things continued like this, she would definitely suffer alone. Seeing Song Shui take out her phone and about to make a call, the fat director's expression turned even colder. Even if you call someone, it won't help. I'll tell you, I've never been afraid of anyone on Hong Kong Island. Song Shui, I advise you not to be ungrateful. As he spoke, the fat director tried to snatch Song Shui's phone away. Since soft tactics weren't working, he didn't mind getting tough. Moreover, he had shares in this advertising company, so he wasn't afraid of causing trouble. Even if things escalated, he had the ability to control public opinion. Chapter 260. My brother-in-law is Qin Zhongyu. The fat director was badly beaten. However, he still had no intention of backing down. Stop. If you keep hitting me, I'll kill you. The volcano in the fat director's heart had erupted. I'll tell you, my brother-in-law is the chairman of Renda Pharmaceutical, Qin Zhongyu. The fat director had no choice but to reveal his brother-in-law's name. Stop. Lin Fan made a stopping gesture. The two robotic bodyguards immediately stopped and respectfully stepped aside. The fat director clenched his fists tightly and wobbled to his feet. His eyes were filled with resentment. Kid, are you scared now? I'll tell you when my brother-in-law arrives. I'll make you regret it. The fat director still thought Lin Fan was afraid. His tone became even more arrogant. My brother-in-law is the chairman of Renda Pharmaceutical. Just wait to die. Originally, Lin Fan had planned to leave and check the fat director's information later. Unexpectedly, this fat director's brother-in-law turned out to be Qin Zhongyu. Interesting. All right, you make a call to Qin Zhongyu. Let's see if he can save you. Chapter 261. Asking for trouble. The fat director's leg was also injured by Lin Fan's robotic bodyguard. He limped quickly towards Qin Zhongyu. Now, Qin Zhongyu was undoubtedly his lifeline. It's that kid. He hit me. Brother-in-law, you have to stand up for me. The fat director complained. He looked at Lin Fan with endless hatred in his eyes. Slap. Qin Zhongyu, unable to contain his anger, slapped the fat director's face. He hadn't planned to come over at all. After all, this trouble was caused by the fat director himself. But there was no choice. Qin Zhongyu's wife begged him. Reluctantly, Qin Zhongyu came over. However, he was furious and wished he could give the fat director another beating. Useless thing. Besides causing me trouble, what can you do? The fat director covered his red face and lowered his head. In front of Qin Zhongyu, he didn't dare to retort. Brother-in-law, I know I was wrong. Please help me solve this matter. The fat director was scared. Being beaten by Lin Fan was worse than being scolded by his brother-in-law. Even if his brother-in-law hit him, he wouldn't be crippled. But Lin Fan was different. The fat director could tell that Lin Fan dared to do anything. Chapter 262. The storm is coming. He swore he could not let Lin Fan go just like that. Qin Zhongyu's fists were turning white, and his face looked very grim. Brother-in-law, are you all right? Seeing Lin Fan had left, the fat director immediately ran over. Get lost, useless waste. Qin Zhongyu was very angry and slapped the fat director's face. Slap. The fat director's face was already swollen. He covered his face, feeling very wronged. Brother-in-law, who exactly is that young man named Lin Fan? I never expected that even someone as important as my brother-in-law would be beaten. This meant that Lin Fan's identity must be terrifying. None of your business. Qin Zhongyu was still very angry. He wished he could kick the fat director to death. The fat director looked at Qin Zhongyu's furious expression and couldn't help but shrink back. It was the first time he had seen his brother-in-law this angry. Lin Fan, you won't be proud for long. The humiliation you gave me today, I will definitely return it 100-fold. Just wait. Qin Zhongyu was unwilling to accept this. It was absolutely impossible for him to endure this. Fortunately, he was not fighting alone, because the people from Nuoxing Pharmaceutical were also ready to take action. Chapter 263. Layout Methods? There are plenty. Lin Fan teased. If you don't say anything, then forget it. Song Sui Hoft. Lin Fan smiled helplessly. Of course, he wouldn't tell Song Shuer that he was a man with a cheat. Dealing with Nuoxing Pharmaceutical was a piece of cake for him. After a moment of silence, Lin Fan's expression became serious. System, use the short-selling experience card. Lin Fan said to the system. At this moment, Lin Fan also heard the system's voice in his mind. The short-selling experience card can only be used once. Once used, it will be invalid. Using multiple short-selling experience cards simultaneously will produce a stacking effect. Do you want to use it immediately? Hearing the system say this, Lin Fan was not very interested. He only had one short-selling experience card. How could he use it simultaneously? Lin Fan couldn't wait any longer. He just wanted to see the effect of the short-selling experience card. As for whether he could draw it again in the future, that was a matter for later. Got it, use it for me. Lin Fan said. The short-selling experience card has been activated. Please bind it to a company. Lin Fan suddenly thought of a question and curiously asked. System, can a short-selling experience card be bound to multiple companies at the same time? Chapter 264. Trouble Comes You Do Family. All you need to do now is help me deal with Rinshan Pharmaceutical, Lin Fan continued. The Du family still has considerable influence in Hong Kong Island. But on the international stage, it has little impact. In dealing with Nuoxing Pharmaceutical, Lin Fan did not expect the Du family to be of much help. You are too polite. As long as there is a need, our Du family will definitely cooperate fully. Du Meiqi's beautiful eyes were still looking at Lin Fan. At this moment, she had already sent a message to her father, just waiting for her father's reply. You came here this time just for this matter? Du Meiqi asked. That's right. Lin Fan wanted to resolve Rinshan Pharmaceutical as soon as possible because he wouldn't stay in Hong Kong Island for too long. Du Meiqi nodded and asked again. Lin Fan, are you free tonight? You can stay for a meal. Lin Fan shook his head no. L'enfant est sincère somewhat disappointed Du Meiqi. She originally wanted to find an opportunity to get closer to Lin Fan, but unfortunately, she had not found one. All right. Du Meiqi pouted her red lips. At this moment, Du Meiqi's phone also received a message from Du Jinro. Tell Mr. Lin that I'm already arranging it. Chapter 265. Qin Zhongyu wants to escape. Qin Zhongyu explained his intentions. Without the help of Nuoxing Pharmaceutical, his company wouldn't last long, so he didn't dare to waste time. What trouble are you encountering? Can't you solve it yourself? Smith was very angry. He was still overwhelmed with the issues regarding Nuoxing Pharmaceutical, and he couldn't care less about Qin Zhongyu. Qin Zhongyu said with a bitter face, Smith, that Lin Fan has already taken action against me. If your Nuoxing Pharmaceutical doesn't save us, we will be finished. Qin Zhongyu's words were not exaggerated at all, because now quite a few companies were sanctioning Rinshan Pharmaceutical. This outcome was beyond Qin Zhongyu's expectations. Besides asking Nuoxing Pharmaceutical for help, Qin Zhongyu had no other choice. Hearing Qin Zhongyu say this, Smith became even angrier. Are you useless? You can't even handle Lin Fan? This morning you said that Lin Fan is definitely not your opponent in Hong Kong Island. Where did that bravado you had this morning go? Smith scolded Qin Zhongyu furiously. He was in a bad mood and needed someone to vent on. Qin Zhongyu was almost scolded into silence. After a long while, he finally spoke. Chapter 266. The old butler is hospitalized, can't care about so much anymore. Put the company's matters aside for now. Qin Zhongyu felt overwhelmed. He had no way to deal with the company's issues at the moment. It would be better to go to America first. If he could seek Smith's help, that would be the best. If Smith chose to ignore him, then Qin Zhongyu had no other choice. Staying in Hong Kong Island would only speed up his demise. Hurry up and arrange a private jet. Seeing the female secretary hesitating, Qin Zhongyu said loudly. If this drags on, even leaving Hong Kong Island will become a problem. Okay, Chairman, I will arrange it right away. The female secretary didn't dare to say anything more. She knew that Qin Zhongyu was preparing to escape. If he left, the company might collapse. As the female secretary left the office, Qin Zhongyu began to pack his things. He couldn't stay in Hong Kong Island any longer. He didn't want to see Lin Fan again either. At night, Lin Fan was sitting on the sofa in the hall, chatting with his parents. At this moment, a female servant from the villa walked in. Mr. Lin, just now Butler Lee called. He said he wants to take a few days off. The female servant said respectfully in front of Lin Fan. Chapter 267. Compensate 2 million, that's right. We are here to collect the debt. If Old Lee doesn't hand over the property certificate, we won't leave today. The leading man said coldly. He didn't take Lin Fan, a young man, seriously. So, it was you guys who hurt him? Lin Fan continued. Yes, we did it. So what? Kid, do you want to take up for that old guy? I tell you, you'd better get lost, otherwise I'll beat you too. The leading man was very arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan made his move. Lin Fan directly grabbed the leading man's hand and twisted it hard. The leading man let out a scream, his face turning green. You let go. The leading man curled up, his face showing pain. Lin Fan didn't speak, lifted his foot, and kicked. The leading man was kicked in the stomach and flew out. The intense pain almost made him faint. He dared to hit our boss. Everyone, let's go together. The remaining people were enraged by Lin Fan. They rushed at him fiercely. At this moment, Lin Fan's 2 robotic bodyguards also made their move. Chapter 268. Xue Qingzhu invites for drinks. He even told you to come over. Hearing the red-haired man's words, the creditor immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The chairman of Zhoufu Jewelry had already spoken. How could he dare not listen? If he didn't go now, he wouldn't be able to survive in Hong Kong Island anymore. You tell him I'm coming over right away. The creditor hung up the phone, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He didn't dare to hesitate any longer and immediately drove to the hospital. At the hospital, the several injured people looked worried. Brother, our boss said he would come over soon. Lin Fan didn't say anything and found a chair to sit down. Old butler, you go rest first. I'll take care of the rest. The old butler nodded gratefully and went back to the bed to rest. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a plump middle-aged man rushed to the hospital. Boss, you are here. The injured people stood by, looking like they had found a lifeline. The middle-aged man looked flustered. He glanced at Lin Fan's 2 robotic bodyguards. Then his gaze shifted to Lin Fan. He could tell that this young man was not simple. Are you the chairman of Zhoufu Jewelry? Chapter 269. Yuntian Auction House. The music in the bar was quite loud, so Xue Qingzhu was not worried about being overheard. Lin Fan fell silent. This was pretty much what he had expected. The Rakshasa organization was indeed very mysterious. However, if they had been secretly researching gene drugs for so long, they must have some strength. Xue Qingzhu continued, but don't worry. The people from the Rakshasa organization have already evacuated from Hong Kong Island. You're very safe. Lin Fan just smiled. Although the Rakshasa organization was powerful, he was not defenseless either. Even a robotic bodyguard could make those people look for their teeth on the ground. It just depended on whether they had the guts to come and trouble Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan was also aware that the Rakshasa organization was being pursued by the police. Recently, they definitely wouldn't dare to be too ostentatious. Those gene drugs were certainly impressive, but they were not invulnerable. When faced with the police's firearms, there was nothing they could do. I'm not afraid of them, Lin Fan said with a smile. Xue Qingzhu shook her head helplessly and said, That's true. But why didn't you bring your cousin along this time to Hong Kong Island? Xue Qingzhu was referring to the robotic girl, Xiaoying. Chapter 270. Continuing to acquire. Lin Fan, what's wrong? Seeing Lin Fan stop in his tracks while smiling, Song Shuer looked puzzled. It's nothing, just suddenly thought of something really funny, Lin Fan said with a smile as he continued to stroll with Song Shuer. After using the short-selling experience card, the stock price of Nuoshing Pharmaceuticals had already dropped by more than 30%. It couldn't be described as anything but tragic, and taking this opportunity, he could just buy shares of Nuoshing Pharmaceuticals. If it weren't for Lin Mei Bank holding that 35% stake, Lin Fan wouldn't have dared to directly acquire Nuoshing Pharmaceuticals, because the cash required was really too much and there were quite a few risks. But now the situation was different. Lin Fan was very confident that he could take control of Nuoshing Pharmaceuticals. Lin Fan and Song Shuer walked in the back garden for half an hour before returning to the villa's hall. At this time, the villa's chef had also prepared breakfast. Everyone sat together for breakfast. Mom, I'm planning to go back to Modu tomorrow. Are you and Dad coming along? Lin Fan looked at Lin Haidong and He Hui. We're not going. I want to spend a few more days with your Aunt Xiao Ying in Hong Kong Island. Previously, He Hui wanted to go to Modu just to urge Lin Fan to get married. Chapter 271. Xia Xiangmei invites to dinner. Hiss, Marcus inhaled sharply. Their chairman was too mysterious. It was not impossible. If this were true, then their chairman's abilities were quite remarkable. A year ago, several institutions wanted to short Nuashing Pharmaceuticals, but the result was a failure. However, this time, it was a joint effort by more than a dozen international institutions. This was terrifying. Could it be that Nuashing Pharmaceuticals had offended their chairman? Thinking of this, Marcus became even more shocked. Chairman, I won't let you down. Just wait for my good news. Marcus just wanted to complete the task as soon as possible. He couldn't leave a bad impression on the newly appointed chairman. Okay. Lin Fan said no more and hung up the phone. Marcus put down his phone, still looking shocked. Next, he began to assign tasks to the bank's executives. Since it was a direct order from the chairman, it absolutely could not go wrong. Lin Fan put down his phone and rested on the sofa. At this time, Song Shuer had also finished her breakfast. Lin Fan, who are you on the phone with? Song Shuer asked curiously as she sat next to Lin Fan. Chapter 272. I seem to not have a son like you. So, she vowed to regain the face she had lost last time. Long time no see. He Hui frowned. She could hear that Xie Xiangmei's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. To be honest, He Hui was already regretting coming here. Originally, she planned to use this opportunity to mend their relationship. Unexpectedly, Xie Xiangmei had not changed at all. Who are these two? Xie Xiangmei noticed Xiao Ying and her husband. They are my friends. He Hui introduced. At this time, Xie Xiangmei's daughter, Chen Yuting, also looked at Lin Fan. You're Lin Fan, right? I almost didn't recognize you after all these years. Chen Yuting already knew Lin Fan's identity and that he owned considerable assets in Modu. However, Chen Yuting was not impressed because this guy had once made her mother faint with anger. Although Chen Yuting knew her mother's temper, after all, Xie Xiangmei was still her mother. Lin Fan just smiled and nodded, saying nothing. He had a premonition that this dinner party was a trap. Is this your girlfriend? She looks familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere. Chen Yuting's gaze fell on Song Shuer. Chapter 273. A big tree attracts the wind. A fool attracts trouble. Xie Xiangmei had long disliked Lin Fan. She wanted to take this opportunity to strike at Lin Fan. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan spoke disrespectfully. Wasn't this clearly going against Jack? Others were also taken aback when they heard Lin Fan's words. Everyone could tell that Lin Fan held hostility towards Jack. He Hui kept giving Lin Fan subtle signals, indicating that he should not offend anyone. Isn't it a bit impolite to say such things? Jack squinted his eyes. His gaze carried a hint of gloom. If it weren't for Lin Fan's significant status, he would have already exploded. Lin Fan coldly looked at Jack and said, Do you know who I am? I am a chairman of Lin Mei Bank. I really can't remember when I got an extra son like you. Lin Fan wanted to expose this fraud's identity because this person made him very uncomfortable. You? The chairman of Lin Mei Bank? Originally, Jack thought his identity had been exposed. Hearing Lin Fan's words, he immediately showed disdain on his face. What chairman of Lin Mei Bank? Jack didn't believe Lin Fan's nonsense. As a professional con artist, he must have put in a lot of effort. Chapter 274. Is he really a con artist? Please confirm this as well. Jack was betting that Lin Fan was not the chairman of Lin Mei Bank. As long as he dragged it out, it would benefit him. Lin Fan's expression appeared calm and composed. He had already guessed it would be like this. Lin Fan was indeed the chairman of Lin Mei Bank. Confirming his identity was simply too easy. All right, I want to ask you a question first. What is the name of the general manager of Lin Mei Bank? Lin Fan looked at Jack and asked. Jack sneered. The general manager of Lin Mei Bank is called Marcus. How can you call yourself the chairman if you don't even know the name of the person under you? Lin Fan, stop bragging here. Jack laughed and took out his phone, flipping through a few photos. Look, everyone, this is Uncle Marcus. He is the general manager of Lin Mei Bank. I often go fishing with him. Jack showed the photos to the people in the private room. The photos were edited. To be honest, a normal person would not be able to tell. Lin Fan, see? Jack has already said he knows the general manager of Lin Mei Bank. Chapter 275. Chairman of Zhou Jewelry that more than 500,000 was earned hard by Xie Xiangmei. She definitely wanted to get it back. Originally, Jack said he would use that 500,000 for investment. Within a year, he could earn $1 million. Xie Xiangmei believed Jack very much, but never expected that this Jack was actually a con artist. Dam con artiste. Speak up. Xie Xiangmei was furious. Over there, Chun Yiting was still crying. I have no money now. Jack was very embarrassed, using his hands to cover his face to prevent Xie Xiangmei from attacking him again. Fear was evident in Jack's eyes, because he was no match for Lin Fan. No money? You still say you want to treat us to dinner? Xie Xiangmei really wanted to pick up the chair next to her and smash it at Jack. But that would be illegal, and Xie Xiangmei didn't dare. This guy has been deceiving her and her daughter for so long. Looking back, it seemed like this guy had always been swiping her daughter's credit card. Xie Xiangmei was furious. Let me go. Please don't call the police. All right, and I owe you. I owe you money. I will pay it back slowly in the future. Give me a chance, okay? Jack was begging for mercy. He did not want me locked up. Chapter 276. Vintage bicycle. Remembering how she just boasted about her daughter's annual salary in the private room, Xie Xiangmei felt utterly ashamed. Hui, is this true? Xie Xiangmei looked at Hui and asked. It's true. Hui did not hide it anymore. My God. Xie Xiangmei stared blankly at Lin Fan, unable to regain her composure for a long time. Chairman Lin, I won't disturb your meal any longer. The general manager took his leave. However, before leaving the restaurant, he still went to the front desk and took out his membership card. All of Chairman Lin's expenses will be charged to my membership card. The general manager instructed the front desk staff. Sir, I understand. The restaurant staff responded. After doing all this, the general manager finally left the restaurant. In the private room, the dishes were gradually served. Xie Xiangmei and Chun Yiting still had a bit of gloom on their faces. Hui, I really envy you. Now Lin Fan is capable too. Xie Xiangmei no longer dared to look down on Lin Fan. Now Lin Fan's identity made her look up to him. As they talked, Xie Xiangmei brought up Jack again. I really didn't expect it. That Jack is actually a big con artist. Thinking about her more than 500,000 being scammed. Xie Xiangmei's face showed heartache. Chapter 277. Controlling Nuoshing Pharmaceutical System. Are you malfunctioning again? Besides that 500 million Chinese yuan. The other two items are of no use to Lin Fan. What would I do with a vintage bicycle? And that book, How to Please a Rich Woman. System. I will never live off a woman. Not in this lifetime. Lin Fan muttered. Items drawn by the host in the system are random. The system replied. As expected. The system explained this way. This left Lin Fan speechless. Lin Fan helplessly shook his head and extracted that book, How to Please a Rich Woman. Lin Fan, you woke up so early? Song Shui'er was also awakened by Lin Fan. I didn't expect you to be so diligent. Seeing Lin Fan still reading, Song Shui'er praised him. But when she saw the big words on the cover, she immediately rolled her eyes at Lin Fan. How to Please a Rich Woman. Lin Fan, how could you read this kind of book? Song Shui'er looked at Lin Fan with a strange expression. Lin Fan just glanced at it casually and threw it aside. Boring. I bought to look at, Lin Fan said. Thinking about returning to Magic City soon, the two also got out of bed. Chapter 278. Handle it yourself, what the hell? Their opponent Lin Fan is actually the chairman of Linmei Bank. Smith was dumbfounded. He had always thought that Lin Fan was just a Chinese person. Although very influential in China, he thought he could not possibly be their opponent at Nuoshing Pharmaceutical. But he never expected that Lin Fan had this identity. Marcus, are you mistaken? Smith still didn't believe it. If Lin Fan really is the chairman of Linmei Bank, then they would be in big trouble. With the scale of Linmei Bank, they could do nothing to him. On the contrary, now Linmei Bank holds so many shares of Nuoshing Pharmaceutical. It could be said that Lin Fan could easily eliminate them. This is terrifying. Mistaken? I am not mistaken. Mr. Lin is indeed the chairman of our Linmei Bank. Marcus snorted coldly and aimed the camera at Smith. Smith, we meet again. Although in such a special way. Lin Fan smiled as he looked at Smith in the conference room. Smith's face turned ashen, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The scene from that day when Lin Fan threw him out of the villa was still fresh in his memory. For Smith, that was a humiliation. Chapter 279. Qin Zhongyu regrets watching Smith disappear from sight. Qin Zhongyu was completely stunned. The only path before him was to apologize to Lin Fan. But would Lin Fan forgive him? Qin Zhongyu was unsure. He now realized that Lin Fan was a very formidable person. Yet, he had repeatedly provoked him. Now, even Smith had been defeated. No one could help him now. Cold sweat broke out on Qin Zhongyu's back. Even Linmei Bank belonged to Lin Fan, which meant that Qin Zhongyu couldn't stay in the United States either. As long as Lin Fan wanted, he could find him in an instant. The more Qin Zhongyu thought about it, the more frightened he became, and he didn't dare waste any more time. He took out his phone and called his female secretary. Arrange a plane for me immediately. I want to go back to Hong Kong Island. Qin Zhongyu had no other choice. He had to go back and apologize to Lin Fan. Regardless of whether Lin Fan forgave him or not, he had to return. Chairman, the company is on the verge of collapse. What are you going back for? The female secretary asked in confusion. Qin Zhongyu had just escaped from Hong Kong Island and was planning to go back again. She couldn't understand what he was trying to do. You don't need to know why. Hurry up and arrange the plane for me. Chapter 280. Data theft. They had already heard from Song Schwerer. It turned out that Xiao Ying was a robot. However, they still held a skeptical attitude towards this. But it was a fact that Xiao Ying didn't need to eat, which they had noticed during her time at the estate. Lin Fan, is Xiao Ying really a robot? Suyaskith. Of course. Lin Fan replied seriously. Since Xiao Ying's secret had been discovered, he had no need to hide it anymore. Are robots already this intelligent now? Suya was still somewhat unconvinced. Even Zheng Xiaoqing and Yang Linlin looked at Lin Fan with doubtful expressions. This was not something that could be explained easily, but Xiao Ying is indeed a robot. She can protect you well. Lin Fan explained to Suya. Suya's identity was quite special. Her mother was Dr. Li Xiling. Last time, Suya had encountered an attack. However, Xiao Ying was far more capable than those robotic bodyguards. With Xiao Ying by Suya's side, Lin Fan felt at ease. I know. Suya had experienced Xiao Ying's capabilities and had no doubts about it. No wonder she calls you master, Zheng Xiaoqing said, shaking her head. Previously, Zheng Xiaoqing thought Lin Fan had some kind of relationship with Xiao Ying. Chapter 281. Female spy from the island nation Zhang Jing pushed back bodyguard captain Ah Fei by 2 steps. He's still a master. Ah Fei, blocking the door, looked at Zhang Jing with interest. You guys don't need to intervene. Just watch the door. Ah Fei instructed the people behind him. At this moment, Zhang Jing's expression was serious, and she still wanted to break through. She was alone and definitely couldn't take on so many opponents. Besides escaping, she had no other choice. Don't think about leaving. Ah Fei could no longer be careless. He stepped forward and immediately pinned Zhang Jing's shoulder. The two became entangled in a fight. Lin Fan sat down and quietly watched, not intervening. Although Zhang Jing was skilled, she was definitely no match for Ah Fei. As expected, after about a minute of fighting, Zhang Jing was defeated. Ah Fei seized Zhang Jing's hands, and she tried to break free. But unfortunately, her strength was no match for Ah Fei's. Mr. Lin, this woman must have received training. Ah Fei brought Zhang Jing before Lin Fan. At this point, Zhang Jing still had an unwilling expression. Meanwhile, she was filled with confusion. She couldn't understand why Lin Fan had discovered her stealing company secrets. Also, this Lin Fan's hacking skills were too impressive. Chapter 282. Using their own tactics against them, seeing that Lin Fan didn't speak, Zheng Xiaoqing asked Lin Fan, how do you plan to deal with this woman? Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, rather than dealing with this woman, it would be better to deal with the Juzumura family. Lin Fan planned to eliminate the Juzumura family to prevent future troubles. What do you think? Zheng Xiaoqing asked, her expression full of curiosity. Lin Fan smiled and said, we can use their own tactics against them. Let's send over some problematic data. Hearing Lin Fan say this, Juzumura Lingxiang's mouth twitched. She realized that choosing to provoke Lin Fan was definitely a foolish decision for the Juzumura family. This young man was not easy to deal with. If things went wrong, even the Juzumura family could be finished. Are you sure the Juzumura family will believe it? Zheng Xiaoqing was considering the feasibility of this matter. They will believe it. Lin Fan smiled. Right now, Fengbin Automobile is on the verge of bankruptcy. They don't have many options left. Moreover, even if we give them false data, the Juzumura family won't be able to discover it. After all, only Lin Fan has this kind of data. Next, Lin Fan began to operate the computer, sending a fake data file to the Juzumura family. Let them mess around. This way, Fengbin Automobile would go bankrupt even faster. Chapter 283. The reaction of the Juzumura family. Suya smiled and said, all right, I'll report my work to you. Lin Fan replied, no need. I just came to take a look. Also, you need to pay attention to your rest. If you get worn out, how will I explain it to your mom? Suya felt helpless. A little tired is fine. Since you trust me to manage such a large company, I have to do my best. Lin Fan found that Suya was also a workaholic and shook his head helplessly. Afterwards, he walked to the side and looked at the company's reports. Since there was nothing else to do, Lin Fan took a tour around the company. Half an hour later, Lin Fan finally left. Island Nation. Fongbin Automobile Headquarters. After receiving the materials sent back by Lin Fan, several key figures of the Jutsun family looked excited. In that document, in addition to the engine technology of Kunpeng Automobile, there was also the autonomous driving system they had long wanted to obtain. They finally got their hands on it. Ling Xiang did not disappoint us. With this information, our Fongbin Automobile will not go bankrupt. In the conference room, everyone wore smiles on their faces. With this information, Fongbin Automobile could come back to life. Chapter 284. Kunpeng Automobile 4S Store. He quickly walked over to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I really didn't expect to run into you here. Su Ziang already knew that Lin Fan had become a wealthy man and didn't dare to get too close. Of course, Su Ziang could also recognize Suya. After all, Suya was the school beauty at their school. Although they had already graduated, Su Ziang still gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. Let's sit down and have a meal together, Lin Fan said. Su Ziang shook his head. Lin Fan, no need. I don't want to be a third wheel. Moreover, in front of Lin Fan, he felt the gap. They were good roommates in school, but now Lin Fan's achievements made him feel like he could only look up. So what was going on just now? Did you encounter some difficulties? Lin Fan asked. Actually, it's nothing. Su Ziang didn't say it directly. It's okay, you can tell me. Maybe I can help you. After all, they were good friends before. Su Ziang was silent for a moment before finally speaking up. It turned out that Su Ziang's company had encountered some trouble, and he urgently needed an investment. The middle-aged man he had just seen was the general manager of an investment company. Chapter 285. Fan Tong was beaten. The Kunpeng sports car is too expensive. So you didn't want to buy such an expensive car. Lin Fan interjected. I've already arranged it for Suya. You don't need to worry about this. The performance of these cars had already been weakened, so Lin Fan didn't care about them. So you looked at Lin Fan and said, Lin Fan, forget it. The company also has passenger cars. There's really no need to buy a sports car. After all, not everyone likes to show off. Some people are used to being low-key, just like Suya. Lin Fan smiled and said, no sports car is fine. I've already had Zheng Xiaoqing arrange it. We'll be able to get the car soon. Hearing Lin Fan say this, Suya shook her head helplessly. Under the leadership of Chong Jun Kai and the others, Lin Fan and Suya arrived at the 4S Store showroom. In the showroom, several cool-looking Kunpeng sports cars were displayed. One of them was a limited edition, priced at a staggering 160 million. These sports cars were just released recently. In fact, Lin Fan hadn't really looked into them. However, Lin Fan owned a unique Kunpeng sports car in the world. He didn't care about the cars in the showroom. For instance, the autonomous driving systems in these cars had some important functions restricted. Chapter 286. If you're late, there will be no good show to watch. Li Zifeng hadn't reacted yet when he received 3 punches to the face. The smile on Li Zifeng's face disappeared. He let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground. Fan Tong and the others were furious and kicked him heavily twice. Blood flowed from Li Zifeng's nose. This sudden scene caught even the people behind Li Zifeng off guard. What are you still standing there for? Beat him up. Li Zifeng roared in anger. Beat him. The others moved at the same time. Both sides out entangled in a chaotic brawl. Li Zifeng got up, feeling a sharp pain in his face. His face was swollen, and blood dripped continuously to the ground. I can't let these 3 guys go. Li Zifeng charged in to join the melee. Mr. Lin, what should we do now? The manager of the 4S store was a woman and couldn't help, so she hurriedly followed Lin Fan. Lin Fan stopped and asked the manager, do you have a chair? The manager was taken aback. Mr. Lin, using a chair to fight. What if someone gets killed? Lin Fan shook his head. Fight? I want to sit and watch. If there are any sunflower seeds, bring me a couple of bags. Chapter 287. Wake up and beat him again. Li Changkai had someone prepare a car and rushed to the Kunpeng sports car 4S store at the fastest speed. After Li Zifeng made the call, hearing that his father would come, a smug smile immediately appeared on his face. He swore in his heart that once his father arrived, he would make Lin Fan pay. At this moment, he forgot about the pain on his body. He seemed to feel the thrill of revenge. My dad is coming soon. Soon you all will pay the price. Li Zifeng pointed at Lin Fan and the others, filled with rage. Not only Lin Fan, but he also had no intention of letting Fan Tong and the others go. The few people beside Li Zifeng didn't make calls. They thought it was enough for Li Zifeng's dad to come. Calling their own dads would be completely unnecessary. Lin Fan said nothing and lowered his head to play with his phone. In the showroom, the onlookers were discussing among themselves. Who is this young man? Why do I feel he looks a bit familiar? He actually beat up Li Zifeng. when the president of the High Tian Chamber of Commerce comes. It will definitely be a good show. Those people love to watch the excitement. Although they felt Lin Fan looked familiar, they did not recognize him. Just like that, nearly 20 minutes passed. Chapter 288. The most expensive flip-flops in the world. Li Changkai glanced at Fan Tong and the others. Seeing their bruised faces and then looking at the few people Li Zifeng brought, who were also injured, it could be said that both sides suffered losses in this brawl. However, at this moment, Li Changkai just wanted to quickly resolve the matter. Mr. Lin, how about this? I'll cover the medical expenses. Additionally, I'll compensate each of them with 50 million. Li Changkai felt heartbroken, but there was no other way. Having offended Lin Fan, he could only pay. Lin Fan took out his phone, looked at it, and did not reply. Then it's 1 billion. Li Changkai gritted his teeth and said, "Take your son and get lost." Lin Fan said, "Dan Dan. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I'm going back to prepare the money." Li Changkai was anxious and made a phone call, asking the driver to come in. Fan and the other two exchanged glances, all feeling a bit excited. They had a fight with Li Zifeng, and although they were beaten quite badly, they managed to get a compensation of 100 million. Of course, they also knew that this was all because of Lin Fan's identity. If Lin Fan hadn't been here today, they would have suffered a huge loss, and they might even have had to compensate the 4S store. After a while, Li Changkai's driver came in. Chapter 289. Arrogant Scam calls upon hearing the items drawn today. Lin Fan was almost petrified on the spot. Now even flip-flops were on the list. However, this was not the most important thing. System, why don't you come out and explain this to me? What on earth is this Jiangnan leather factory? Lin Fan thought it was a company on the verge of bankruptcy. But after checking, it turned out it wasn't. It was just a small company, and the previous owner was not Huang He. Thank goodness. If he had drawn a debt-ridden company, Lin Fan really wouldn't know what to say. However, compared to the company Lin Fan had drawn earlier, the scale of Jiangnan Leather Factory was really too small. Lin Fan was very frustrated and didn't know how the system could come up with such a company. Lin Fan helplessly shook his head and immediately went online to check the drawn flip-flops. Once he did, Lin Fan was taken aback. It turned out that these were not ordinary flip-flops, but the most expensive flip-flops in the world, worth 110,000 Huaxia coins. Designed and crafted by the Chip Coast brand and a renowned artist. Interesting. Lin Fan immediately extracted the flip-flops. He got out of bed and tried them on. Chapter 290. Even the system dares to deceive with Su Ya's reminder. Lin Fan suddenly realized. As long as the necklace's picture appeared on the internet, he could find it. But there was a downside. Su Ya paused and reminded him. Moreover, it might not be found. There's so many pictures on the internet. Comparing them would take a lot of time. No problem, I have a way. Su Ya, thank you so much for your reminder. Lin Fan said with a smile. I just gave you a suggestion. Su Ya opened the car door and got out. Lin Fan unfastened his seatbelt and followed Su Ya into the company. He couldn't wait to create the program and was too lazy to go back. Anyway, there were computers in the company. Lin Fan, you haven't told me what you're doing at the company? Seeing Lin Fan catch up, Su Ya asked curiously. She knew Lin Fan just wanted to be a hands-off manager and rarely got involved in company matters. Why is the sun rising in the west today? Actually, it's nothing special. Just like that, Lin Fan and Su Ya arrived at the office. There were many computers in the company, and Lin Fan occupied one to start writing the program. He first wrote a program to deal with scam calls and placed it on his phone. Chapter 291. Someone wants to find Lin Fan. Lin Fan was very angry. After hearing the system's words, he was stunned. No way. The system actually cursed? Lin Fan regained his composure. Since it was like this, he definitely couldn't let the other party off. I F your mother. How dare you deceive me? Lin Fan's face was filled with anger. What do you want to do? The middle-aged man took a few steps back, feeling guilty seeing Lin Fan angry. Indeed, he was a scammer and very skilled at forgery. After seeing Lin Fan's online lost item announcement, he knew this was an opportunity. He quickly forged a sapphire necklace based on the picture and received 1 million from Lin Fan. The scammer was overjoyed. He knew that if he went to meet Lin Fan, he might be exposed. But his inner greed overcame his rationality, so he came. You dare to fool me with a fake necklace. Lin Fan's expression was cold as he stepped closer to the middle-aged man. He was already very angry. This is true. I didn't deceive you. The middle-aged man was still arguing. Is that so? Lin Fan let out a cold laugh and tightened his grip slightly. Chapter 292. Not saving. It's really hard to meet you. They wanted to see Lin Fan a couple days ago. Unfortunately, Lin Fan was still in Hong Kong at that time, so they naturally had no chance to meet. This time they came here with John for a different purpose. Lin Fan looked up at the three old men from the medical association. Lin Fan recognized them and knew their identities. However, he did not have a good impression of the three old men because they had previously tried to morally blackmail him to take away his Qing Nong Shu. Next, Lin Fan casually glanced at the foreign man. Is there something? Seeing the arrogance in the foreign man's eyes, Lin Fan felt a bit displeased. It seemed that apart from Hong Rose and Blood Demon, most foreigners he met had some nasty traits. Mr. Lin, let me introduce. This is Mr. John. He has important matters to discuss with you. One of the old men stepped forward and introduced with a smile. Mr. Lin, I've long heard of your great name. I heard you are a divine doctor. John directly sat down as if this were his home. Meanwhile, the manners maid was already preparing tea to serve the guests. Chapter 293. Clue about the necklace. Lin Fan shook his head. I don't know. In fact, he already knew but didn't say it. John, with a serious face, after a long time, finally spoke. My second uncle is the chairman of Black Sea Bank. I believe Mr. Lin has heard of the name of Black Sea Bank. I'm not afraid to tell you that the Du family in Hong Kong is our rival at Black Sea Bank. John said this to warn Lin Fan. They had some grievances with the Du family in Hong Kong. If Lin Fan continue to side with the Du family, they will also take care of Lin Fan. What does that have to do with me? Lin Fan pretended to be confused and shrugged his shoulders. Mr. Lin, I hope you can think it through. I sincerely want to be friends with you. John looked at Lin Fan coldly. Lin Fan smiled and said, Sincerity? Sorry, but I really can't feel your sincerity. Seeing that Lin Fan was unyielding, John made his point clear. Since you don't intend to go to the United States with me, I won't beg you. However, before I leave, I have a piece of advice for Mr. Lin. Please stay away from the Du family. Chapter 294. No way to convince him. Lin Fan found Xue Qingzhu's phone number and was about to call. At that moment, his phone rang first. Lin Fan looked and saw it was a call from Du Meiqi. He didn't think much and pressed the answer button. Meiqi, what's up? Lin Fan asked. Du Meiqi hesitated for a moment before asking, Lin Fan, have you met that John? The Du family had already received news and knew that John from Black Sea Bank was in a magic city. Moreover, the Du family had learned that John's purpose for going to the magic city was actually to find Lin Fan. The Du family in Hong Kong Island was a rival of Black Sea Bank. Even the previous attack on Du Jinrong was likely orchestrated by John and his group. Therefore, John's arrival in the magic city made the Du family very nervous. Black Sea Bank was far stronger than the Du family. If it weren't for the Du family's presence in Hong Kong Island, they would have been defeated long ago. If John reached some kind of agreement with Lin Fan, the Du family would really be finished. Du Jinrong was very clear about this. There are no eternal friends or eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. So after receiving the news, Du Jinrong immediately asked his daughter to call Lin Fan. They wanted to probe Lin Fan's intentions. If Lin Fan chose to stand with the Du family, it would be the best outcome. Chapter 295. Xue Qingzhu's doubts. This was exactly what Xue Qingzhu was worried about. So he made it clear. Lin Fan said, I can ensure my own safety. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Xue Qingzhu anxiously replied. This isn't just about causing trouble. Lin Fan, many people want the technology from your company. Do you know that? Just take the technology used in Kunpeng Motors. Any one of them could cause a sensation. It's easy to imagine that once Lin Fan leaves Huaxia, many people will want to capture him. I know, Lin Fan said casually. Xue Qingzhu continued, I'll be going back soon. Let's talk then. Xue Qingzhu planned to delay for a while. In any case, they couldn't let Lin Fan leave Huaxia. Really not possible? Lin Fan asked again. I'm busy right now. I'll find you later. Hanging up now. Xue Qingzhu found an excuse and planned to brush it off for now. Don't hang up yet. I actually have a lot of technologies that are ahead of the world. Do you want them? Lin Fan thought for a moment and came up with a solution. Really? Chapter 296. The car is ready. A 10 million order isn't really that much. The only thing he could do was flaunt his family background to regain some sense of presence. Li Jie took the initiative to grab the menu and ordered quite a few dishes. Suya, how about a drink? Li Jie asked. Suya shook her head. I won't drink. However, Li Jie still ordered 2 bottles of red wine. They were chatting when Suya's phone rang. Seeing it was a call from the company, she stepped outside to take it. Suya was really too busy now. After all, Suya was a big deal now. The 2 girls couldn't help but feel envious. Although they also had jobs in the Magic City, they couldn't compare to Suya. After a while, Suya returned with her phone. It was a call from the company. They wanted to sign a contract. Suya sat back down and said to Lin Fan, You can sign it tomorrow. Lin Fan said with a smile. It's a bit urgent. I've already had my assistant bring the contract. After a while, The food was brought in by the restaurant staff. Suya was still chatting with those two girls and also laughing with Lin Fan. Li Jia watched this and felt quite uncomfortable. Chapter 297. Agreed. Lin Fan and Suya returned to the hall. After a while, Xue Qingzhu also came in. Lin Fan, Suya. As soon as Xue Qingzhu entered, she greeted Lin Fan and Suya. Previously, in Yinjing, Xue Qingzhu was responsible for the safety of Suya's mother, Dr. Li, so they knew each other. Officer Xue, please have a seat. Suya smiled and made tea for Xue Qingzhu. Xue Qingzhu nodded and sat down. She couldn't wait any longer. Hearing that Lin Fan had some powerful technology, she immediately booked a flight back from Hong Kong Island. As soon as she landed, she came to find Lin Fan. Lin Fan, where's the technology you mentioned? Xue Qingzhu looked at Lin Fan seriously, her face showing urgency. Lin Fan glanced at Xue Qingzhu and then shifted his gaze. This woman was quite quick in asking for technology, but when he asked her for help with the procedure, she was slow. Lin Fan picked up the cup in front of him, sipped his tea leisurely, and said, "Hey, I'm just keeping you in suspense." Indeed, Xue Qingzhu became increasingly impatient. "Lin Fan, I'm talking to you," Xue Qingzhu reminded him. Lin Fan put down the teacup and said slowly before we discuss this issue. Chapter 298. The password is in hand. Xue Qingzhu was silent for a moment before saying, "All right, I agree to your request. I'll send you the passport once it's ready. Then you can give me the technology." Lin Fan didn't say much more and sent Xue Qingzhu a document. Half an hour later, the person sent by Xue Qingzhu finally arrived at Lin Fan's estate. "Mr. Lin, I have brought your passport." The person handed the completed documents to Lin Fan. Lin Fan checked it first and found no issues. Subsequently, Lin Fan handed the person a laptop. "The data is all inside. Just give it to Xue Qingzhu." "Okay, Mr. Lin, I won't disturb you any longer." The person took the laptop and turned to leave. Lin Fan put away his documents and wasn't in a hurry to pack up. He was very clear that things were not that simple. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later, Lin Fan's phone rang again. It was Xue Qingzhu calling. "Lin Fan, what is the password for that laptop?" As soon as the call connected, Xue Qingzhu asked impatiently. Lin Fan replied, "I'll give you the password when I get on the plane tomorrow." Chapter 299. Zhang Xiaoqing's friend. To explain, there was a power outage at home, and the author asked his cousin to help upload the new chapter, but that guy mistakenly uploaded chapters from his own failed book to this one. The author only found out about this after receiving messages from readers. It has been corrected, and the author is currently rushing to his cousin's house. Xue Qingzhu opened Lin Fan's laptop and entered the password. She quickly pressed the enter key. "I want to see what kind of technology is on this Lin Fan's computer." Xue Qingzhu thought that anything Lin Fan produced wouldn't be too bad. Beside her, Xue Qingzhu's colleague was also staring blankly at the computer screen. The password displayed as correct. Successfully enter the desktop. However, to Xue Qingzhu's surprise, there was nothing on the desktop. "What's going on?" Xue Qingzhu thought the computer was malfunctioning. At that moment, a progress bar suddenly appeared on the desktop. It detected that someone was attempting to brute force the laptop. The automatic data wipe function has been activated. Data is being cleared. Xue Qingzhu looked at the screen in shock. Her expression changed, and she immediately reacted. She wanted to try shutting down the laptop. Chapter 300. Uncovering Identities. Wu Jingyi replied, "It has been arranged. Please follow me, Mr. Lin." Wu Jingyi drove over. However, the car was rented. She took Lin Fan into the car and set off for the hotel. Dongjing City is filled with towering buildings. Looking out the car window, it was all exotic scenery. Zhang Xiaoqing had already sent money to Wu Jingyi, so her arrangements were very thorough. Even the accommodation was a 5-star hotel, and it was a presidential suite. After putting down their luggage, Wu Jingyi said to Lin Fan, "Mr. Lin, you must be hungry, right? I'll take you to get something to eat." Lin Fan said not very hungry. He took out his phone and asked Wu Jingyi about the location of the commercial street they had drawn. The commercial street wasn't too far from here. "Mr. Lin, do you want to go there?" Wu Jingyi asked. She didn't know what Lin Fan was going to do at that commercial street. However, there were some things she couldn't conveniently ask. After all, she was just a guide and translator for now. "Let's go there." Since that commercial street belonged to Lin Fan, he certainly wanted to check it out. As for finding the necklace, that could wait until they returned. Chapter 301. Clue interruption. The information showed that the little girl from the island was named Cheng Tianingzi. She is currently the chairman of a clothing company in Dongjing. Since the photo was taken 20 years ago, it looked a bit blurry. At the same time, Lin Fan also found out where she lived. It seems necessary to pay a visit. Lin Fan made up his mind and knocked on Wu Jingyi's door. "Mr. Lin, do you have any plans?" Wu Jingyi opened the door, looking surprised at Lin Fan. "I'm going to meet someone, Cheng Tianingzi." Lin Fan wasn't he familiar with Dongjing, so he had to bring Wu Jingyi along. "Cheng Tianingzi? Mr. Lin, is she your friend?" Wu Jingyi asked in confusion. Lin Fan shook his head. "No. The reason I'm looking for her is that I want to buy something from her. Let us go, we're leaving now." Wu Jingyi nodded and went into the room to get ready. Next, they drove to Cheng Tianingzi's home. Lin Fan didn't dare to be careless when going out. After all, this wasn't Huaxia. It would be bad if he got ambushed. Cheng Tianingzi's home was a bit far from the city center, and after an hour, they finally arrived at the entrance. "It should be here." Chapter 302. There as hoped, the hospital doctor told Cheng Tianingzi that her father might never wake up. And looking at Lin Fan, he was also not very old. Even if he was a doctor, he probably just graduated from school. Cheng Tianingzi didn't think Lin Fan was a remarkable doctor. Lin Fan looked at Cheng Tianingzi and said seriously, "Miss Cheng Tianingzi, since I'm already here, why not let me give it a try?" Lin Fan just wanted to find that sapphire necklace through Cheng Tianingzi's father. After all, that necklace was too important to him. Hearing Lin Fan say this, Cheng Tianingzi was somewhat tempted. Indeed, as Lin Fan said, it wouldn't hurt to try. "All right, please follow me." Cheng Tianingzi stood up and led Lin Fan and Wu Jingyi through the hall. "Mr. Lin, are you still a doctor?" Wu Jingyi only knew that Lin Fan was a wealthy man. She didn't know that Lin Fan was actually a divine doctor. Of course, Lin Fan smiled and didn't elaborate further. After a while, Cheng Tianingzi took them to a room. "Please come in." Cheng Tianingzi opened the door and walked in first. Lin Fan and Wu Jingyi also entered the room. They saw a middle-aged man with a slightly pale face lying on the wooden bed in the room. Chapter 303. Visitors from a Geo village family. Who is he? Cheng Tianingzi stared blankly at Lin Fan. She didn't expect that even Dr. Matsumoto would give Lin Fan such a high evaluation. If Lin Fan could really cure her father, that would be great. "Miss Cheng Tianingzi, you may not have heard of Huaxia Hengtia medicine, but you should have heard of the drug that cures lung cancer." Matsumoto Naoto was quite excited. Cheng Tianingzi thought of something and asked, "Could it be that the drug that cures lung cancer is?" Cheng Tianingzi indeed had not heard of Hengtia medicine, but she had heard of some drugs that could cure lung cancer. Matsumoto Naoto nodded, extremely excited. "That's right. The drug that cures lung cancer was developed by Hengtian Pharmaceutical, and Lin Fan is the chairman of Hengtian Pharmaceutical. Since he said he could cure the father of Cheng Tianingzi, he must be able to do it. There is no need for Lin Fan to lie." Cheng Tianingzi looked at Lin Fan with great joy. "Mr. Lin, I'll trouble you with my father's matter." Cheng Tianingzi saw hope and immediately bowed to Lin Fan. "Miss Cheng Tianingzi, there's no need for that," Lin Fan said. Chapter 304. A warning from Geo Village Junshu. Geo Village Junshu assessed Lin Fan with a few glances. With a blank expression, he walked towards Lin Fan. He walked slowly, and a fierce light flickered in his eyes. Lin Fan and Wu Jingyi had already noticed Geo Village Junshu, but did not pay him much attention. Soon, Geo Village Junshu stood in front of Lin Fan. Wu Jingyi looked up, her curious gaze fixed on a man from the island nation. As for Lin Fan, he continued eating. Lin Fan had never seen Geo Village Junshu, but it was evident that the visitor was not friendly. Moreover, the other party's purpose was clear. He came for Lin Fan. "Sir, is there something you want?" Seeing that the other party remained silent, Wu Jingyi frowned. "Is this person sick? Why is he staring at Lin Fan?" Geo Village Junshu ignored Wu Jingyi and continued to size up Lin Fan. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared at the corner of Geo Village Junshu's mouth. "Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Geo Village Junshu. I've heard of your great name for a long time." Geo Village Junshu spoke polite words, but his eyes clearly held disdain. In fact, Geo Village Junshu came over to create trouble for Lin Fan. Geo Village Junshu? Chapter 305. Being followed in the car, Geo Village Junshu was still very angry. He looked at the street scenery outside the car window, his face dark. "Lin Fan, do you think that by not granting technology authorization, you could bring down our phone bin automobile? What a delusion." Geo Village Junshu sneered. Now, they had successfully stolen the technology of Kunpeng automobile. As long as it was applied to cars, the company could be revived. Moreover, Geo Village Lingxiang was still lurking within Kunpeng automobile. Next, a continuous stream of data would be sent back. It was impossible for Lin Fan to bankrupt Fongbin Automobile through sanctions. After a few minutes of driving, the car suddenly stopped by the roadside. The door opened, and a young man wearing glasses came up. "Dad, how did the talks go?" The young man sat next to Geo Village Junshu and asked. He was also curious about the outcome of this negotiation. Geo Village Junshu was in a bad mood, so he did not respond. The young man had already guessed something from Geo Village Junshu's expression. "Dad, did that Lin Fan refuse?" The young man frowned, his eyes also flashing with anger. Chapter 306. Trouble approaches in the car. Xiaoying suddenly closed her eyes. As a robot, she quickly hacked into the driving computers of the cars behind them through electronic signals. "What's going on?" The people tracking Lin Fan were stunned to find that the cars had gone out of control. They tried to stop the cars by braking, but it was ineffective. Soon, a bizarre scene unfolded on the highway. Several cars lost control in succession, crashed through the guardrail, and flew off the overpass. One car even exploded. With a loud explosion, thick smoke billowed. What happened? Wu Jingyi glanced back at the car, looking confused. She still did not know what was going on. It seems like there was a car accident. Lin Fan remained calm. He looked at Xiaoying, who had opened her eyes. At the same time, Xiaoying gave Lin Fan a smiling glance. Lin Fan knew that Xiaoying had succeeded. After all, Xiaoying was a very capable robot. Hacking into the car system was not difficult. Wu Jingyi turned her head and asked Lin Fan, "Why are we getting on the highway? Aren't we going back to the hotel?" Wu Jingyi felt puzzled. Chapter 307. Mission accomplished at the door of Lin Fan's room. 2 robotic bodyguards were on guard. The 3 individuals split up. After shutting down the hotel surveillance, the woman and one of the men slowly approached. They pretended to be a couple checking in and went to the adjacent room. The 2 robotic bodyguards only glanced at them lightly and ignored them. Sure enough, Lin Fan arranged for bodyguards. The 2 took out their room card and were about to enter the adjacent room. Suddenly, they attacked. The 2 rushed forward, pulled out daggers, and stabbed them into the chests of the 2 robotic bodyguards. At the same time, they covered the mouths of the robotic bodyguards. Blood gushed out. After a while, the 2 robotic bodyguards were dead. So weak, and they still have the nerve to be bodyguards. The 2 exchanged glances and shook their heads with smirks. They did not expect Lin Fan's bodyguards to be so weak. If they had observed carefully, they would have noticed that the blood flowing from the robotic bodyguards had no metallic smell at all. They stood up, not caring about anything else, and took out the room card. The room card was stolen from the front desk. With Lin Fan's room card, they easily entered. Chapter 308. Xiaoying's power were evacuating now. "Don't worry, I will definitely bring Lin Fan back," the woman said, and the other party hung up the phone. Just as everyone was about to retreat, suddenly, 4 dark figures rushed in from outside the dilapidated factory. They were 4 men dressed in black. Their movements were incredibly fast, like leopards. "Who are you?" The assassins reacted. With the appearance of the 4 dark figures, Xiaoying, disguised as Lin Fan, also frowned. She realized that the 4 people who rushed in were a bit different from ordinary people. The 4 men in black moved agilely. As they approached, they suddenly pulled out daggers. Before the 4 assassins could react, they had deep cuts across their necks. They fell to the ground, bleeding profusely, struggling for a while. He quickly died. This sudden scene caused panic among the people in the abandoned factory. At this moment, someone had already pulled out a gun. "Don't shoot recklessly. We can't harm our own people," the woman reminded with a serious expression. There were many, while the opponent had only 4. Next, they launched a counterattack. But to their surprise, the opponent was indeed formidable. Chapter 309. Lin Fan's terrifying strength. He didn't dare to continue fighting against Xiaoying. Turning around, he wanted to escape, because Xiaoying was truly too powerful. With just one move, she killed 2 G-mutants. If he stayed here, it would only lead to his death. "Want to escape? You have no chance." Xiaoying snorted lightly and chased after the mutant trying to flee. Quickly split up and run. His voice trembled with fear. The other mutant dared not stay any longer and fled in the opposite direction. Xiaoying was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, she had caught up with the mutant. Seeing there was no way to escape, the mutant frowned. He turned around, wanting to confront Xiaoying head-on. But in terms of momentum, he had already lost. Plus, he wasn't as fast as Xiaoying. Bang! Xiaoying threw a punch, instantly hitting the mutant in the chest. The mutant flew back over 10 meters and fell silent. Xiaoying killed another mutant and didn't stop. She turned around and chased after the last fleeing mutant. At this point, the last one was scared out of his wits. The only thing he could do was run madly. However, no matter how fast he ran, He could not match Xiao Ying's speed. Chapter 310. Amazing skills not to mention, Lin Fan had Xiao Ying by his side. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The mutant still looked incredulous. After all, Lin Fan was just an ordinary person. Yet he had taken gene-enhancing drugs. So his physical strength was naturally beyond that of an ordinary person. Could it be that you also took gene drugs? The mutant thought of this possibility. Otherwise, it couldn't explain everything happening before him. Keep guessing. Lin Fan had already walked up to the mutant. The mutant's face twisted. It must be so. Suddenly, a large amount of blood gushed from the mutant's mouth. The blood was strange, appearing light green, vastly different from ordinary human blood. Following that, the mutant's body began to convulse violently. Lin Fan frowned and checked. After a while, the mutant's body also went cold. He actually died. How fragile. Lin Fan did not expect this mutant to die so quickly and felt quite disappointed. He had originally thought he could extract some clues about the Rakshasa organization from this mutant. Now it seemed that the clues had come to a halt again. Chapter 311. Muto Kinko Seda Inko did not look at the young man and said, "You don't understand. Mr. Lin is the chairman of Hung-Tien Pharmaceuticals. I heard he is a divine doctor in Huaxia. He wouldn't lie to me." Ever since she learned Lin Fan's identity, Seda Inko had unshakable faith in his words. With such a powerful identity, since he said he could wake her father, it must be true. Besides, Lin Fan now wanted to know the whereabouts of that sapphire necklace. He surely also wanted Seda Inko's father to wake up. Chairman of Hung-Tien Pharmaceuticals? Mito Kui frowned. He had naturally heard of Hung-Tien Pharmaceuticals. However, no matter what, he did not believe the other party's identity. How could the chairman of Hung-Tien Pharmaceuticals come to the island nation? Moreover, he even actively agreed to treat Seda Inko's father. "Inko, those Huaxia people can't be trusted. I can guarantee you must have met a fraud." Muto Koji continued to persuade Seda Inko. Seda Inko was a bit unhappy. She shot Muto Koji a cold glance. "If you dare to speak another word against Mr. Lin, I will immediately kick you out." Seda Inko was already angry. Chapter 312. The wine is problematic. This is Mr. Lin, our new chairman of Suzu Mune Motors. Mr. Lin said he wanted to go to the company, so I came to pick him up. Muto Kinko introduced. He stood beside Lin Fan, very respectfully. Chairman of Suzu Mune Motors? Hearing Lin Fan's identity, Muto Koji was completely dumbfounded. He stood there in a daze. "Uncle, you didn't mistake the person, did you?" Muto Koji looked at Lin Fan with suspicion. Muto Kinko frowned and said, "I am the general manager of Suzu Mune Motors. How could I mistake the person?" Muto Kinko's expression wasn't good. He was wondering if Muto Koji had offended Mr. Lin. If that were the case, it would be troublesome. Muto Koji was rendered speechless. Now he realized that he had misjudged the situation. It turned out Lin Fan was not a fraud at all. "What? Mr. Lin, you are also the chairman of Suzu Mune Motors?" Wu Jingyi, who had just finished breakfast, was also very shocked. It turned out that Lin Fan had so many assets in the island nation. Yesterday, it was a commercial street. Today, even Suzu Mune Motors belonged to Lin Fan. This Lin Fan was indeed too mysterious. Chapter 313. Uncovering this wine. Is problematic? Lin Fan frowned and glanced at Muto Kinko. At this moment, Muto Kinko's face showed no signs of abnormality. After pouring wine for Lin Fan, Muto Kinko poured wine for Wu Jingyi as well. Wu Jingyi declined, saying, "I haven't been feeling well these past 2 days. I won't drink." Muto Kinko nodded and said nothing. He then poured a glass for his niece, Muto Itsumi. Muto Kinko sat down, looked at Lin Fan, and smiled. "Mr. Lin, please have a taste." Lin Fan pretended not to hear and first took a bite of food. Right now, he still couldn't understand what Muto Kinko wanted to do. Apart from the red wine, the food seemed fine. "Mr. Lin, I toast you." Miyahara Itsumi smiled as she stood up and toasted Lin Fan. Lin Fan picked up his glass and clinked it with Miyahara Itsumi's. He brought the glass to his lips and took a small sip. Lin Fan already knew that the red wine had been drugged. However, as long as he didn't drink too much, there wouldn't be any problem. Next, Lin Fan wanted to see what kind of trick Miyahara Takeo was up to. That guy appeared respectful on the surface, but was secretly plotting something. Miyahara Itsumi seemed to have realized that there was something wrong with the red wine, so she didn't drink too much either. Chapter 314. Abandoned seeing the change in expressions on Miyahara Takeo and Miyahara Itsumi's faces, Wu Jingyi knew that it was all true. These two people actually wanted to scheme against them. Just thinking about what would have happened if they had drunk that beverage was terrifying. While Wu Jingyi felt relieved, She was also extremely angry. What exactly do you want to do? Wu Jingyi questioned loudly. It seemed they hadn't offended Miyahara Takeo at all. Yet this Miyahara Takeo actually wanted to harm them. Mr. Lin, this is truly a misunderstanding. Miyahara Itsumi defended. Lin Fan coldly looked at Miyahara Takeo without saying a word. Mr. Lin, should we call the police? Wu Jingyi said as she took out her phone. Miyahara Takeo had tampered with the drink, and he couldn't be let off the hook. Miyahara Takeo began to panic. Chairman, give me a chance. I was also forced by others. Miyahara Takeo lowered his head, no longer daring to look at Lin Fan. Moreover, beads of sweat were forming densely on his forehead. Wu Jingyi angrily said, You are the general manager of Lingmu Motors. Who could force you to do such a thing? Miyahara Takeo's face turned pale, and he hesitated to speak. Chapter 315. The fainting of Kikuzumi Itsuki. The computers at the headquarters of Toyohan Motors, although equipped with many defense protocols, were no match for Lin Fan's superb hacking skills. Lin Fan easily infiltrated the system. He then wrote several viruses and implanted them into all the computers at Toyohan Motors headquarters. Lin Fan didn't want to wait any longer. He wanted to see Toyohan Motors go bankrupt soon. Kikuzumi Itsuki wanted to go against him, so it would be a matter of who could laugh last. After doing all this, Lin Fan erased all traces of his intrusion. Even if Kikuzumi Itsuki reported it to the police, it would be impossible to trace back to him. Next, Lin Fan infiltrated the production workshop of Toyohan Motors. In the chairman's office, Kikuzumi Itsuki was still planning how to deal with Lin Fan. To be honest, it was a big surprise for Kikuzumi Itsuki that Miyahara Takeo couldn't scheme against Lin Fan. Now he realized that Lin Fan was not easy to deal with. However, it was fortunate that they were in the island nation. Therefore, Kikuzumi Itsuki had plenty of time to play with Lin Fan. Chairman, there's a problem. The female secretary rushed into the office with a panicked expression. What is it? Take your time. Kikuzumi Itsuki replied with a cold face. Chapter 316. Summoning the Red Rose Seda Inko? What does she want from me? Lin Fan opened the door and glanced at Wu Jingyi, asking. Wu Jingyi shook her head, saying, I'm not too sure. She has already set off and should arrive here soon. Suddenly, Lin Fan thought of a possibility. Forget it. When she arrives, let her come see me. Wu Jingyi nodded and casually asked, Mr. Lin, are you very busy? Since returning, Wu Jingyi had noticed that Lin Fan had been staying in his room. Yeah, a bit. Lin Fan didn't say anything else and closed the door. Then, Lin Fan logged onto a mysterious website to contact the Red Rose. Boss, is there another task? Red Rose asked excitedly. You need to come to the island nation. No need to bring too many people. Although Lin Fan had robot bodyguards by his side, he still wanted Red Rose to come assist him. Okay, boss. Should I call Blood Demon? Lin Fan replied, No, let Blood Demon continue investigating the Rakshasa organization. By the way, when can you get here the earliest? Red Rose said, If it's the fastest, it should be tomorrow noon. Chapter 317. Trouble comes again. The waitress had only entered the hotel today. She didn't know that Lin Fan had encountered trouble last night. I know. Lin Fan just smiled. With Xiaoyin by his side, he wasn't afraid of anyone coming to deal with him. No matter who it was, Lin Fan had ways to ensure that those people wouldn't return. The waitress pondered for a moment and said, Although you're leaving tomorrow, I still want to remind you not to be careless. The waitress's task was to secretly protect Lin Fan because Lin Fan was too important to Huaxia. Therefore, Lin Fan couldn't afford any mistakes. Lin Fan casually asked, What's your name? My name is Xiaowen. The waitress replied. Lin Fan was a bit curious. This should be a pseudonym, right? Xiaowen said, It doesn't matter whether it's real or fake. For now on, you can just call me Xiaowen, Mr. Lin. Lin Fan didn't ask any more questions. He guessed that besides Xiaowen, there should be others hiding around. Because they were in the island nation, they hadn't shown themselves. Xiaowen took the initiative to contact Lin Fan, which was quite a risk. At this time, Wu Jingyi had also finished her phone call. She walked into the dining room. Mr. Lin, if there's anything. Chapter 318. I bet your gun is empty. Xiaoyin could no longer hold back and wanted to take action. Lin Fan glanced at Xiaoyin and said, Don't rush to act. Xiaoyin, get out of the car with me. You two stay in the car. Lin Fan looked at the two robot bodyguards. Master, if we fight, I won't be able to protect you. Xiaoyin seemed worried. Xiaoyin was a high-level robot, unlike the other two robot bodyguards, who were as wooden as a stick. They would only follow Lin Fan's orders. It's fine, they can't hurt me. Lin Fan smiled and got out of the car. Xiaoyin quickly followed. The people in the three cars had already gotten out. They pulled out guns and aimed at Lin Fan as he got out of the car. The leading foreign man coldly stared at Lin Fan. He compared him with the photo once again. Yes, the person in front of me is indeed Lin Fan. Suddenly, the foreign man sneered. Lin Fan, I really didn't expect you to come out by yourself. Originally, he thought this task would be somewhat difficult, but it turned out to be quite the opposite. Of course, the leading foreign man also sensed something was off. That is, Lin Fan was not afraid at all in the face of the guns they held. Could this guy be a fool? Chapter 319. Not allowed in this way. Lin Fan could continue to stay in the island nation under the guise of a robot bodyguard. He could search for the whereabouts of the sapphire necklace and reduce trouble at the same time. Truly a win-win situation. Lin Fan had acquired assassination skills, so he was quite adept at disguise. After disguising himself as a robot bodyguard, Lin Fan specifically looked in the mirror. Not to mention, he really looked the part. Of course, there would be subtle differences, but ordinary people would definitely not recognize it. As for the robot bodyguard, its features could easily change. So transforming into Lin Fan's appearance was also very easy. Moreover, it usually followed Lin Fan around, making it very familiar with Lin Fan's every move. It was easy to imitate. After preparing everything, Lin Fan was not in a hurry, quietly waiting in the room. Before long, there was a knock on the door. Lin Fan knew it was Xiaowen bringing breakfast, so he went to open the door. Xiaowen was holding a breakfast tray, and when the door opened, she just glanced at Lin Fan. Since Lin Fan had already disguised himself as a robot bodyguard, Xiaowen did not recognize him. Hello, I brought breakfast for Mr. Lin. Xiaowen said politely. Please come in. Chapter 320. Smooth takeoff. Late last night, officials from the island nation contacted him, asking him to find a reason to prevent Lin Fan's private plane from taking off. He complied, but now, they sent a message saying that Lin Fan's private plane could take off immediately. What is going on? The airport manager was cursing internally, but he dare not show it on the surface. Mr. Lin, I have made arrangements, and your private plane can take off immediately. The airport manager said respectfully to Lin Fan. Seeing this scene, Xiaowen was completely stunned. She did not expect the airport manager to come out personally. But wait, didn't the officials want Lin Fan to stay in the island nation? Why now allow the plane to take off? Xiaowen was confused. She thought that might be a conspiracy. Even Wu Jingyi felt very puzzled. However, it was a good thing that the plane could take off. The robot bodyguard glanced at the airport manager and nodded. Then we will head back. The robot bodyguard said to Xiaowen. Safe travels. Xiaowen nodded. At this point, she could only pray for Lin Fan. If the island nation officials really wanted to capture Lin Fan, even Xiaowen would have no way to stop them. Chapter 321. Ueda Yuta. Okay, Mr. Lin. Originally, Saida Ingzi wanted to thank Lin Fan properly. But now that Lin Fan had returned to Huaxia, she could only wait until later. If her father could really wake up, Saida Ingzi decided to take her father to Huaxia to thank him. Mr. Lin, since your assistant is still in the island nation, do you need me to arrange accommodation? Saida Ingzi had some status in Toki, and arranging accommodations was not difficult. No need, my assistant has a place to stay. Lin Fan planned to stay in a seaside villa. The scenery here was beautiful, and it was particularly quiet. Even if assassins came here, he wouldn't have to worry too much. He could directly eliminate them. Mr. Lin, when my father wakes up, I'll go to Huaxia to find you. Saida Ingzi thought for a moment and said. Lin Fan replied, no need for that. When your father wakes up, remember to ask me about the whereabouts of that sapphire necklace. Lin Fan came to the island nation specifically for that sapphire necklace. Saida Ingzi said, Mr. Lin, I understand. As soon as I find out about the sapphire necklace's whereabouts, I will inform you immediately. Lin Fan nodded and said no more. Chapter 322. After good son Lin Fan issued an eviction order. This villa was drawn by him this morning. He couldn't possibly sell it. Besides, he wasn't short on money. Ueda Yuta frowned deeply. You're not the owner of this villa, yet you dare to speak to me like this. Lin Fan was speechless. He found a young man from the island nation to be quite a character. Let me put it this way. This villa will not be sold. You should leave. Lin Fan couldn't be bothered with the two of them. If they were unwilling to leave, Lin Fan wouldn't mind throwing them out. Ueda Yuta's expression darkened. I might have forgotten to introduce myself. My name is Ueda Yuta from Takeda Pharmaceutical. My father is the chairman of Takeda Pharmaceutical. When he revealed his identity, Ueda Yuta's face showed a hint of pride. So what? Lin Fan looked disdainful. He thought he was some big shot. It turned out to be just another spoiled rich kid. You actually don't take me, Ueda Yuta, seriously? Ueda Yuta became furious. Throw these two out. Lin Fan lost his patience and spoke to the robot bodyguard behind him. Chapter 323. Apologized to Mr. Lin. Ueda Takuya put down his phone. His expression instantly darkened. He knew that his son must have offended someone. Moreover, it was someone from Hongtian Pharmaceutical. This ungrateful son. Ueda Takuya was very angry. Despite their Takeda Pharmaceutical being the largest pharmaceutical company in the island nation, it was now on the decline. Because of this, Ueda Takuya was eager to cooperate with Hongtian Pharmaceutical. And now, his son had caused trouble. Damn it! Ueda Takuya was so angry that he wanted to call Zheng Xiaoqing to clarify what was going on. However, Zheng Xiaoqing did not answer at all. In the end, Ueda Takuya was directly blocked by Zheng Xiaoqing. Seeing Ueda Takuya's ugly face, several friends who were drinking expressed confusion. Did something happen? Everyone looked at Ueda Takuya simultaneously. Takeya Ueda did not explain, but said, "You drink slowly. I have something to take care of." Ueda's face was serious. Right now, he just wanted to find his son to clarify things. If his son was really the one causing trouble, he would definitely give him a good beating. Outside, Ueda had someone prepare a car. At the same time, he also called his son. Chapter 324. The Red Rose arrives. The security guard took another look at Ueda Yuta. Seeing that there were only two people on the other side, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Wait, I need to ask Mr. Lin first." The security guard did not know Lin Fan's specific identity. He only knew that the young man from Huaxia had the surname Lin and was acquainted with the owner of the villa. The security guard entered the villa and found Lin Fan. "Mr. Lin, Ueda Yuta wants to apologize to you." Lin Fan had long guessed it would be like this and coldly said, "Tell him to get lost. I want to see him. The collaboration has been canceled." Lin Fan would not give Ueda Yuta a chance. "All right." The security guard retreated. "How is it? Is Mr. Lin still inside?" Seeing the security guard come out, Ueda Yuta eagerly asked. The security guard replied, "Honestly, Mr. Lin is inside. However, he said he doesn't want to see you, so you should leave." Hearing this, Ueda Yuta felt despair. Does this mean the collaboration is off? Ueda Yuta regretted it immensely, wishing he could slap himself a few times. Right now, he couldn't think of any way out. He could only wait for his father to arrive. During the long wait, a black SUV arrived in front of the seaside villa. Chapter 325. Increase your rent, sir. Hello. Please show your identification. The two men approached Lin Fan, expressionless. Lin Fan glanced at the two and pretended not to know their identities. "Who are you?" The two men took out their identification from their pockets and said, "We are local police. Routine inspection." After Lin Fan came out of the villa, they closely followed him. Of course, after dressing up, they did not discover Lin Fan's true identity. They only knew that the man in front of them was called Lin Mo and was Lin Fan's bodyguard. Lin Fan had already returned to Huaxia, and they did not know what Lin Fan's bodyguard was doing in the island nation. Lin Fan nodded and cooperated. He took out his passport from his pocket. One of the plainclothes officers took the passport, looked at the photo, and then at Lin Fan. They did not notice anything unusual. The officer asked, "You came from Huaxia to do business?" Lin Fan nodded and briefly explained a few sentences. Next, the officer asked a few more questions, and Lin Fan responded one by one. The two officers exchanged glances, and seeing they couldn't find out anything, they returned the identification to Lin Fan. "Thank you for your cooperation." Chapter 326. Encountering an acquaintance after making up his mind, Yuta Bujo also set off. At this time, Lin Fan was sitting in a private room, waiting for the Red Rose to arrive. Before the Red Rose arrived, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Gumin. Hearing the knock, Lin Fan knew it wasn't the restaurant staff. He thought it was the Red Rose coming. The door opened, and Yuta Bujo walked in respectfully and slowly, with a smile on his face. "Hello, hello." Yuta Bujo found the young man in front of him a bit familiar, but did not recognize him as Lin Fan. Lin Fan, on the other hand, recognized Yuta Bujo. However, he couldn't show it right now. "Who are you?" Lin Fan pretended not to know him. "Let me introduce myself. I am the manager of this commercial street. My name is Yuta Bujo. May I ask how to address you, sir?" Yuta Bujo asked respectfully. Since this young man was a friend of Lin Fan's, he had to be polite. "Lin Montak." Lin Fan replied with the name of his robot bodyguard. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I sincerely apologize for what happened earlier. I have increased the rent for that restaurant, and they will probably move out soon." Chapter 327. Zhang Mingfu's request. Qinlan looked at the Red Rose and found her to be a stunning beauty, especially her pair of eyes, radiating a charming blue light. When did Lin Fan find such a beautiful girlfriend? Qinlan thought to herself. However, thinking about Lin Fan's identity, Qinlan did not dwell on it further. That guy is a wealthy tycoon, so he must have plenty of beautiful women around him. Lin Fan, I have something I want to ask you for help with. Qinlan shifted her gaze back to Lin Fan and said in a pleading tone, Xiaolan, who is this? One of the old men looked at Lin Fan with a puzzled expression and asked. Qinlan hurriedly introduced, Teacher, this is the Lin Fan I mentioned to you last time. His chess skills are outstanding. Last time, Qinlan played chess with Lin Fan and lost a whole million. Coupled with being ridiculed by Lin Fan, she still harbored resentment. But now, Qinlan wanted to ask Lin Fan for a favor. She never expected to encounter Lin Fan in the island nation. Hearing Qinlan say this, the two old men looked at Lin Fan with even more curiosity. Xiao Lang, when it comes to giving chances, you really can't compete with him. Qinlan's teacher was still somewhat skeptical. Chapter 328, Xiao Ying. Take me as your disciple. Lin Fan was quite impressed with Zhang Mingfu. If he had time, he wouldn't mind helping out. However, Lin Fan's involvement would carry certain risks. If he were to be targeted by the authorities of the island nation again, that would be unfortunate. Zhang Mingfu sighed and said, In our Huaxia chess community, there are indeed many young masters. However, you village Jin San specifically requested Master Lu's disciple. So this is a bit tricky. Qinlan was the most valued disciple of Lu Yichun. However, she still lost this time. Qinlan looked at Lin Fan and said, Lin Fan, I want to ask you for help. Temporarily pretend to be my teacher's disciple. They had no choice but to ask Lin Fan for assistance. Zhang Mingfu interjected. Xiaolan has already lost several rounds. If I lose again tomorrow, that you village Jin San said, I won't sell the Xiaoxiang Woyu 2-1 to me. So, Mr. Lin, if you can help me with this, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Zhang Mingfu pleaded. Lin Fan waved his hand, thinking it wasn't a big deal. However, I really can't get involved. How about this? Tomorrow I'll have my cousin help you. Chapter 329. Completely convinced Zhang Mingfu didn't expect Xiao Ying to be so impressive. Even chess master Lu Yichun was not her opponent. Hearing Zhang Mingfu say this, Lu Yichun suddenly slapped his forehead. I must be getting old and confused. Lu Yichun was still staring blankly at Xiao Ying, his face filled with admiration. Xiao Ying's chess skills greatly exceeded his expectations. If Xiao Ying helps, then winning against you village Jin San's disciple will be a piece of cake. Seeing that Xiao Ying still hadn't spoken, Lu Yichun turned to Lin Fan and said, Mr. Lin, your cousin's chess skills are so remarkable. It's a pity she isn't developing in the chess world. Xiao Ying's chess skills are far above Lu Yichun's. To say she is the #1 female chess player in China would not be an exaggeration. If she participated in competitions, she would definitely make a name for herself. Lin Fan just smiled without speaking. Others might not know, but he was very clear. Xiao Ying was an advanced robot. Being able to win against humans was no small feat. Of course, Lin Fan certainly wouldn't reveal this. Some secrets are best kept to oneself. Zhang Mingfu smiled at Xiao Ying, saying, Xiao Ying, tomorrow's match depends on you. I temporarily entrust you to act as Master Lu's disciple. Chapter 330. Seeking death. The leading strongman said, That's true. But fortunately, Lin Fan left 3 people in the island country. Capturing those 3, we can also get a bounty. Let's split up. Based on the information gathered, Lin Fan had already taken a flight back this morning. The newly released task by the organization was to capture Lin Fan's 2 bodyguards alive. Of course, there was also Xiao Ying. Their employer wanted to find a breakthrough from Lin Fan's bodyguards. Since they were bodyguards, they must have some strength. Everyone should not underestimate them. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the 3 assassins finally took action. They infiltrated Lin Fan's seaside villa. The villa was very quiet, and the 3 assassins thought Lin Fan's bodyguards were asleep. They observed outside for a while, and seeing no one in the hall, they quietly climbed through the window. Just as they were about to head upstairs, suddenly, the lights in the hall turned on. The 3 assassins were startled and frowned. They quickly turned around and saw Lin Fan standing by the window. At that moment, Lin Fan had a slight smile on his lips. Damn it! How could he be here? Chapter 331. Leader Sakuri. The 2 assassins exchanged glances and suddenly let out a mocking laugh. Then you might as well take action, the leading strongman said coldly. Since they couldn't escape, they had already prepared for death. Take this person out. Lin Fan pointed at one assassin and said to the robot bodyguard. The robot bodyguard nodded, grabbed that assassin, and walked out of the hall. What do you want to do? The leading strongman couldn't figure out Lin Fan's intentions and frowned deeply. Lin Fan smiled lightly and sat down on a sofa in the hall, looking relaxed. I'll give you one last chance, but think it through. Lin Fan watched the strong man with interest. He planned to use psychological tactics first. Anyway, he had captured all 3 assassins alive. Killing one of them could still get information from the others. The leading strong man coldly stared at Lin Fan, choosing to remain silent. Facing Lin Fan alone, he felt unprecedented pressure. At that moment, he was also struggling internally. If he betrayed the organization, he would die a miserable death. If he didn't cooperate with Lin Fan, he would probably die a similarly ugly death. But the key was if the other 2 partners chose to betray the organization. Chapter 332. We Are Professional. Sakuri was driving a sports car. At this moment, a young woman with blonde hair and blue eyes was sitting in the passenger seat. Sakuri didn't think much of it and hung up the phone. But soon, that phone number called again. Sakuri frowned and pulled the sports car over to the side of the road. Darling, what's wrong? The young woman asked, her voice charming. Let me take this call. Sakuri smiled and pressed the answer button. Who? Sakuri's tone was unfriendly. You are Sakuri, the leader of the Snow Wolf, right? Lin Fan said with a smile. Who are you? Sakuri's frown deepened. His identity was never publicly disclosed. Apart from a few high-ranking members of the Snow Wolf organization, no one knew who he was. But now, someone was actively calling to find him. The identity of an assassin is quite sensitive. Once exposed, it could be very dangerous. Not to mention, he was the leader of the assassin organization. My name is Lin Fan. No need to guess. I'm the Lin Fan you want to capture. Lin Fan directly revealed his name. With so many people looking for trouble with him, there was no need for Lin Fan to hide anything. Lin Fan? Chapter 333. Sakuri's trouble. Sakuri, if you say it's me who plotted against Lin Fan behind scenes, I will never let you go. Jew Village Ryota was very angry. At first, he trusted the Snow Wolf assassin organization very much, which is why he paid to hire them. Now, Lin Fan not only wasn't captured, but also caused so much trouble. His father, Jew Village Inuki, had just passed away due to a heart attack. The Jew Village family was in turmoil. He didn't want to be targeted by Lin Fan anymore. In business dealings, there was simply no match for Lin Fan. The Phonebin car company was about to go bankrupt, and it was entirely thanks to Lin Fan. Other than hiring assassins to plot against Lin Fan, they had no other options. Mr. Jew Village, please rest assured. I didn't say anything, and I won't say anything in the future. Sakuri was also very frustrated. The Snow Wolf assassin organization had been established for so long, and this was the first time they had been so passive. Let's hope so. You admit that your actions have failed. Also, you'd better not say anything. Kikomura Ryota warned. Don't worry, Mr. Kikomura. Sakuri replied, although Lin Fan also gave him a warning. Sakuri did not take it seriously. Chapter 334. Signal is not good here, Sakuri cursed loudly. After driving the sports car for a while, he turned into an intersection. He glanced back. Fortunately, the 2 cars did not catch up. Sakuri looked at the front of the car again. The black smoke coming from the front was getting thicker. It was likely that the car would catch fire soon. Sakuri expressionlessly, hurriedly got out of the car. He took a handgun from under the seat. If those assassins came, he would have to deal with them. Unfortunately, he had no helpers around. Sakuri didn't linger and walked toward the crowded area. Half an hour later, Sakuri disguised himself as an old man and arrived at a restaurant. He planned to contact the Snow Wolf assassin organization first and then leave the United States. Sakuri ordered some food and found a place to sit down. However, he had just sat down for a short while when a car stopped outside the restaurant. 4 strong men in black got out of the car. The 4 strong men immediately locked onto Sakuri's figure. Sakuri could clearly feel the murderous intent in their eyes. Damn it, Sakuri had no choice but to give up his meal. He pulled out his gun and shot while retreating. Chapter 335. Yamamura Jin-san. Behind Zhang Mingfu were Lu Yichun and Qinlan. They came to bring Xiaoying. Today, they must win against Yamamura Jin-san's disciples. Have you had breakfast? Lin Fan casually asked. Mr. Lin, we have already eaten. Qinlan replied with a smile. She had a terrible loss against Yamamura Jin-san's disciples yesterday. With Xiaoying stepping in today, they had to take down their momentum. Zhang Mingfu looked around the hall, but did not see Xiaoying. He curiously asked Mr. Lin, why haven't I seen your cousin? She's still on the 2nd floor. She'll be down soon. Lin Fan continued eating breakfast. Zhang Mingfu smiled and said, it's okay. It's still early. Waiting a while doesn't matter. Lin Fan ignored them and continued to eat. A few minutes later, Xiaoying also came down from the 2nd floor. Just like before, Xiaoying had little expression on her face. This made Lan suspect that Xiaoying might have a facial paralysis. Xiaoying, are you ready? Zhang Mingfu looked at Xiaoying and asked with joy. With Xiaoying's intervention, they were sure to defeat Yamamura Jinsan's disciples. At that time, Zhang Mingfu would be able to acquire the Xiaoxiang Wandering Map Scroll. Chapter 336 Lost, and trying to play dirty. This match was not an official competition, so there was no need for a referee. Hello, I am Haruki Seiko. Yamamura Jinsan's female disciple looked meaningfully at Xiaoying. Xiaoying simply stated her name. The game began. Xiaoying, holding the red pieces, went first. She made a standard opening move, the cannon in the center. Haruki Seiko also made a cannon move. At first, the pace of the game was relatively fast, but gradually, Haruki Seiko realized that she had underestimated Xiaoying. In a moment of carelessness, she found herself at a disadvantage. Haruki Seiko stared at the chessboard, her brows furrowing deeply. She never expected Xiaoying's chess skills to be so formidable. As Haruki Seiko pondered, she felt immense pressure. No matter how she moved, she couldn't break Xiaoying's powerful attack. Great! Seeing that Xiaoying had gained the upper hand, Zhang Mingfu and the others were very excited. Wasn't Yamamura Jinsan looking down on Xiaoying? Now he was being slapped in the face. The most important thing was that as long as Xiaoying could defeat Yamamura Jinsan's 2 disciples, he would be able to buy the Xiaoxiang Wandering Map Scroll. That was a national treasure of China. No matter what, it had to be brought back to China. Chapter 337 Du Meiqi came to the island country. They clearly agreed at that time. As long as Lu Yichun's disciple won, Yamamura Jinsan would sell the Xiaoxiang Wandering Map Scroll. Now, Yamamura Jinsan actually went back on his word. Zhang Mingfu was understandably furious. Lu Yichun and Lan were equally infuriated. In their view, Yamamura Jinsan simply couldn't take a loss. Mr. Yamamura, if you suspect Xiaoying of cheating, you can check in person. Lu Yichun glanced at Xiaoying and said. Yamamura Jinsan snorted coldly, hands behind his back, with a blank expression. I say you are cheating? Then you are cheating. In any case, you will never get that Xiaoxiang Wandering Map Scroll. Whether Xiaoying cheated or not was irrelevant to Yamamura Jinsan. In fact, he never intended to sell that painting. His real goal was to find a way to humiliate Lu Yichun. Unfortunately, his disciples were not competent. Now, they had lost the match. Lu Yichun was so angry that his beard trembled. If this weren't Yamamura Jinsan's territory, he would have wanted to scold him. Lin Fan was not interested in the dispute over there. He could tell that Yamamura Jinsan indeed wanted to play dirty. Chapter 338 Takagawa Hideki's Provocation. A voice from Du Meiqi came through the phone. I'm going back, Lin Fan casually said. Du Meiqi repeated. I thought you were in the island country. Du Meiqi had already come to the island country. She was here for business. What's the matter? Lin Fan asked. Du Meiqi explained, actually it's nothing. I came to the island country to discuss cooperation. I originally thought you were still in the island country, but since you're back, then forget it. She had wanted to meet Lin Fan. Actually, I'm still in the island country. Lin Fan thought for a moment and suddenly changed his mind. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Du Meiqi was a bit confused. Lin Fan said, where are you? I'll come find you later. It's too troublesome to explain over the phone. Du Meiqi said, I just came out of the airport, and I'm preparing to discuss cooperation first. Wait a minute, I'll send you a location. Hearing that Lin Fan was coming to find her, Du Meiqi felt a bit happy. But after thinking about it, she gave up on that idea. Although Lin Fan was currently using the identity of a robot bodyguard, there were still forces wanting to deal with him. After receiving the location sent by Du Meiqi, Lin Fan set off with Xiaoying. As for the remaining robot bodyguard, Lin Fan told him to stay in the villa. Chapter 339. It turns out to be Dr. Lin Meiqi. Are you serious? Yukawa Hiroki still couldn't believe it and asked. Du Meiqi's face was frosty, of course. Moreover, I am now representing the entire Du family. Lin Fan is the benefactor of the Du family, and Du Meiqi would not allow anyone to slander him. Looking at Du Meiqi's serious expression, the smile at the corner of Yukawa Hiroki's mouth became a bit stiff. He certainly didn't dare to completely fall out with Du Meiqi. After all, they still had cooperation. If things escalated to an irreparable point, he wouldn't be able to explain it to his father. Meiqi, I was just joking with you. I hope you don't take it seriously. Yukawa Hiroki still felt angry inside, but he couldn't show it anymore. Meiqi, I'll treat you to dinner another day when I have time. Yukawa Hiroki ignored Lin Fan again and turned to leave. With his back to them, Yukawa Hiroki's expression darkened. He really couldn't swallow this anger, so he wanted to teach Lin Fan a lesson. even if it was just a warning. However, with Lin Fan and Du Meichi together, he had no chance to act. He could only leave for now. Don't mind him, let's go. Du Meichi smiled at Lin Fan. By the way, who is this? Chapter 340. The unlucky Yukawa Hiroki. Lin Fan replied, I'm having dinner with your daughter. Don't worry, I'll send her back later. Du Jinrong smiled and said, since Meichi is with Dr. Lin, then I'm relieved. It's fine, you can continue eating. Du Jinrong no longer worried. He knew how powerful Lin Fan was. At that time in Hong Kong, Lin Fan had saved his daughter from several assassins. It could be said that even if Du Meichi's bodyguards joined forces, they were not Lin Fan's opponent. Don't leak my news from the island country, Lin Fan reminded. Dr. Lin, please rest assured, I won't say anything. Lin Fan said, then that's it for now. Lin Fan returned the phone to Du Meichi. Dad, are you relieved now? Du Meichi said helplessly. Daughter, I was worried about you. All right, you can have dinner with Dr. Lin first, and I'll contact you later in the evening. Du Jinrong didn't say much and hung up the phone. My dad is really something. Du Meichi shook her head helplessly and put her phone away. After a while, the food was served. As they ate, Du Meichi thought again about the matter of the Black Seed Bank. Chapter 341. The Basement of U Village. Jinzo. Mr. Yukawa. Should we go back and change clothes first? Also, we don't have a car now. One person said with a bitter face to Yukawa Hiroki. Yukawa Hiroki was angry, but he could only do so. Fortunately, he had already found out where Lin Fan lived. Then let's go back. I'll deal with that guy later. Yukawa Hiroki was extremely annoyed. Master, it's done. Sitting in the passenger seat, Xiaoying opened her eyes and smiled at Lin Fan. Xiaoying, you're amazing. Lin Fan also smiled. I have to say, sometimes having Xiaoying around saves a lot of trouble. Xiaoying said, but I guess they will definitely come again. Lin Fan fell into deep thought. After a while, he had an idea. He first sent a text message to the deputy general manager of Lingmu Motors. Since Makahara Kenko was removed from the position of general manager, the position was still vacant, and the company's affairs were temporarily managed by the deputy general manager. Mr. Ling, I will contact Yukawa Kohei soon. Let him discipline his son. The deputy general manager quickly replied to Lin Fan. Chapter 342. Take all the collections. After finishing the inspection, Lin Fan pushed open the bookshelf. The bookshelf had a rail underneath, so Lin Fan didn't have to exert too much effort. A passage appeared before him, slanting downwards. There were lights at the top of the passage. Lin Fan restored the bookshelf and walked into the passage. After going down about 5 or 6 meters, Lin Fan finally saw a security door. In the corner, there was a surveillance camera, but it had already been turned off by Lin Fan. Lin Fan walked up to the security door and began to crack it. After spending a few minutes, Lin Fan successfully cracked the first door. Next, there was a second door. There were many collections in the basement. In U Village, Jinzo certainly had to add more security measures. Unfortunately, this time he encountered the extraordinary Lin Fan. It was also because U Village Jinzo's bad luck today that Lin Fan had set his sights on those collections. After spending some time, finally, the second door was also cracked by Lin Fan. Before him, a huge basement appeared. Although Lin Fan already knew that the manor's basement was large, seeing it with his own eyes was still a bit surprising. The basement was like a palace, filled with all kinds of collections. There were expensive jewels and various beautiful calligraphy and paintings. This made Lin Fan suspect for a moment whether U Village Jinzo's ancestors were pirates. Chapter 343. Late night investigation. Kikuzumura Ryota saw the killing intent in the eyes of the Red Rose. He shrank back in fear into the corner. He didn't want to die yet. Lin Fan, let me go. I can give you a lot of money. No one is unafraid of death. At this point, Kikuzumura Ryota could only beg for mercy from Lin Fan. He had just taken control of the Kikuzumura family and wanted to live a little longer. He hadn't enjoyed enough yet. Let you go? Kikuzumura Ryota, you invited the Snow Wolf assassin organization to ambush me. Do you think I would let you go? Lin Fan shook his head with a smile. He came here today to take Kikuzumura Ryota's life. It was too late to regret now. No, you can't kill me. Kikuzumura Ryota's face turned pale. However, the Red Rose had already struck with a knife. Blood splattered. Kikuzumura Ryota also fell into a pool of blood. Kikuzumura Ryota died with his eyes wide open. He was dead. Red Rose wiped the blood off the dagger and said to Lin Fan, let's go. There are 2 more targets. Lin Fan left the study with Red Rose. The next actions went very smoothly. They discreetly dealt with the remaining 2 high-ranking officials without anyone noticing. After finishing everything, they quietly exited the manor. As for the bodyguards hired by the Kikizuna family, they didn't notice anything at all. Chapter 344. It really is the Rakshasa organization. Lin Fan noticed that there were many cameras installed around the company. If they went in directly, they would definitely be discovered and leave behind evidence. Xiaoying, find a way to turn off some cameras. Lin Fan said to Xiao Ying in a low voice. With Xiao Ying's abilities, she could directly interfere with the surrounding cameras. Leave it to me. Xiao Ying followed Lin Fan's instructions and soon successfully turned off several cameras. It must be said that sometimes having Xiao Ying around saved a lot of trouble. Lin Fan led them over the wall to enter the company. The company was large, and 2 patrolling security guards happened to walk over. Let's hide for a moment, Lin Fan said as he concealed the 2 robots. The 2 guards did not notice them. Before long, they arrived at the company's production workshop, where there was a strong smell of medicine. Xiao Ying, have you found anything? Lin Fan asked. The company is too big, and it's easy to be discovered if we keep moving like this. As for the surroundings, there are 6 security guards, but there are no other people. However, it seems like something is off underground. Xiao Ying reported her findings to Lin Fan. So there should be a basement down there. Xiao Ying, can you find out where the entrance is? Chapter 345. Intense battle with the Rakshasa organization. The 2 assassins had not reacted yet when they were hit by Xiao Ying's punch in the chest. Xiao Ying's strength was great, and they flew out, crashing heavily into the wall. The 2 of them spat out blood and rolled their eyes, clearly on the verge of death. What happened? The muscular man in a vest frowned and looked towards the door. Everyone was startled by the sudden scene. They were all assassins with special identities and thought that the local police had found them. If that were the case, it would indeed be troublesome. But soon, the man in the vest recognized Lin Fan. No, more precisely, he recognized Lin Fan's bodyguard, as Lin Fan was currently using the identity of his bodyguard, Lin Mo. It's him. The man in the vest frowned deeply. At the same time, he also recognized Xiao Ying. What surprised him was that Xiao Ying was so fierce. Initially, when they gathered information on Lin Fan's bodyguard, they thought Xiao Ying was just an ordinary girl. It now seemed otherwise. What now? The surrounding assassins gathered around, looking flustered because they didn't know how many people Lin Fan had brought. Chapter 346. Defeated. A few assassins found handguns from the cabinet. They returned to the man in the vest and aimed their guns at Lin Fan. No matter how powerful you are, what use is it? The man in the vest coldly stared at Lin Fan and sneered. They had guns in hand, which gave them confidence. Lin Fan exchanged a glance with Xiao Ying, both appearing calm, as if the guns in the assassin's hands were merely toy guns. Lin Fan stood quietly and suddenly laughed. When he entered, he had already used the bullet disappearance technique. This meant that the assassin's handguns had no bullets in them at all. At a time like this, you still have a mood to laugh. The man in the vest snorted coldly, thinking Lin Fan was a fool. I laughed because you were too stupid. How can you not check if there are bullets in the guns? Lin Fan shook his head and said, Kid, I know exactly whether my gun has bullets or not. Your little trick is useless against me. The man in the vest laughed maniacally. In that case, just surrender. If you tell me the purpose of your trip to the island nation, I will consider letting you go. Chapter 347. Retreat. After all, Xiao Ying was a high-level robot. Her electronic detection system was very powerful. Not the best. Although this isn't the Rakshasa organization's stronghold, I won't let any Rakshasa organization assassins go. After saying this, Lin Fan looked back at the man in the vest. Are you sure you want to say anything? Lin Fan's expression turned cold. If the other party still refused to speak, he would have to resort to special means. The man in the vest closed his eyes and simply ignored Lin Fan. Silence was his response. Very well. Lin Fan stomped down on the back of the man's hand. The man let out a heart-wrenching scream, struggling continuously. The excruciating pain twisted his face, and his body began to tremble. Will you speak now? Lin Fan had lost his patience. Now, he just wanted to quickly find out where the Rakshasa organization's stronghold was so he could wipe them out entirely to prevent future troubles. The man in the vest trembled, but he still didn't speak. Still not speaking? Lin Fan's expression was icy as he stomped down on the man's other hand again. Chapter 348. The collection has been stolen. Lin Fan stopped saying anything and left with Xiao Ying and another robotic bodyguard. The car had not driven far when an explosion sounded from behind. Flames soared into the sky. Lin Fan looked back, knowing that such an explosion would surely obliterate the basement. Lin Fan was not in a hurry to return. He drove to a secluded road. After a few minutes, Red Rose arrived as well. Boss, we have captured that Buchuan Yami. Lin Fan asked, was the process smooth? Buchuan Yami was just an ordinary person. But Lin Fan was unsure if there were assassins around her. Red Rose said, that woman had a skilled person by her side. Fortunately, we were well prepared, so that skilled person was eliminated. Red Rose had brought several people over. Fortunately, they were not careless at that time. Otherwise, they would have definitely suffered. That's good, Lin Fan said. Red Rose did not know what Lin Fan intended to do with that woman and asked, boss, how do you plan to deal with her? Lin Fan thought for a moment and made a gesture of cutting his throat. That woman was linked to the Rakshasa organization. If Lin Fan had not noticed something unusual, it would have been him in trouble. Chapter 349. Cheng Tianxing's father wakes up. There was only one explanation for what happened. The manor was haunted. In an instant, the bodyguards' faces turned pale. They had never encountered such a situation before. Yutsu and Jin-san, feeling frustrated, kicked one of the bodyguards. Keep investigating. If you don't find out the truth, I'll fire all of you. After about 10 minutes, the local police arrived at Yutsu and Jin-san's manor. They investigated for a long time, but found no leads. The surveillance had issues, and, crucially, the person who had quietly entered the manor left no fingerprints. This was very troubling. It was said that by noon, Yutsu and Jin-san fainted out of anger and was later sent to the hospital. Of course, that was a later development. Following the address provided by Lin Fan, Du Meichi soon arrived at Lin Fan's seaside villa. The two sat together for breakfast. Lin Fan, I didn't know you had a villa in the island country. Du Meichi was Zulmavat. There were no outsiders in the villa, so Du Meichi did not have to be overly cautious. According to the original plan, Du Meichi was supposed to return to Hong Kong Island today. However, since Lin Fan was here, she did not want to go back too early. Chapter 350. Clue about the sapphire necklace. This necklace? Cheng Tianxing's father squinted and looked carefully. He was deep in thought. Soon, he recalled, I remember now. I took this necklace to auction years ago. Lin Fan's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, do you remember which auction house it was? As long as he knew the auction house, Lin Fan could trace the clues. Cheng Tianxing's father fell into deep thought again. After a while, he said, I think the auction house was called Chun Auction House, and it was run by Chinese people. I remember that shortly after I took that necklace to auction, the auction house went bankrupt. Hearing this, Lin Fan frowned. No wonder he had collected so much data before, but still couldn't find that sapphire necklace. It turned out the auction house had already gone bankrupt. This meant the clue was cut off again. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Chun Auction House, Lin Fan murmured. He planned to investigate this auction house when he returned. It would be even better if he could find some clues. Chapter 351. Xue Qingzhu's suspicions. The general manager of Yuanin Investment Bank also knew that the Juzuan family was in big trouble now. Since Lin Fan had given orders, he would definitely step in. Yuanin Investment Bank was one of the top 3 investment banks in the island country with a large scale. With their capabilities, dealing with the Juzuan family would be quite easy. Mr. Lin, I won't let you down. The general manager of Yuanin Investment Bank assured Lin Fan. Now was the time for him to demonstrate his abilities. Lin Fan did not say much more and hung up the phone. Time passed quickly, and it was noon. Lin Fan and Du Meichi took their luggage and arrived at the airport. This time, Lin Fan was not obstructed, possibly because his current identity was that of a robot bodyguard. Lin Fan and Du Meichi successfully boarded a private plane back to Magic City. In Yanjing, inside Lin Fan's courtyard, Lin Fan, disguised as a robot bodyguard, had been living in the courtyard since returning from the island. During this time, Xue Qingzhu had come to see Lin Fan several times, but Lin Fan had always refused with various strange excuses. Since Lin Fan did not want to meet, Xue Qingzhu did not press the issue. She was already very happy that Lin Fan had returned from the island. Chapter 352. Return. What exactly did Lin Fan want to do in the island country? Xue Qingzhu was observing Lin Fan's robot bodyguard. She wanted to take this opportunity to ask for some useful information. Miss Xue, you should ask Mr. Lin in person. I have nothing to say. The robot bodyguard shook his head. He only obeyed Lin Fan and could not take orders from others. You should know my identity. If you don't clarify things today, I will take you back. Xue Qingzhu threatened. Miss Xue, then you might as well capture me. The robot bodyguard showed little expression. Seeing that the robot bodyguard was unyielding, Xue Qingzhu nearly fainted from anger. It was one thing not to be able to deal with Lin Fan, but now she couldn't even handle Lin Fan's bodyguard. It was infuriating. Xue Qingzhu could only threaten but did not dare to actually capture Lin Fan's bodyguard. If she angered Lin Fan, it would be problematic. After all, they still had to cooperate in the future. Speaking of which, Lin Fan still owed her a favor. Has Lin Fan really returned from the island? Xueqing Zhu asked again, not quite believing it. If Lin Fan had really come back, that would be good because returning to Magic City was far less dangerous than being in the island country. Chapter 353. Wanting to go to Australia. Lin Fan was truly mysterious. Xueqing Zhu only wanted to obtain some advanced technology from Lin Fan. Of course, medicines related to medical fields would also be acceptable. No problem, Lin Fan said after a moment of silence. He still had robot bodyguard manufacturing technology on him, but he was not planning to reveal it for now. Xueqing Zhu's anger subsided somewhat, and she continued to ask, did you encounter any trouble while staying in the island country under the guise of a bodyguard? After Lin Fan returned, Xueqing Zhu had ordered her people to withdraw from there. After all, the risk was too great. As for what happened afterward, Xueqing Zhu did not know. Lin Fan replied, I did encounter a few groups of assassins, but they were no match for me. With a robot bodyguard by his side, it wasn't easy for those people to capture him. Xueqing Zhu said irritably, fortunately, they are just assassins. What if the officials from the island country secretly take action? You definitely won't be able to come back. Xueqing Zhu also knew Lin Fan's strength, but no matter how strong he was definitely not a match for the island country's officials. The other party could easily use any reason to get rid of him. Lin Fan smiled. Indeed, the officials from the island country were very interested in him. Chapter 354. Kashin Group, why don't you come with us? Lin Fan said to Suya. Sure. Suya. In the evening, Lin Fan drove his Pagani Huayra out with Suya. Before long, they arrived at a restaurant. When Lin Fan and Suya walked into the private room, Zhang Xiaoqing was already there. Inside the room, Zhang Xiaoqing was patiently waiting. Lin Fan. Seeing Lin Fan's familiar face, Zhang Xiaoqing stood up, feeling happy. To be honest, when she heard that Lin Fan was going to the island country, she was a bit worried. Fortunately, Lin Fan returned safely. Lin Fan nodded in response. Why didn't I see Lin? Suya, linking her arm with Lin Fan's, sat down and asked. Lin isn't feeling well. She said she wouldn't come. Zhang Xiaoqing said helplessly. So he was a bit worried. Is she sick? Should we let Lin Fan go check on her? Zhang Xiaoqing shook her head and said, no need. It's just a minor issue. Zhang Xiaoqing had already ordered the food. Before long, the dishes were served. Lin Fan, we've established cooperation with more than a dozen pharmaceutical companies from different countries regarding that lung cancer treatment drug. Zhang Xiaoqing reported to Lin Fan. Chapter 355. Zhang Mingfu's visit. Who is it? Lin Fan asked curiously. It was getting late, and he wondered who was coming to see him. There are two elderly people. One of them says his name is Zhang Mingfu. There is also a woman in her 20s who visited the estate last time. The maid said. Hearing this, Lin Fan guessed. Besides Zhang Mingfu, the other two should be Lu Yichun and Qin Lan. Yesterday at Dongjing, Xiaoying helped them win against Yuan Jinsan. Although Yuan Jinsan ultimately did not hand over the Xiaoxiang Woyu to Wan, Lin Fan had helped them after all. So when they heard Lin Fan was back, they immediately came to visit. Let them in, Lin Fan said. Okay, Mr. Lin. The maid respectfully stepped out. Are your friends coming? Suya looked at Lin Fan and asked. Yeah, Lin Fan nodded. Suya didn't say anything else. She got up and made 3 cups of tea. About half a minute later, Zhang Mingfu and the others arrived in the hall. Zhang Mingfu was holding 2 exquisite gift boxes. They looked like fine wine. Mr. Lin, it's great to see you again, Zhang Mingfu said with a big smile. Chapter 356. Buying a museum. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing proficiency in world languages. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing 210 million Huaxia coins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing 60 of Huaxin Technologies shares. The system's voice rang in Lin Fan's mind. Proficiency in world languages? Lin Fan remembered that he had drawn proficiency in the island country's language last time. This time, he unexpectedly drew proficiency in world languages as well. Lin Fan had been to the island country and knew that mastering the local language was very important. Sometimes it could resolve many issues. What surprised Lin Fan slightly was that the Huaxia coins he drew today did not drop. Instead, they remained stable compared to yesterday. Huaxin Technology was a chip manufacturing company in Huaxia and had a high reputation. The only downside was that this company was constrained by others. The chips produced did not perform as well as foreign products. Of course, this was unavoidable. Since it involved high-tech industries, foreign countries often chose to choke them. Manufacturing chips required photolithography machines. These things are not just expensive. The key is that they won't sell them to you. That makes it difficult. Drawing shares of Huaxing technology. Lin Fan could only shake his head helplessly. Chapter 357. Persuading Meng Mingji. Meng Mingji was very shocked. He stared blankly at Lin Fan. The Xiaoxiang Woyu 2 Yuan could be called a national treasure of Huaxia. Unfortunately, it was lost overseas due to some reasons a century ago. As a collector enthusiast, Meng Mingji naturally knew the value of the Xiaoxiang Woyu 2 Yuan. Unfortunately, he had never had the chance to see it. Lin Fan smiled. That's right. The Xiaoxiang Woyu 2 Yuan was lost overseas. Later, it was obtained by Yun Jinsan from the island country. Meng Mingji looked at Lin Fan with a puzzled expression. I have heard of Yun Jinsan's name. This person also has a collecting hobby. Once the scroll is in his hands, it would be hard to get it back. Lin Fan chuckled. Indeed, what Meng Mingji said made sense. However, Lin Fan used some different methods. Director Lin, you surely didn't buy a fake painting, did you? Meng Mingji shook his head. In his view, Lin Fan was still a bit young. If the painting was indeed in Yun Jinsan's hands, then what Lin Fan bought could only be a fake. What he didn't know was that the painting Lin Fan had was stolen and was the real deal from Yun Jinsan. No, it's the real painting, Lin Fan said with a smile. Chapter 358. It's actually real, old Meng. Please wait here for a moment. My study is a bit messy. Let me go in and tidy it up. Lin Fan asked the maid of the estate to make a cup of tea for Meng Mingji. No problem. Meng Mingji didn't mind much. He sat down on the sofa in the hall, patiently waiting. Lin Fan then walked into the study. In fact, the Xiaoxiang Woyu 2 Yuan was in Lin Fan's system. Of course, there were some things he couldn't let Meng Mingji see to avoid scaring him. Meng Mingji took a sip of tea and found the tea in the cup a bit familiar. What kind of tea is this? Meng Mingji looked at the maid of the estate and asked. Mr. Lin said, this is called Emperor's Red Robe Tea. The maid replied, Emperor's Red Robe Tea? Meng Mingji was stunned. He had drunk it once before, but it had been a long time ago. Thanks to the maid's reminder, he finally recalled it. Oh my, I never expected that in my lifetime I would get to taste such tea. Meng Mingji shook his head and sighed. He excitedly took another sip. Good tea. Truly good tea. No wonder it's from Director Lin. Meng Mingji felt a bit envious of Lin Fan. After Lin Fan arrived in the study, he tidied up the items on the desk. Chapter 359. It turns out to be the chairman of Hengtian Pharmaceutical. The voice on the phone sounded somewhat angry. In fact, Fang Jie had long wanted to buy the Pufeng Museum, but Meng Mingji did not agree. Fang Jie had approached Meng Mingji several times, but each time ended in failure. He did not expect that Meng Mingji would sell the Pufeng Museum to someone else. Fang Jie also had a certain status in the city, so at this moment, he was very displeased. What do you mean by not being considerate? Fang Jie, I never intended to sell the museum to you, Meng Mingji said bluntly. You. Fang Jie was very angry. Meng Lao, I'm only addressing you as Meng Lao out of respect. How dare you speak to me like this? Do you believe that I? Fang Jie was extremely furious. Meng Mingji snorted coldly and hung up the phone. He didn't want to continue the conversation with Fang Jie. Unable to buy the museum, he actually wanted to threaten him. Meng Mingji was not going to fall for that. If Fang Jie could offer conditions like Lin Fan, Meng Mingji might consider it. However, Fang Jie simply could not provide such conditions. And now, Meng Mingji had already sold the museum to Lin Fan, so there was no need to discuss it further. Crazy. Director Lin, let us continue our meal. Chapter 360. Completing the procedures after hanging up, Lin Fan returned the phone to Meng Mingji. Meng Mingji found it amusing. He did not expect that Lin Fan, merely stating his identity, would scare Fang Jie. This also showed how great Lin Fan's influence was in the city. After dinner, Suya returned to the manor. Lin Fan then followed Meng Mingji to the Pufeng Museum. The Pufeng Museum was large, and to see all the exhibits, it would take at least a morning. There were many antiques in it that Meng Mingji had collected, but now they belonged to Lin Fan. The museum was open to the public. Usually they sold tickets, which was also a considerable source of income. Director Lin, look, the museum is still under expansion. Once completed, the area can double in size. Meng Mingji took Lin Fan to check it out. Lin Fan nodded. In fact, he was interested in the size of the Pufeng Museum. Only in this way could he display all the collectibles in his system space. Of course, once the collectibles in the system space were settled, there would definitely be some space freed up. Lin Fan planned to find some more antiques in the future, if he could bring back all the antiques lost overseas. Chapter 361. News of the scroll tomorrow morning. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment and said, right now. He just wanted to quickly find the sapphire necklace and then upgrade the system. Suya said, since you have changed your identity, you can't take your private plane anymore. If Lin Fan's identity is exposed, he would definitely encounter trouble. Unlike Huaxia, if trouble arises abroad, no one can help Lin Fan. I know, Lin Fan said with a confident smile. Since he wanted to conceal his identity, he had to do it thoroughly. Suya nadith. Then I'll help you buy a ticket. Lin Fan thought of something and said, not in a hurry, just wait a bit. I'll have someone buy it tonight. He suddenly remembered that he had arranged fake identities for Xiao Ying and the other 2 robot bodyguards. Since they were going to Australia, they definitely had to be brought along. Having them around could solve a lot of trouble at times, especially Xiao Ying, who could sense danger in advance. She was Lin Fan's most capable assistant. So Jia said, okay. Next, Lin Fan called Xue Qingzhu again. Miss Xue, there's one more thing I'd like to trouble you with. Lin Fan explained his intention. What is it? Chapter 362. Not recognizing the mountain, those disciples saw that Yuan Jinzhan had made up his mind and stopped trying to persuade him. Finally, Yuan Jinzhan boarded the plane to the city. In the blink of an eye, an afternoon had passed. In the evening, Lin Fan found Suya. Suya, let's go out to eat. Suya said with a bright smile. Just in time, I know a restaurant with great food, and it's newly opened. I'll take you there. This time it's still my treat. If Lin Fan were to treat, Suya would feel a bit embarrassed. Lin Fan just smiled. The 2 walked to the garage of the manor, and Suya drove the car herself. While sitting in the car, Lin Fan found Song Shuer's phone number. He dialed it. Lin Fan, I heard from Suya that you've returned to the city? Song Shuer sounded a bit happy when she received Lin Fan's call. Yes. I came back yesterday. Shuer, do you have time now? Let's go out to eat. Lin Fan asked with a smile. Song Shuer said regretfully, I want to be back in the city until tomorrow. Lin Fan, I'll come find you tomorrow. Lin Fan was silent for a moment and explained, I don't have time tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, Lin Fan was going to Australia. Why are you going out again? Chapter 363. Xue Qingzhu's question, so it was you who offended Mr. Lin. The middle-aged man looked at his wife, furious. Just a moment ago, he thought it was the restaurant's waiter who had provoked Lin Fan. It seemed that was not the case. How his wife offended Lin Fan was no longer important. What mattered was that he had to gain Lin Fan's forgiveness first. You wasteful woman. How dare you offend Mr. Lin? The middle-aged man was seething with anger, really wanting to give his wife a beating. Quickly apologize to Mr. Lin. The middle-aged man glared fiercely at his wife. At this moment, he had a strong impulse to divorce her. The wealthy woman was extremely anxious. If she had known Lin Fan's identity in advance, she would never have dared to offend him. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. Mr. Lin, I didn't mean to offend you. The wealthy woman lowered her head very low. At the same time, she was very scared. She didn't dare to look at Lin Fan at all. The middle-aged man was equally anxious. Having offended Lin Fan, would he still have a good life in Magic City? Mr. Lin, how about this? I'll treat you to a meal. Please give me a chance. The middle-aged man said tremblingly. Chapter 364. Angry Yuan Jinzhan. Following Yuan Jinzhan were 6 imposing bodyguards. As soon as Yuan Jinzhan entered, he glared at Lin Fan with a fierce look. He had seen Lin Fan's photo before, but this was the first time he actually met Lin Fan. What puzzled Yuan Jinzhan was that Lin Fan gave him a sense of déjà vu. Yuan Jinzhan tried hard to recall, but he couldn't remember for a moment. You must be Lin Fan, right? Yuan Jinzhan's gaze was grim. Yuan Jinzhan couldn't recognize Lin Fan, but Lin Fan recognized Yuan Jinzhan. Lin Fan smiled calmly. Yes, I am Lin Fan. May I ask what the matter is? Yuan Jinzhan clenched his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. Especially seeing Lin Fan's nonchalant demeanor made him even more furious. His collectibles had gone missing, and shortly after, they appeared in Lin Fan's poofing museum. Everything was too coincidental. Yuan Jinzhan couldn't believe that those collectibles weren't stolen by Lin Fan. Officer Xue, why haven't you arrested this Lin Fan yet? Yuan Jinzhan questioned Xue Qingzhu. Mr. Yuan, our police work emphasizes evidence. Currently, there is no evidence indicating that Lin Fan stole your collectibles. Chapter 365. Zhang Mingfu surprised Lin Fan took Suya in his sports car back to the manor. While in the car, Suya suddenly asked Lin Fan, how did you come up with the idea to steal that islander's collectibles? Suya looked curious. Lin Fan smiled and explained, recounting what had happened at Yuan Jinzhan's manor. At that time, Xiaoying had already defeated Yutsu and Jin-san's two disciples, but unexpectedly, Yutsu and Jin-san played dirty and didn't hand over the Xiaoshan Wei to Wan. That was why Lin Fan resorted to sneaking into the manor to take advantage of the situation. To be honest, Lin Fan made a big profit. In addition to the Xiaoshan Wei to Wan, Lin Fan also took all of Yutsu and Jin-san's collectibles. After hearing Lin Fan's story, Suya covered her mouth and laughed. That Yutsu and Jin-san really brought this upon himself by offending you. But Lin Fan, Yutsu and Jin-san has already guessed that it was you. Lin Fan shrugged indifferently. It's fine. This is Huaxia. He can't do anything to me. Besides, he has no evidence. Lin Fan wasn't afraid of Yutsu and Jin-san. Suya said, that may be true, but you should still be careful. Suya wasn't particularly concerned about the conflict between Lin Fan and Yutsu and Jin-san. Chapter 366. Mysterious Woman. Lin Fan frowned. His first reaction was whether he was being targeted by assassins again. He looked around, but didn't notice anything unusual. It was no wonder. Xiaoying was an advanced robot. She could sense the presence of danger, while Lin Fan could not. Tell me the exact location. Lin Fan quietly sent a message to Xiaoying. If the assassin was really coming for him, Lin Fan would make sure they wouldn't return. Master, those assassins have already left in a car. Their target is not you. Xiaoying explained. Hearing this, Lin Fan was taken aback. Just as he was about to inform Xue Qingzhu of this news, Xiaoying sent another message. They seem to be following someone. The other party is armed. Lin Fan felt a bit curious. First, lock onto their location. Let's go take a look. The fact that those assassins came to Magic City and their target was not him surprised Lin Fan. Okay, Master. They haven't gone far. To follow the assassins. Lin Fan stood up. I've had enough. You all take your time. After saying that, Lin Fan quickly left. Big brother, don't rush off. We invited you to the bar. Chapter 367. Lin Fan appears, damn it. The woman frowned deeply. She had been an assassin for so long and had never encountered such a situation. The dagger in her hand was very sharp, and she had killed many people. Yet today, she faced something unimaginable. The dagger couldn't even pierce the other party's skin. Was this even human? I told you, you must die today. The assassin grinned wickedly. His smile was like that of a devil. The woman withdrew her dagger and quickly retreated. At this moment, only shock and fear remained in her heart. Was she really going to die here today? The woman's face turned pale. She retreated as quickly as possible. If she couldn't fight back, she could only find a way to escape. Want to run? Sorry, you have no chance. The assassin had obviously seen through the woman's intentions. He charged forward again. His speed was quick, like a cheetah in the night. Watching the assassin's figure draw closer, the woman's expression changed drastically. She forced herself to calm down and wanted to fight back. But the assassin didn't give her another chance. Bang! The assassin threw a punch. His fist heavily struck the woman's chest. The woman spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Chapter 368. Nicknamed Black Skeleton, how did you get that kind of genetic drug? Lin Fan asked curiously again. The assassin said, it was given to me by the higher-ups of the organization. I don't know the origin of that drug. It's rare, and only a few people in the organization can use it. Lin Fan fell in a deep thought. Clearly, that genetic drug must have come from the Rasha organization. It seemed necessary to inform Xue Qingzhu about this and let her investigate thoroughly. What is your purpose for coming to Huaxia? Lin Fan looked at the unconscious woman on the ground and asked again. The assassin replied, our mission is to eliminate that woman. What is her identity? Lin Fan felt puzzled. Logically, those assassins wouldn't easily come to Huaxia, and their target was that woman, indicating her identity was certainly not ordinary. The woman is nicknamed Black Skeleton and is the leader of the Black Skeleton Killer organization. As for why they wanted us to take her out, I'm not too sure. The assassin said truthfully. They were almost successful when suddenly a Lin Fan appeared. Black Skeleton? Chapter 369. Voss Group. As bodyguards, they still have a strong sense of professionalism. One more thing is that before setting off, you village Jin-san reminded them. They must get the job done well. As a result, they hadn't even found the Xiao Xiang sleeping picture scroll when Lin Fan's people discovered them. If they expose you village Jin-san, he definitely wouldn't let them off. One person does the job, one person takes the blame. How you want to deal with it is up to you. The two bodyguards of you village Jin-san turned their heads away and ignored Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and said, you guys broke into my room. If I call the police, you will definitely go in. One of the bodyguards snorted coldly and said, then go ahead and call the police. At most, we'll be charged with attempted theft, and we won't have to stay in for long. Besides, you Village Gene San has already given us a lot of money. Even if we go in, it will be worth it. Lin Fan sat down on the sofa in the hall, smiling. How about this? As long as you say that it was you Village Gene San who instructed you to steal, I'll give each of you 50 million. It's in Chinese currency, not island currency. Hearing this, the two bodyguards of you Village Gene San exchanged glances. They were somewhat moved. Chapter 370, Arriving in Australia. Since it was still early, Lin Fan wasn't in a hurry to get up. He took out his phone and checked his messages. Soon, Lin Fan saw a piece of news. That is, you Village Gene San was taken away by the police in Magic City last night for instructing his subordinates to steal. This guy deserves it. Lin Fan let out a cold laugh. Thinking about going to Australia soon, Lin Fan also sent a message to Du Meiqi. Although Du Meiqi was also in Magic City, Lin Fan had never had the time to meet her. Now, he was about to go to Australia. Meiqi, if you're not in a hurry to return to Hong Kong Island, you can hang out in Magic City for a few days. I have to go out for something. Du Meiqi hadn't gotten up yet. It wasn't until Lin Fan went downstairs for breakfast that Du Meiqi replied, Okay, be careful. After breakfast, Lin Fan packed his luggage and prepared to set off. For this trip to Australia, Lin Fan only brought Xiao Ying and another robotic bodyguard. Originally, Lin Fan planned to bring another robotic bodyguard, but he was afraid that too many people would attract attention. So he simply brought Xiao Ying and another robotic bodyguard. Because the documents arranged for Lin Fan by Shui Qingzhu were for another identity. Chapter 371, Their Essay Way. Buck is the chairman of this company. He is also the one who bought that string of sapphire necklaces. The purpose of Lin Fan's trip is to meet Buck and obtain the sapphire necklace. You want to see our chairman? The security guard at the door frowned. Seeing that Lin Fan was a Chinese, the security guard's attitude was not very good. Yes, please report to him, Lin Fan said. At this time, Joanna also got out of the car. She stood quietly beside Lin Fan. The security guard looked at Lin Fan and then at Joanna, saying, Please wait a moment. He went over to make a call. Mr. Lin, do you know Uncle Buck? Joanna asked, looking at Lin Fan's profile. Her father knew Buck, so she referred to him as Uncle. Lin Fan explained, I don't know him, but I want to meet him. Joanna nodded. Just now, she didn't know what Lin Fan came here for. Now she understood that it was to see Buck. After waiting for a while, the security guard finished his call. I'm sorry. Our chairman is busy and won't see anyone. The security guard walked up to Lin Fan and said, I have urgent business with Mr. Buck. Chapter 372, Location. Lin Fan edited a message and sent it to the general manager of the Voss Group. Next, what he needed to do was wait. Mr. Lin, are we going back? Joanna asked from the driver's seat. No, let's wait here. Lin Fan smiled. Joanna nodded and waited with Lin Fan in the car. At this time, Buck was standing by the office window, smoking a cigarette. He looked in the direction of the company entrance and let out a cold laugh. This Chinese person hasn't left yet. Let him wait. After all, I won't tell him. Buck sat back down in his office chair while smoking. After a while, Buck's phone rang. When Buck saw that it was a call from the Voss Group, he was taken aback. They had a partnership with the Voss Group, but generally, the business department handled those matters. Calls from the Voss Group rarely came to Buck's personal number. And now, it just happened to be calling. Buck frowned, thinking, something big must have happened. The Voss Group is the largest food retailer in Australia, with a high market value. Buck naturally didn't dare to be negligent. He cleared his throat and pressed the answer button. Chapter 373, Not for Sale. If Buck could buy that sapphire necklace back, that would be even better. This way, it would save Lin Fan from having to step in. After all, Buck was an Australian, and it would be easier for him to handle things. Moreover, Lin Fan was currently hiding his identity, making it difficult to see the David family. Even if he did meet them, the other party might not be willing to part with the sapphire necklace. Mr. Lin, I will contact Mr. Hill right away. Buck said a bit nervously. He couldn't afford to delay any longer. If he didn't get this matter handled well, he would be in big trouble. If he couldn't get Lin Fan's forgiveness, his company would definitely be finished. Buck wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, stepped aside, and called his secretary. This is Buck. Help me find Mr. Hill's phone number. Hurry, I need it now. As soon as the call connected, Buck urged. Lin Fan was still sitting in the car, quietly waiting. Joanna glanced at Lin Fan and fell silent. They sat in the car waiting. Over there, Buck became increasingly anxious after finishing his call. In fact, he wasn't sure if he could buy back that sapphire necklace. Chapter 374, Mysterious Forces, Death God Temple. Fortunately, it seemed that the sapphire necklace was indeed in Hill's hands. This way, the location of the sapphire necklace was locked in. He planned to talk to Hill. If Hill wouldn't sell, then Lin Fan would have to resort to other means. In any case, the sapphire necklace had to be obtained at all costs. Mr. Lin, do you think we should discuss the cooperation? Buck didn't want to see his company go bankrupt. The cooperation matter. Let's talk about it. After you buy the sapphire necklace. Go back. The last two words were said by Lin Fan to Joanna. He had no good feelings towards Buck. He would definitely not let the Voss group cooperate with Buck in the future. Mr. Lin, Buck wanted to say something more. However, Lin Fan had already closed the car window. The engine of the car roared, and then it disappeared at the gate. Buck wanted to chase after it, but relying on his feet, of course, he couldn't catch up with four wheels. Looking at the direction in which the car disappeared, Buck felt deep regret. If he could choose, he would definitely not have offended Lin Fan. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. Joanna was driving. In fact, her mind was still thinking about what just happened. Chapter 375. Nothing discovered. No matter how the physical body evolves, it is still just a human. Robots are different. Moreover, for now, that kind of genetic drug still has significant flaws. Therefore, Lin Fan was not worried at all. Boss, I understand. The red rose on the other end of the phone nodded. However, she was still worried. She had been a killer for a long time, but it was the first time she felt this way. In any case, the Rakshasa organization was a very terrifying opponent. If they really unified the killer world, it would be a big deal. Is there anything else? Lin Fan appeared calm and asked casually. Nothing. The red rose was silent for a moment before speaking. Lin Fan said, how about this? You and Blood Demon come to Australia to see me. Lin Fan had a premonition that the killer world would definitely experience a bloody storm this time. Or rather, a major reshuffle. For Lin Fan, it was an opportunity. He wouldn't let the Rakshasa organization's conspiracy succeed. Boss, didn't you just return to Huaxia? What did you go to Australia? The red rose felt surprised. It must be said that Lin Fan was too bold. So many forces wanted to capture him now. Yet Lin Fan still dared to go to Australia. Chapter 376. Encountering killers at this time. Xiaoying's attention was also focused on the two men in black. It wasn't until the men in black got into a blue sedan that Xiaoying shifted her gaze. Lin Fan exchanged a glance with Xiaoying. The two understood each other and got into the car. Xiaoying, you noticed it too, right? Lin Fan asked with a smile. His peripheral vision was still on that blue sedan. At this moment, the car had started. It seemed to want to leave. Xiaoying nodded and said yes. Those two have a bloody smell, and they're also carrying daggers. Xiaoying was a robot and could detect the weapons that those two men were carrying. Clearly, those two men in black were killers. Lin Fan smiled and said, interesting, I just arrived in Australia not long ago. I encountered killers again. Last night in Modu, Lin Fan had encountered a group of killers, and now he encountered another one. Lin Fan even suspected that this was intentionally arranged by someone, because normally, the probability of encountering killers was extremely low. Master, should we follow them? Xiaoying asked. Let's follow and take a look. Lin Fan started the car. After the blue sedan left, Lin Fan followed. Chapter 377. Kelly, however, in Lin Fan's eyes, his movements were still a bit too slow. Before he could reach for the dagger, Lin Fan had already grabbed his hand. Still want to resist? Lin Fan's expression was cold. As he locked eyes with Lin Fan's murderous gaze, the killer's body immediately trembled. He knew he was done for. However, he was still unwilling. Since death was inevitable, he might as well fight to the end. The killer let out a roar, his eyes filled with bloodshot. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from Lin Fan's large hand. Lin Fan's grip was like a vice, rendering him immobile. Oof. Lin Fan snorted coldly, suddenly exerting force with his hand. Crack! Accompanied by a scream, the killer was kicked away by Lin Fan. His body slammed heavily against the wall, a look of pain on his face. One of his hands was crippled by Lin Fan. The excruciating pain twisted his face. Seeing this scene, the killer controlled by Xiaoying also became frightened. His lips trembled, and he didn't dare to speak. What is your purpose for coming to Australia? Lin Fan looked at the killer controlled by Xiaoying. Chapter 378. The system is left with only money since he was already in Australia. He had to confirm with Kelly. Otherwise, it would be a wasted trip. As for Buck, Lin Fan didn't have high hopes. By the time Buck bought the sapphire necklace back, it would be too late. It was better to do it himself. Right now, there was one more thing that greatly interested Lin Fan. That was the Death God Temple. However, Lin Fan didn't have much information about the Death God Temple. So, he could only wait and see. Lin Fan was also a bit tired, took a hot shower, and went to bed to rest. A night passed. The next day, Lin Fan got up early. System draw. The first thing Lin Fan did when he opened his eyes was, of course, to draw lots. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing 180 million Huaxia coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing 250 million Huaxia coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing 310 million Huaxia coins. Hearing about the rewards drawn today, Lin Fan was completely stunned. What's going on? All the prizes he drew turn out to be Huaxia coins. System, have you gone crazy? Lin Fan couldn't help but ask. Or is it that the system is so poor it only has money left? Soon, the system responded. The system has not gone crazy. Chapter 379. Offering help as the gunshots echoed downstairs. Screams also reached Lin Fan and the others' ears. Kelly and her manager were frightened and at a loss. Lin Fan's expression grew serious as he walked to the window and saw chaos at the bakery's entrance. Some people were covering their heads and fleeing in all directions. At first, Lin Fan thought the assassins were coming for him, but after a moment's thought, he dismissed that notion. After all, he was using a false identity. Those external forces could not possibly notice him. Since that was the case, there was only one explanation left. Those assassins were coming for Miss Kelly. The crowd moved restlessly below, and Lin Fan had no idea how many assassins had arrived. But he knew one thing. The other side had guns. Xiaoyin, how many people are there on the other side? Lin Fan returned and asked Xiaoyin. There are 8. Xiaoyin already knew how many people there were. After all, her powerful electronic detection system was no joke. So many? Miss Kelly, it's over. Those people must be coming for us. Kelly's manager quickly realized, because Kelly's identity was not simple. She was a major star from Australia. Chapter 380. Sapphire necklace in hand. Lin Fan waved his hand. He had only come to buy Kelly's sapphire necklace. He didn't expect such a situation to occur. Mr. Lin, have you practiced before? Kelly looked at Lin Fan and then at Xiaoyin, curiously asking. If Lin Fan was powerful, that would make sense. But even Xiaoyin, this young girl, was so impressive. Could this be the legendary Huaxia Kung Fu? Truly remarkable. They managed to defeat those 5 assassins effortlessly. To be honest, Kelly now wanted to invite Lin Fan and Xiaoyin to be her bodyguards. With these two around, her safety would be guaranteed. Sort of. Lin Fan nodded and said, "You wouldn't say that Xiaoyin was a robot, nor that he was using cheats. You two are even better than my bodyguards. No, there's simply no comparison." Kelly exclaimed sincerely. Lin Fan smiled and suggested, "Miss Kelly, why don't we leave here first?" Lin Fan wanted to find another place to discuss the sapphire necklace. He would leave easily without getting the sapphire necklace. Kelly said, "Mr. Lin, let us stay here for now." Chapter 381. Heading to the David family, Lin Fan and Xiaoyin went to the parking lot. Kelly turned her head, glanced at Lin Fan, and said, "Mr. Lin, let's wait a bit. My dad will be out soon." Lin Fan nodded and patiently waited. Kelly was sizing up Lin Fan, filled with curiosity. Lin Fan had just saved her life, so her favorability towards him skyrocketed. At that moment, a police officer approached Kelly. "Miss Kelly, there is someone named Joanna outside who wants to see Mr. Lin." A puzzled expression appeared on Kelly's face. She didn't know Anna. She then looked towards Lin Fan. Since the other party said they wanted to see Mr. Lin, Lin Fan should know them. "She is my friend," Lin Fan said to the police officer. The officer looked at Kelly, clearly waiting for her to speak. "Then let her in," Kelly said, since she was Lin Fan's friend. Kelly didn't want to say anything against it. The area had been sealed off, and to enter, one needed police permission. "All right, Miss Kelly." The officer quickly left. After a while, Joanna entered, looking anxious. At this time, Joanna was worried. Originally, she was waiting for Lin Fan in the parking lot. Chapter 382. The mysterious young man Lin Fan got out of the car with Xiaoyin. "Mr. Lin, this way, please," Kelly said, led by Hill and Kelly. Lin Fan and Xiaoyin entered the hall. Lin Fan had been here last night, but hadn't entered the hall. The David family truly lived up to being a prominent family in Australia, with the hall lavishly decorated. "Mr. Lin, please take a seat," Hill said with a smile. Lin Fan and Xiaoyin sat down. Next, Hill had the maids in the manor prepare 2 cups of coffee. Kelly went back to change her clothes. "Mr. Lin, you must be visiting Australia for the first time, right?" Hill asked tentatively. "That's right." Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. "It seems Mr. Lin is a big businessman." Hill continued to probe. Lin Fan smiled and said, "Just a small business." Hill asked a few more questions, but didn't uncover much. At this time, Kelly had finished changing her clothes. She had also done her makeup, looking even more beautiful. "Daughter, you entertain Mr. Lin first. I'll step out for a bit." Hill stood up. He wanted to have someone check Lin Fan's identity. He couldn't feel at ease until he clarified Lin Fan's identity. After all, Lin Fan's skills were truly impressive. Chapter 383. Gibson, what's your name? The old man asked. Being able to save Kelly from several assassins definitely showed some skill. Grandpa, his name is Lin Fan. Kelly responded. Lin Fan, right? The old man nodded. At this moment, Lin Fan was hesitating whether to tell the old man the truth. Because if this continued, the old man definitely wouldn't live for more than a month. Kelly introduced Lin Fan, saying, Mr. Lin, this is my grandfather, Murray David. Speaking of Murray, he was also a big figure in his youth. Although he rarely appeared in the news media now, his influence in Australia was still significant. Murray smiled and said, Young man, you saved my granddaughter. You will be our esteemed guest from the David family in the future. If you encounter any trouble in Australia, feel free to come to us. Murray appeared very courteous. Facing Murray's enthusiasm, Lin Fan pondered for a while before saying to Kelly, Your grandfather's health is not very good. To be honest, I have learned a bit of medicine and can take a look at your grandfather. Kelly seemed a bit hesitant because everyone in the family knew that Murray's health was already very poor. Chapter 384. Zhou Baiwang also came. The man called out with surprise in his voice. However, when he saw Lin Fan beside Kelly, his expression immediately changed. The man quickly walked up to Kelly. Seeing the man approach, Kelly frowned. Clearly, she did not want to see him. Gibson, why are you here? Gibson said, Kelly, I heard you were just attacked, so I specially came to check on you. Are you okay? Gibson's face was full of concern. I'm fine. Kelly's tone was neither warm nor cold. That's good. You have no idea. I was really worried about you, Gibson said with a smile. At this moment, he also directed his gaze at Lin Fan, and a hint of hostility clearly flashed in his eyes. Miss Kelly, who is this? Kelly didn't want to bother with Gibson, but still responded, My friend, Lin Fan. Gibson extended his hand to Lin Fan and said, Mr. Lin, hello. Nice to meet you. Lin Fan also extended his hand and shook hands with Gibson. He could tell that Gibson regarded him as a rival. No wonder. Kelly was a public figure and rarely got close to men. Chapter 385. Zhou shouting. Nearly 40 minutes passed. Lin Fan arrived at the address sent by Zhou Baiwang. Originally, Zhou Baiwang wanted to arrange a car to pick Lin Fan up, but Lin Fan refused. He first parked his car in the restaurant's parking lot. Xiaoling, you can wait for me in the car, Lin Fan said to Xiaoling. Okay, master. Xiaoling nodded. Then, Lin Fan got out of the car and walked towards the restaurant's entrance. At this time, Zhou Baiwang was already waiting at the restaurant's door. Beside Zhou Baiwang was a woman in a long dress. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s and was a stunning beauty. Lin Fan arrived at the restaurant's entrance and saw Zhou Baiwang. However, Zhou Baiwang did not recognize Lin Fan because Lin Fan had disguised himself. Brother Zhou. Lin Fan looked around and, seeing no one else, greeted Zhou Baiwang. Zhou Baiwang did not react at first. He looked at Lin Fan and did not recognize him. Who are you? Zhou Baiwang vaguely remembered Lin Fan's voice but was not too sure. The woman standing next to Zhou Baiwang was also looking at Lin Fan with curiosity. Lin Fan said with a smile. Chapter 386. Indeed, someone poisoned Mr. Lin. Joanna was already waiting for Lin Fan in the parking lot. When she saw Lin Fan coming over, Joanna also greeted him. No need to see me off. Lin Fan turned to Zhou Baiwang and said. Zhou Baiwang stopped and nodded. Take care, young brother Zhou. Under Zhou Baiwang's watchful eyes, Lin Fan got into the car. Zhou Baiwang and Zhou shouting quietly watched the car leave the parking lot. All right, let's go back too, Zhou Baiwang said to his niece. At this moment, Zhou shouting was still very curious. Uncle, is the Lin Fan you mentioned really that amazing? Zhou shouting had heard some stories about Lin Fan. She heard that Lin Fan was already a wealthy man in the Magic City at a young age. If Lin Fan wasn't relying on his family, Zhou shouting really wouldn't believe it. Zhou Baiwang looked helpless and corrected her. How many times have I told you to call him Mr. Lin? No respect. Zhou shouting stuck out her tongue again. Next, Zhou Baiwang's expression became serious. In the Magic City, I don't admire many people, and Brother Lin is one of them. Have you heard of Hongtian Pharmaceuticals and Kunping Sport Cars? Those are all Brother Lin's. Talking about this, Zhou Baiwang also showed a look of admiration. Chapter 387. Discussing countermeasures. Some things have happened in Sydney these past few days, so the checks are a bit strict. Fortunately, the Red Rose and Blood Demon are very experienced, so they made it through safely. After checking into the hotel, Red Rose immediately called Lin Fan. Boss, we have arrived in Sydney. Red Rose said. Lin Fan asked, Did you encounter any trouble on the way? Red Rose smiled and said, we did encounter a bit, but it's nothing. After receiving Lin Fan's orders, she quickly made arrangements and rushed over. Now the Phantom Killer Organization and Blood Demon Killer Organization have encountered a formidable opponent, which is the Hall of Death. They are in the open, while the enemy is in the dark, so they are very passive. Lin Fan said, it's good that you came. Settle down first. I will come to find you soon. Red Rose replied, boss, I understand. Do you have any other instructions? Lin Fan thought of the Hall of Death, and his expression gradually darkened. Continue to gather information about the Hall of Death. Red Rose's tone became serious. Boss understood. She also knew that the Hall of Death was quite mysterious and not easy to find. But there was no choice. The Hall of Death was already targeting them. It definitely could not sit idly by. Chapter 388. Goodbye, Gibson. After hearing Red Rose's words, Blood Demon was also rendered speechless. He downed his glass of red wine in one go. Lin Fan spoke. The people of the Hall of Death possess gene drugs, and just based on this, they are very sensitive. Therefore, they will not reveal themselves easily. To find the Hall of Death, we can only rely on ourselves. Red Rose looked at Lin Fan and asked, so boss, what are your plans? Lin Fan's expression was serious during this time. You must do your utmost to gather data on the Hall of Death. If you encounter them directly, do not engage in battle. The most important thing now is to gather information about the Hall of Death. Otherwise, nothing can be discussed. Red Rose and Blood Demon nodded in agreement. Red Rose then asked, what about the next step? If the Hall of Death really conquers the entire killer world, it will be a big deal. When the time comes to deal with them, it will be very difficult. This is exactly what the Red Rose is worried about. If it really comes to that, the Red Rose can also withdraw from the assassin world. In any case, she will never submit to the Temple of Death. Lin Fan said, don't worry. I have a way to deal with the Temple of Death. Now Lin Fan is secretly producing robots. Chapter 389. Drive him out. Gibson's expression was cold. He was looking at Lin Fan with a strange gaze. Is there something wrong? Lin Fan frowned and glanced at Gibson. If this guy dared to cause trouble for him in public, Lin Fan wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson, even though they were in Australia. Lin Fan wasn't afraid of him. Gibson scrutinized Lin Fan for a while, then sneered. Your name is Lin Fan, right? I advise you to stay away from Miss Kelly in the future. Otherwise, you will regret it. Don't think I'm joking. Gibson issued a threat. Crazy. Lin Fan cursed. He wasn't very familiar with Kelly at all, and this Gibson actually considered him a rival. If it weren't for that sapphire necklace, Lin Fan wouldn't have even met Kelly. In fact, they only met this morning. They could barely be considered friends. You dare to insult me. Gibson was very angry. He never expected that this Chinese man would dare to curse at him. It was simply outrageous. Gibson gritted his teeth and was about to make a move. He had never been humiliated like this in his life. You'd better not make a move. Chapter 390. Encounter with the Black Skull. If Lin Fan really knew the chairman of the Worth Group, it would be difficult to handle. Was he really unable to deal with this damn guy today? Gibson felt unwilling. He hated Lin Fan to the core. Leaving like this was unacceptable. If he couldn't even deal with a Chinese person, he would probably become a laughingstock in the future. Ha! Gibson suddenly laughed. His laughter clearly contained a hint of mockery. So you know the chairman of the Worth Group? I underestimated you. But so what? Let me tell you, I'm a member of the Peter family. Even the chairman of the Worth Group has to give my father some face. Gibson snorted coldly and said, considering this, he still had the upper hand over Lin Fan. So he didn't have to worry too much. Even if he couldn't deal with Lin Fan, at the very least, he had to make Lin Fan apologize. Hearing Gibson say this, Bell frowned. What did Mr. Lin do to offend you? Gibson coldly replied, he dared to speak disrespectfully to me. For that alone, he owes me an apology. Gibson had a stern face. Bell felt a bit of a headache, seeing that Gibson had no intention of compromising. Chapter 391. Do you want revenge? Let's go back. Lin Fan said to Joanna. Okay, Mr. Lin. Joanna nodded and started the car. The car slowly drove out of the parking lot. At this time, the traffic was relatively heavy and the car was moving slowly. Xiaoying leaned closer to Lin Fan and whispered, Master, that woman is following us. Lin Fan turned his head and looked back through the rear windshield. There were quite a few cars behind. However, Lin Fan quickly noticed that BMW. Yes, that woman was indeed following them. Master, should I take action? Xiaoying asked softly. No need. Lin Fan shook his head. At this moment, the car was waiting for the green light. And Joanna also turned around to look at Lin Fan and Xiaoying. However, she didn't hear what Lin Fan and Xiaoying were discussing. The car continued to move forward, while the black skull continued to follow behind. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and said to Joanna, "Look for a nearby mall. I want to get out and buy something." Joanna said, "Mr. Lin, what do you want to buy? After we go back, I can go out and buy it for you." Lin Fan shook his head and said, "No need." Chapter 392. Gibson wants trouble. The Temple of Death killed so many members of the Black Skull Assassin organization. She would definitely want revenge. But with her strength alone, how easy would it be to talk about revenge? Moreover, the people from the Temple of Death were still hunting her down. How long could she survive? It was still an unknown. Suddenly, her eyes became dim, because revenge was a distant prospect for her. "In fact, we can cooperate," Lin Fan said. Many assassin organizations had joined the Temple of Death. If Lin Fan wanted to deal with the Temple of Death, he still needed some helpers. Cooperate? The woman hesitated. At this point, if she wanted revenge, it was nearly impossible with her abilities alone. However, she couldn't understand why Lin Fan looked so confident. Did he have some assurance of victory? After all, the people from the Temple of Death have that very powerful gene drug. What method do you have to defeat the Temple of Death? The woman looked at Lin Fan with confusion. Lin Fan smiled mysteriously and said, "I won't tell you for now. Just know that the Temple of Death will eventually disappear from the earth. That's enough." Lin Fan still had trump cards he hadn't used. Chapter 393. Being taught a lesson. Gibson's tone was threatening. If Lin Fan didn't soften his attitude, he planned to teach Lin Fan a lesson. Since they were in Sydney, he wasn't afraid of offending anyone. "What if I don't apologize?" Lin Fan maintained a faint smile on his face. "Not apologize?" Gibson's mouth twitched. He was enraged by Lin Fan's words. "Then you will die a miserable death. Even if you know the chairman of the Worth Group, it won't help." Gibson appeared a bit agitated, and his tone intensified. Lin Fan said, "I want to see how you plan to deal with me." Lin Fan's expression also darkened in an instant. "Fuck, you dare to speak to Mr. Gibson like that? You're asking for death." Before Gibson could speak, a man beside him couldn't hold back anymore. He clenched his fist and punched Lin Fan in the face. The man was strong and powerful, and if hit, his nose would likely be crooked. However, Lin Fan was Lin Fan after all. He did not dodge or evade, raising his hand and quickly grabbing the opponent's wrist. Although the man was strong, he was no match for Lin Fan. Chapter 394. Release him immediately. This was the first time in his life he had been stepped on by someone. It was infuriating. "Gibson, I already gave you a chance in the restaurant." Lin Fan's voice was icy. In the restaurant, Lin Fan did not want to hold anything against Gibson. However, Gibson repeatedly provoked him. Did he really think Lin Fan was easy to bully? "I advise you not to mess around." Gibson gritted his teeth and warned. His men had all run away, and with his strength, he couldn't possibly fight Lin Fan. In front of Lin Fan, he could only be tortured. Lin Fan remained silent, coldly staring at Gibson. At that moment, Joanna also got out of the car. She quickly walked up to Lin Fan. "Mr. Lin, are you okay?" Joanna looked at Lin Fan with concern. "What could happen to me? The one in trouble now is Gibson." Lin Fan grabbed Gibson by the collar and lifted him up. Gibson was about to say something when, slap, slap. Without further ado, Lin Fan gave Gibson several heavy slaps. Gibson's head buzzed from the hits, and soon, both sides of his face swelled visibly. Chapter 395. Offending someone. A voice on the phone was filled with anger. "What? A guest from the David family?" The two police officers exchanged glances. Their expressions changed. They did not expect that this young man from Huasha actually knew someone from the David family. In this case, they had no choice but to release him. Although the family behind Gibson was powerful, it could not compare to the David family. It seemed that Gibson's beating was all for nothing. "Did you hear that? Release him immediately." The voice on the phone roared. "All right, we will release him right away." The two hurriedly let Lin Fan go. They did not want to lose their jobs. "Sir, we're truly sorry," the two police officers said apologetically. Lin Fan ignored them and got out of the car. At this point, Gibson had already been taken away. Gibson was badly injured and needed to be sent to the hospital for examination. "Mr. Lin, how?" Seeing Lin Fan get out of the car, Joanna held her phone and stared for a while. "It's fine, let's go back." Lin Fan still had a calm expression. "It's fine?" Joanna was still a bit unconvinced. Just now, she was ready to hire a lawyer. And now it was all fine? Chapter 396. Only an apology if this matter was not handled well. He would likely be beaten by his father when he got back. Gibson's face turned pale. It seemed that Lin Fan could not be taught a lesson after all. On the contrary, he would have to apologize to Lin Fan. How could this be? Gibson regretted it immensely. Now he understood why Lin Fan had remained indifferent from the beginning. It turned out that this guy had the Hill family backing him. What to do? Did he really have to apologize to Lin Fan? Gibson looked very displeased. The thought of bowing down in front of Lin Fan was something he could not accept. But aside from that, there was no other way. If the David family got angry, things would get very troublesome. Dad, how about this? You go talk to Mr. Hill. Let's just drop this matter. I won't hold it against that Huasha person anymore, Gibson said in a pleading tone. It was too late to say these things now. When Hill called just now, Gibson's father indeed thought about downplaying the matter. However, Hill's attitude was very firm. He said that if Gibson did not go apologize to Lin Fan, he should be prepared to face the wrath of the David family. Chapter 397. Hobbs. Lin Fan looked at his phone, chatting with Suya. So Gibson realized he was wrong now? ISNT it a bit too late? Okay, Mr. Lin. I will inform Gibson right away. Joanna nodded. Now, she had nothing to worry about. Although Gibson had a high status, Lin Fan was not someone to be trifled with. Lin Fan was a distinguished guest of the David family, which placed him above Gibson. Gibson was really something, daring to cause trouble for Lin Fan. Joanna took another glance at Lin Fan and turned to leave. Lin Fan continued to sit on the sofa, chatting with Suya. Lin Fan, have you finished your business? To be honest, Suya was a bit worried about Lin Fan, so she took the opportunity to ask about his return. I've finished, but I won't be able to go back for a couple of days. The sapphire necklace was already in hand, and Lin Fan planned to resolve the matter with the Hall of Death as well. He wasn't too sure when he would go back. Okay, then be safe. Suya reminded him. With shouting around, I'm very safe. With a robot bodyguard by his side, Lin Fan was not worried at all. After a while, Joanna also arrived at the entrance of the manor. Chapter 398. You started the joke, first Vanya Jewelry? Hobbs. Upon hearing this name, Lin Fan immediately understood. It went without saying that this Hobbs must have come for his diamond mine in Australia. Previously, Lin Fan had entrusted the management of the diamond mine to Zhou Baiwang. However, when it came to Vanya Jewelry's Hobbs, Zhou Baiwang had no way to deal with him. Vanya Jewelry was a large enterprise in Australia with significant influence. They had set their sights on Lin Fan's diamond mine and were determined to acquire it. Unable to reach an agreement, Zhou Baiwang could only let Lin Fan handle it. What the final result would be, no one knew. Mr. Lin, are you listening to me? After a long time without hearing Lin Fan's response, Hobbs frowned. Say what you have to say, Lin Fan said impatiently. Hobbs wanted to buy the diamond mine at a low price, and he would never agree to that. If they were to buy it at its true value, then there was nothing more to discuss. The key point is that Hobbs, relying on his own strength, actually wants to bully others. Lin Fan's diamond mine in Australia is worth 40 billion in total. Compared to his current total assets, 40 billion is not much. However, Lin Fan will not easily give up what belongs to him. Chapter 399. Hill comes to visit Gibson was quite helpless. If Lin Fan were to see him, he wouldn't have to wait at the entrance until now. Gibson's father angrily said, Isn't this all your fault? His face turned red. Now, there was no other way but to apologize to Lin Fan. Gibson lowered his head and remained silent. He didn't dare to look at his father. Gibson's father ignored him and walked straight to the security guard at the entrance. Hello, I am Patrick from the Peter family, and I would like to meet Mr. Lin. Please inform him. The security guard looked at Patrick with some surprise. In fact, he had heard of Patrick's great name. Please wait. The security guard stepped aside and made a call to Joanna. Without orders, they wouldn't dare to let Patrick in. Patrick looked around Lin Fan's estate, his face showing envy. This estate is the largest in Sydney and also the most mysterious. No one knows who the owner of this estate is. Previously, Patrick had also set his sights on this estate and wanted to buy it at a high price, but the reply was that it was not for sale. Patrick even used his connections, but in the end, he was unsuccessful. Chapter 400. Invitation. Like Hill, Kelly also had a strong aversion to Gibson. She glanced at Gibson and simply turned her head away, ignoring him. This made Gibson very awkward. He was well aware that he would no longer be able to be friends with Kelly in the future, seeing that Hill did not pay attention to him. Patrick's expression was equally unsightly. Mr. Hill, can you please tell Mr. Lin that I would like to see him? Patrick expressed his thoughts. If Hill could help him with this, it would be best. If this matter was not resolved, he would definitely not sleep well at night. Hill looked at his phone and coldly said, You caused this trouble yourselves, so you solve it yourselves? I can't help you. Lin Fan is now a distinguished guest of the Davis family. Therefore, Hill is definitely on Lin Fan's side. He didn't mind being at odds with Patrick. Mr. Hill, it's all my son's fault for being unreasonable. He already knows he was wrong. Saying this, Patrick shot a fierce glare at his son. Gibson understood and stepped forward, pleading, "Mr. Hill, I really know I was wrong. Now that Mr. Lin is unwilling to see us, please help us plead with Mr. Lin." Chapter 4, A Wonder. Clues. Hill was very polite to Lin Fan. He also had high hopes for Lin Fan. Although Lin Fan was young, he was very capable. The key was that his medical skills were impressive. Such an outstanding young man was someone Hill had never encountered before. Lin Fan could only nod helplessly. After chatting for nearly 10 minutes, Hill and Kelly also stood up. "Mr. Lin, we will take our leave now," Hill said with a smile and cupped his hands. Lin Fan said nothing and escorted Hill and Kelly to the main villa's door. At this moment, Hill's bodyguard had already brought the car over. "Mr. Lin, no need to see us off," Hill said to Lin Fan as he got into the car. "Mr. Lin, goodbye." Kelly waved at Lin Fan. Then, the car slowly left Lin Fan's estate. Lin Fan checked the time and realized it was getting late. "Mr. Lin, rest early," Joanna said softly to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded and returned to his room. Before long, he received a call from Huaxia. It was Xue Qingzhu calling. "Officer Xue," Lin Fan chose to answer. He had guessed that Xue Qingzhu must want to ask when he would return to Huaxia. Sure enough, "Lin Fan, when are you coming back?" Chapter 402 found out Shun Lingwei also knew that finding that group of people from the Death Temple was very difficult. The Death Temple members had already attracted the attention of the local police, so the local police were also searching for them. The people from the Death Temple would definitely not dare to show themselves easily. Where did this happen? Lin Fan asked. If he could know some useful clues, then he could find the Death Temple members in Sydney. Following the clues might lead to other useful information. In the outskirts, my subordinates only remember some features of the opponents. Shun Lingwei shared what she knew. She also understood that with the current information, it would be difficult to find that group of assassins. After all, Sydney is really too big. What they could do now was to search as much as possible. As for whether they could find them, Shun Lingwei was not sure. Or perhaps that group of assassins would withdraw ahead of time. No problem. I will give it a try. Lin Fan did not want to give up so easily on the information about the Death Temple. Moreover, he had plenty of ways. Okay. Shun Lingwei nodded. To be honest, she did not have high hopes. There are injured people here, and they are quite seriously hurt. Chapter 403 Movements of the Death Temple. Such speed made even the Australian police feel inferior. Now, the Australian police were also pursuing that group of assassins. But they had been searching for so long without any clues. As soon as Lin Fan took action, he immediately obtained results. The data showed that the 3 assassins were staying in a hotel. Their task was also to hunt down the remaining members of the Black Skull organization. After failing, they returned to the hotel. What do you think? Lin Fan asked with a smile. With his current hacking skills, finding the location of those 3 assassins was not difficult at all. I didn't expect that Mr. Lin is actually a hidden hacking expert. Shun Lingwei looked at Lin Fan with a meaningful gaze. Lin Fan smiled without saying a word. Now that the location of the 3 assassins had been found, the next step was action. Hopefully, this time there would be gains. Mr. Lin, if I'm not mistaken, the hotel where the 3 killers were located also had problems. Perhaps there were other members of the Death God Temple there. Shun Lingwei expressed her concerns. There should be other killers. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. However, he was not worried at all. Chapter 404. Secret Operation. What the hell? Can't we just enjoy a drink? One of them, drunk, expressed strong dissatisfaction. Shut up. The boss is here. One of them frowned and hurriedly reminded. The boss. Upon hearing this, the man who had just shown dissatisfaction was also taken aback. He quickly stood up, shaking off some of the drunkenness. The boss must have something very important to discuss with us. Let's go see. Immediately, they hurried to the door. Open the door quickly. The knocking continued and grew more urgent. One of them opened the door. Standing outside was a tall man. Boss. The 3 lowered their heads. Looking respectful, the man had a serious expression and glanced at the 5 women in the room. One of the killers understood and said, "You can leave now." The 5 women nodded and left the room. Finally, the room became quiet. Boss, could it be that they're S another mission? The man shook his head and explained, no. The police are already eyeing this place. We have to evacuate quickly. The 3 killers exchanged glances, all looking puzzled. Chapter 405. Seeing ghosts. Although Shun Lingwei still had injuries, she was already itching to move. She had nearly died at the hands of those from the Death God Temple, and she was determined to take revenge. Moreover, the Black Skull had fallen to this state entirely because of the Death God Temple. Blood Demon's expression was somewhat serious as he said, "We should let our guard down. After all, those from the Death God Temple have gene drugs." Blood Demon knew the power of those gene drugs. After taking them, an ordinary person's physical strength would greatly increase. Hearing Blood Demon say this, both Red Rose and Shun Lingwei slightly lowered their heads, because what Blood Demon said was indeed reasonable. Tonight, when dealing with those from the Death God Temple, they had to be extra careful. Suddenly, Red Rose looked at Lin Fan again. She had also witnessed Lin Fan's capabilities. Those who had taken gene drugs were indeed formidable, but he had killed them before. So, with Lin Fan here, there was a bit of chance. Lin Fan looked calm and said, "Don't worry. Just leave those who have taken gene drugs to me." Lin Fan was a master. Even if the opponent had taken gene drugs, so what? Chapter 406. Not believing the remaining killers looked at each other in confusion. They were completely bewildered. It felt like a dream. The leader was the first to react. "Don't be afraid. They're outnumbered. Let us spread out." The leader moved quickly, rushing out first and hiding in the dense bushes. The same thing happened with the last car. The killers in that car got out and found that the bullets in their guns were also gone. They were quite unlucky and were easily taken out by Red Rose. Among the remaining killers, 3 moved very swiftly. Blood Demon and Shun Lingwei couldn't hit those 3 even after exhausting their bullets. Those 3 must have taken gene drugs. Be careful. Shun Lingwei and Blood Demon exchanged glances and began to retreat. They didn't dare to be careless. They felt it was safer to leave those 3 to Lin Fan. Out of bullets? Now it's our turn to strike. The leader of the killers sneered at this scene. He stood up from behind a large rock. Just then, bang, gunfire rang out again. Before the leader could react, he was shot in the arm. Chapter 407. News from the Death God Temple. Shun Lingwei sneered. "Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth." The leader of the killers revealed a sinister smile and said, "I don't care who you are. Choosing to provoke our Death God Temple is not a wise choice." Red Rose looked disdainful. "No matter how powerful you are, you still fell at our hands, right?" The leader's face turned pale, unable to refute. Indeed, even if there were people among them who had taken gene drugs, they were still no match for Lin Fan. For a moment, the leader looked at Lin Fan with fear in his eyes. He simply couldn't imagine that this young man was so powerful. It was too monstrous. Another strange thing was that the bullets in their guns had inexplicably disappeared. This feeling was very unreal. Even now, he still couldn't understand it. At this moment, Lin Fan looked at the leader and spoke. "Besides you, are there any other killers from the Death God Temple in Australia? If there are, Lin Fan planned to deal with them all together." No comment. The man looked stubborn. He had no intention of telling Lin Fan. As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked hard by Red Rose. Chapter 408. Saving Zhou shouting after tonight's cooperation. Shun Lingwei admired Lin Fan even more. Previously, she couldn't imagine that Lin Fan was such a powerful person. He could easily deal with killers who had taken gene drugs. Such strength could only be described as terrifying. If there is any action, I will definitely inform you. You should take care of your injuries after returning. Lin Fan also lacks some helpers now. Moreover, when dealing with the Death God Temple, the more helpers, the better. After the car had driven a distance, Lin Fan let Shun Lingwei out of the car. "Mr. Lin, goodbye." Shun Lingwei got out of the car. Lin Fan didn't say anything and drove away. He was a bit hungry and first went to grab a late-night snack. On the way back to the manor, Xiao Ying suddenly noticed something unusual. "Master, there's a situation." Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. It seemed that enough had happened today. Could it be more killers? What's going on? Lin Fan was driving and caught a glimpse of Xiao Ying out of the corner of his eye. Xiao Ying looked across the road and explained, "There is someone you know in that white Audi. She seems to be in a bit of trouble." Chapter 409. Bajadeo Lin Fan saved her life, and she wanted to go back with him. Zhou Xiaoting looked at Lin Fan for a while and then asked, "Mr. Lin, when will you return to Huaxia?" "I'm not sure yet," Lin Fan replied. He had already achieved his purpose for coming to Australia, but he wasn't in a hurry to go back. Zhou Xiaoting had many questions she wanted to ask Lin Fan, but seeing his indifferent demeanor, she held back. She quietly sat across from him. Lin Fan looked up at Zhou Xiaoting and said, "You should stay here at the manor tonight. It's very safe. Tomorrow, I'll have someone take you to the airport." Zhou Xiaoting nodded slightly. "That's all we can do for now. Mr. Lin, there is no one else here. Why don't you revert to your original appearance?" Zhou Xiaoting had seen Lin Fan's photos, but she still wanted to see him in person, just in case. "All right, get some rest early." Lin Fan stood up, ignored Zhou Xiaoting, and walked back to his room. Zhou Xiaoting looked helpless. After Lin Fan left, she also returned to her room. Once in his room, Lin Fan didn't go to bed. He took out the phone he had obtained from the assassin. Chapter 410. photolithography equipment manufacturing technology, Shueqingzhu was very curious about that gene drug. She wanted to know its components because the gene drug had significant flaws and could be extremely dangerous if misused. If she could understand the drug's composition, she wouldn't be so passive in the future. Lin Fan explained, I happened to encounter a group of Reaper Temple assassins in Sydney. The gene drug was obtained from them. The information was also extracted from them. Shueqingzhu felt helpless. How come you run into assassins wherever you go? Why don't I have such luck? Did those assassins come for you? Shueqingzhu asked. No. Remember the last group of assassins in Modu? Their goal is the same. They want to deal with an organization called the Black Skull. I just happened to run into them. The Reaper Temple has grand ambitions. They want to dominate the entire assassin world. Shueqingzhu coldly replied, the assassin world has nothing to do with me. Of course, the more chaotic it is, the better for me. Shueqingzhu was a police officer. She stood on the opposite side of assassins. Lin Fan felt a bit speechless. Chapter 411. Forget it. Lin Fan sat in the hall when Joanna walked in. Mr. Lin, Gibson is here again. Joanna said respectfully, hands clasped in front of her. Gibson? Lin Fan felt indifferent at the mention of the name. Gibson and his father had come to the manor gate yesterday, but Lin Fan did not meet them. He didn't expect them to come back now. It seemed they wouldn't give up until they received Lin Fan's forgiveness. Lin Fan also knew that continuing like this would attract attention. Given that his identity was a disguise, it was better to keep a low profile. Has Gibson's father come too? Lin Fan casually asked. Yes, Mr. Lin, Joanna replied. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, let them in. He didn't want to waste more time with Gibson. Although it was Gibson who initially sought trouble with him, Lin Fan had already taught him a lesson. It was time to end this matter. All right, I'll go out and bring them in. Joanna nodded and left the hall. She quickly arrived at the manor's front gate. At that moment, Gibson and Patrick were still waiting quietly. They weren't sure if Lin Fan would meet them. Chapter 4:12. Seeking death. Gibson covered his red face and looked pitifully at his father. He didn't dare to argue because it was indeed his fault. If you mess up again next time, I won't spare you. Patrick snorted coldly and quickly left. With nothing to do, Lin Fan checked the dark web for clues about the Reaper Temple. However, after more than half an hour, he found no useful information. Suddenly, Lin Fan received an email in his private inbox. Thinking something had happened, he opened it out of curiosity. Upon reading, Lin Fan realized that the 2 diamond mines he owned in Australia had been fined $300 million for illegal mining, and it was in US dollars. Looking at the email, Lin Fan furrowed his brows. Last time they sealed off his diamond mine, and now they fined him. It was needless to say that this was definitely Hobbs' doing. Lin Fan did not sell the diamond mine to Hobbs, which made Hobbs resentful. Moreover, only Hobbs could pull such a stunt. He had a lot of connections in Australia, and causing some trouble was easy for him. This Hobbs, how dare he play this game with me? Chapter 4:13. Eliminate Hobbs. Hobbs had gone too far, and Lin Fan no longer intended to keep him around. He had previously sealed off Lin Fan's diamond mine, and now he imposed a fine. Who knows what trouble Hobbs would cause next? Hobbs? Shen Wei had heard of Hobbs' name. After all, he was a well-known figure in Australia and a wealthy tycoon in Sydney. Mr. Lin, leave this matter to me. I won't let you down. Shen Wei immediately agreed without thinking much. It was her honor to help Lin Fan. Besides, assassination was her forte. Lin Fan reminded her, you still have injuries. It's fine to find a few people to do it. There's no need for you to take action personally. Your injuries haven't healed yet, and I don't want you to take risks. The Red Rose and Blood Demon had already left Sydney. Otherwise, it would have been perfect for them to handle this matter. Shen Wei smiled and said, Mr. Lin, don't worry, I'll get this done. Shen Wei was aware of her own condition. If we find 2 or 3 more assistants, taking down Hobbs won't be a problem. Lin Fan nodded and reminded again. Chapter 4:14. Hobbs is dead. The bodyguard's face turned pale as he shook his head vigorously. The room card is in Mr. Hobbs's hand. I can't open it. Seeing Shen Wei's icy expression, the bodyguard immediately became frightened, especially when he saw the dark gun muzzle. His body began to tremble. He didn't want to die. Miss, I have a way to get Mr. Hobbs to open the door. Please wait. The bodyguard pressed the doorbell. He pressed it several times, but there was no response from inside. The bodyguard became anxious and took out his phone to call Hobbs. You better not pull any tricks. Otherwise, I'll shoot you, Shen Wei said coldly. Don't worry, I'm just notifying Mr. Hobbs to open the door. The bodyguard didn't want to lose his life over this. It was obvious that the woman in front of him wanted to settle accounts with Hobbs. Let her go find Hobbs then. After a while, the call was connected. On the phone, Hobbs's impatient voice came through. What are you calling for? Can't I get a good sleep? Hobbs hadn't rested well last night. Mr. Hobbs, Miss Alice is here. She said she wants to see you. The bodyguard said. Alice is another one of Hobbs's lovers. Chapter 415. Zhou Baiwang's shock. Zhou Baiwang took the tablet and looked at it. He found it to be true. This bastard Hobbs, he deserved to die. Zhou Baiwang clapped his hands in approval. At the same time, he was a bit excited. Back in Australia's Sydney, Zhou Baiwang had dealings with Hobbs. He was very clear that Hobbs was the kind of person who deserved a beating. At that time, regarding the diamond mine issue, Hobbs was very aggressive. If it weren't for Hobbs's identity, he would have wanted to hit him. It must be said that Hobbs really deserved to die. The secretary stood behind Zhou Baiwang, puzzled, and said, I wonder what big shot Hobbs offended. He actually got assassinated. The secretary shook his head. Zhou Baiwang sneered, Hobbs is arrogant. If it weren't for the influence of his family, he would have been dead long ago. Hobbs has offended too many people. It's very normal for someone to want to deal with him. To be honest, even Zhou Baiwang had thoughts of dealing with Hobbs. However, he only thought about it, because implementing it would be quite difficult. After all, Hobbs was not an ordinary person. Now that Hobbs was dead, it meant that Lin Fan had one less opponent. Chapter 416. Preparing to manufacture lithography machines. Hello, Mr. Lin. The other members of the David family also came over to greet Lin Fan. No need to be polite. Faced with everyone's enthusiasm, Lin Fan felt a bit uncomfortable. It's the least I can do. Mr. Lin, lunch is ready. Please come in. Murray led Lin Fan into the hall. Although Murray's health had improved a lot, he still walked a bit awkwardly. After all, he was getting older. Grandpa, I'll help you. Kelly walked over to support Murray. Mr. Lin, I specially invited a few chefs who can cook Chinese food. You could try it later. Murray smiled at Lin Fan. Just casual is fine. Lin Fan replied. Murray then asked, I wonder if Mr. Lin has a girlfriend? He specifically glanced at his granddaughter Kelly. Already have one. Lin Fan didn't understand why Murray asked this. Oh really? That's too bad. I was hoping to match you with my granddaughter, Murray said with a tone of regret. Although Lin Fan was Chinese, it didn't stop Murray from having high hopes for him. Such an outstanding young man. If he could become a member of the David family, it would definitely benefit their future development. Chapter 417. Yang Lin's unusual behavior. Moreover, China is currently facing foreign technology blockades and really needs lithography machines. Once Lin Fan's lithography machine is manufactured, it can solve many problems. Especially, it can break the foreign technology monopoly. Zheng Xiaoqing shook her head and said, but the difficulty of manufacturing lithography machines is too great. Don't be fooled by the fact that Lin Fan made a lot of money through Hongtian Pharmaceutical and Kunpeng Automotive. If that money is really invested in developing lithography machines, it probably won't be enough. This was exactly what Zheng Xiaoqing was worried about. Lin Fan smiled and said, difficulty? Not a problem. I have already obtained a complete set of technology for manufacturing lithography machines. Once the lithography machine is manufactured, we will also need to produce chips. Lin Fan shared his vision. If he hadn't drawn those technologies from his system, Lin Fan would definitely not have dared to say these words. What? You actually obtained the technology to manufacture lithography machines? Zheng Xiaoqing was stunned. Mr. Lin, did you go to Australia just to obtain the technology for manufacturing lithography machines? Previously, Lin Fan had not mentioned why he went to Australia. Therefore, Zheng Xiaoqing thought this way. Lin Fan was taken aback, not expecting Zheng Xiaoqing to think so. After pondering for a moment, Lin Fan said, Chapter 418. Warning text message. Lin Fan listened quietly and did not speak. Obviously, he was not satisfied. Rick clearly realized this and said anxiously, Mr. Lin, if you're still not satisfied, we can compensate you with another 300 million. 500 million is also fine. Rick, unable to hear Lin Fan's voice, became even more nervous. At this moment, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If they could not satisfy Lin Fan, they would be in big trouble. Now, he regretted it to the extreme. Had he known, he would have targeted Lin Fan's 2 diamond mines. It was truly a case of losing more than gaining. Moreover, Rick had a feeling that Hobbs' assassination was related to Lin Fan. After all, the timing of this event was too coincidental. If this is the case, it would be too terrifying. Rick did not want to follow in Hobbs' footsteps. He was not done living yet. Mr. Lin, how about 1 billion? If that doesn't work, you can name a price. Rick was sweating profusely. Lin Fan remained silent for a while before saying, compensate 2 billion, and this matter will be over. Vanya Jewelry is a large company. So Lin Fan certainly wanted to take a big cut. Rick frowned. Mr. Lin, 15 billion. Lin Fan snorted coldly and said, Chapter 419, Inspection. Although Lin Fan's identity was fake, the information on the documents was forged by the authorities. In other words, no one could easily find out. Mr. Lin, as far as we know, this estate does not belong to you. The officer was still looking at Lin Fan with a scrutinizing gaze. Lin Fan's expression was calm as he replied, This estate belongs to a friend of mine. Is there a problem with that? The officer shook his head. No problem. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Lin. Recently, things haven't been very peaceful in Sydney, so please be careful when going out. The officer reminded him before leaving with his team. How strange. Why would the police come here to investigate? Joanna looked puzzled, unable to understand. Lin Fan smiled and said, It's nothing, probably just a routine check. Although he said that, Lin Fan was aware that the Australian police were likely already suspicious of his identity. It seemed he couldn't stay here much longer. Joanna nodded with a smile. By the way, Mr. Lin, I've booked your flight back to the Magic City for tomorrow. The time is 7 in the morning. In fact, Lin Fan also wanted to return earlier. After all, flying back from Australia would take quite some time. Chapter 420, Trouble Again. In fact, the robotic bodyguards had noticed those people as soon as they appeared. However, the robotic bodyguards did not act. They wouldn't take action without Lin Fan's orders. Lin Fan was silent for a moment and said to Xiaoying, take a look around the estate. How many people did they bring? Lin Fan was not worried at all. If he wasn't afraid of assassins, how could he fear those ordinary people? However, he was quite curious about who sent those people. If Lin Fan found out, he would definitely give them a taste of their own medicine. They really thought Lin Fan was easy to bully. Okay, master. Xiaoying exited the hall. You just stay here. If those people dare to come in, don't hold back. Lin Fan told the robotic bodyguard. Understood. The robotic bodyguard nodded. With him around, those people wouldn't be able to break in at all. After making the arrangements, Lin Fan returned to his room. Lin Fan, you're not back yet? While playing on his phone in the room, Lin Fan received a call from Song Shuer. Her tone carried a hint of resentment. What's wrong? Do you miss me? Lin Fan teased. Not at all. Chapter 421, The Hall Family. They initially thought this operation wouldn't be too difficult. As a result, the 8 of them were defeated by Lin Fan's bodyguards. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill all of you? Lin Fan said calmly. However, there was still a hint of killing intent in his eyes. The man smirked coldly and said, I don't believe you would really dare to kill. Let me tell you, you've already offended a major power. If you don't die, let us go. The man threatened. This was Australia, and they weren't afraid of Lin Fan. Even if Lin Fan called the police, they had their ways of protecting themselves. Joanna said coldly, You broke into someone's home and committed violence. If you call the police, you will definitely go to jail. The man replied, You could try. Without a backing, they wouldn't dare to confront Lin Fan here. Lin Fan raised his head, glanced at the man, and said to the robotic bodyguard, Get that guy's phone. The robotic bodyguard nodded and went to search the man's body. What do you want? The man tried to struggle, but he was no match for the strength of the robotic bodyguard. In the end, his phone was taken away by the robotic bodyguard. Chapter 422, Bradley's Warning. Hill's face turned red as he clenched his fists tightly. In fact, after yesterday's incident, they had also suspected the Hall family. However, without evidence, they didn't dare to be certain. With Lin Fan being attacked, the truth finally came to light. It was indeed the Hall family pulling the strings behind the scenes. Because Lin Fan saved Kelly, the Hall family regarded Lin Fan as a rival. I heard you have a grudge against the Hall family? Lin Fan asked meaningfully. Hill nodded, admitting it. Yes, Mr. Lin, there's quite a bit of business competition between our two families. I just didn't expect the Hall family to be so ruthless. Hill's expression was not good. Given the current situation, the Hall family seemed intent on dealing them a fatal blow. Since this was the case, the Davis family definitely wouldn't sit idly by. No, I need to tell my dad about this. Hill gritted his teeth and took out his phone. He thought for a moment and said to Lin Fan, Mr. Lin, the Hall family has immense power. I think you shouldn't stay here alone. Come back with me. Hill understood that the Hall family wouldn't give up until they achieved their goal. Chapter 423, Murray's Reaction. Watching Bradley leave, Hill's face grew a bit more serious. The strength of the Hall family was about the same as that of their Davis family. Fighting it out would only lead to mutual destruction. But at this point, they had no other choice. The Hall family had already bullied them, and they could only confront them. Once Bradley was far away, Hill turned to Lin Fan and said, Mr. Lin, I'm truly sorry. I drag you into this. Yesterday, at the bakery, Lin Fan stepped in to save Kelly, which led to offending the Hall family. Lin Fan remained silent, just gazing into the distance, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Hill pondered for a moment and worriedly said, "Mr. Lin, you just heard what Bradley said. He will probably send someone to deal with you. Why don't?" Hill wanted Lin Fan to go back with him. That way, Lin Fan would be much safer. However, at that moment, Lin Fan interrupted Hill. "No need, I'll stay in the estate. Let's see if that Bradley dares to send someone over." Lin Fan was not particularly worried because he had the strength to protect himself. No one could harm him. Chapter 424 Bold Plan. Everyone lowered their heads, quietly waiting. After 5 or 6 minutes, Hill finally returned. "Dad, you're back." Kelly smiled and was the first to greet him. Hill nodded and walked in front of Murray. "Dad, the situation isn't looking good for us. The Hall family could strike at any moment." Hill had a serious expression. The high-ranking family members standing behind Murray remained silent. Murray said, "Let us sit down and talk." Hill nodded and sat down. Murray thought of something and asked, "Didn't you say Mr. Lin was attacked? Why didn't you bring him back?" Murray was quite worried about Lin Fan's safety. This was a conflict between their two families, and Lin Fan shouldn't be dragged into it. Hill replied, "Mr. Lin said he couldn't make it. He'll be returning to Huasha tomorrow." Murray was still a bit concerned and said, "How about this? Arrange for some people to secretly protect Mr. Lin right away." Kelly was taken aback and asked, "Mr. Lin is leaving so soon?" She felt a bit reluctant. However, thinking about the danger Lin Fan would face in Australia, Kelly came to terms with it. Chapter 425 Want Revenge. Lin Fan closed the car door and looked at Brewster with icy eyes. Brewster was scared and finally dared not shout anymore. "Who are you? What do you want?" Brewster asked 2 questions in a trembling voice. "That's not important." Lin Fan sneered. Brewster was under Lin Fan's control, and didn't he even dare to breathe. At this moment, he was filled with fear. Didn't he know if Lin Fan suddenly attacked him because he wanted to kill him? "Don't kill me. I can give you a lot of money." Brewster did not want to die, so he wanted to buy his life with money. "Okay, 10 billion. Lin Fan smiled and said. He knew Brewster couldn't come up with that much money, which is why he said it deliberately. Although Brewster was also Bradley's son, his mother was a maid. Therefore, Brewster's status in the Hall family was relatively low. He was often bullied by his 2 older brothers. Even his biological father, Bradley, looked at Brewster coldly. Brewster indeed had no real skills. He often hung out in bars and casinos. If it weren't for Brewster having Hall family blood, he would have been kicked out of the family long ago. Chapter 426 Puppet. Behind Charles, there was another car with 3 bodyguards inside. After the incident, the car in the back also stopped. The bodyguards got out of the car as quickly as possible and gathered around Charles. They cautiously looked towards the direction where the gunshot had just sounded. At that moment, a figure like a leopard appeared. "Danger! Everyone be careful!" Someone shouted, causing Charles in the car to shrink back, appearing very scared. After all, the opponent had a gun. After Lin Fan rushed over, his moves were as fast as lightning. Charles's bodyguards wanted to fight back, but they were no match for Lin Fan. In the blink of an eye, Charles's bodyguard were knocked to the ground by Lin Fan. Seeing Lin Fan's impressive skills, Brewster, who was watching from a distance, was dumbfounded. He did not expect Lin Fan to be this powerful. "God, is this a movie?" Charles trembled as he watched everything happening outside the car window. Realizing, he locked the car door. Just as Charles took out his phone to call for help, bang! Lin Fan punched the car window, shattering the glass. Just like that, Charles was forcibly dragged out. Chapter 427 Who Did It? You Really Don't Need My Help? Brewster looked surprised, staring blankly at Lin Fan. Lin Fan countered, "What do you think you can help me with?" Brewster was left speechless. Indeed, he had no real skills. If he were a bit more capable, he might be able to help. Unfortunately, he knew nothing. "Go back and wait," Lin Fan said again. Brewster had passed Lin Fan's test. If Brewster hadn't dared to kill Charles or had turned against him, Lin Fan would have had no hesitation in killing Brewster. He wouldn't keep someone without any value. Now, the situation was that Brewster wanted revenge, so Lin Fan could use him to control the Hall family. He wasn't afraid of Brewster betraying him one day because Lin Fan had his ways. Since Bradley chose to provoke Lin Fan would not let him off the hook. Lin Fan wanted a major overhaul of the Hall family. "All right, Mr. Lin." Brewster stared blankly at Lin Fan and suddenly asked, "Mr. Lin, may I ask what your identity is?" Lin Fan's expression was emotionless as he warned, "Some questions shouldn't be asked." Chapter 428 The plan is underway. Moreover, the David family also knew that the attack on Kelly was instigated by the Hall family. The assassination of Charles was likely a retaliation from the David family. Bradley remained silent, lost in thought. Although he had the same idea, he felt the possibility wasn't very high. Bradley knew that the David family's counterattack wouldn't come so quickly. But besides the David family, what other forces would have a grudge against them? Bradley couldn't figure it out. The Hall family's business was quite large, one of the few prominent families in Australia. It wasn't impossible to offend someone in the business world. But who could it be? After thinking for a long time, Bradley still had no clues. After a while, he finally said, "Until the police clarify the investigation, I can't be sure who did it." Bradley's second son pondered for a moment and said, "Dad, as far as I know, the police haven't found any useful leads." Bradley said, "I'll send someone to investigate right away. I don't believe we can't find out." Bradley's face looked very grim. Chapter 429, Can Only Cooperate. Barrett was not very old, only in his 40s. He doesn't want to die yet. Barrett's face was filled with terror. He couldn't understand why this person was in his house. After all, there were plenty of bodyguards outside. It was basically impossible for an ordinary person to break in without being noticed. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't speak, Barrett became even more anxious. "Friend, please don't kill me. If you shoot, it will definitely alert the bodyguards outside. Whatever you want, just say it. I will try my best to satisfy you." Barrett stared blankly at Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled, took out his phone, and then pulled up a photo. The photo showed Barrett hugging a young woman with blonde hair, looking very intimate. Seeing that photo, Barrett became even more terrified and felt weak all over. Did Bradley send you to kill me? Barrett thought of this possibility. Although he was Bradley's most capable assistant and Bradley valued him greatly, Barrett had indeed done something to betray Bradley. And that was enough for him to die 100 times. That was, Barrett had an affair with one of Bradley's lovers. Chapter 430, Regretful Bradley Dad. I'm back. Bradley's second son walked into the hall. What happened? Did you find any clues? Bradley stood up, eagerly asking. No. The person who acted must have made ample preparations. So they didn't leave any clues. Bradley's second son shook his head. Damn it. Bradley was furious. Where's Brewster? Where did that guy go? Bradley finally thought of his other son. At that time, Bradley had been drunk and had an affair with a maid at home, which resulted in Brewster. However, Bradley usually didn't care much for them. Dad, he must have gone to the bar to fool around again. Bradley's second son replied. What a waste. Bradley cursed. Just then, the lights in the hall suddenly went out, plunging it into darkness. What's going on? Bradley frowned. But soon, the lights came back on. Bradley's second son said, It must be a power supply issue. It's fixed now. Bradley was in a mess of thoughts and waved his hand, saying, It's late now. You should go back and rest. Chapter 431, Brewster's Rise. After reading the information, Lin Fan also called Barrett. Mr. Lin, hello. Barrett was already prepared. As long as Bradley and his second son were dead, Barrett could support Brewster to rise to power. However, getting rid of Bradley was not an easy task. At least, that's what Barrett thought. Undeniably, Lin Fan was indeed very capable. But Bradley was not an easy target either, especially since this was Australia. Lin Fan said, Bradley is already dead. The next thing is up to you. Lin Fan spoke casually, as if it were just a normal matter. Mr. Lin, is this true? Barrett couldn't believe it. From the time Lin Fan left his house, it hadn't been long. And Lin Fan had managed to eliminate Bradley in such a short time. This was simply too impressive. Upon hearing this news, Barrett was filled with shock. Since Lin Fan could eliminate Bradley, dealing with him would naturally be effortless. At this moment, Barrett finally realized the terrifying nature of Lin Fan. Of course it's true. You should receive news soon. Chapter 432. This is the end, what? Is this true? Everyone looked at each other. First, Bradley's eldest son died, and now even Bradley himself was dead. Such a coincidence was too much. The most important thing was that their Davis family hadn't made a move yet. Who on earth did this? It's true. Hill's expression was serious. It can't be wrong. This matter has already made the news. Someone opened their phone and found a notification about hot news. Bradley was a big figure, and now that he was dead, it naturally attracted a lot of media attention. Especially since Bradley died from assassination, it sparked a lot of speculation. The police were still investigating and had not yet found out who was responsible. Murray looked at the news report on his phone and became excited. With both Bradley and his two sons dead, the Hall family would definitely undergo changes next. This was something the Davis family was very happy to see. The more chaotic the Hall family was, the better, because it also meant that the situation was more favorable for them. Dad, it's time for us to counterattack. Hill looked at Murray and reminded him. However, Murray shook his head. No rush. The Hall family won't recover so quickly. Chapter 433. Shueqingzhu's problem with Bradley dead. The grievances should be resolved. Hill stared blankly at Lin Fan, still thinking he had misheard. It was known that the Hall family also wanted to deal with Lin Fan. Just last night, Bradley had sent someone to break into Lin Fan's estate. Although the conspiracy ultimately failed, their grievances were very real. And now, Lin Fan actually said to stop the conflict between the two families. Hill couldn't understand. Mr. Lin, you're not joking, are you? Hill's expression was serious. Now that something had happened to the Hall family, if they didn't take advantage of the situation to strike, it would be harder to deal with them later. The grievances between the two families weren't so easily resolved either, although Brewster had taken a very low stance when he called. Who could guarantee that he wouldn't turn against them in the future? No. Lin Fan's expression was serious. Now he indirectly controlled the Hall family through Brewster. What he said, the Hall family would definitely have to listen to. Hill hesitated. Lin Fan noticed Hill's concerns and said, "Don't worry, I know Barrett and Brewster. If they dare to offend you again, just let me know." Chapter 434. Persuasion not very clear. Lin Fan shook his head. Very few people knew about Lin Fan's identity as an assassin. In front of Xue Qingzhu, he would never bring it up voluntarily. Xue Qingzhu looked at Lin Fan with a hint of confusion. "You're so familiar with the Dai family. Haven't you heard any information at all? I've heard that you even cured old Master Murray's illness." The information Xue Qingzhu could gather was not much. No. Lin Fan smiled wryly and shook his head again. Even the people from the Dai family are not very clear about this matter. All right. Xue Qingzhu decided not to dwell on it anymore. She had many other questions to ask Lin Fan during this visit. After a while, Xue Qingzhu asked again, "So, have you achieved your purpose for this trip to Australia?" Lin Fan first went to the island country. After returning from the island, he eagerly went to Australia. Although Xue Qingzhu had conducted some investigation, she had no idea what Lin Fan was up to. Naturally, she was very curious. Lin Fan smiled and said, "That's a secret. You shouldn't ask." After all, Lin Fan wouldn't say anything even if she asked. This was related to the system, and he estimated that if he revealed it, Xue Qingzhu would think he was crazy. Chapter 435. Yang Lin left. Moreover, such a good thing should definitely be put to its true use. As long as the photolithography machine was manufactured, it could break the technological blockade from abroad. Suya looked at Lin Fan's profile, noticing a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Lin Fan's smile clearly contained a bit of confidence. "So you really got the information to manufacture the photolithography machine?" The task of manufacturing the photolithography machine was handled by Zhang Xiaoqing, and Suya did not know much about it. "That's right." Lin Fan nodded. This wasn't really a secret, so there was no need to hide it. Now Lin Fan had a complete set of technology and believed that he could manufacture the photolithography machine soon. So Yasith, could it be that your trip to Australia was to obtain the technology to manufacture the photolithography machine? Considering Lin Fan's unusual behavior during this period, Suya had this speculation in her mind. Lin Fan smiled without answering and quickly walked into the hall. Having spent a long time with Suya, he didn't want to lie to her, but the existence of the system was something he couldn't disclose. So Lin Fan simply chose not to answer. In the hall, Zhang Xiaoqing was sitting on the sofa looking at her phone. Hearing footsteps, Zhang Xiaoqing turned her head. Chapter 436. The robot is made, Suya said. Schwer is still in Yinjing. She should be back soon. Song Schwerer was busy with her singing career and often wasn't in Modu. This made Lin Fan feel quite helpless. By the way, Lin Fan, my mom said a couple of days ago that she wants to come to Modu. Lin Fan curiously asked, "What is DR? You want to come to Modu for?" Suya said, "Of course she wants to meet you, but you weren't back a couple of days ago. I just don't know if you have time in the next few days." In fact, Suya's mom just wanted to discuss some medical issues with Lin Fan. Although Li Xiling was an expert in medicine, every time Lin Fan was mentioned, she couldn't help but praise him because Lin Fan's medical skills were truly remarkable. Even the medicine that could cure lung cancer came from Lin Fan's hands. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, "You can have Dr. Li come over tomorrow." Li Xiling had helped Lin Fan a lot before, and since Lin Fan had time, it wouldn't hurt to meet. Suya said, "Then I'll ask her tomorrow. But it will take time for her to come over." Lin Fan said, "That's simple. I'll send a private plane over. If all goes well, it can arrive by tomorrow noon." Suya thought for a moment and said, "I'll ask my mom first." Chapter 437. Kexin número 1 Director Lin. The general manager of Cushing Group greeted Lin Fan respectfully. "Hello, Director Lin." Behind the general manager, the engineers also greeted Lin Fan. Everyone knew Lin Fan's identity. After all, he was a well-known wealthy man in Modu. Lin Fan and Suya got out of the car and looked at the general manager of Kashing Group. Where's the robot that has been made? Take me to see it. The general manager of Kashing Group stood beside Lin Fan and gestured for him to follow. It's in the laboratory, Director Lin. This way, please. Under the general manager's guidance, Lin Fan and Suya quickly arrived at the laboratory. In the middle of the laboratory stood a lifelike robot. It looked like a man in his 20s, indistinguishable from a real person. Director Lin, this is the robot we manufactured. The general manager introduced it to Lin Fan. Previously, the robots produced by Kashing Group did not look as realistic as this one. Moreover, when it came to intelligence, there was no comparison. This meant that once this robot went into mass production, it could definitely replace human labor. Additionally, this robot had strong combat capabilities and could completely serve as a bodyguard. Chapter 438. Conditions. As soon as the words fell, the robot slowly walked towards Lin Fan. Its walking posture was just like that of a normal person. Kixi numero uno? Shui Qingzhu examined the robot and only reacted when it walked in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan, are you saying this is a robot? Shui Qingzhu looked incredulous. That's right. Lin Fan nodded. Shui Qingzhu still didn't believe it, walked over, and squeezed the robot's palm. The tactile sensation was just like that of a normal person. Lin Fan, don't joke with me. This is clearly a normal person. Even if a lifelike robot was made, there were some things that couldn't be exactly replicated. Lin Fan smiled and said to the robot, Kashing number 1, prove that you are indeed a robot. The robot nodded. Under Shui Qingzhu's astonished gaze, the robot automatically opened a switch on its head. Immediately, a thumb-sized hole appeared on the top of the robot's head. Through that hole, some wires could be clearly seen inside. Shui Qingzhu was dumbfounded. At this moment, she didn't know what to say. Chapter 439. The scroll is missing. Lin Fan frowned. Missing? The Poofing Museum had many collections that Lin Fan had brought back from the island country. The most valuable among them was the scroll Xiaoxiang Woya 2. Now it was actually missing. To protect the museum's collection, Lin Fan specifically hired a number of bodyguards. He even arranged for 2 robots to be sent over. Yet now, such a thing has happened. What is going on? Lin Fan questioned. Mr. Lin, we have already reported to the police, but the specifics of what happened are still under investigation. Inside the Poofing Museum, many anti-theft facilities have been installed. However, an incident that shouldn't have happened still occurred. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan said, I'm on my way. That scroll, Xiaoxiang Woyu 2 Wan, is worth over 2 billion. And Lin Fan wants to see who is so bold as to dare to steal his things. They must be tired of living. At this moment, Lin Fan was also filled with doubts. He had arranged for 2 robot bodyguards in the Poofing Museum, and logically speaking, general thieves shouldn't even be able to get in. After thinking hard with no results, Lin Fan decided to investigate for himself. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll wait for you to arrive, said the voice on the phone. Chapter 440. Found that he had thought that with 2 robot bodyguards keeping watch, the museum wouldn't have any incidents. Unexpectedly, someone still found a loophole. Next, Lin Fan asked the 2 robot bodyguards a few questions. It turned out that after the shift change, the robot bodyguards went out to patrol through the back door. Since the museum was still under expansion, the area was too large. Even the robot bodyguards couldn't monitor the entire situation in the museum. It was only after they returned that the robot bodyguards detected that the Xiaoxiang Woyu 2 Wan was missing. The other party did not steal any other collections. Clearly, they came specifically for the Xiaoxiang Woyu 2 Wan. Lin Fan fell in a deep thought. Just as he was preparing to investigate personally, Lu Yichun arrived at the museum. Mr. Lin, I heard that the Xiaoxiang Woyu 2 Wan has been stolen? Lu Yichun said anxiously as he quickly walked up to Lin Fan. Although this incident had just happened, it had already spread. Upon hearing the news, Lu Yichun rushed over as fast as he could. He is a collector and had once wanted to spend a large sum to buy the Xiaoxiang Woyu 2 Wan in the island country. It was hard one for Lin Fan to bring the Xiaoxiang Woyu 2 Wan back to China. Chapter 441. The sound of the island, the sudden voice made the 5 people present change their expressions dramatically. Who is it? They looked at Lin Fan with vigilance. When they saw Lin Fan's familiar face, they were shocked again. It was actually Lin Fan. They all recognized Lin Fan's identity. After all, Lin Fan is a wealthy man from the Magic City. Before the museum theft, they had checked Lin Fan's information. In fact, just moments ago, they were still discussing Lin Fan. As the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Lin Fan's appearance here meant that their whereabouts had already been exposed. Perhaps the police had already locked onto them. Thinking of this, the 5 became tense. Damn, how did he find us? The five exchanged glances, their expressions grim. Lin Fan smiled slightly and stopped talking. He stood with his hands behind his back, quietly observing the five people. These five actually dared to steal from him, Lin Fan. They really had some guts. It seemed he was the only one who came. Let's take him out and leave here. Suddenly, one person spoke up. If they stayed here any longer, they would be in trouble when the police arrived. How Lin Fan found them was no longer important. Chapter 442. Zhou Baiwang arrives. Mr. Lin, breakfast is ready. A maid from a manor approached Lin Fan respectfully. I'll eat later. Lin Fan sat on the sofa, browsing the news. The loss of the Xiaoshan Woyou Yuan had already made the headlines. After all, the Xiaoshan Woyou Yuan is considered a national treasure of China. The last time Lin Fan recovered the Xiaoshan Woyou Yuan, it had sparked heated discussions. This time, the loss of the Xiaoshan Woyou Yuan was no different. Some even expressed doubt. They believed that the Xiaoshan Woyou Yuan presented by the Pufeng Museum was fake from the start. They accused the Pufeng Museum of staging a publicity stunt. When the Pufeng Museum said they would exhibit the Xiaoshan Woyou Yuan, I felt something was wrong. Now that the painting has disappeared so quickly, it's obvious someone is trying to create hype. The Xiaoshan Woyou Yuan was fake from the beginning. Yes, it must be the Pufeng Museum's malicious marketing. Lin Fan chuckled at the comments online. These people really enjoy a spectacle. However, Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to engage. Now that the Xiaoshan Woyou Yuan has been returned to the Pufeng Museum, whether it is real or fake is up for debate. Chapter 443. Wu Qingsong's invitation. Mr. Lin, it's really hard to get a chance to meet you. Huang Shixiang stroked his white beard and said to Lin Fan. In fact, they had come to find Lin Fan a couple of days ago, but he was not there. Although Lin Fan had gone to Australia, he publicly claimed to be out for work, making it difficult to find him. You came to find me. Is there something you need? Lin Fan asked Wu Qingsong. Wu Qingsong smiled and said, we came to invite Mr. Lin to attend the medical exchange meeting this afternoon. They had wanted to invite him earlier, but couldn't find Lin Fan, and even his phone was unreachable. Upon hearing that Lin Fan had returned to the Magic City, Wu Qingsong immediately brought people over. Medical exchange meeting? Wu Qingsong explained, many world-renowned figures will be attending this medical exchange meeting. Of course, they are all leaders in the medical field. The time is today, so we want to invite Mr. Lin to participate. Although Lin Fan is not a full-time doctor, with his medical skills and status, he is fully qualified to participate. Furthermore, Lin Fan's reputation in the medical field is quite high now. Having him participate would also add luster to the Chinese medical community. Chapter 444. You are Lin Fan? Xiao Zhenli's smile became even brighter as he took out a document. Manager Zheng, this is the information about our Tianyang technology. In fact, their company is one of the top 2 in this industry. Xiao Zhenli handed the document to Zheng Xiaoqing. Clearly, he wanted to quickly get rid of the burden of Tianyang technology, because the issues with Tianyang technology would eventually come to light. Zheng Xiaoqing was not a fool. She knew the current situation of Tianyang technology. So, she didn't even look at the information that Xiao Zhenli handed over. Zheng Xiaoqing wouldn't engage in such a losing deal. Mr. Xiao, I'm really sorry. We at Junyang Capital already have a target for acquisition. Tianyang Technology is just a shell company. Whoever buys it will suffer losses. Hearing Zheng Xiaoqing say this, Xiao Zhenli immediately frowned. Manager Zheng, you can take some time to understand my company first. How about this? Let's go out for a meal. We can chat while eating. Xiao Zhenli was still reluctant to give up. If he didn't cash out Tianyang Technology, his losses would only continue to grow. No need. I have things to attend to. Zheng Xiaoqing refused again. She understood Xiao Zhenli's inner thoughts, but chose not to point it out. Chapter 445. Get lost immediately. The legendary figure from the Magic City? Lin Fan? Xiao Zhenli wasn't quite sure. After all, there are too many people with the same name in this world. He had heard of Lin Fan's reputation, but he didn't know what Lin Fan looked like. He only knew that Lin Fan was a wealthy man, and even many big shots in the Magic City had to give him face. If he really offended the other party, it could get serious. Although Xiao Zhenli had a very powerful father, he still couldn't compare to Lin Fan. Don't try to scare me here. I, Xiao Zhenli, am not someone who can be easily intimidated. Xiao Zhenli's confidence clearly started to wane. At the same time, he felt a bit scared. Lin Fan and Zheng Xiaoqing both smiled, quietly watching Xiao Zhenli. This guy actually dared to come and cause trouble for Lin Fan. He was truly asking for trouble. Lin Fan asked, do you need me to show my ID? Xiao Zhenli's mouth twitched. Even if you really are Lin Fan, so what? I don't believe you are the Lin Fan from Hung Tien Pharmaceuticals. Lin Fan smiled and said, sorry to disappoint you. I really am the Lin Fan from Hung Tien Pharmaceuticals. What? Xiao Zhenli's face turned pale. Chapter 446. Invitation. Zheng Xiaoqing showed a faint bitter smile. Director Lin, why are you suddenly concerned about the company's matters today? Zheng Xiaoqing found it a bit unusual. After all, the previous Lin Fan was a hands-off manager, rarely participating in the company's management. Today is truly a rare occurrence. Lin Fan said, I'm worried you might suddenly leave like Lin did, so I wanted to help relieve some of your pressure. What Lin Fan said was indeed the truth. Zheng Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at Lin Fan. You're overthinking it. I'm not Lin. Besides, Lin left not because of work pressure. Yang Lin had been quite happy working with Zheng Xiaoqing. As for why Yang Lin suddenly left, Zheng Xiaoqing couldn't understand. Although she had asked, Yang Lin did make it clear. Do you know something? Lin Fan looked at Zheng Xiaoqing and asked. I don't know. Zheng Xiaoqing shook her head. By the way, Director Lin, I just bought a house. If you have time tonight, you can come to my place for dinner. Remember to invite Suya. Although Zheng Xiaoqing had studied abroad and was considered a returnee, buying a house in a magic city was still quite difficult. Chapter 447. Zhou Baiwang treats seeing Lin Fan come out in a sports car. Zhou Baiwang and Zhou Shouting were a bit excited. Lin, my brother. Oh, it turns out Miss Su is here too. Zhou Baiwang smiled broadly as he got out of the car with his niece, Zhou Shouting. Zhou Baiwang had met Suya before, so he recognized her. He also knew that Suya was Lin Fan's capable assistant, currently helping him manage the company. Is that a Koenigsegg 1? Zhou Shouting stared at Lin Fan's sports car, astonished. Soon, Zhou Shouting also saw Suya sitting in the passenger seat. Suya was truly beautiful, which left Zhou Shouting mesmerized. At the same time, she felt a slight sense of inferiority within herself. Although Zhou Shouting was considered a stunning beauty, she couldn't compare to Suya, especially with the elegant aura that Suya possessed, which many women lacked. At that moment, Zhou Shouting felt an indescribable emotion. Of course, a man as outstanding as Lin Fan couldn't possibly lack beautiful women around him. Thinking of this, Zhou Shouting also felt a sense of loss. She didn't know why she felt this way. Let's go. Lin Fan stopped the car, glanced at Zhou Baiwang and Zhou Shouting, and said, Chapter 448. Guess right, Suya was indeed extremely hungry. After all, she had only eaten a little for breakfast. Everyone chatted while eating, and after half an hour, Lin Fan and Suya were full. Zhou Shouting didn't have a good tolerance for alcohol and had drunk a bit too much. Her cheeks were flushed, and she was already feeling tipsy. Shouting, you're drunk. You should go back. Zhou Baiwang stood up and supported his niece. Zhou Baiwang was quite helpless regarding his niece. He was worried she might embarrass herself, so it was better to take her back first. I'm not drunk. I can still drink more. Zhou Shouting said, tipsy. Zhou Shouting shook her head, took out her phone, and wanted to call her driver to take her back. Lin Fan stood up and said, let's call it a day. Brother Zhou, you take her back. Originally, Zhou Baiwang wanted to chat a bit more with Lin Fan. After all, such an opportunity was hard to come by. Who knows when he would get another chance to have a meal with Lin Fan. Not to mention eating, it was hard to even meet Lin Fan on regular days. However, Zhou Shouting was drunk now, which left Zhou Baiwang quite helpless. Seeing Lin Fan planning to leave, Zhou Baiwang said, all right then, Lin, that's fine. Chapter 449. Disgusting woman. Director Lin, please come in. A few people brought Lin Fan into the company. Suya naturally followed. The headquarters of Jinming Film and Television was quite large, and Suya looked around with curiosity as they walked. The few people were introducing Lin Fan as they walked. Soon, they arrived at a reception room. Director Lin, please sit for a moment. The general manager will be here soon. The few people were very respectful in front of Lin Fan. Not long after Lin Fan and Suya sat down, a female employee came in with coffee. The female employee placed the coffee in front of Lin Fan and Suya. Director Lin, have some coffee. Lin Fan and Suya sat for several minutes. A middle-aged man, sweating profusely, hurried in. He was the general manager of Jinming Film and Television. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry. Thank you for waiting. The general manager stood in front of Lin Fan, looking a bit nervous. Lin Fan glanced at the general manager and said, I just arrived not long ago. Take me to the office. With that, Lin Fan stood up. The general manager nodded and said, Mr. Lin, this way please. He gestured for Lin Fan to follow, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. After all, the young man before him was the chairman of Jinming Film and Television. Chapter 450. You're fired. How about this? I can make it up to you tonight. Zhou Meyer was extremely flustered. Lin Fan no longer spoke and quickly left. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin, Zhou Meyer chased after him. She didn't want to terminate her contract with Jinming Film and Television. In her haste, Zhou Meyer tripped in her high heels and fell. She twisted her ankle, but still endured the pain to chase after him. Mr. Lin, what happened? Hearing the voice, the general manager quickly walked over. Seeing Zhou Meyer's disheveled appearance, the general manager's expression was also not good. Manager, you came at the right time. Please help me plead my case, Mr. Lin said he wants to terminate my contract. Zhou Meyer grabbed the general manager's hand and said, I don't want to see this woman again. Lin Fan said coldly to the general manager, having someone like Zhou Meyer in the company, I have to say, this is the general manager's negligence. The general manager realized Zhou Meyer had offended Lin Fan and pushed her away. Zhou Meyer, you dare to offend Chairman Lin. From now on, you are no longer a part of Jinming Film and Television. The general manager said angrily. He could see Lin Fan was already angry and didn't want to get involved. Chapter 451, Andrew alright. After that, Suya chatted with Lin Fan for a while longer. Seeing that Suya still looked a bit tired, Lin Fan said, Suya, why don't you drive back first? If it's really not possible, just hire a chauffeur. I can take a taxi to the medical university. Suya said, it's fine. I'll take you there. It's not far from here to the medical university. Lin Fan smiled and said, that works then. Suya stood up and said, I'm going to the restroom. Wait for me here. With that, Suya left her seat and went to the restroom alone. Lin Fan, feeling bored, took out his phone to check. There was a message from Song Shuer. Lin Fan, I heard you returned to the Magic City? Song Shuer was in Yanjing, but was still very worried about Lin Fan, especially during the days he was in Australia. I'm back. Shuer, when are you coming back? Lin Fan asked. Song Shuer replied, I originally planned to come back today, but I ran into a last-minute commercial performance, so I can only delay it for a couple of days. Lin Fan helplessly said, if you need money, just tell me directly. Why go participate in some commercial performance? Chapter 452. Two lunatics, how outrageous. Mr. Andrew invites you to dinner, and that's your good fortune. How dare you refuse, Mr. Andrew? That's just too much. Shen Jiming said angrily. Two lunatics. Lin Fan left a remark. With that, he turned around and left with Suya. What? You dare to insult us? Shen Jiming was almost furious enough to die, glaring at Lin Fan. Even Andrew was quite furious. At this moment, Andrew's face was extremely ugly. Stop. Andrew caught up and grabbed Lin Fan's shoulder. You damn Huaxiao person, you must apologize to me. Andrew gritted his teeth. He still wanted to pursue the matter. Just then, slap. Lin Fan turned around and gave Andrew a crisp slap. Are you asking for it? You actually want me to apologize? Lin Fan couldn't hold back anymore. He had wanted to teach Andrew a lesson when he was bothering Suya earlier, but considering it was a public place, he held back. Who would have thought that Andrew would take advantage of him? Did he really think Lin Fan was easy to bully? Instantly, a clear handprint appeared on Andrew's right cheek. Chapter 453. It's my company, why haven't you arrested that person yet? Seeing that the two police officers had no intention of taking Lin Fan away, Andrew questioned. Sir, please come with us to take a statement. Once we clarify this matter, we will give you an explanation. Andrew said angrily, what more is there to investigate? He clearly hit me. Do you see that? This is evidence. Andrew pointed at his face, extremely furious. Shen Jiming saw that more and more people were gathering, and reminded Andrew, Mr. Andrew, let's go back to the police station with them. If this escalates, we will be the ones to suffer. Shen Jiming was a bit wary of Lin Fan's identity. Although Andrew had a significant status, this was Huaxia after all. Andrew gritted his teeth, fell silent for a moment, and still followed one of the police officers away. He planned to let the police handle the matter first. If the police favored Lin Fan, then he would use his own connections later. In any case, this matter could not just end like this. After Andrew left, Suya quietly asked Lin Fan, what now? So he was still a bit worried. Although Andrew had provoked them first, Lin Fan had indeed hit someone. Chapter 454. Provocation from experts. Most of the people attending this exchange meeting were prominent medical professionals. Only Lin Fan would be so high profile, actually driving a sports car over. The Koenigsegg won. One stopped, and at this moment, Wu Qing-song and others also came over. Mr. Lin. Hello, Mr. Lin. The elderly man beside Wu Qing-song smiled and greeted Lin Fan. Lin Fan first nodded in acknowledgement. Suya, you should go back and rest. Just have the bodyguard come to pick me up later. Seeing Suya still looked a bit tired, Lin Fan said, no need, I can wait for you here. Sugati Plaith. I don't know how long the communication meeting will last. You go back first. After saying that, Lin Fan got out of the car. All right, then I'll head back first. Suya said no more and drove off in the Koenigsegg 1. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Fan glanced at Wu Qing Song and the others. Among them were two old men whom Lin Fan had never seen before. They didn't wait too long. Wu Qing Song smiled and finished speaking, then introduced Lin Fan to the identities of the two. Mr. Lin, the time is almost up. Let's go in. Wu Qing Song led Lin Fan into the medical university. Chapter 455. You are sick. Bernard expressed his dissatisfaction. He had long disliked Lin Fan. Such a person is actually revered as a miracle doctor. It's truly ridiculous. In Bernard's view, Lin Fan's hype could only deceive those from Huaxia. He would never believe that Lin Fan had such great abilities. As soon as Bernard said this, many foreign experts were gleeful. In fact, they had the same thoughts. However, because this was Huaxia, they didn't dare to voice it. Bernard's words aligned with their sentiments. They were eager to see how Lin Fan would respond. However, the Huaxia doctors present showed strong dissatisfaction. Lin Fan was currently one of the most outstanding figures in Huaxia's medical field. Yet, Bernard dared to openly challenge him in such an occasion. This was too much. Today, they were attending a medical exchange meeting, but Bernard turned it into a confrontation between the domestic and foreign medical communities. The angriest were undoubtedly Wu Qing Song and the two old men from the medical association. Lin Fan was invited by them, and now Bernard was openly opposing him, especially with so many reporters present. Chapter 456. Go for an examination if they misjudged the situation. It wouldn't just be Lin Fan's face that would be lost. It could tarnish the entire Huaxia medical community's reputation. Perhaps Huaxia's medical community would never be able to hold its head high again. Although Wu Qing Song had seen Lin Fan's medical skills, he still felt worried for Lin Fan at this moment. Bernard sneered, "Didn't you just say I was sick? Go ahead and continue." Bernard thought Lin Fan was afraid, which made him even more arrogant. Lin Fan said, "Are you sure you want me to say it here?" Bernard replied, "I'm not afraid." "What are you afraid of? I see you can't figure anything out. You're just talking nonsense." Lin Fan was silent for a moment, and with a flat tone, he said, "You have HIV, and there are 2 other viruses in your body. I suggest you go to the hospital for a checkup." As soon as these words were spoken, the reporters present looked at Bernard with strange expressions. HIV, also known as AIDS. There is currently no cure for this disease. Several reporters close to Bernard showed fear and quickly stepped back a few paces. Although this disease cannot be transmitted through the air, just thinking about it is frightening. Better safe than sorry. Chapter 457. Sanctioned. Thinking of this, Bernard felt quite pleased. As for Lin Fan saying he had HIV, he didn't take it seriously at all. Bernard believed that Lin Fan was just trying to scare him. But was Bernard someone who could be easily intimidated? Clearly not. Soon, Lin Fan would be in trouble. Lin Fan returned to the manor and found Suya sitting in the hall. Suya looked at her phone, and upon hearing the footsteps, immediately turned to Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, didn't you go to the medical exchange meeting? Why are you back so soon?" "Suya felt passive." Lin Fan smiled and said, "The meeting is over. What about you? Why aren't you resting well?" "I wanted to rest, but I can't fall asleep." Suya said helplessly. Lin Fan smiled and sat down opposite Suya. As they were chatting, Suya's phone suddenly received a system notification. Curious, Suya opened it and found that Lin Fan was trending again. There's no helping it. Lin Fan is really too famous. Sometimes, a small matter can turn into a big news story. This time, it was about Lin Fan being targeted by foreign experts at the medical exchange meeting. Lin Fan said Bernard was sick, and Bernard took the opportunity to hype it up. Chapter 458. Might as well apologize. The general manager of Huaxing Technology expressed concern, but I don't know when the sanctions will end. If this continues, I'm afraid the company will soon go bankrupt. Lin Fan said, "I will handle the next steps. Just wait for the notification. As long as we can produce our own lithography machine, everything will be resolved." "Okay, Director Lin. By the way, there's one more thing. I heard that aside from our Huaxing Technology, several other domestic chip companies have also been sanctioned. Although the situation of other companies is not as serious. They can no longer order lithography machines. This also means that those domestic companies will suffer losses as well." "I understand." Lin Fan didn't expect that his issue would implicate several domestic companies. It seems that Andrew wants to completely ruin Lin Fan. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan's expression turned gloomy. So he was sitting opposite Lin Fan and had heard his conversation. "Lin Fan, what are you planning to do?" Suya felt that she couldn't help much. Lin Fan said, "Let's wait and see what tricks Andrew can pull." Chapter 459. No face left. Lin Fan let out a cold laugh and said bluntly, as the president of the Chip Association, what great contributions have you made to the chip industry? Besides flattering the people at Smay Company, what else can you do? With your standing, do you even qualify to represent Huaxia's chip industry? Lin Fan's words left no room for maneuver, because he would never apologize to Andrew. These two old men stood with Andrew, so Lin Fan naturally wouldn't give them a good face. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the two old men trembled with anger. They never expected that Lin Fan would belittle them to such an extent. Although their status was far inferior to Lin Fan's, they still had many people giving them face outside. Yet this Lin Fan didn't seem to care about them at all. Mr. Lin, you are too young. Don't forget. Behind Mr. Andrew stands a colossal company, Smay. Do you think you can compete with Mr. Andrew? If you insist on going your own way, the loss will fall on our entire chip industry. Lin Fan laughed, saying, what you're saying is completely wrong. Chapter 460. Excited Xue Qingzhu looks to see if there's a possibility for both sides to shake hands and make peace. If things get too big, it won't benefit anyone. Sometimes, Xue Qingzhu also finds those domineering foreigners quite annoying, who sanction at the drop of a hat. But there's nothing to be done. They have that kind of capital. Moreover, Xue Qingzhu really can't do anything about them. All right, I have other matters to attend to, so be careful. For now, let's leave it at that. Lin Fan said, wait a moment. I want to know who reported me, Lin Fan, to the authorities. Xue Qingzhu was taken aback and asked cautiously, Lin Fan, what are you trying to do? I advise you not to do anything illegal. Xue Qingzhu thought Lin Fan wanted to take revenge. That was completely unnecessary. They just reported him. It wasn't like they did anything outrageous. Lin Fan smiled and said, don't worry, I won't do anything illegal. I just want to blacklist them. Those people must have been instigated by Andrew to cause trouble. Since that's the case, Lin Fan needs to make them pay a price. Once Lin Fan's lithography machine is produced, he definitely won't sell it to those people. Xue Qingzhu was speechless, saying, Lin Fan, I must not be hearing this right. Chapter 461. You must be mistaken in this day and age. To gain attention, you need to have a topic. And today's topic is quite controversial. It all depends on whether Lin Fan is accurate. If the examination results are indeed as Lin Fan said, then Lin Fan is undoubtedly a miracle worker. But if Lin Fan is wrong, the accompanying backlash will surely follow. Regardless of the outcome, this matter is filled with anticipation. Brothers, I'm now at the hospital. As you can see, there are many experts here. We're just waiting for the examination results. Let's wait and see. Some online streamers have also come to do live broadcasts. Because many curious citizens are flooding in, the hospital has to limit the flow of people. Mr. Bernard, it seems the examination results are about to come out. When that happens, we'll make Lin Fan pay. A nearby expert said with a smile to Bernard. Bernard smiled, but said nothing. Calculating the time, the examination results would indeed come out very soon. He could almost see Lin Fan stepping down from his pedestal. That guy was actually called a miracle worker. Today, let's see how he steps down. Many foreign experts were mocking. Chapter 462. Bernard regrets, how could I possibly have HIV? Bernard's face turned as pale as a sheet. Mr. Bernard, you don't need to doubt the results. To ensure the reliability of the results, we conducted 2 tests, and both results were the same. Moreover, Mr. Bernard, I have some bad news to tell you. In addition to the HIV virus, we also found 2 other viruses in your blood. The results confirmed Lin Fan's words. This is impossible. Bernard still couldn't accept this fact. You must be colluding with that Lin Fan to deceive me. I want to change to another hospital. Bernard clenched his fists tightly. Wu Qingsong shook his head and said to Bernard, so many reporters are here. Who would dare to falsify a report? Bernard, accept this fact. The crowd showed no sympathy for Bernard. Bernard was in despair, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. In addition to the HIV virus, the other 2 viruses can still be treated. But with all 3 viruses present in his body, he probably won't live much longer. Chapter 463. The apology comes. Bernard anxiously watched the security guard at the manor make a phone call, feeling extremely restless. He desperately wanted to see Lin Fan, like an ant on a hot stove. Previously, he never thought highly of doctors from Huaxia. However, now Bernard had to believe that there indeed were capable doctors in Huaxia, and Lin Fan was undoubtedly one of them. At this moment, Bernard was filled with regret. If he had known, he wouldn't have offended Lin Fan. Now, he had provoked Lin Fan, and whether Lin Fan would save him was still an unknown. Soon, the manor's security finished the call. What the security guard said made Bernard feel hopeless. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin said. He doesn't want to see you. You should go back. The guard said coldly. What? Bernard became even more anxious. No, I must see Mr. Lin today. Only Mr. Lin can save me. Bernard refused to leave. The guard replied, Mr. Lin said he doesn't want to see you. Even if you stay here, it won't help. Bernard pleaded, how about this? Can you give me Mr. Lin's phone number? I will talk to Mr. Lin personally. Chapter 464. Consultation fee of $300 million if you have any other dissatisfaction. Please feel free to mention it. As long as I, Bernard, can do it, I will certainly do it. Bernard had no temper left. Now, even if Lin Fan asked Bernard to kneel, he would do it. What Bernard wanted most was Lin Fan's forgiveness. Otherwise, there would be no way to talk about Lin Fan saving him. I'm sorry, I can't save you either, Lin Fan said. Hearing Lin Fan say this, Bernard became anxious. No, Mr. Lin, at the medical exchange conference. You said you could save me. Bernard reminded him. If even Lin Fan couldn't save him, then he would just have to wait for death. Is that so? I can't remember. Bernard was almost in tears. Mr. Lin, please don't joke with me. As long as you can cure me, I will agree to anything. Lin Fan was silent for a moment, no longer wasting time, and said, very well, you need to invite some media and publicly apologize to the Huaxia medical community. Bernard hurriedly nodded. Mr. Lin, as long as you are willing to save me, I will do it immediately. This request, although it would humiliate Bernard, he couldn't care less. Chapter 465. Annoying guy, book me a private room. Lin Fan said as he walked to the front desk of the restaurant with Suya. Are you the chairman of Hengtian Pharmaceutical? The receptionist suddenly recognized Lin Fan's identity and became excited, her expression resembling that of a fan meeting their favorite superstar. Hello, Mr. Lin. The receptionist couldn't contain her excitement and didn't know how to speak. In Magic City, Lin Fan's fame was indeed immense. No, it should be said that in all of Huaxia, Lin Fan was a significant figure. You know me? Lin Fan was somewhat surprised and exchanged glances with Suya. The receptionist smiled and said, Mr. Lin, you are now a celebrity in Huaxia. Last month, my sister was diagnosed with lung cancer, and it was your Hengtian Pharmaceuticals medicine that made her better. In Huaxia, the kind of medicine that cures lung cancer is sold at cost price. I must say, this is a huge benefit for the people of Huaxia. You should know that abroad, such medicines can be sold at sky-high prices. Although Lin Fan is a businessman, there are really too few conscientious businessmen like him. The receptionist didn't hide her admiration for Lin Fan, her eyes sparkling with countless little stars. Chapter 466. Beaten again. To be honest, Andrew was very disappointed with the two old men, because in this matter, the two old men had not been of any help at all. Mr. Andrew, the two old men from the Chip Association lowered their heads. In front of Andrew, they had no temper at all. After all, they depended on Andrew's goodwill for their livelihood. If Andrew didn't give them the lithography machine, their company would soon go bankrupt. In other words, if they made Andrew comfortable, they could earn a lot of money. Are you deaf? Get out. Andrew was furious and really didn't want to see the two old men anymore. They were of no help and only got in the way. Calm down, Mr. Andrew. The two old men glared at Lin Fan again and left the private room. Andrew's expression was dark as he stared at Lin Fan, his gaze like that of a venomous snake. Lin Fan, your chip company has also been sanctioned by me. It won't be long before it goes bankrupt. Lin Fan smiled and said, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. My chip company will not go bankrupt. Once my lithography machine is manufactured, it will break the monopoly of the SEMA company. Chapter 467. No apology. After saying this, the president of the Chip Association took out his phone, intending to call the police. The restaurant owner coldly looked at the president of the Chip Association and said, You clearly came here to cause trouble, and you want to play the victim? The restaurant owner looked at Lin Fan and said, Mr. Lin, if they call the police, I will testify for you. The president of the Chip Association stopped his actions because he thought of a very critical issue. Even if they called the police, Lin Fan would not be in trouble. Because in the afternoon, Andrew had already been beaten once, and Lin Fan had nothing happen to him. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and call the police. Andrew was furious and wanted to pressure the police. In just half a day, he had been beaten by Lin Fan twice. This was something Andrew could not tolerate. The president of the Chip Association looked troubled and reminded, Mr. Andrew, we initiated the trouble. Even if we call the police, we can't sanction Lin Fan. Why don't we take you to the hospital first? After you recover, we can discuss it further. Seeing Andrew beaten to a pulp, he felt very uneasy. Lin Fan's strikes were indeed ruthless. Chapter 468. Successful acquisition, I won't be your guinea pig. Right now, only Mr. Lin can cure me. Step aside. Bernard was anxious. He didn't want to waste any more time with those people. After saying that, Bernard left the room and headed towards the hotel lobby. Bernard, you can't do this. Those people chased after him. In the hotel lobby, several reporters had already gathered. Andrew was a foreign medical expert, and publicly apologizing to a Huaxia person was a big news story. Furthermore, Lin Fan's superb medical skills had gained recognition from many netizens. Many people were also paying attention to the follow-up developments of the situation. When it was heard that Andrew was going to publicly apologize to Lin Fan, the internet had already exploded. I didn't expect the chairman of Hung Tien Pharmaceutical to be so impressive. Now even foreign experts are apologizing. This really brings face to us Huaxia. Everyone, don't jump to conclusions. The previous matter might have been something Lin Fan guessed. I'm just laughing. Is it so hard to admit that we have talented people in Huaxia? There are still many people debating online. However, the news of Bernard's public apology had already spread widely. Chapter 469. Prescription. Bernard sneered. Patent? Even if he registered a patent, I can still sell the prescription to counterfeit drug companies. No matter what, I need to earn back that $300 million. Suddenly losing $300 million. It was impossible for Bernard not to feel heartache. Originally, Bernard's mood was very low, but after getting the prescription, his mood improved a lot. In other words, this prescription was very valuable. Bernard's assistant expressed concern, but what if this prescription is fake? Curing Bernard's illness was not an easy task. Bernard shook his head and explained, I used to doubt Lin Fan's medical skills. But now, I finally remember what a saying in Huaxia is, there are people beyond people, and there are heavens beyond heavens. Lin Fan's medical skills are indeed impressive. He charged me $300 million, so he wouldn't cheat me. However, if we talk about Lin Fan's intelligence, it's really not that impressive. If I had such a good prescription, I would have made money long ago. Bernard was very excited. At this moment, Bernard's assistant also smiled. Chapter 470. Someone impersonating Lin Fan. You must know that this thing is priceless. If it was something Lin Fan created himself, Xueqing Zhu really wouldn't believe it. Because creating a complete lithography machine involves a lot of specialized knowledge. It's a massive project. Lin Fan took out his laptop. I can show you the materials, but I can't give them to you for now. Lin Fan opened his laptop. Xueqing Zhu looked on curiously. However, she wasn't particularly knowledgeable in this area, so looking at the blueprints on the laptop was like reading a foreign language to her. But one thing was certain. This was indeed information about manufacturing photolithography machines, and it was very detailed. Lin Fan, you're not just casually pulling out some Jalao to brush me off, are you? Xueqing Zhu said, wanted to take the information back, which is why she said that on purpose. You can invite a professional to verify it. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and said. Xueqing Zhu paused for a moment and then said, forget it. I trust you. But Lin Fan, are you really confident you can manufacture the photolithography machine within a month? Lin Fan replied seriously, since I said I can do it, then I naturally can. Chapter 471. Trap Miss Su, you don't have to see me off. Xueqing Zhu turned around and smiled at Suya. Take care. Suya stopped. Then Xueqing Zhu got into a black SUV and drove away. At the entrance of the estate, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan was parked with two foreign men inside. The younger man was driving, and a middle-aged man sat in the passenger seat. The two men merely glanced at Xueqing Zhu without paying much attention. How strange, Xueqing Zhu thought as she glanced at the two foreign men and drove off. It seemed that since Lin Fan returned from Australia, many people had come specifically to find him in Magic City. On one hand, it was because of Lin Fan's identity. Many people wanted to collaborate with him, and some even wanted to curry favor with him. On the other hand, Lin Fan's medical skills were exceptional. Some people wanted to pay a high price for him to treat their ailments. In the hall, Lin Fan was still sitting on the sofa. At this moment, Suya returned. It's really true that fame comes with trouble. Now there are even people impersonating you to commit fraud. Suya sat down across from Lin Fan and said helplessly. Lin Fan smiled and said, so in the future, we still need to be a bit more careful when going out. Chapter 472. Lin Fan's plan. It was indeed crazy that someone was willing to spend $1 billion to ask Lin Fan to save a person. Honestly, it was the first time Lin Fan had heard of such an exorbitant medical fee. It was quite interesting. Lin Fan's mind was racing, and he suddenly thought of a possibility. Mr. Lin, do you think our sincerity is enough? Corey looked at Lin Fan and asked. Lin Fan smiled and said, spending $1 billion to save a person, you really are generous. Corey said, "We had no other choice, which is why we came to ask you, Mr. Lin. Of course, to get the billion, you must guarantee that you can cure the person." Lin Fan interrupted Corey and said, "I can't guarantee that." Lin Fan sensed there was a trap. If he went to the United States, his safety would definitely not be assured. Corey was taken aback, not expecting Lin Fan to say that. "Mr. Lin, we all have great faith in your medical skills. Even if you ultimately can't cure the person, we will still give you $100 million as a reward." This price was indeed very sincere compared to John's previous offer. Lin Fan thought for a moment and tentatively said, "How about this? You send a person to China." Chapter 473. The Du family's reaction. Lin Fan wanted to throw out a smoke bomb to make others believe that he had really agreed to Corey. Hearing Lin Fan say this, Suyu was even more puzzled. "Release the news? Lin Fan, what exactly do you want to do?" Lin Fan smiled and explained, "I will not go to the United States with Corey. The purpose of this is to confuse some people. Just the two of us need to know about this. Don't let others know." This was only the first step of Lin Fan's plan. Suya asked in confusion, "But if Corey comes here to find you tomorrow, how will you explain it?" Lin Fan smiled mysteriously and said, "Tomorrow's matter will be discussed tomorrow." He wanted to create some trouble for Corey and John. At that time, naturally, he wouldn't have to go to the United States. If Corey wanted to plot against Lin Fan, then Lin Fan would give them a taste of their own medicine. "Let's see who can laugh last." Seeing Suya still hesitating, Lin Fan urged, "All right, stop overthinking it. Hurry up and help me contact." Suya looked at Lin Fan's dark eyes seriously and asked, "You really won't go to the United States?" Lin Fan smiled, knowing that Suya was definitely worried about him. "Don't worry, I won't go to the United States with Corey." Chapter 474. It's fake. Previously, Lin Fan was a friend of their Du family. Now that Lin Fan had gone to their rival side, things would become very troublesome. It was possible that the Du family would no longer exist in Hong Kong in the future. Previously, Lin Fan had lived in Hong Kong for a period and had even saved Du Jianrong's life. They all knew how formidable Lin Fan was. The atmosphere was somewhat low as one person said, "Meichi, I know you can't accept this, but it is indeed true." Someone nodded and said, "I don't know how the people from Black Sea Bank managed to please Mr. Lin." At this point, they had to prepare for the worst. As for Du Jianrong, he kept his head down and remained silent. Du Meichi glanced at her father and also stopped talking. She bit her red lips, feeling conflicted. Now the Du family was considered Lin Fan's ally, and she couldn't think of any reason for Lin Fan to cooperate with Black Sea Bank. The atmosphere in the hall was strange. No one spoke. After a long while, it was Du Jianrong who spoke first. "Forget it, if it's destined. There's nothing we can do. My life was saved by Mr. Lin. If he wants to take it back, he can do so at any time." Du Jian Sigid. Chapter 475. Robert. Lin Fan did not tell Du Meichi directly. The less people who knew the inside story, the better. "I understand," Du Meichi said excitedly. Her worries finally vanished. She knew that Lin Fan would never deceive her. "Mr. Lin, then we'll go to Magic City to find you tomorrow." Lin Fan replied, "Sure. Just call me when you arrive in Magic City. I will arrange for someone to pick you up." Du Meichi nodded, feeling very happy. "Then, Mr. Lin, I won't disturb you any longer." After hanging up, Du Meichi smiled and looked at her father. "Dad, can you relax now? Mr. Lin is not collaborating with the people from Black Sea Bank. He won't go to the U.S. either." At this moment, Du Jianrong also had a smile on his face. It seems we were indeed overthinking it. If Lin Fan really stood on the opposite side of them, Du Jianrong wouldn't know what to do. At this time, someone nearby expressed concern. "Master, could Mr. Lin be deceiving us? Maybe he is already cooperating with the people from Black Sea Bank." Du Jianrong shook his head. "Impossible. With Mr. Lin's power, wanting our Du family to disappear would be as easy as pie." Chapter 476. Deliberately leaving clues. No problem. Robert smiled. He thought of something and reminded, "You should take a flight back tomorrow. Just leave China first." Andrew nodded and said, "Dad, I understand." After the call, Andrew also let Shun Jimin leave. Thinking about avenging Soon, Andrew felt great. He sat down and drank heavily. The night was deep, and slowly, Andrew began to feel drunk. He returned to his room to rest. Unconsciously, Andrew also fell asleep. After a while, Andrew heard strange noises outside the window. The sound made Andrew groggily wake up. He saw a shadow flash in front of the window. Andrew felt his scalp tingle and immediately sat up. He rubbed his eyes, but the shadow had disappeared again. Just an illusion, Andrew reassured himself. He had just lain down and wanted to continue sleeping. At that moment, there was a flicker of light outside the window. Soon after, a deafening thunderclap sounded. Andrew was startled, but thankfully it was just thunder. A strong wind began to blow outside the villa, and it seemed like a heavy rain was about to fall. Unable to sleep, Andrew wanted to get up. Suddenly, he saw someone standing by the window. He didn't know when. Chapter 477. Extreme Shadow KTV Fan Tong and the others hadn't seen Lin Fan for some time. Hearing that Lin Fan was back, they couldn't wait to invite him out for drinks. Lin Fan was initially planning to go back, but after thinking it over, he agreed. Where are you? At this time, he received a call from Chong Jun Kai. Big brother, we are at Extreme Shadow KTV. By the way, is my cousin with you? Bring her along. Chong Jun Kai said with a smile. Chong Jun Kai was from Yinjing, and after arriving in Mo-Do, he got to know Fan Tong and the others, and he didn't want to go back. Moreover, he was doing quite well here. Lin Fan said, I'm alone outside, so you should be resting, so I want to bring her. Chong Jun Kai laughed. That's fine, big brother, where are you? We'll come pick you up. Lin Fan replied, no need. Just send me the location. I'll drive there myself. Chong Jun Kai said, no way. Big brother, you don't even know where Extreme Shadow KTV is? Extreme Shadow KTV is very famous in Mo-Do, and it's quite expensive. Only the wealthy go there. Most importantly, if you don't have a certain status, it's hard to get in. Chapter 478. Meeting familiar faces, young Master Jiang. Who is this? The security guard might have been too nervous, so he asked this question. Jiang Xiaoming was unhappy. Is Mr. Lin's identity something you can question? The security guard realized he had offended a big shot. He lowered his head in front of Lin Fan and even gave himself 2 heavy slaps. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. Lin Fan just glanced at the security guard and didn't say anything. With his current status, there was no need to argue with the security guard. However, Jiang Xiaoming frowned. He had finally found an opportunity to get to know Lin Fan through Chong Jun Kai and the others, only to have it ruined by a small security guard. It was truly infuriating. You dare to offend Mr. Lin. Pack your things and get lost. Jiang Xiaoming was furious. Young master, The security guard hesitated. Seeing Jiang Xiaoming so angry, he knew he had completely angered him. Cousin, what happened? The fat guy wearing sunglasses approached with his girlfriend after parking his car. He was Jiang Xiaoming's cousin. However, Jiang Xiaoming didn't pay him any attention. Get lost already. Chapter 479. Suspicion. Since that's the case, he didn't need to promote Han Yuding to please Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, young Master Jiang, I'll pour you some drinks. Han Yuding didn't leave, but wanted to please Lin Fan. She knew this was her opportunity. If she could change Lin Fan's impression of her, she could change her fate. But unfortunately, Lin Fan only felt disgust towards Han Yuding. Jiang Xiaoming also noticed this and said coldly, no need for you to pour drinks, you can leave. Jiang Xiaoming asked Han Yuding to leave, lest she angered Lin Fan. Han Yuding felt it was pointless and turned to leave. Big brother, you've been so busy lately, it's rare to have a chance to drink, come. Let us toast to you. Chong Jun Kai and the others raised their glasses simultaneously. Besides Chong Jun Kai and the 3 others, Jiang Xiaoming and the others were also very polite to Lin Fan. While Lin Fan was still drinking, on the other side, Xue Qingzhu was busy. Originally, Xue Qingzhu had already gotten off work and returned home. However, she received a very important call. Xue Qingzhu learned that Andrew had been killed in the villa. Xue Qingzhu's identity was quite special. If it were just a regular criminal case, she wouldn't handle it. But Andrew's identity was extraordinary. Chapter 480. It could be John Lin Fan displayed an Oscar-worthy performance. It seemed like the assassination of Andrew was truly not his doing. There was no way. He didn't want Xue Qingzhu to investigate him. If you're going to act, you have to go all out. Since the deed was done, he couldn't afford to slip up. Routine investigation. I'll have someone find you shortly. At this moment, Xue Qingzhu was also a bit worried. She feared that Lin Fan really did commit this act. If that were the case, Lin Fan would be in trouble. After all, committing a crime without leaving traces was truly difficult. Xue Qingzhu had such concerns. No problem, I'll return to the estate now. Lin Fan was not afraid of the investigation. Since he dared to take action, he was definitely prepared. Xue Qingzhu hesitated for a moment, thought for a while, and finally said, let's leave it at that for now, I have to get busy. After saying this, Xue Qingzhu hung up the phone. After drinking a few more cups with Chong Jun Kai and others, Lin Fan also returned to the manor. As for Xue Qingzhu, she was still investigating the matter of Andrew's death. Nearly 2 hours passed, and Xue Qingzhu received good news. The police's technical team had cracked the phone. There wasn't much information in the phone, but most importantly, they found a crucial recording of a call. Chapter 481. The frustrated John, the phone screen immediately shattered. Seeing Robert so angry, the secretary next to him was also startled. It's no wonder. After all, Robert's son had been murdered. The conference room was filled with people, but no one spoke. Everyone stared blankly at Robert, whose face was filled with rage. He said nothing and quickly left the conference room. He needed to find out who was responsible for this. Mr. Robert. The secretary chased after him. Soon, Robert returned to his office, sitting down in his chair with a fierce look in his eyes. Damn Lin Fan. Robert was convinced Lin Fan was behind it, clenching his fists and slamming them on the desk. The cups on the table toppled over, spilling coffee everywhere. Investigate. Send someone to investigate immediately. We must find evidence that Lin Fan committed murder. The veins on Robert's forehead bulged. Mr. Robert, I'll arrange it right away. The secretary nodded. Just as the secretary was about to leave the office, Robert called him back. Wait, I'll handle the arrangements personally. Robert's expression was extremely dark. Now, he couldn't wait to find evidence of Lin Fan's crime. Chapter 482. Robert's anger, but now, the police actually suspected he was the murderer. Isn't this nonsense? The officer said coldly, Mr. John, this is Huasha. We have a right to take you back for questioning. If you do not cooperate, we will have to take action. Of course, you can also hire a lawyer. That is your right. John's identity was indeed not simple, and if they hadn't found the call recording on that phone, they really wouldn't have dared to take John back. John gritted his teeth and said, fine, I'll go back with you for now, but if there's no explanation, I will file a complaint against you. John was very angry. After getting into the police car, he immediately called his Uncle Corey. Uncle, the police in Modu are really too much. They actually suspect me of murder. What John didn't know was that Corey was also being taken away by the police in Modu. At that moment, Corey was sitting in a police car as well. Corey said, stop talking nonsense, cooperate with the investigation, and don't cause trouble. Lin Fan had already agreed to go to the United States with them, and Corey didn't want any accidents at this time. John anxiously said, but Uncle, I didn't kill anyone. Corey replied, now I'm being taken to the police station too. We'll talk when we meet. Chapter 483. The key to revenge. Robert just wanted to quickly find the murderer of his son and take revenge. Whether it was Lin Fan or John, Robert wouldn't let either of them off the hook. The grudge of losing his son is one that cannot be forgiven. Shui Qingzhu said, I'm sorry, Mr. Robert. Investigating the case is my duty, but you do not have a right to give me orders. Shui Qingzhu had no good feelings toward Robert. This man, relying on the company's technological advantage, arbitrarily imposed sanctions. It was simply shameless. Robert angrily said, you dare to speak to me like that? What's your badge number? I want to file a complaint against you. Robert was furious. His son had been killed, and now he was extremely angry. Yet, even Shui Qingzhu did not give him face. Shui Qingzhu was not afraid and said, I already told you. My name is Shui Qingzhu. If you want to file a complaint, go ahead. After saying this, Shui Qingzhu no longer paid attention to Robert and hung up the phone. Damn it, you dare to hang up on me. Robert was so angry he felt like he was about to explode. Meanwhile, the secretary, seeing Robert so furious, was too scared to speak. Chapter 484. Not going for now. After finishing, Corey made a phone call to contact Lin Fan. Next, Corey made another call. This call was to the family. Corey, what is the situation with you and John now? A voice on the phone asked. Corey replied, the situation is not good. I don't know who is trying to frame us. Now we are being restricted in our freedom and can only wait for the police to notify us. The voice on the phone said, I understand. I will arrange the best lawyer for you. At the same time, I will put pressure on the police in Modu through the media. By the way, what is the situation with Lin Fan now? Corey said, Lin Fan agreed to go to the United States with us. But now that we are in trouble, I can only have someone contact Lin Fan. The voice on the phone laughed. You are doing well. If you can bring Lin Fan back, you will be heroes. They were not trying to help John's father with medical treatment by bringing Lin Fan back. They were after the business secrets Lin Fan possessed. However, it seemed Lin Fan had not realized this point. Corey exchanged glances with John. Both of them smiled. Chapter 485. Being played, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Corey called a few times, but there was no response on the phone. How did it end up like this? Corey's mouth twitched, feeling unwilling. He thought that bringing Lin Fan back to the United States would complete their mission. As a result, such a thing happened. Now, they were still suspects, and Lin Fan was refusing to go to the United States. What terrible luck. Uncle, what happened? What did Lin Fan say? John asked impatiently. Corey sighed and said, Lin Fan refused to go to the United States. What? Is this Lin Fan intentionally playing us? He clearly agreed to go to the United States with us last night. Damn it. John also cursed a few times in a low voice, filled with anger. As long as Lin Fan is brought back to the United States, John can take revenge for the last time. But now, an unexpected situation has occurred. Not only do they have no way to leave China, but even Lin Fan has refused to go to the United States. Last night, John was so happy, and now he is just as angry. John thought for a moment and said to Corey, "Uncle, think of another way. We must get Lin Fan to the United States.